This audiobook contains 6 censored sentences and 127 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. He entered a temple and watched a young monk create a magical artifact. The monk held a beard before him and constantly chanted Buddhist mantras. Finally, a phantom of a monk floated above him and waved his hand to bless the bead, turning it into a magical artifact. "Success," said the monk, who stood up in excitement. However, he was a mortal without cultivation or martial arts, so he was dizzy and almost fainted. Luckily, he held on to something before falling. Another path besides extraordinary citizens? Thought Wang Wei as he realized what Feng Heng had done. He revived many of the fallen monks from the incense era in the form of spirit, turning them into gods of Buddhism and receiving incense from mortals. In return, mortals who do not have the talent to become extraordinary citizens can become monks and learn scriptures. The truly talented or devoted ones can resonate with one of the spirits, becoming their patron gods. These patron gods will protect their chosen subjects and grant them abilities similar to extraordinary citizens, even their status in society on par. This is not a bad idea, thought Wang Wei. These spirits use their powers to feed the luck and prosperity of mortal civilization, which will feed back to them, allowing them to use an alternative form of cultivation. Some of them were probably immortals from the incense era. With this method, it's only a matter of time before they can return to their previous strength, thus boosting Buddhism's foundation as a lineage. These spirits have been dead for too long, rendering their imprints useless to revive them. Furthermore, too many of them died, so it was impossible for Feng Heng to revive them. Even someone with Wang Wei's strength would take too much effort, as he might have to tamper with the river of time if he wanted to revive these people. Such an act might lead to severe consequences, so he could not help Feng Heng even if he went to. So, this method of turning them into spirits or religious gods is an alternative to reviving them. Although the majority would lose their memories, there is still a chance that some will regain them. Wang Wei secretly nodded before continuing his tour. The mortal civilization in this continent had a peaceful atmosphere. Because of the influence of Buddhism, everyone had a deep wisdom and compassion aura surrounding them. The extraordinary citizens also had a unique path since Buddhism had a deep knowledge of the mind, soul, and spiritual power. As such, their methods of awakening spiritual power for their people were excellent and can be described as top of the line. The demon school that Wang Wei created has also flourished in the West. Many monks have made it their mission to enlighten animals to turn into demons, teaching them about compassion, morality, and the idea of controlling their nature. Once the demons become enlightened and pass a test, they will receive the transformation pill, allowing them to change into human shape before the supernatural realm. Afterward, the demon race can integrate into the cultivation or mortal world based on their own choice or preference. Wang Wei was not surprised by this method, since the Tao opening sect had a similar approach. The fox race was in charge of the demon race's enlightenment in their territory. The only difference is that the demon race would integrate into the cultivation world, not the mortal one. Feng Heng was using the demon race's luck to nourish his mortal civilization. In turn, the demon race's luck will also benefit by adapting to the myriad emperor world's rules and the fact that the human race is the protagonist of heaven and earth. The monk's method entangled the two races' luck while still keeping the human race on top. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's method is to directly plunder the demon race's luck. His method is not bad and can be learned from, thought Wang Wei before leaving and heading to the north. The West's food was delicious, but the majority of it was vegetarian, and he wanted meat and something with more grease. Chapter 938 Rise of Mortals, Finale, unedited chapter. Wang Wei finally arrived in the north and immediately noticed the difference. The spiritual key in nature was not as dwindling as it used to. Although it has not reached the same level as the weakest of the four continents, the West, it was not higher than the islands scattered between the continents that loose cultivators mostly habit. The northern continent was now a veritable place of cultivation for a heaven-will world, with Ao Shun as its protector. The demon race no longer has to rely on the Tao opening sect to scare away the other factions and prevent them from messing up the situation of the North. The demon race has entered an era of prosperity. The only problem is whether Ao Shun can leave enough foundation for them to retain such prosperity, thought Wang Wei before beginning his tour of the North. His first observation was that every human was walking in the street with a demon. The flying horse carriage, the dragon-crawling construct, and even the soaring phoenix construct were all designed to include both humans and demons. Interesting, thought Wang Wei as he guessed the situation of the North. He went to a school for humans. Today was a special day for these 10-year-old children. All of them looked excited and kept talking, to the point the teacher just gave up accomplishing anything in class. The word awakening ceremony was everywhere, and Wang Wei secretly watched everything without intervening. When the time arrived, all the children headed to a large stadium in the school. At the center was a large formation engraved on the floor. An adult brought the first child in the middle of the array. The child looked nervous and excited. He stood in the middle and waited. A few minutes later, bright light enveloped the formation, and a creature appeared beside him. It was a wind bunny, a demonic beast that had just awakened its bloodline and acquired basic intelligence. The bunny looked around before pausing at the child. It was from the demon school and knew not to easily attack humans. The formation continued to release brilliant lights. Finally, a marking appeared on the wind bunny's forehead and on the child's right hand. Immediately afterward, the confusing look on the bunny's eyes disappeared, replaced by more intelligent eyes. Meanwhile, the child was excited and jumped before being shocked. That's because he easily jumped more than 10 meters in the air and landed without any problem. Lei Fan, physical attributes, yelled the teacher in charge of the ceremony. Then, the next child appeared. The creature that appeared before him was a crow with blue eyes. As soon as the mark appeared on the child's hand, a pressure released from his body that gave the illusion the surrounding space was twisted. Xia Fu, mental attribute, yelled the teacher, and many people looked at the child with envy and desire. They knew this person would be an extraordinary citizen with high status. The teacher called the next children, and she was also a physical attribute. Wang Wei's eyes brightened. A symbiotic relationship between humans and demons. Humans can acquire physical or spiritual power from demons, while demons will raise their intelligence. What a great civilization! Wang Wei could see the advantages and disadvantages of such a civilization. The humans of the North will be more powerful than normal humans from other continents, especially in the martial arts department. They will have longer lifespans, with normal citizens living up to 200 years and extraordinary citizens living up to 350 years. However, there is also a fatal disadvantage. If something happens to the demon, the humans will suffer tremendous backlash and have a 95% chance of dying. The situation is also reversed for demons unless the human dies of old age. Aoshin's method is quite ingenious. Demonic beasts or demons with pure bloodlines do not belong to mortals. The mortal version of demons are regular animals who have not awakened their wisdom and bloodline. As such, demonic beasts have a longer lifespan than humans because of their bloodline and because they are cultivators. As such, the majority of these demons who have placed a bond with their human counterpart will outlive their partners. With the contract, their intelligence increased, making cultivation in the early stages easier. Furthermore, they can use the human race's key, luck, to nourish the demon race. This is not just the benefit they will receive. The demon race does not have the talent or ingenuity for professions like pill refining and talisman making. However, with their human partners, this problem will be solved. Wang Wei looked in the distance and saw the demon race's professions began to prosper. Beforehand, the demon race was only involved in the selling of materials. But now they started selling low-level pills, weapons, talismans, and arrays. The body-tempering realm requires pills that increase blood ki, and the best pills for this realm use the demon race's body and blood as the main material. The demon race had the advantage, so they have taken over the majority of the market for body-tempering pills. The divine body realm also requires tempering the body. If they play their cards well, they might take a big share of the market. However, the battle for such a market will not be as simple as the low-level one. There are more body-tempering realm cultivators in this world than divine body realm. However, the pill value of each realm is a world apart. As such, most factions will not allow the demon race to take part in their benefit without a significant fight, unless the demon race creates a truly unique pill for the divine body realm. They have little to no chance to enter this market. Well, it's not like they won't have a chance, thought Wang Wei. Once the environment changes, everything will be reshuffled, and this will be A.O. Shun's opportunity. Wang Wei's tour of the North was coming to an end, so he checked out the food. Given their relationship with demonic beasts, he thought the mortals of this place would have an aversion to eating animal meat. However, he was wrong. It seems whether it was humans or the demon race, they treated animals with no intelligence or bloodline as a completely different species. Their main culinary expertise involved all kinds of meat dishes, and Wang Wei enjoyed himself. In the end, he still had 2 designations left to check out, and he chose the sea to see how the sea race adapted to the changes of the world. Soon, Wang Wei was not happy. He learned the process of entering the sea race's territory was extremely difficult and required a long process. So, if he wanted to enter the sea, he had to do so through his sect, the Loose Cultivator Alliance, or the Sword-Casting Villa's territory. These people are so stubborn. It seems I need to show them some color in the next meeting, thought Wang Wei, who used his power to directly teleport to the sea race's territory. Wang Wei immediately saw what kind of mortal civilization the sea race people created as he watched the people around him. He saw a human that was easily breathing underwater without any issues. He saw another human with fins and gills. There were other humans with sea race characteristics, allowing them to live and thrive underwater. So, they injected sea race bloodline into ordinary humans, trying to assimilate them into their clan, thought Wang Wei before shaking his head. What a stupid method. Humans are the protagonists of the world, meaning luck and destiny are on their side. The sea was a haven for the sea race because normal humans could not live there, but now they made that possible. With human reproductive abilities, it's only a matter of time before they become the dominant population. Then, after these underwater humans cultivate a few great emperors, and even an eternal emperor, then the sea race's dominance of the sea will be over. The sea race's situation is similar to the D clan in the West. They might want to include these new humans into their faction, but their clan only trusts members of the same race or bloodline, making it impossible for them to be inclusive. As such, it's only a matter of time before contradictions between these two races occur. Let's help these new humans, thought Wang Wei as he flicked his hand. He connected the destiny of the new humans to the key luck of the human race, officially accepting their identity as humans instead of the sea race. From now on, the sea race cannot secretly manipulate their destiny and make them a part of their race. These people are humans, and no one can change that. Now, I only need to make sure these humans are not discriminated against in the future, and they can contribute to the human race's luck and prosperity. Wang Wei was happy with his work and checked out the other sea territories. The area controlled by the Dao Opening Sect, the Loose Cultivator Alliance, and the Sword-Casting Villa are not much different than he expected. They used arrays to create areas under the sea where normal humans could live and thrive. Spiritual runes were used as the core of civilization. The only difference is water, and Een spiritual runes are often used. Furthermore, with the many Een resources of the sea, there are many ways to awaken spiritual powers for mortals, making their number of extraordinary citizens extremely large. Wang Wei's last destination was the Heavenly Tree Village. This place had a special place in his heart. He arrived invisibly because he knew the village had passed on his pictures, treating them as one of the ancestors of the village. If he showed up, the entire village would stop whatever they were doing and celebrate his arrival. The village had both changed and remained the same. It was still divided into inner and outer areas. The outer area had changed with a spiritual rune civilization thriving. Meanwhile, the inner area resembled a village from the old time. A village that was backward. Mortals and cultivators cultivated the land the old-fashioned way instead of using spiritual runes, puppets, and constructs to help. Wang Wei saw a weapon refiner that was quite accomplished in the outside world, teaching a bunch of mortal teenagers about blacksmithing. He looked like an old man in the village who had spent his entire life in the forgery and not a powerful cultivator who could refine quasi-emperor artifacts that are worth more than everything in this village. This person was not the only one. Wang Wei saw cultivators of different realms everywhere in the village. Some were in the farms planting, others carried water, raised cattle, built houses, or even hunting. Wang Wei watched everything before raising his hand to materialize a scripture. Mortal dust heart refining art. Interesting, thought Wang Wei as he flipped through the village's main cultivation technique. Although it only reached the level of a quasi-emperor, the technique was unique, using the Tao heart to control and wield the law instead of the soul. The idea is brilliant. Wang Wei has always believed that the Tao heart, like willpower and obsessions, is one of the powers in this universe that could create miracles. Unfortunately, he lacked the knowledge and deep understanding of Tao heart to fully utilize its capabilities. However, there are still some flaws, thought Wang Wei. He took a moment to correct the flaws he saw before returning to the technique. A brilliant light appeared in the village's ancestral hall, alarming every cultivator. They rushed to the hall and saw Wang Wei's new and improved technique. Some people immediately realized he had come, so they had a celebration thanking the ancestors, the heavenly emperor. Wang Wei smiled and was about to leave. A little mouse is trying to sneak in? His projection immediately disappeared from the village. Chapter 939, Mercenary Wang Wei's projection appeared somewhere in the southern sea. He saw an invisible man floating above a small island, looking around. He seemed confused at first before regaining his bearing and checking the environment. The first thing he noticed was how ordinary he looked, especially with the bland black clothes he wore, followed by this person's deeply hidden pride and arrogance. The second thing he noticed was this man was utterly invisible. Sights, divine sense, sixth or seventh senses, and even divination could not detect this man's presence. It was like he was invisible to all known matter, concepts, living and non-living things. Invisible grand Tao source, and the cultivation is at least 35, thought Wang Wei as he watched the stranger. Furthermore, absurduitalnad. This man's ability was useless to someone of Wang Wei's caliber. As such, he could see him as if he was looking at a towering mountain during daylight. However, he was not complacent because he discovered he could not see some information about the latter. Someone paid him to come to assassinate me, but I could not find who it was, thought Wang Wei as his eyes read the man's fate line, knowing everything about him. This person was called the Hidden Shadow Emperor, the founder of a very popular and powerful mercenary that is very active in the Commerce Hub. His Hidden Hand mercenary is very famous across many world communities because the Hidden Shadow Emperor is known never to fail a mission. He has assassinated countless emperors, including 2 eternal emperors. Normally, the Hidden Shadow Emperor does not personally go on missions. He often has to remain low-key or underground to prevent garnering the attention of true heavenly Tao and continue staying in the lower dimension. As such, unless something happened to his mercenary group where he needed to step in, he never took missions. However, a while ago, an employer offered him something he could not resist, so he chose to accept this assassination mission. Wang Wei calmly looked at this pseudo-eternal emperor. He saw someone paid a hefty price for his head, but he could not see the person who offered the mission. This fact did not change whether he used divination, yin-yang calculation, or looked in the past through the river of time. There are a few people or things who can resist my divination, so I only need to start from them, thought Wang Wei, eliminating a few obvious individuals like Old Man Nether and the Abyss Gap. Once everybody is eliminated, the only one remaining is the Spirit Genesis sect and their broken Empyrean artifact, analyzed Wang Wei with a sneer. He saw the hidden Shadow Emperor wanted to land on that island to gather basic information about the world before starting his mission. So, he appeared before him, shocking the proud assassin. Wang Wei saw his facial expression change from shock to bewilderment, then unwillingness, fear, regret, and in the end, returned to the calmness and ruthlessness of a peerless assassin. Interesting reaction, commented Wang Wei. Are you my target? Asked the hidden Shadow Emperor. I should be, nodded Wang Wei. Are you no longer afraid? Why should I be? Now that you show up, it only means you'll have to do this the direct way. Yes, a peerless assassin should have the ability to kill his target in direct combat when necessary. Alas, you're not even a qualified assassin, let alone a peerless one. Who are you to judge me? Said the hidden Shadow Emperor with a slightly raised voice. If you were truly capable, you would have detected the vast difference between us, acted on your based instinct, and run away, said Wang Wei calmly. Alas, your pride and arrogance will be your downfall. The hidden Shadow Emperor's first instinct was anger. After all, he had his pride, something he cultivated after successfully killing 2 Eternal Emperors. Although he did not grant them true death, he also forced them to spend countless yuan epochs to revive themselves. However, he controlled himself and checked his opponent's power. The results scared him. He could not detect a thing. The person before him seemed not to exist, an empty and undetectable void. Then, something that had not happened for a long time occurred to the hidden Shadow Emperor. The dangerous senses he developed in his early days as an assassin before he proved the Tao activated and his body moved on its own, trying to run away. Alas, he discovered his body could not move. The hidden Shadow Emperor immediately reacted like an elite cultivator, burning his body and soul to increase his strength. His aura was intense, sensed by countless powerful individuals of the world, making them pay attention to the current situation. I need to destroy my body and soul, was the only thought in the hidden Shadow Emperor's mind. He has a chance for a comeback as long as he does this. As such, he did not even care that his opponent rendered him powerless simply by releasing his aura. He only cared about saving his life. It won't change much even if you destroy your body. I control the Tao of Karma, said Wang Wei with a devious smile, pushing the hidden Shadow Emperor over the edge. Now, fear had overwhelmed his mind, making him full of regret. Battles between emperors are not simple and must follow certain rules to ensure survival. The first and main one is never to allow your opponent to keep possession of your body. Great emperors are eternal, so they can revive themselves as long as their Tao imprints remain attached to the Grand Tao source. The Tao imprint has its own protective mechanism in the form that is not easy to discover or remove in the Grand Tao source. There are 2 ways to remove it. Use Tao will manifestation, or use sealing methods and the passage of time to wash it out. However, these 2 methods hinged on the fact that Tao imprint can be discovered. Normal great emperors must use their opponent's bodies to access their Tao imprint before sealing it and using countless yuan epochs to remove it from the Grand Tao source, thus effectively killing their enemy. Otherwise, searching for an adversary's Tao imprint is like searching for a single drop of water in a vast ocean. However, certain Taos like karma, divination, yin-yang calculations, and heaven are very effective in finding the Tao imprints. So, after knowing his target had control over Karma Tao, the hidden Shadow Emperor knew his fate was sealed. Even if he destroyed his body, the latter could find his Tao imprint through the karma connection they had after trying to assassinate him. Any last word? Asked Wang Wei. No, replied the hidden Shadow Emperor. He expected this day to come. His philosophy has always been that killers must expect to one day be killed. So, after taking his first life, he predicted this might be his eventual fate. Not even begging for your life, said Wang Wei. am a person fond of talent, so I can be persuaded to spare your life. I have my pride, replied the hidden Shadow Emperor. In his life, he had two regrets. The first one was a special target he always regretted killing, and the second was that he did not become an eternal emperor. However, he made up for the second regret after assassinating the two Eternals. The hidden Shadow Emperor did not regret his upcoming death. That's a shame, said Wang Wei calmly. A flame enveloped the assassin, burning his soul and body, leaving two floating orbs, blue and red. The blue orb was the hidden Shadow Emperor's pure soul essence, which could be used to increase soul power and other applications. The red orb was the purified power of the Grand Tao source from refining the concepts composed of his body. Such power is the main ingredient for the Grand Tao enlightening pill, which can help great emperors comprehend their Grand Tao source. Wang Wei put these materials away as the Grand Tao source manifested before him, still looking like a river made of chains of different sizes. A karma thread emanated from his body, connected to a specific chain with a rune or symbol on it. He used his Tao will to remove the symbol, signaling the hidden Shadow Emperor was truly dead, with no chance of reviving. Wang Wei could hear the collective sigh of the world, thinking how such a powerful and prideful man died so easily. Such a fact made many people sad as they contemplated their mortality. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked in the distance and muttered, "I haven't attacked you yet, but you dare make the first move?" He sneered while a terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. He rarely has a pure desire to kill. To Wang Wei, killing is the least efficient way to achieve things, and he will only do it when necessary. However, the Spirit Genesis sect awakened a pure desire for carnage and destruction deep inside him. Wang Wei immediately used his divine sense to call two people, so the void around him trembled as two people arrived in less than a second. Chapter 940 Counterattack 940 Counterattack Unedited Chapter Your Majesty saluted Su Shi and Feng Heng, and Wang Wei nodded to them. The two watched them, each feeling somewhat lost. The intruder's strength was on par with them, but the Heavenly Emperor defeated him only using his aura. In other words, their fate would not be much different if they ever confronted the latter. The two knew the Heavenly Emperor's strength. After all, they guess his strength based on the terror they feel whenever they think of confronting him. However, they did not know exactly how powerful he was until now. No, even now, they do not know the limit to his power. "I called you to make a deal," said Wang Wei directly. "I want you to attack someone along with his faction. In exchange, I will give you each the merit to increase your cultivation by one of the Grand Tao source." The two immediately frowned. The offer was tempting. After all, cultivating in their realm was extremely difficult, and even an increase of one is harder than cultivating from a mortal to the quasi-emperor realm. Currently, both Su Shi and Feng Heng's base cultivation was 21 Grand Tao source. Since the first court meeting, each increased their cultivation by one, and such progress was extremely fast by any standard. They achieved this result due to many factors, such as the merit from the court, the blessing from heaven and earth as gods, their Tao discussion after the second meeting, the increase of soul power after the exchange with the emperor, and their use of time formation. Su Shi's main Tao is time, so she can work with the Tao ancestors from the academy that cultivated array Tao. Meanwhile, Feng Heng has the past, present, future Buddha scroll as an aid. Only with all these boosts did they achieve an increase of one in their cultivation in a little over 1,000 years. However, despite the benefits, they felt something was wrong, so they did not immediately agree. "Your Majesty, why aren't you attacking them yourselves or using members of your sect?" "I'm sending you to gather information," replied Wang Wei, deciding that telling the truth was the best course of action in this situation. "My intuition tells me something in that world can pose a threat to me, so I want to send you two to gather information." "Your Majesty, I know what you want to say," said Wang Wei. "I'm not sending you to your death. I will give you a talisman with my strength. You can use it to deal with the situation or run away if dangers arise. Furthermore, I will also take action to save you. The two became quiet, calculating the risks involved. Your Majesty, this poor monk wants to know what exactly can hurt you in that world. Wang Wei looked at him. It's a broken Empyrean artifact. Such news would be best to remain unknown. However, he did not care. If he wished to hide some information, he could wipe it from people's minds or even directly erase it from the annals of history. Of course, he revealed such information directly because it was not truly his main worry. He felt something odd with the Spirit Genesis sect, especially He-She. So, he did not rush to destroy them and chose this way to test the water first. Su Shi and Feng Heng became quiet again. At their cultivation level, they knew plenty of secrets of heaven and earth, so they knew how powerful Empyreans were. They could guess how terrible an artifact of such a level would be, even a broken one. You don't need to worry too much about the artifact. True heavenly Tao limits its power because of the balance mechanism. Wang Wei suddenly paused. Well, you might need to worry about it. To balance my presence, true heavenly Tao has probably lowered the restrictions on its usage. What sect do you want to attack? How powerful are they? How powerful is the target? Asked Su Shi. The Spirit Genesis sect from the Battle Spirit world. Their sect is very powerful, and they have 2 immortal sovereigns. However, one of them is injured, so you only need to worry about one of them. As for He-She, I don't know how powerful he is. Every time Wang Wei tried to deduce information about him, a terrifying aura blocked his power, so he guessed He-She's body was somewhat infected by the Empyrean artifact's aura. My guess is he won't be much different than you two. If he is indeed too powerful, you can directly use my talisman to deal with him. The two pondered for a moment before Feng Heng said, This mission seemed a little too dangerous for the poor monk. Wang Wei glanced at this shameless monk. Final offer. Merit for 2 increase in Grand Tao Source, 3 Emperor Soul Pill, and 1 Grand Tao Enlightening Pill. Each. Make it 5 Emperor Soul Pill and 3 Grand Tao Enlightening Pill. And we have a deal, argued Su Shi. Anyway, after dealing with the Tao burial ground, you won't lack the material for these pills. Fine, but you must do your best and push him to reveal his trump card. Furthermore, you must do your best to keep the battle in their territory, causing as much damage as possible. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He knew such a plan would cause mass casualties amongst the mortals living in the Spirit Genesis sect. But he did not care. These mortals provided luck and destiny to the Genesis sect, so their destruction could also weaken them. My hand is already stained, so there is no need to care about a few more red spots, thought Wang Wei. Feng Heng appeared conflicted after hearing these conditions, but only sighed and muttered. Amit Ba. He chanted a few prayers and did not say another word. Do you want me to sign a contract? Asked Wang Wei. There is no need. We believe your words, said Su Shi. In that case, let's fine-tune the plan, nodded Wang Wei, who spent the next half-hour talking to these two. Afterward, Su Shi and Feng Heng returned to their factions after taking the talismans from Wang Wei. Meanwhile, the mighty Heavenly Emperor looked in the distance, his eyes ignoring the very concept of space. He used his divine sense to send a message to someone countless world communities away. Finally, his projection dispersed, waiting for the plan to begin. The world immediately entered a state of quiet. No one knew what these 3 almighty beings discussed, but they had a hunch something big was about to happen. Sea Race, Baishi Clan, Ao Shun watched the 3 discuss something in the sky before dispersing. He clenched his hands, almost forcing his nail to pierce his skin. Is it because I'm not an emperor? Unwillingness flashed in his eyes before returning to his focused state. I need to hurry. His previous plan was to use subtle and diplomatic ways to get what he wanted. Now, he no longer wanted to wait. The Sea Race, Ancient Clan, and sword-casting Villa wondered what was going on and whether there were benefits to gain. It's obvious that eternal strength is the requirement for what's coming, but they wondered why the Heavenly Emperor did not choose them. Is it because he only wanted emperors, or does he look down on them? A person like the Heavenly Emperor has too much influence. His thoughts, ideologies, and beliefs can greatly influence the world. Even a passing joke he made could greatly change the world for the better or worse. As such, many people began to overthink, letting their minds run wild. However, Wang Wei did not know what was going on, nor did he care. His focus was only on what was about to happen in the battle spirit world. After handling things back in their sect, Su Shi and Feng Heng departed to the battle spirit world community. It would have taken them a few hours to arrive at their destination due to their strength and the far distance of the community relative to the Myriad Emperor world. However, Wang Wei directly teleported them inside the battle spirit world while hiding their tracks. He did not want the key luck dragon of the Spirit Genesis sect to detect its faction was about to experience a catastrophe. He also did not want He Shi's sixth sense to warn him of the upcoming attack. So Wang Wei directly acted and hid the track of these people. Luckily, things proceeded smoothly after his carefulness. Then, according to the plan, Feng Heng hid while Su Shi directly attacked. A towering hand containing the power of time descended on a beautiful palace at the very center of the entire plain. "Who dares?" roared a voice before a young man appeared above the sect He Shi. He was dressed in black and gold, with a noble and mighty temperament. "Damn it, I'm too late," he thought as he activated the sect's arrays. His actions protected most of the sect, but some of the powers will still pass in. Furthermore, he did not have time to protect the surroundings, meaning anything or anyone not in the scope of the formation would be annihilated. Chapter 941 Battle of Eternals. 941 Battle of Eternals. Damn it, I've been tricked, cursed He Shi internally as he saw countless magical circles appearing above the sect. The attack's real purpose was not to create as much damage as possible, but to place a seal that prevented other people from coming to help him. The worst thing about this situation is that he will have to take even longer than necessary to activate the four-symbol mirror. He Shi glanced at his adversary with intense killing intent. What a beautiful woman was the first thought that flashed in his mind. However, his killing intent did not diminish in the slightest. "Who are you?" asked He Shi with terrible coldness emanating from his body. "I have never met you, so we should not have any animosity." He could sense the aura of an eternal from this woman. More importantly, the latter's strength made him take this battle seriously. "Your Spirit Genesis sect has offended so many people, so are you surprised that some random individual attacked you?" said Su Shi in her angelic voice. Most of the information he received from this sect originated from the Heavenly Emperor. However, she did not take things at face value and made a judgment solely based on the latter's words. In this brief encounter, she used the power of time to glance at the past of this world and saw how the Spirit Genesis sect usually acted prideful and domineering. They made the fact they were the strongest sect in the lower dimension their only identity and personality. He Shi frowned after hearing what she said. It's true their sect offended many people, but most factions do not dare retaliate against them. Furthermore, they usually do things in the shadows, so people often suspect it's them, but they have no proof. You're making a mistake, but there is still time to turn back. Don't wait until things get worse and your actions are irreparable. Your tone of superiority is disgusting, said Su Shi with a sneer. Then, she no longer wasted any time with this person and rushed forward. The power of time enveloped her feet, and she instantly appeared next to He Shi. It was like she was always there in the first place. She clenched her beautiful hand and punched him in the face. Boom! He Shi took a dozen steps in the void before stopping. His face had no injury, not even a scratch. His body is on par with me, analyzed Su Shi. When she was in the Saint Realm, she realized the creator of the primordial chaos art was very young when creating this version, and the latter was probably not as talented as her. So, she decided to improve the technique. After spending years studying divine runes, she optimized the immortal aperture realm of the technique, raising the lower limit of the technique from granting 3-leaf battle strength to 9-leaf. Alas, she did not have the time to cultivate the immortal aperture, so Su Shi did not reach 9-leaf before proving the Tao. However, afterward, not only did she finish cultivating her immortal aperture, but she also created the Tao aperture realm of this technique. Currently, her strength is 94 primordial dragon force, and once she finishes the Tao aperture, her strength should have entered the fourth realm of the true power Tao realm and achieved battle prowess equal to Tao ancestors with only her flesh. Afterward, she has to focus on creating and cultivating the chaos aperture, which should be enough for her until she opens the gate of power. As for the final realm of primordial aperture, Su Shi plans to create this stage after ascending and learning more about the world. She might come into contact with the original creator of the primordial chaos art, exchange ideas, and compare which scripture is better. Ishi looked at the woman before him, surprise flashing in his eyes. The Tao time? He immediately knew this battle would be more intense. Anyone who can prove the Tao with any of the outlaw Taos should not be underestimated, especially one who became an eternal emperor. Ishi no longer hesitated as he awakened his Tao body. Red markings appeared on his face before trailing down to his upper chest, and his pupil and hair turned golden, releasing a terrifying battle intent. A gold and silver armor appeared around his body, covering every part of his body except the head. Ishi raised his hand, and a pure black halberd materialized in his hand. Su Shi's eyes squinted after seeing her opponent's armor and weapon. She could tell it was the latter's proving Tao artifact, but she focused on it because of the hidden, fearful aura she sensed. After the latter awakening, Su Shi sensed he only achieved a Grand Tao boost of 3, but the latter's Emperor artifact gave a 10 Grand Tao boost. How is that possible? She doubted even the Heavenly Emperor's artifact could not be this powerful. Suddenly, she thought of something. Did he use the power of the broken Empyrean artifact to refine and temper his proving Tao artifact? She immediately analyzed the pros and cons of this method. The pros are obvious, creating such a powerful weapon that every emperor would be envious. However, there is also a con. The Empyrean artifact should contain the Grand Tao source of its owner. If not careful, other lesser or weaker artifacts could be contaminated by the latter's Tao, rendering them useless. Su Shi did not waste time, as she also awakened her Tao body. A cloud-like shawl floated above her head while the two ends embraced her body. In an instant, she became more divine and noble, just like an immortal goddess descending to the world of mortals. She raised her hand, and a small cauldron or pot floated above her palm, releasing the terrifying power of primordial chaos. Splitting the heaven, Shi rushed toward his opponent, dropping his halberd with all his might. A terrifying power capable of splitting the entire world emanated from the weapon as it dropped down with unparalleled momentum. Power Tao? No, it should be Battle Tao that uses resonance to control Force Tao. Su Shi controlled her myriad Tao pot, making it grow to the size of a normal cauldron. The pot released a gray fog that stood before the mighty halberd. Following the clash, nothing happened. There was no loud sound, no energy or force releases, or any effect on the surrounding space. It was like the weapon landed on a sack of cotton or clouds. The fog absorbed all the attack. Weapon 10, Awakening 3, Tao Will 2, for an overall strength of 35. Analyze Su Shi. There's still the possibility of his soul, other source technique, or using some method to elevate the strength of his fleshly body. Only in the infant fiend god force could the body grant any Grand Tao boost, and based on their first confrontation, Su Shi knew his opponent was not there. However, she did not immediately rule out the possibility. Endless blade of time, thousands of swords appeared above the sky, each glowing with the power of time. They descended on Shi faster than he could blink, think, or react. They skipped time and directly attacked a few seconds into the future, where he was unprepared and could not notice anything. Luckily, Shi's main Tao is Battle Tao, so the thing he lacked most was battle IQ or experience. His halberd spun in a circular motion, blocking any swords that came close to him. Then, Shi's face changed as he stopped his actions and proceeded to evade instead. Great intuition, thought Su Shi. Her actions were only a trick, hiding her real objective. She wanted to revert the time on her opponent's artifact to the period before it became so powerful. Alas, she noticed, stopped blocking the swords of time and evaded instead. It doesn't matter that he evades since I accomplished one of my objectives. She can evade her attack, but the same cannot be said for the area. The Spirit Genesis sect was mostly intact due to their sect's protective array, but the land beyond their protection was devastated by this one attack. Sushur could hear the sound of something crying in agony and anger, followed by a sense of rejection between heaven and earth. She knew it was heavenly Tao's hatred for her actions. Unfortunately, the latter is powerless to do anything about it. Weakness is the original sin, thought Sushur, a lesson she learned the hard way as she helplessly watched her husband dying in her arms. Supreme Divine Thunder Punishment, she used his halberd as a spear, rushing toward his opponent with a stabbing motion. Purple lightning and thunder surrounded him, annihilating everything in its path. Sushur discovered this attack had the attribute of Divine Punishment Thunder, meaning it could not be evaded. She did not panic, releasing more gray fog from the pot. It swallowed it without much effort as soon as it came into contact with this potent thunder. All things returned to chaos, muttered he, who immediately figured out what had happened. He wanted to distance himself from his opponent without hesitation, but it was too late. A sword made out of the same fog had materialized in Sushur's hand, and she slashed him. Chapter 942 Battle of Eternals 2 942 Battle of Eternals 2 Sushur's swords should have returned he to a state of chaos, similar to the universe's beginning. However, this was not what happened. He used a technique to rebound the attack, almost injuring Sushur with her own attack. Luckily, she had tremendous control over her Tao, taking advantage while they were in close proximity and the fact she was distracted dealing with his rebound. He headbutted her. His head amassed infinite mass and density to the point it could even destroy conceptual beings like eternal great emperors. Boom! Sushur exploded into trillions of pieces. However, he was not happy. Instead, he frowned. He sensed the power of time. Time remnants? He analyzed. The person he killed is a past or future version of her, or a projection from an alternative reality. Sushur appeared a few hundred meters away with a red thread connecting to he in her hand. She then raised her hand, using it as a sharp weapon to cut off the thread. My karma thread? He's face changed. If he let her cut off the thread, many things could happen to him. For example, losing his memories, losing an important part of him, or even losing some of his strength. Threading on Infinity Step, he did not hesitate to use his most powerful battle technique, which allowed him to reach incomprehensible speed. He was so fast that he was stepping on the very concept of infinite speed itself. So, before she could react, he was beside her and gave her the meanest uppercut punch in the world. Sushur turned into a brilliant light that flew into the heavens and crashed into the sun, her beautiful jaw obliterated. His Battle Grand Tao source is extremely versatile, she thought. Battle Tao is a battle-oriented Tao and is capable of using source resonance and controlling multiple Taos. In conclusion, it's a very terrifying Tao in the hands of the right person. Furthermore, I have been too reserved in our confrontation. In this brief clash, she discovered she was always worried about he removing the seal on the Spirit Genesis sect and gaining access to the broken Empyrean artifact. These thoughts flashed in her mind in less than a nanosecond. Then, she readjusted her state. She rushed toward him, but she was not alone. Sushur dragged the entire sun with her, crashing on he and the continent. That bitch, is she crazy? Roared he as he realized the consequences of such an act of madness. He rushed to the sky with the intention of stopping her. Unfortunately, the situation turned for the worse. Billions of suns appeared behind Sushur, and they were all real. She created time fractures with the sun as the basis, thus replicating it into billions of parts. Opening heaven slash, he slashed his halberd. recreating the aura and power of the world when it was first created, when it was in a state of pure chaos. With the power of this attack, it should be easy to obliterate these billions of suns. Using the power of chaos against me? She sneered before pausing for a moment. No, he should be smarter than this. In that case, this attack is a distraction. A subtle power of time flashed in her eyes, and she saw the future. Her conjecture was correct. Hishi's real attack was his battle spirit, the war god spirit. Su Shi controlled her myriad Dao pot to absorb the subtle chaos power emanating from her opponent's slash. Immediately afterward, a creature with blue skin dressed in dark armor, with 2 red horns, appeared above Hishi's head. It roared like a savage and mindless machine, making the entire world tremble. It looked at Su Shi and the billion suns with its dark gold eyes before punching them. The punch seemed to be able to perfectly control all its power. Its control was so superb that it allowed the creature to generate 100 times its normal power. Anyone who saw this punch would tell this creature created and tempered this attack after experiencing millions of battles. The entire creature gave the aura that it was bred for war and battle. Unfortunately, Su Shi had long predicted this attack. She raised her hand to gather countless red threads. World Karma Seal, she gathered the karma of the entire world before using it as a potent seal, drastically reducing the strength of that punch. The fact it was not completely sealed was a testament to how powerful that simple punch was. Boom! The power released from that punch destroyed hundreds of millions of suns. Unfortunately, the rest crashed on Hishi and the world. Normally, the sun is nothing for a being of Hishi's level. Alas, Su Shi infused the power of chaos to their core, turning them into chaos suns with unimaginable power. However, she did a great job hiding their aura to lure Hishi into a sense of complacency. The world was in chaos after so many chaos suns dropped on it. The space-time continuum was unstable. The laws of heaven and earth became chaotic, and trillions of lives died. The situation would have been worse had those other factions acted promptly and activated their faction's Emperor Ray. At the center of the explosion, Hishi floated in the void. His armor was intact, but his face melted, leaving only part of his skull. However, he instantly regenerated his handsome face. Just like he failed to inject his Dao well into Su Shi's body in that last attack, she did not succeed. As such, this kind of injury is nothing to an eternal emperor. Hishi looked at the destruction around him, and a great anger rushed into his mind. As the most powerful sect in the world, the Spirit Genesis considered the battle spirit world their property. But now, some stranger came in and caused so much damage to their possessions. Calm down, and think about the positives, thought Hishi, exhaling deeply. After fixing the mess she created, I should receive some merit from heavenly Tao. Although he convinced himself of this, he knew the loss of the sect was not as simple as seen. From this attack, they will lose the prestige gathered for countless generations, affecting their key luck and destiny. As the strongest sect, how could they suffer such tremendous loss? How come they couldn't even protect their world? Many people will have this idea and begin to test the Spirit Genesis sect. If things develop in the worst direction, some of their enemies will become bold and directly attack them. Hishi finally calmed down, so he used his divine sense to send a secret message to some factions. Prepare to open the void battlefield. His voice was cold and full of killing intent, indicating a terrible fate would befall anyone who did not follow his order. He looked at Su Shi, his eyes red with anger and hatred. However, the reply he received was indifference and maybe even a little scorn. Su Shi did not feel bad about her actions. Being of their level have different levels of morality. Furthermore, she understood that if she did not do this to the battle spirit world, they would have done it to the myriad emperor world. She read the history of the martial hegemony world and knew they were once invited by a foreign Taoist faction, almost devastating their world. As such, she knew how cruel battles between different planes or worlds were. Sushur even believed the assassin sent to kill the Heavenly Emperor also received orders to cause as much chaos as possible. As such, she will never show compassion regarding such a thing. Battle Spirit World, a few minutes ago. What is the situation? Asked Patriarchy. No one can leave or enter the sect because of the powerful seal. I know this. Am asking what are we doing to deal with the situation? His face was red, trying to hide the anger he was feeling. Never in his wildest dream would he have thought someone had the balls to attack their sect. All our immortals and insurgents are attacking simultaneously, but the seal is not budging, replied Elder Jia, stressed out beyond any level he has ever felt in his entire life. Even the ancestors can't do anything? Sadly, no. Patriarch, he grunted. He caressed his temple, trying to think of a quick solution. Suddenly, he felt a wind around and looked up. Ancestor, we need to leave the formation as soon as possible. Did something happen to my son? He hurriedly asked. Not yet. Because of a seal, my senses are blurry. However, I have a feeling the enemy's plan is not so simple. Patriarch, he sighed in relief. How do we deal with the situation? Without activating the four-symbol mirror, the only way I can think of is to use the weapon slaves. However, is it worth it to use them now? The artifact will take too long to activate, and the weapon slaves are a last resort. Our best option is to use one of the protecting Tao talismans to open a hole in this seal so that I can leave and assist the Patriarch. Chapter 943 Battle of Eternals 3 943 Battle of Eternals 3 Protecting Tao Talisman. Huh? Muttered Patriarch, he, feeling a slight pain in his heart at the prospect of using these things. The Spirit Genesis sect has a few things that could be considered the ultimate foundation of the sect, and the first one is obviously the four-symbol mirror. As long as the mirror is here, the sect can survive any trial, tribulation, or catastrophe. Another ultimate foundation of the Spirit Genesis sect is the protecting Tao talismans, derived from the four-symbol mirror. Their ancestor found a way to condense the Empyrean power from the artifact into a talisman. The power of this talisman is more mobile than the mirror, as they do not require a long time to activate. The only downside to these talismans is it's hard to control their powers, and even one thing requires an extremely long time to condense. A great emperor can use their Tao to accelerate the process, and Eternals can condense 2 talismans during their stay in the lower dimension. Fine, you can use it, said Patriarchy after hesitating for a few seconds. Then, please, give access, said Ancestor he. The Patriarch was momentarily confused before remembering the sect's rules. Only the Patriarch can activate the ultimate foundation of the sect. Now that his son could not be reached, and it was an emergency, as the former Patriarch, only he could grant permission to access the talismans. Patriarch, he gave the ancestor his token without wasting time, and the latter disappeared. A few minutes later, everyone in the sect senses a powerful immortal energy, followed by an even more terrifying power. The seal above their sect trembled and cracked, making everyone ecstatic. Unfortunately, these people's smiles did not last long. The cracks healed themselves. Damn it, how could the seal be so powerful? Yelled Ancestor he, as he tried to mobilize as many immortal ki allowed to power this talisman. Unfortunately, his attempt was pointless. The seal did not originate from Sushur, but was condensed by Wang Wei himself, containing his peak power of 69 Grand Dao Source. The Tao protecting talisman is powerful, but its strength was not close to the mirror, probably reaching 60 Grand Dao Source. Under normal circumstances, such strength is enough to walk sideways in the lower dimension. Unfortunately, the Spirit Genesis sect met a freak like Wang Wei. After all, he did not acquire the title of immeasurable emperor for nothing. Patriarch, we need to use a second talisman. Are you serious? Asked Patriarchy, feeling a pain in his heart, thinking of their sect's loss in this attack. This is not the time to hesitate. Our loss will be even greater if something happens to the sect master. Patriarch, he remembered his son who was in danger and gritted his teeth. Don't hesitate. Use 2 more talismans to ensure nothing goes wrong. In the distance, the immortal sovereign showed a rare look of approval. He can destroy this ceiling and reverse the situation with 2 more talismans. So, he did not hesitate and used 2 more protecting Tao talismans. With this boost, he easily Barado the seal, making Ancestor he smile. Alas, his happiness was also short. An unknown power reinforced the seal. Luckily, he reacted swiftly and left the sect before the seal was completely reinforced. Ancestor he frowned after exiting the seal. He found himself in a golden world with chants echoing in the background. Buddhism? Donor, unfortunately, you cannot leave, said a peaceful and gentle voice. Then, a strange monk appeared before Ancestor he. The reason he said it was strange was not because the person was a monk, a religion that should have been extinct in the lower dimension, but because he sensed Taoist principles from this monk's body. You're with the attacker? This poor monk is only here to prevent you from interfering, so there is no need for us to fight, said Feng Hong. Do you think that's possible? Feng Hong sighed. His mission was indeed only to prevent the latter from interfering. According to the Heavenly Emperor, true Heavenly Tao seems very lenient when it comes to breaking the rules toward the Spirit Genesis sect. As such, if their immortal sovereign is pushed to the limit, it's possible for them to use true tier 11 strength in the lower dimension, or at the very least, come close to it. The best plan for this battle is to drag him down while secretly injuring him. Immortal sovereigns have a higher healing ability than Tao ancestors, immortal venerables, and even primarchs, but it is still not on par with great emperors and eternals. So, as long as he is injured, he must spend countless generations returning to his peak. In that case, let's begin, donor, said Feng Hong as brilliant golden light enveloped him. For this battle, he brought one of the supreme treasures of Buddhism, the Chaos Treasure Buddha world. As such, he had the home advantage. Battle Spirit World, Eastern Region. The Battle Spirit World is a long, continuous continent with 4 seas in the north, south, west, and east. Despite having no break between continents like the Myriad Emperor world, the continent is also divided into 5: the Central, East, West, North, and South regions. Because of the overbearing nature of the Spirit Genesis sect, all the top factions of the world moved out from the Central region, leaving only a few weak emperor lineages that served as the eyes of these factions, keeping tabs on the Spirit Genesis sect. So, when Su Shur attacked, everyone paid attention to the Central region. When she dropped billions of Chaos Suns into that area, these factions acted to create barriers to prevent the destruction from reaching other regions. Their actions were somewhat successful. Unfortunately, they did not know these suns contained Choas power and underestimated the destruction it would have caused. Regardless of the final outcome, the one who suffered the greatest loss was still the Spirit Genesis sect, and they were more than happy with the result. The Purple Key sect is the overlord of the Eastern region, and it's also known as the second most powerful faction of the world with 10 great emperors, one of which was an eternal. Inside a room was a young, handsome man dressed in a purple robe with a golden crown, long black hair, and a jade pendant hanging on his side. The young man opened his eyes, revealing his 2 different color eyes, one blue and one red. The Purple Spirit Eyes is a unique physique of the Purple Key sect, and this generation's patriarch was born with it. The sect celebrated and thought they could cultivate another eternal, taking another step to catch up to the Spirit Genesis sect. Alas, things didn't go well. The Purple Spirit King lost to Hishii in the final battle and was severely injured. His situation would have been worse if he had not used all his means to escape. After hearing Hishii's command to open the void battlefield, the Purple Spirit King frowned before calling for a world council, contacting all the factions in the world. After sending the call, he activated the formation to send a projection to the meeting room. He was the first to arrive since he called the meeting, so the Purple Spirit King took his position at this round table. The next person to arrive was the cult master of the ancient Spirit Mountain, a cult that worshipped spirits with 11 great emperors. Although this lineage has the same number of emperors as the Spirit Genesis sect before this generation, they had no eternals, and 2 of their emperors were only second class. However, they are considered one of the oldest sects, and their founder, a pseudo-eternal, pioneered the world cultivation system. As such, they were not considered amongst the best in the world. Top 5? Sure, but not among the top 3. The third person to arrive was the War Spirit Temple's War Priest. He was an elderly man dressed in a loose white robe with golden designs weaved into them. However, the man released a naturally oppressive aura, and his bulging muscles did not alleviate this problem. The War Spirit Temple held the position of the third most powerful faction, with 9 great emperors and 1 eternal. Soon, all the top factions showed up for this meeting. You've heard No, the Battle God Emperor's order. What do you think? Asked the Purple Spirit King, not hiding his contempt and hatred. Fuck him, said the War Priest, almost yelling. Veins appeared on his neck and overly toned biceps, and he released a terrifying aura. No one was surprised by this outburst. In this generation, he awakened a spirit related to battle and war. As such, the Spirit Genesis sect bullied and humiliated the War Spirit Temple to better cultivate their heaven chosen. No matter how we feel about him, we cannot ignore his order, said Cult Master Howing. The outsider is causing chaos in our world. We cannot let them. I have a better proposal, said the Saintess of the Flower Spirit Valley, a sect with 5 great emperors and 1 eternal, all women. We let the foreigners cause chaos and weaken the Spirit Genesis sect. That way, we may have a chance. The room becomes quiet, everybody with their own thoughts. Chapter 944 Secret Machinations 944 Secret Machinations Unedited Chapter. Your idea is fine and all, but what about the aftermath? Yes, once the Spirit Genesis sect begins to liquidate us, what can we do? Have you guys truly lost your spine? Asked the War Priest. After this war, they will focus on recuperating. How could they care about us? And in the unlikely chance that she is dead, the Muscle Man did not continue his words, making some people revel in their imagination. Unfortunately, these people knew it was not a simple thing to kill an eternal emperor. As tempting as this idea is, we all know the Spirit Genesis sect will remain dominant as long as they have that weapon, said the Purple Spirit King, exhaling deeply. For some reason, heaven and earth have begun to change in recent years. The restrictions on that weapon are beginning to loosen, said the seer, an elderly man dressed sloppily and with all white eyes with no pupil. He is the leader of the Fate Spirit sect. Their sect only had 3 great emperors, but their founder was an eternal who proved the Tao with divination Tao, and all other emperors awakened a fate-related spirit, making them extremely valuable in the world as the main source of intelligence gathering. Lord Seer, do you know the reason? Asked everybody respectfully. Although this old man was not the strongest of this group, everybody feared and respected him because of the knowledge and secrets he knew. The secrets of heaven cannot be easily detected. I only know it's because of some mechanism of heaven and earth. Does this have to do with the recent changes in the upper dimension? Maybe, replied the seer, making everybody quiet. Their situation is worse than expected if the latter says it is true. It was difficult for the Spirit Genesis sect to activate their weapon in the past, but now they learn it will be easier for them to do so. In that case, let's forget it, said the Purple Spirit King. Let's protect our region and help him activate the Void Battlefield. I can help with your situation. Everyone looked at the person who spoke, and their faces changed. An unknown stranger was in their meeting, and they did not even notice it. Who are you? Roared the War Priest. You're a very spirited individual, aren't you? Said the intruder, as the person gazed at the War Priest. The man felt the fear of God for the first in his life. His war spirit, which was the embodiment of boldness and never backing down, almost crumbled, and his Tao heart almost shattered. Luckily, the intruder removed his gaze. I am the person responsible for this attack, and I can help your situation. Your Excellency, whoever you are, it does not change the fact you are an outsider, said the Purple Spirit King, secretly swallowing his saliva to calm himself down. He did not succumb to the same gaze as the war priest, but he felt an instinctual fear when the person revealed his presence. "There is no point in saying these hypocritical words now," said Wang Wei's projection. "You have an enemy, and the same enemy happens to be my enemy. So why can't we be friends?" No one said anything for a while before the flower spirit Sanus asked, "How can you help us?" "Simple. I will give you an excuse why you could not help He," replied Wang Wei. "I will send people to attack your factions, and that should be more than enough to explain to the Spirit Genesis sect once the battle ends." This might work. However, no one said anything afterward. Wang Wei shook his head. "Your hearts are full of fear. You have been oppressed for so long that you have developed the mentality of the weak, the mentality of losers." These people's faces changed and became ugly. They wanted to rebut him, but they did not dare. For one, they were scared of the intruder's display of power, and second, they knew he was correct. "Let's fucking do it," roared the war priest. "Huh? You've awakened so soon? It seems I underestimated you." He thought this guy would have to spend years to get out of the fear he instilled in him, trying to repair his Tao heart. But in such a short time, he awakened and sublimated his Tao heart. The war priest snorted. "Our war spirit temple does not walk the path of invincibility, so defeat is acceptable to us. However, fear is only for cowards and the weak-minded." Although he knew he could not defeat this man even in his entire life, he would never allow himself to cower before anyone, no matter who they were. "Interesting," said Wang Wei as he looked at this man. "With your current state, it's only a matter of time before you reach a higher level with your temple's war god record. If you can wash away your karma, you might prove the Tao and even have a chance at achieving eternity." "How do you know so much?" asked the war priest, baffled. "Because he's the embodiment of fate itself," uttered the seer while trembling. Everyone looked at him, not hiding their puzzlement. "So, do you agree with my offer?" asked Wang Wei. "Why not?" said the purple spirit king, who suddenly felt envious of the war priest. A secret part of him felt it was a great honor to receive praise from the intruder. Of course, he would never admit this truth. "Wise choice," said Wang Wei. Not giving the others time to make a choice, he raised his hand, and a subtle change occurred in this illusory space. Everybody felt something had happened, but they did not know exactly what. "Sir?" asked the saintess. "Don't worry. I'm only taking precautions to prevent anyone from revealing the truth to the Spirit Genesis sect under threat or temptation." This was indeed a problem, but these people wondered why this outsider was so concerned about their world. Shouldn't he be glad they can turn against each other, plundering the world into chaos? Wang Wei did not explain anything to them and prepared to leave. "My lord, wait," said the seer. His projection stood up from his seat and kowtowed on the ground. "Please, take me as your disciple." "Sir Seer," said multiple people as they stood up from their seats. It was one thing to work with an outsider, but something entirely different to become their disciple. "You do not understand," said the seer with a deep sigh. "Our founder's greatest regret is he could only peek at a corner of the wonder that is fate. Meanwhile, all our descendants have fallen into the outlaw trial or are scared even to participate. We thought it was impossible for anyone to succeed, but a living example exists before me. If I don't take this chance, I know I will regret it for the rest of my life." People looked at the seer with a different look. Some understood, while others were still confused. After all, not everyone knew. Wang Wei calmly looked at the elderly man before him and said, "I have no desire to take in an apprentice now, and your destiny and luck are not enough to bear the karma of being my apprentice. However, I admire your desire to pursue the Tao, so will give you a gift." He raised his hand to condense some of his understanding of fate into a talisman. The talisman disappeared in the distance, appearing before the seer in the Fate Spirit sect. "Thank you, Lord, for the gift," said the seer, still remaining in his Kowtow form. Although disappointed he could not become the latter's apprentice, such a gift is enough to become the foundation of their sect, allowing them to better peer at the secrets of fate while reducing the price they must make. Wang Wei nodded. He had his reasons for caring so much about the battle spirit world and granting this man such a gift. The heavenly court must expand to the lower dimension, having a relationship or contact with all heaven will world. As such, he did not want to leave a bad impression on these people with Susher's actions. Otherwise, it would become troublesome in their future interactions, so he needed to alleviate their relationship to the best of his ability. He does not hope these people will help him with his work. He will be satisfied if they do not interfere. If he plays his card correctly, the elderly man might become his aide when he intervenes in the affairs of this world. At the very least, he will be an ambassador that connects the two worlds. Once his work finished, Wang Wei's projection disappeared. Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court. Wang Wei continued to observe everything that was happening in the battle spirit world. It was truly a mistake for our world to alienate ourselves from the outside, he commented. He did not show up only to instigate these factions, but also because he wanted to analyze and copy their void battlefield, since he had the same idea for his battle with Old Man Nether. Eternal Emperor's destructive ability is too powerful, so most heaven will create a void battlefield, a special dimension where these godlike entities can use their full power without affecting the world in the slightest. Heavenly Daos limit is second class, so any first class and above emperors can destroy the world if they go on a rampage. Wang Wei looked in the distance. He saw many worlds with a void battlefield. It's a product of a well-developed civilization. The Immortal Avenue Pact reduced the presence and battle of immortal powerhouses. However, if the world had a void battlefield, so many lives and world source could have been saved. When a heaven-devouring emperor went on a rampage, Wang Wei could imagine how many people died in that catastrophe. If the world had communicated with the outside and built a void battlefield, they could have forced him into it and saved much effort. Forget it. There is no point in thinking about this, concluded Wang Wei. Building a void battlefield was not a simple thing and needed very rare and valuable materials. Furthermore, his task is even more difficult since he wants to build one capable of bearing the strength of Empyreans. Maybe I can get merit for this thing, suddenly thought Wang Wei. If I can change the order of the entire lower dimension, making that once cultivator with the strength of first class and above release certain fluctuations, they will instantly be teleported to the void battlefield. His eyes lit up since the idea was feasible. Upon success, he will save countless lives and save multiple worlds' countless world source. If I want to succeed, I will need a special void battlefield and also enter the taboo realm of Battle Realm. The best way to accomplish this plan would be to go to each world community and change things. However, Wang Wei felt it would be better for his strength to enter the taboo field and do it in one step. Such a method would ensure higher success, and he won. To have to deal with all these people he knows will try to stop him for one reason or another. Chapter 945 The battle reaches its pinnacle. 945 The battle reaches its pinnacle. He-she's fierce eyes glanced at Susher while observing his surroundings. The world was in utter darkness without a sun. The Yang and Yin were out of balance, with Yin energy overabundant. So many people died, and with the overwhelming amount of Yin energy, countless ghosts or evil spirits were being born with each passing second. He-she's mind flashed to how peaceful and beautiful the world used to be and compared it to now, and his anger maxed out. Fighting heaven and earth, a terrifying fighting intent manifested around. He-she drastically increased his aura. A source technique? Thought Susher with a serious gaze, analyzing the situation. She saw the latter condensed an immense amount of fighting intent that exists between heaven and earth to boost his strength. He-she waved his halberd like it was a toy with no weight. Then, he disappeared and reappeared before Susher and smashed down. The space around her compressed, not giving her an opportunity to react or escape. With that swing of the halberd, it was like the entire world was against her. Boom! Susher's body could not withstand the power behind that attack, so she exploded into a brilliant mist of light. He-she frowned as he knew things were not so simple. As expected, less than a second afterward, her body recondensed on its own. Life and death Dao? It was already difficult to kill eternal emperors, but now he was facing someone who controlled these two Daos that were excelling at healing or overcoming death. His strength increased only by 1 Dao source. Yet I find it difficult to keep up, thought Su Shi with a sigh. Since one attack cannot kill you, I will use 1,000 more, said He Shi with a sneer. Dividing heaven and earth, He Shi proved the Tao using battle and martial art, so his arsenal of techniques are diverse. One of his signature techniques used dividing Tao, allowing him to separate things into 2 or multiple parts. So, with this one slash, he had the power to divide the entire world into 2. He focused all the strength of this technique on the attack, targeting only Su Shi and minimizing the damage to the battle spirit world. Chaos armor. Su Shi's myriad Dao pot released a great amount of gray clouds, condensing them into a shield around her. Crack! Her defense almost crumbled as cracks materialized all over the cloud. Her face became pale as blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. 1 drop of blood fell on the ground, and before hitting the earth, turned into a vast ocean that flooded countless dynasties, both mortal and spiritual. Dividing primordial chaos, He Shi attacked a second time, targeting his opponent's unique power. As his halberd fell down, it now contained the power to divide primordial chaos, the fundamental force that exists at the beginning of the chaos universe. Su Shi knew the power of this attack and the fact she could not block it. So, she abandoned most of her defense and focused on the opponent's Tao will. All she needed to do was to prevent He Shi's Tao will from entering her body and soul. Then, she could revive herself. Boom! The fog was useless before the halberd. The myriad Dao pot flew into the distance with some scratches on its body. As for Su Shi's beautiful body, it exploded into 1,000,000,000,000 scattered particles. Damn it, thought He Shi, who knew he failed to kill his opponent. He secretly exhaled to calm down. Why haven't these guys opened the void battlefield yet? He took a brief moment to check the situation and noticed 4 potent aura in each of the other regions. Are they also attacked? A part of him felt relieved after knowing he was not the only one suffering. However, he also understood this was a targeted attack, and his enemy did not want other people to come to his aid. Su Shi reappeared from the drop of blood that fell on the ground. She looked at her opponent with great concentration. You should understand you're not my opponent. Why don't you save us both the effort and stop this pointless battle, said He Shi calmly. Despite his overwhelming anger, he knew this was the best choice for the current situation. Killing a foreign eternal emperor was extremely difficult since he would need to erase her history. But that involved finding her identity first. Tell me who you are and who sent you. Then our grudge will end. Do you think you're the only one with a source technique? Asked Su Shi with a sneer, making He Shi frown. His first thought was that his opponent was bluffing. Source techniques are rare, but not the point he believed only he would have them. According to his analysis, his attacker is a young eternal, proving the Tao in this generation, meaning she should not have much time to create her own source technique. As for an existing technique from whatever factions she originated from, well, He Shi believed that if she had such techniques, she would have used them as a primary Grand Tao boost at the beginning of the battle unless her source technique was one of her trump cards. No, my assumptions are wrong. She cultivates time Tao, so she should have plenty of time to create a source technique. He immediately wanted to stop her, but it was too late. A mysterious aura emanated from Su Shi's body. Her closed eyes and facial expression displayed intense sadness and longing. What is this? Emotions? No, it should be an obsession. During their Tao discussion, the Heavenly Emperor said something that greatly resonated with Su Shi. According to him, there are a few things that can allow any individual to rebel against their fate and create miracles. The first one is unparalleled intelligence and wisdom. The second is unmatched willpower. The third is an unwavering Tao heart. And lastly, unrelenting obsessions. After hearing these words, Su Shi felt inspired. So she created a unique source technique called Seed of Obsession. She used her desire and obsession to revive her husband into a seed before nourishing it with the power of time. With the power of time, she can experience countless alternative timelines where she does everything possible to revive her husband, but ultimately fails. However, no matter the trial and tribulation, she never stopped trying, thus nourishing her obsession. Cultivating this technique is extremely difficult and requires people who have deep desire or obsession. Furthermore, there is a flaw in this technique in which it's easy for people to be devilized as the obsession takes over their soul and spirit, turning them into mindless puppets only dedicated to completing their obsession. As the creator of this technique, even she is not immune to this possible side effect. As of now, this source technique only grants her an increase of 1.5 Grandau source, but there is still room for improvement. As long as she continues nourishing her obsession, the boost can reach a minimum of 5 and even reach a higher level. Additionally, this technique is also a great way to temper the state of mind and Dao heart. Sushar opened her eyes, and they had turned completely pink. Her pot spewed more gray fog, which then condensed into a beautiful white sword. She instantly materialized before she, slashing down her weapon. True Death Sword. Sushar's sword contained the power of true death, meaning she would kill her opponent's Dao body, soul, and even Dao if she kills Shi with this sword. Reviving himself even as an eternal emperor will become 100 times more difficult and require as many resources. The battle god emperor knew the consequences of not blocking that sword, so he reacted faster than he ever had in his entire life. Unfortunately, a river had manifested above him, freezing time for the entire world. So, Shi watched his death rapidly approaching. As a great emperor, he is semi-detached from space-time itself, hence his immortality or infinite lifespan, so his mind could still barely operate. I have no choice now, he thought as he used one of his trump cards. 5 spots of light appeared on his body, focusing on the upper and lower torso area. A terrifying aura emanated from Shi as his fleshly body suddenly increased drastically, breaking into the infant fiend god realm. Bang! He flew away, crashing into the earth, generating a terrifying force that could annihilate the entire central region. Luckily, Shi reacted swiftly and used his soul to quell the destructive force his landing created. He coughed a mouthful of blood, but Shi did not care about that. His armor was broken, leaving a deep wound on his chest that was pulsating with black energy. Her Dao will, thought Shi with an ugly expression. His opponent successfully planted their Dao will inside his body, and it was a strange one, too. He could feel the will was constantly exuding waves or fluctuations, making it difficult for others to remove or influence it. In other words, Shi's current injury is considered a Dao injury, and it's not something he can easily deal with. Or these 5 lights, thought Sushar, analyzing the situation. Did he refine his 5 internal organs with 5 spirits of the 5 elements attributes? That's the only explanation she could come up with, but she did not understand why Shi's body was so weak with such a technique. Unless whatever technique he is using is not finished yet, or it can only temporarily boost his fleshly body. She glanced at him, analyzing every detail. His aura is weird. His strength did not seem to increase, but his overall defense seemed to be boosted by a few percent. The situation immediately changed the battle. Sushar's current strength should be above Shi by 0.5 Grandau source. However, with the anomaly of his new technique, his defense increased by another 2 Grandau source. Since only his defense increased, I only need to do one thing: try to aggravate my Dao will inside his body and weaken him. Sushar watched the battle between the Heavenly Emperor and Tion, learning from it especially Wang Wei's application of his Dao will and will manifestation. Then, she created her own application called Fluctuation using her knowledge and understanding of music as a base. Chapter 946, True Purpose. 946, True Purpose. Boom. 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 Sushar and Shi kept clashing. Their battle took them everywhere in the central region, wreaking havoc everywhere. By now, there were no living beings in that area. A few emperor lineages were lucky enough and acted swiftly enough to use their sex Emperor array to run away from the center of the battlefield. Alas, the mortals and weaker lineages did not have such luck. If not for the other factions isolating the central region, the devastation caused by these two would have spread throughout the entire battle spirit realm. Their clashes were nonstop. Upon closer observation, it's obvious she was in a hurry. Meanwhile, Su Shi was more composed, focusing on preventing her opponent from healing by removing her Tao will. However, she also was not in the best shape. She discovered that prolonged fighting would affect the seed of obsession, increasing her chances of being devilized. She realized her technique was still flawed and needed to be improved. Buddha World, Feng Hung was having the easiest time. He only needed to keep his opponent from leaving. Meanwhile, Ancestor He, who had countless minor injuries, gritted his teeth in anger as he tried his best to kill the damn monk. "Donor, why must you do this?" said Feng Hung as he slapped his opponent away with a shining golden palm. "You damn monk. You will regret your actions. Donor, anger is not good for your body. So, let's stop this pointless battle." Ancestor, he was disgusted by this monk's smug face. "Do you think I don't know where you're from? Oh, please enlighten me." The path of Buddhism was cut off from the myriad emperor world. It is the source of the absolute beginning magic. Only from there must it be resolved and allow monks to appear in this world. Feng Hung sighed. This poor monk cannot belittle the heroes of the world. Ancestor, he frowned. This was not the reaction he expected after revealing the news. The latter did not seem to care about revealing his identity. "Donor, you seem to have something in your mind. You don't seem to care about your identity being revealed, even with the prospect of an interplanar war." "That is correct." "Why? What do you think?" asked Feng Hung with a smile. An Ancestor, his face suddenly changed. He remembered when he tried to pierce through the seal around the sect. A mysterious force appeared and prevented his action, and that power was extremely scary. Does the myriad emperor world have a powerhouse with such power? Impossible. It must be some sort of weapon. However, such a conclusion did not make the situation any better. Such strength is capable of competing with the four-symbol mirror. Therefore, it was not in the spirit Genesis sect's favor for their enemy to have such a weapon. "Do you think such a simple trick can affect my mind?" said Ancestor, he with a sneer. "Donor, you can think whatever is soothing to your sanity," replied Feng Hung with a humble and polite smile. He looked in the distance. "It's almost time." Spirit Genesis sect. Patriarch, he waited patiently while tapping his right foot. "What is taking so long?" "Sorry, Patriarch. The seal has also affected the mirror, so it's taking longer to activate," replied one of the sect's elders. "We cannot wait any longer." "Then, what do you want us to do?" "Use a sacrifice." "Is this really necessary? We only need to wait a while?" asked Patriarch Jia. "This is not the time for hesitation. Each passing second means a new variable." According to their plan, the Ancestor should have dealt with the situation by now, or at least give him an update. But a few minutes had passed, and there was no news. This could only mean something unexpected had occurred. Very well. The elders sent the orders, and someone executed them. In a secret dimension of the sect stood a bronze mirror. In the back was an engraving of the divine beasts of vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and azure dragon, each positioned in the correct cardinal directions of south, north, west, and east. There were cracks on the side of the mirror, and it was surrounded by countless runes. A person walked into the room, carrying 3 others in chains and tattered clothes. The man carrying the prisoners did not waste time, as he immediately recited a spell. Following this, the 3 prisoners had their blood drained by the mirror. They tried to resist, but it was futile. The mirror seemed greedy and absorbed their flesh, blood, soul, and inner worlds before releasing a terrifying aura. Finally, it released a brilliant light that directly attacked the seal. Buddha World. Feng Hung suddenly paused as a voice entered his mind. Then, without hesitation, he attacked Ancestor, he with all his strength. He borrowed the strength of the Buddha World, giving him a blessing of 2 grand Tao source. Central Region. Su Shi received the same message. Afterward, She did something surprising. She allowed He-She's attack to hit her. Her body exploded into countless particles, and she never appeared again. Run away? Damn it, roared He-She, who swore this was far from over. Then, his face turned ugly as he saw a colossal hand descending from the sky. He felt powerless before that hand. Immediately, He-She knew the people behind this attack. There's only been one thing he felt this powerless. It was when he invaded the myriad Emperor World's cleanup. That young man did a random punch and almost killed him. His body trembled, but he stimulated his pain receptors, using pain to combat the fear. No, I cannot die yet. Luck was in He-She's favor, or Wang Wei's attack was never him in the first place. The hand directly confronted the beam of light released by the mirror, and they were in a stalemate for a while. The world should have been in absolute darkness due to the lack of the sun, but the confrontation of these two illuminated everything. Impossible. How could he be so powerful? Alas, no one paid attention to him, let alone responded. Wang Wei's hand confronted the beam of light for a few seconds before dispersing. A few seconds later, the beam of light disappeared, making He-She sigh in relief. Unfortunately, his happiness was too soon. The same hand appeared again, and its target seemed to be different. The Spirit Genesis Sex Key Lux Dragon manifested, illuminating the world with his multicolored body. The big hand targeted a crown on the dragon's head with the character for strongest. No, roared He-She, and the dragon felt his emotion. It tried to resist, but it was futile. Activate the mirror again, ordered He-She, but his orders were useless. True heavenly Tao was lenient against their sect, but there was a limit. The previous confrontation was already too much, so how could it allow them to activate the broken Empyrean artifact again and to such a level? Therefore, Wang Wei easily stripped the title of the strongest sect from the Spirit Genesis sect. Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. Wang Wei gazed at his hand, which was bleeding profusely. Wire, you're injured? Said Yu Yan with a slightly open mouth. Indeed. Can someone injure you? It's an artifact, he replied calmly. Are you okay? Better than ever, he said with a brilliant smile. Invincible was indeed lonely. Hence why he was looking forward to his battle with Old Man Nether. Now that he was injured, he was happy, knowing the lower dimensions still had many unknown variables he did not know. Why aren't you healing? She asked. I don't know, but it seems higher tiers have a natural ability similar to Tao when confronting lower tiers, analyzed Wang Wei. He now knew that regular Empyreans could easily injure and kill even Eternals, even without Tao will. What should we do? Do you want to contact Elder Dan? No need, replied Wang Wei as he cut off the injured hand and regrew one. He could feel it was still weak and would require some time to heal perfectly, but it was better than before. Anyway, everything was worth it, said Wang Wei as a crown appeared on his hand. This is, from now on, our sect is the strongest faction in the lower dimension. He waved his hand, and the crown fused with the sect's key luck. If Wang Wei did not hide it, terrifying visions would be visible to the entire world. However, unlike the Spirit Genesis sect, he wanted to be more low-key, regardless of his intentions. The insurgents and immortals of the sect detected the change in key luck, and they were all surprised after learning the truth. Meanwhile, Wang Wei waited for someone. Luckily, he did not have to wait for long. Soon afterward, Wang Ju appeared before him, kneeling on one knee with something in her hand. Wang Wei glanced at the head, who looked shocked, confused, and horrified, and asked, Your mission succeeded? Yes, the assassination was successful. Did you encounter any problem? None at all. Wang Wei nodded. After killing the injured immortal sovereign of the Spirit Genesis sect, their sect foundation was further weakened. Chapter 947 Mission Overaccomplished. 947 Mission Overaccomplished. Wang Wei took the head, looking at the middle-aged man. He could be described as extremely handsome, probably a lattice man. However, with his current state, none of that mattered. Wang Wei pointed to the head's forehead, manifesting a dark gray, complex runes. Curse of Fate, he used Ancestor Jia's head and his connection to the Spirit Genesis sect to place a terrifying curse on their members. Wang Wei was extremely careful not to alert everybody else, especially their potent artifact. Luckily, the sect was still in a state of chaos, and the artifact was in a semi-recovering state, making it the perfect time to cast this curse. This should be enough preparation, he thought. Is there anything else you want to report? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, nodded Wang Ju. Although I was limited by time, I acquired some valuable information and also hurt their sect foundation. Oh, do tell. Wang Wei only tasked her with the assassination. He knew the danger. Therefore, he did not want her to take the risk. I learned they have two ultimate trump cards besides the artifact, the protecting Dao talismans and the weapon slaves. One of their immortal sovereigns used the talisman to break through the seal. Wang Wei remembered the power that broke his seal, which was different from the artifact he had just confronted. The weapon slave? I only heard the name, but no information, but we can deduce some information based on the name. True. Weapon salve slave to a weapon. What weapon could anyone or anything from the Spirit Genesis sect be? Of course, it's their broken Empyrean artifact. The concept of weapon slave exists in the myriad Emperor world, mostly in Sword Dao factions or weapon refining lineages. Some weapons are too powerful or have too much negative or baleful aura, demonizing them. If their users cannot properly control these weapons, the weapon will consume their souls, turning them into mindless creatures controlled by their women, other words, weapon slaves. Many sword factions will purposely cultivate sword slaves to use people's souls to nourish the spirituality of unique weapons in their faction, ensuring the sword intent, sword will, or Dao rhymes of these weapons do not dissipate after countless years. With this knowledge, Wang Wei and Wang Ju could deduce the Spirit Genesis sect cultivated unique weapon slaves using their artifact. They infused the Empyrean power in the sect in a person, drastically increasing their opponents. Such a person must have terrifying strength, probably close to Wang Wei's. However, they will never make any advancement in their cultivation and must remain hidden to prevent from being liquidated by true heavenly Dao. Furthermore, their lives are now tied to that artifact, meaning they would cease to exist if something were to happen to it. What else did you do? Asked Wang Wei. I used divination to find the place with the most concentrated luck of their sect and discovered a unique medicine field of their sect, full of emperor medicines. And they seem to have been cultivated using the artifact. Did you bring it? Asked Wang Wei with shining lights. No, I destroyed it, said Wang Ju before quickly explaining. I had little time, and powerful formations and dozens of insurgents protected the field. In a hurry, I had to explore the entire thing. Relax, I don't blame you, reassured Wang Wei. Although he felt it was a pity, it could not be helped given the situation. I'm just glad you're okay and the enemy suffered, said Wang Wei with a brilliant smile. You did an excellent job this time, even exceeding my expectations. There will be plenty of rewards for you later. However, the Fate Shadow Guards still need you to oversee everything. It's my honor to serve the young master, bowed Wang Ju before disappearing. Wang Wei was in an excellent mood, so his smile did not disappear. He looked in the distance where Feng Heng and Su Shi waited for him. He sent a projection. Thank you for your hard work, said Wang Wei. I'm sorry, your majesty. This poor monk could not kill the immortal sovereign. Oh, what happened to him? He exploded his body to open a tear in my Buddha world and escape. However, I did injure his soul while he was running away. In that case, it's fine. Your reward is still the same. Wang Wei chose to be generous. After this battle, Ancestor, he is basically crippled. The essence of immortal sovereigns is still tier 11 despite their tier 10 strength. As such, only resources of the same level can heal him. But where does the lower dimension have any tier 11 spiritual herbs or medicine? His only choice is to use Emperor herbs. But the vast difference between tier 10 and tier 11 makes it extremely difficult to use lower tier resources to heal. The effect of using Emperor herbs or pills to heal would be the same as a quasi-emperor using profound tier resources to heal himself. Before Wang Ju destroyed the medical field, ancestor he might have had a chance. After all, the Spirit Genesis sect was probably using that medicinal field to grow top-tier emperor medicine using the power of the broken Empyrean artifact. But now it was destroyed. Feng Heng felt relieved after hearing this. Wang Wei looked at Su Shi and said, "You did an excellent job." He then sighed, "Fellow Taoist, I have to say, from ancient to modern times, you're truly a talented emperor." After seeing that battle, seeing her application of the Tao will and her source technique, Wang Wei had a newfound admiration for her talent. Many people might believe her achievement was the result of Lin Fan's talent, but he understood that even Lin Fan was not guaranteed to achieve what she did. In the end, talent only means potential. How to turn potential into strength was something entirely different. In Wang Wei's opinion, Su Shi made full use of Lin Fan's talent, even pushing beyond its limits. "Thank you, Your Majesty," said Su Shi with an ethereal smile. Typically, she would not care about such a comment. However, it was different coming from someone like the Heavenly Emperor. That was true recognition from an unparalleled genius and pinnacle powerhouse. Wang Wei nodded. He knew Su Shi had not reached his full potential. Furthermore, after ascending to the upper dimension, she might become even more accomplished if she is brave enough to recast her foundation. Maybe she will be useful in the future after ascending. Your reward will come after the third court meeting. So, be patient for a while. In that case, this poor monk will leave, said Feng Heng. After experiencing the battle and hearing the Heavenly Emperor's words, he wanted to return to his sect and cultivate. Feng Heng had his own arrogance after surviving this terrifying generation, so he refused to be the weakest eternal emperor. His first order of business after returning will be to create his own unique source technique. Su Shi bowed before also leaving. She would not let the Heavenly Emperor's words and this battle get to her head. The path of the Emperor was long, and her journey had just started. Wang Wei calmly watched them leave before looking in the distance. His objectives were both accomplished and unfulfilled. The missing link was actually He Shi, whom he felt was not pushed to his limit or as simple as he seems. The reason for his conclusion is Wang Wei had a feeling the latter would have survived had he directly targeted him instead of that artifact. However, he could not fathom how such a thing was possible. Could there be some unknown secret on He Shi? Or is he secretly being protected by someone else? Like Emperor Jia? Wang Wei frowned. If he is protected, why? Why is he important to Emperor Jia? More importantly, what is this old monster planning, and how strong is he now? He had so many questions, but no one to answer his doubts. So, he can only find them himself. Wang Wei sighed, entering a relaxed state. There is no need to worry, since I'm already prepared. He cast that curse to prepare for the eventual clash with He Shi and Emperor Jia behind him. When the right time, he can also have a backhand that allows him to retreat in case things get out of control. Wang Wei smiled before the projection disappeared. He knew his stay in the lower dimension would not be boring now that he had opponents like Old Man Nether, Death Reverence, and the corpse-selling sect, the Abyss Gap, and now, the mysterious Emperor Jia. One of the reasons he has his achievements today is because he had someone like D-Tion pushing him to be better than he thought he could. Maybe these people will also bring out more hidden potential while in the Emperor realm. So, Wang Wei was looking forward to it. Back at home, Wang Wei sensed something and looked in one direction. Ancestor Witching is coming out of his retreat soon. Let's have a drink with that old man. Chapter 948 Heaven and Earth Celebration 948 Heaven and Earth Celebration Battle Spirit World. He Shi floated above the heaven, his body shivering with fear, anger, and hatred. The void around trembled due to his agitated emotions. However, he knew this was not the time to be depressed. He looked at the devastation around him and began the repair process. He used his powerful soul to close all the tiers in space in the central regions. There were millions of them, so it took him a while to close them and stabilize the space. In the process, he also removed Su Shi's remaining chaos flames and aura. The next step in the repair was the chaotic spiritual key. If not fixed, it will be impossible for people to absorb it and cultivate. So he had to use his tyrannical soul to soothe the spiritual key, ensuring it returned to the level before this disaster. With these two tasks done, the repairs were halfway done. Ishi raised his head and looked at the place the sun used to be. His hand burrowed his chest and ripped out his heart. Today, the world suffered a catastrophe, said he, his voice reverberating through the entire world. I feel compassion for all sentient beings, so I will use my heart, the essence of flame and yang, to cast the sun and nurture the world. After saying these words, Hishi's heart steadily floated above the sky where the sun used to be. Then, it released an intense, supreme yang power, which in turn rapidly condensed into a sun. Eastern region. Damn, Hishi cursed the purple spirit king. He understood why the latter was doing all of this. The first reason was to save the world and receive merit, and the second was to save the reputation of their sect. From now on, it will forever be recorded in the annals of history that the sun was created by the battle god Emperor, saving all sentient beings. Heavenly Tao will reward the Spirit Genesis sect with destiny and protection for their great contribution. The Purple Spirit King felt aggrieved. He had just weakened his greatest nemesis, but immediately afterward, the latter found a way to make up for some of his loss. The worst part is there was nothing he could do to stop it. No matter how weakened the Spirit Genesis sect is, they will always be the most powerful faction of this world as long as they have that artifact. Now, he had a reason to prevent Hishi from attacking their sects, but if he tried to stop the latter, the Spirit Genesis sect would not hesitate to attack them and plunder their resources to make up for their loss. No, I need to do something. He rushed to contact the others, instigating another World Council. Central Region. Hishi watched his finished work, but things were not finished. Next, he dug out a spleen. I will use my spleen as the source of earth elements to nourish the soil and regrow the destroyed mountains, forests, and spiritual veins. The organs in his hand disappeared, and the world magically changed. The destroyed soils regenerated. Mountains grew from the ground, becoming taller than they ever were. Forests instantly grew from the ground. And more importantly, the destroyed spiritual veins on the ground reconnected and regrew, turning the central region into a paradise for cultivators even more than it used to be. I will use my blood to revive all the lives lost in this disaster, continued Hishi, his voice echoing between heaven and earth. He used a spell that requires a sacrifice, which is his blood. His purpose is to revive all the people who died in this battle. And as an emperor, one drop of his blood is worth all those trillion upon trillion of people, including cultivators. Hishi watched countless people appear in the central region, but he was not happy. The population was too small, especially the mortal population. After a moment of contemplation, he knew the reason. Great emperors and mortals are different dimensional species, so when the latter kills the former, they passively erase the existence of mortals. So, these people who died cannot be revived unless he used existence reconstruction on all of them. I need to replenish the mortal population as soon as possible. I will send someone to get them from the lower realm, thought Hishi. As for the cultivators who died, he knew he had to suffer this loss. The Spirit Genesis sect surrounded itself with allies and people who were obedient to their rules. As such, all their political allies gathered in the central region, resulting in 99 of them dying in this catastrophe. Sushur made sure that none of these emperor lineages would survive even under the protection of their emperor arrays and artifacts. Hishi exhaled calmly. Previously, his plan only reached this far. However, he realized this was an opportunity to stabilize the key luck of the sect. So, he decided to continue. Anyway, his sacrifice was minimal to him. As long as he does not let Sushur's dowel spread, it won't take him long to regrow these organs. I will use my liver, the sourcewood elements, to replenish the flora of heaven and earth. His booming voice appeared in the ears of every living creature like the whisper of an intimate friend. Afterward, many spiritual medicines or herbs destroyed in the previous battle regrow. They range from the lowest rank to the quasi-emperor tier. I will use my lung, the source of metal elements, to make up for the lost ores and metals between heaven and earth. Countless spiritual ores veins or mines grew all across the central region, replenishing the lost to the world. I will use my kidney, the source of all water elements, to nourish everything between heaven and earth. Water is often called the source of life that can nourish all things. So, with Ishi's actions, the entire central region underwent a baptism, nourishing all the newly revived creatures, nourishing the soil, the trees, the mountains, and even the veins underneath the earth. I will use my left as the source of the most een to remove the resentment from this calamity. Without hesitation, Hishi dug out his left eye and sacrificed it. Too many people died in the battle, making the resentment almost substantial. If not dealt with properly, it could fuse with the spiritual key between heaven and earth, making it easier for cultivators to be devilized and lose their minds, turning into mindless agents of slaughter. Ishii raised his right hand to his back, pulling out something his spine. Finally, I will use my spine to support heaven and earth. From now on, even quasi-emperors cannot break the void during battle. The whole world trembled for a moment as the space was reinforced to an unimaginable level. From now on, an eternal emperor's spine will be the source of power in the battle spirit world space, changing the world for the better. As soon as he finished, the sky changed as countless visions manifested. Then, a voice echoed throughout the entire world. Thank you to the great emperor for saving all sentient beings and achieving great merit. All the mortals of the battle spirit world seemed to have this single thought embedded into their minds by heaven and earth, so they knelt on the ground and kowtowed while chanting these words repeatedly. The power of incense? Thought Hishi, who did not expect to have such a benefit. With such quantity, his cultivation should take a small step forward. I guess my actions were worth it, he thought as he looked at the sky. After the visions ended, a glowing purple orb descended from heaven to his hand. Heavenly Tao rewarded him with purple merit for his contribution. He was excited but controlled his emotions. He still needed to check whether he accomplished his main objective. So, he checked the sect's key luck dragon without hesitation. He saw the previously proud dragon had lost countless scales, and its body was bleeding. However, its aura was no longer as majestic and mighty as it used to be. Luckily, a new power manifested out of nowhere and healed a few of the wounds. Furthermore, the continuous declining aura had drastically reduced its speed. This is enough for now to stabilize the situation. Now it's time for the next step. Hishi disappeared, returning to the sect. Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei, who was drinking alone, sighed. This Hishi is truly not simple. In such a short time, he came up with such a method to stabilize the sect's luck. No talent who can prove the Tao is simple. Even if they were, the process slowly rises to the top, and trampling on others will change anyone. Furthermore, anyone who has witnessed the very source or origin of the Tao will never see the world in a simple manner. In other words, any great emperor is destined to be extraordinary from other cultivators. So far, you've caught my attention. Then, let's see if you'll become a worthy adversary, muttered before continuing to drink. Without Li Jun to accompany him to drink, he felt lonely. Luckily, he only had to wait a few days for Ancestor Wuching to have a drinking buddy. Chapter 949 Ruthlessness. 949 Ruthlessness. Hishi sat on a throne, the room turning completely red due to his anger and killing intent. The situation seemed aggravated because he had no shirt, a gushing wound on his torso, and was missing one eye. The elders, disciples, and even his own father trembled because of his terrifying aura. Ancestor He's soul became slighter and weaker as he resisted the pressure from the latter's aura in such a terrible state. In this atmosphere, no one dared say anything, especially since they knew their mistake. The sect master found a way to stabilize the key luck of the sect, but after returning, he learned that they had lost two of their greatest foundations. Hishi was truly outraged. He thought the situation did not get any worse than losing their strongest sect title, but he was wrong. They lost an immortal sovereign, the other was crippled, and finally, they lost their most precious medicine garden. That garden has been with the sect for billions of years, and it was extremely arduous to cultivate. It's not a simple thing to mobilize the power from the four-symbol mirror, and once they succeed, it's usually a very tiny portion. However, the medicine grown in that garden contained the purest and most potent power from the mirror. The sect only has 2 immortal sovereigns, but that's only because of the balance mechanism of true heavenly Tao. As long as they want, they can use the resources in that garden to train countless immortal sovereigns. Now, it is all gone. Years of effort, planning, and biding their time wasted in one instant. Ishii looked at all these people, and all he could think about was how incompetent they were. If they were not members of his sect and his family, he would have slaughtered them all. He took a deep breath to calm down. Now was not the time for agitated emotions or even holding people accountable. He needed to deal with the situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, the sect will suffer even more. Ishii calmed down and entered a state of deep focus, analyzing the situation and planning his next step. That bastard, Wang Wei, is ruthless. He did all these to weaken the sect and have justification to take our title. Ishii knew the title could not be taken simply because someone desired it. They must meet certain conditions. Given how easily he took it, it meant not only was our sect drastically weakened, but the Tao opening sect must have improved exponentially. However, how could they become so powerful? According to their sect's understanding of the Tao opening sect, they were a top faction in the lower dimension. However, it did not change the fact they have been weakened over the years because of the 9 Emperor curse and due to their isolation from otherworld communities. At best, they would be in the top 100 factions of the lower dimension. So how could they get their hands on the title of the strongest sect? Can one eternal emperor make such a difference? Even if his strength is overwhelming, it takes time to set up the foundation of a sect. One powerful emperor is not enough to make the Tao opening sect's ranking jump so high. After all, Wang Wei had just proved the Tao not long ago, and he will eventually leave. So, what has he done to increase their sect's foundation to such a level in such a short period? Ishii knew the source of this problem was this answer. He needed to find this information. However, after the failure of that assassin, he knew he had to be extra careful. Ishii finally focused on the crowd, looking at them with his only eye. He removed his aura, allowing them to breathe. There are a few things we need to do. Firstly, send someone to replenish the mortal population. We can also win over the top factions in the Greater Thousand World and move them here. They will be our new allies from now on. Secondly, the sect cannot be without any immortal sovereign, so we need one as soon as possible. The room became quiet, with everyone looking at each other, but no one spoke. If you have something to say, do it, and don't waste my time. People hesitated for a while. Patriarch Jia looked at Patriarch He, hoping he would be the one who spoke. After all, it was his son. However, the latter pretended he did not see anything. In the end, Patriarch Jia secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Sect Master, the second objective is obvious to all, but how to accomplish it? We lost our Supreme Garden, so it's not easy to cultivate another immortal sovereign." "I'm aware of this," replied Ishii calmly. "In this situation, we need to use drastic measures. Send a weapon slave to capture a few immortal sovereigns, and we will control their souls." Everyone frowned as they pondered the feasibility of this method. Immortal sovereigns are tier 11, so it's impossible to control their soul or even their bodies. However, if they used a 4-symbol mirror, which is of the same level and even higher essence, it's possible to enslave their soul. "That might work," said the disciplinary head. However, the weapon slaves need to act fast. Their sect had just activated the mirror to the highest level in a long time. So, true heavenly Tao should be keeping close eyes on them. So deploying the weapon slaves is risky. "We only need to fight the right target and their location and act swiftly," said Ishii. Their sex intelligence department has spread far and wide in the lower dimension, so it should be easy to find a few loose immortal sovereigns. Although rare, they do exist. And in the worst-case scenario, kidnap the ones from certain factions. How about using the people from other regions? Suggested an elder. Yes, these people purposely ignored us during this catastrophe. We should use this excuse to weaken them. I agree. Even if we don't use their immortal sovereigns, we must attack some of them and plunder their resources to make up for our loss. Most people agreed with this idea. However, Hishi shook his head. They did not have a legitimate reason to attack these sects since they also were attacked. Although he sensed there were some hidden secrets from this, he did not have any evidence. Normally, their sect does not need a reason to attack others or even blackmail some resources from them. However, the situation was precarious, so it was not wise to act in an overbearing manner. Otherwise, these factions might band together and attack the Spirit Genesis sect. Of course, this was not the main reason he disagreed with this method. The main reason is he sensed 15 immortal sovereigns standing together in the distance. He knew this was a warning from the other factions, telling him not to mess around during this time. Since the sect master made a decision, they could only accept it. Take care of the dead disciples, ensure they are properly buried, and compensate their family. Began reconstruction of the sect. I don't think you need my help to do these things, said Hishi. No problem. In that case, you're dismissed. Sect master, wait, said Patriarch Jia. What about the Tao opening sect? Are we just going to swallow this breath? Of course not, replied Hishi with a deep killing intent. However, now is not the time to fight with them. He understood what kind of person Wang Wei was. His personality dictated he refused to suffer a loss. The first time they attacked him and the Myriad Emperor world was during their cleanup. However, Wang Wei killed countless Heaven Chosens, creating much hatred for the Spirit Genesis sect. Although few people knew they were behind the entire event, some did, and they did appreciate losing their talented disciples. As a result, they lost many business partners in the commercial hub. The second attack was the attack on their people on the commercial hub. The latter also violently retaliated. Finally, he recently sent a pseudo-Eternal Emperor assassin to test things out. But Wang Wei returned the favor by sending 2 Eternal Emperors. After thinking of this, Hishi felt his anger returning, so he quickly exhaled. Everyone beside the ancestor can leave, he declared, and soon, only 2 people remained in the room. Sect Master, I'm truly sorry about my incompetence. Idomblam, who would have thought their world had more than one Eternal? How do you think they did it? There are 2 ways they could succeed, said Ancestor He. The first one is to refine the 9 Devil God world, allowing their world to condense more than one heaven will. The second is merit. Merit? Yes. Buddhism's annihilation was a mistake, so true heavenly Tao owed them great karma. So if someone could gather the destiny of Buddhism, break the absolute beginning magic, and revive Buddhism, it's not impossible to use merit to condense another heaven will. I see, nodded Hishi. Unfortunately, either of these methods were not easily replicated. He did not think it would be simple to refine a heaven will with all these factions trying to protect the world. As for merit, that's even harder to amass even if you try to plunder from many factions across different world communities. All right, you can leave. You don't have to worry about your injury. I will find a way to... His words did not finish as countless runes appeared in the room, making Ancestor He's face change. Chapter 950 Farewell, 950 Farewell, Sect Master. What is the meaning of this? Although a powerful formation surrounded him, Ancestor He calmed down and analyzed the situation. He knew panic would not help, so there was no point in letting such an emotion rule his thoughts and actions. There is only way for me and the sect to have a chance to fight a monster like Wang Wei, said Hishi calmly. Ancestor suddenly thought of something, and his face became ugly. You want to refine me as the mirror spirit? Exactly. Only a tier 11 soul can become its main spirit, thus healing some of its damage. Afterward, it will be easier for me to control this powerful artifact. Ancestor He's face was ugly to look at. The idea of refining a weapon spirit for the four-symbol mirror existed for a long time, but he always opposed the idea. Why don't you use one of your captured immortal sovereigns? You know why, replied he, and ancestor he feel despair. He hoped the latter did not know that information, but he was wrong. For countless generations, he and Jia clan secretly nourished the mirror with their blood, creating a bloodline linked to it. Their attempt was to find a better way to control it, but also as a backup against the sectarian faction. As such, only someone with the He and Jia bloodline can sacrifice themselves and become the spirit. Ancestor, he suddenly laughed maniacally as a look of understanding dawned on him. I see. I always suspected why old Jia's injury never healed despite the sect's ability, but now I understand. You people have been planning this for a long time. Now that he thought of it, he realized the sect used too many excuses not to heal old Jia. He only had mild suspicions, but there were no obvious signs no matter how he searched, therefore he did not pay too much attention to this. He regretted his actions. My original intention was to convince Ancestor Jia. He cared more about the sect's well-being and was willing to sacrifice. Furthermore, you are from my clan, so I wanted to spare you. Sadly, the plan cannot keep up, explained he, his demeanor extremely calm compared to his previous rage and anger. I am your teacher. Don't you feel any guilt? You taught me to do whatever is necessary to protect the sect and ensure it thrives. I'm only doing things according to your teaching. No, you're doing it for your own selfish motive, replied Ancestor he with a sneer. A part of me is, nodded he, surprising Ancestor he for his frankness. I have suffered too much at Wang Wei's hands, and I can feel he might become my heart demon if things continue. Ancestor, he was once again surprised. Anyone who can become an eternal emperor has the best Dao heart amongst an entire generation, not to mention an eternal supreme like he. And yet, he showed signs of developing a heart demon, which is a shocking thing. Do you think using a foreign thing like a weapon can make you on par with him? Ancestor, he did not hide his sneer and contempt. Alas, the response he received was still this overwhelming calmness. I walk the way of battle. Anything that can be used to win and defeat the enemy is also a part of my strength, replied the battle god emperor with the utmost confidence. Furthermore, as long as I can kill him or delay his revival, I'm confident I can surpass his current strength. Ancestor, he quieted down for a moment, accepting his fate. He then looked at his student in his eyes. You did the right thing. In this situation, this is the best solution for the sect. He knew if he were in the latter's shoes, he would have made the same choice. I'm proud of you, said Ancestor he. He knew only with such a ruthless leader would the sect have an opportunity to survive the calamity that is called Wang Wei. Although he has his selfishness, his core philosophy and ideologies are to ensure the sect continues on its legacy and thrives. A ray of softness flashed in He-Shi's eyes before disappearing. Do you have any last words or wishes? Make sure the sect survives, said Ancestor he with the utmost solemnity. I will, replied He firmly. He waved his hand, and the runes in the room turned into a seed, leaving only him in the empty and desolate room. He stood in absolute silence for the next 3 hours before standing up. He disappeared, heading to Alchemy's Supreme Elder. Not long after proving the Tao, he tasked the Supreme Elder to use the best material from the garden to concoct the God-nourishing pill for him, which has the same effect as the Emperor's Soul Pill. In other words, these materials are the last ones in existence from the garden. He plans to use one of the pills to nourish Ancestor He's soul to ensure he is strong enough for the fusion with the mirror. Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. A few days passed, and Ancestor Wuqing exited his retreat. Wang Wei waited for him with a small table full of delicious snacks and great wine. Ancestor, how was your retreat? Asked Wang Wei as he poured wine for the latter. Wuqing took a sip, and his eyes shone. He could feel the strength of his soul increase slightly. Great wine, he commented. He could tell this thing was nourished by the Grand Tao source and fermented for millions of years. It was great, he replied. I finally officially reached the realm of first class. Furthermore, I can feel this is not my limit, as I am full of potential. Wang Wei nodded as he was not surprised by this outcome. His bloodline has just been activated, so people still need time to grow and develop. However, the main objective of the bloodline is to increase potential. Wu Qing chugged the wine like he was drinking water, making Wang Wei speechless. Kid, I have always said you were the gift that kept giving. Some of these old guys didn't believe in you at first. He snorted in disdain. Is it because of the outlaw trial? Yes, they thought you wouldn't survive. Many people felt it was a pity for a person of your talent to die young, so they wanted to intervene and tell you the truth so you could give up. Unfortunately, the rule of our sect is that we have to train genius with the utmost cruelty. If you died, it could only mean that's how far your destiny can take you. Wu Qing exhaled deeply, playing with his tongue as he savored the taste of the wine. However, I always believed in you. The moment you were born, and I sensed how scary your soul was, I knew there was something special about you. Wang Wei drank while listening. I'm glad you believed in me. If not for you, I will not survive to this day. Wu Qing shook his head. He knew even without his actions, the sect master would not die with his wife present. I know what you're thinking, but I know the situation would have been worse had you not bought me enough time for her to arrive and to make a plan. So, I owe you a life. Well, as long as you can continue the glory of the sect and give me a few more wines, that will be more than enough for me, said Wu Qing. Their generation has one mission in life: ensure the Tao opening sect continues its legacy and thrive. So, if sacrificing their lives would result in these things being accomplished, he knew many of these old guys would make the same decision as him. No problem, nodded Wang Wei. And Wu Qing continued to drink and eat. A few minutes, he sighed and said, let's get to business. A few of these guys were scared and wanted me to ask you if it was possible for some of them to ascend. Ascension is a touchy subject in any faction. Losing any immortal cultivator or insurgent is a great weakening for any lineage. Furthermore, the events that occurred during the Great Zhou dynasty rang alarms in the minds of many emperor lineages, making this topic even more taboo. As such, Wang Wei understood why these people asked Wu Qing, who had a good relationship with him, to ask him. Even if you didn't bring this topic up, I would have, said Wang Wei. With the new bloodline, our sect will have no problem cultivating immortals and insurgents, even eternal grade ones. As time passes, we will have too much power. I had already decided that many of you will need to seal yourself and hide from the world or ascend to the upper dimension. Wu Qing frowned after hearing this, not showing any joy at this news. Is the balance mechanism this bad? It's not now, but it will be in the future, responded Wang Wei. The Fiend God bloodline is too strong and should not exist in the lower dimension. Wu Qing sighed. I will bring the news to them. He was not happy with this information. If it were up to him, the sect should rule the entire lower dimension for all eternity. However, he knew this was impossible, at least not yet. Chapter 951, their turn. 951, their turn. Now that this situation has been settled, Wang Wu Qing decided to change the topic. Have you thought who will be responsible for breaking the 12 Emperor curse? He had absolute confidence that Wang Tian would win the next heaven-will battle. In his long life, Wu Qing has experienced countless geniuses of the sect, and Wang Tian's talent was one of the few individuals who reached the level of the founders. Sadly, he suffered the same fate as the others. His luck and destiny were too weak. Luckily, Wang Tian gave birth to a monster of son, thus changing his destiny and luck. Without these two as a barrier in his cultivation journey, his accomplishments would not be lower than the ancestors. Do you want either Kai Song or Jin Mingyao to be the 12th and 13th emperor? Or do you want to use one of the sleeping geniuses of our sect? With the new bloodline, they now have the talent and destiny to compete for these positions. What do you think? Asked Wang Wei, sipping his wine. The 12th emperor does not matter, but the 13th must be unparalleled in strength if they want to break the curse. Honestly, the best option is to wait for your father and have him be the 13th. Wang Wei agreed with this idea. Unfortunately, due to his mother's situation and other factors, his factor cannot wait for so long. If I were to choose between these two, I think Kai Song is the best for the 13th, continued Wuching. However, personally, I would recommend Li Wenling. Oh, who is that? He's a heaven chosen from the Middle Emperor era, explained Wuching. He cultivated time Dao, even creating his own acquired physique. He passed the outlaw trial? Yes, nodded Wuching before sighing. Did something happen? His trial led him to the chrono-chaos realm. We tried to get him, but to no avail. Although his soul jade indicated he was alive, we thought he was dead or in a state between life and death. However, he eventually walked out of that forbidden place. But, asked Wang Wei, knowing there were more. By the time he returned, it was too late. The Heaven Will battle had already ended, and he missed it. That's unfortunate. Indeed, Li Wenling's talent was indeed monstrous, and the fact he passed the trial is also an indication of his ability. Alas, Wuching sighed. Did he say what was inside that place? He refused to say anything on the subject after returning. We didn't press him, and he sealed himself soon afterward. Wang Wei nodded. He did not expect the sect to have such a talent sealed. So what do you think? I have someone in mind for the 13th Emperor. However, there are some things to fix first before making a decision. If things don't work out, I will meet Li Wenling to see if he can take on this task. Wuching nodded, and they continued to drink and chat. A few hours later, Wang Wei returned home, but his parents were either asleep or cultivating. Wang Wei looked at the stars, thinking deeply. The next meeting of the court is still a few hundred years away. Before then, I need to act. So what should my next task be? He contemplated deeply. It's about time I see her, but before then, I should deal with these forbidden lands. No, my first priority should be the environment. After making a clear plan, Wang Wei decided to act starting tomorrow. Today, he wanted to sleep like a mortal. He turned around to walk to his bed, but suddenly stopped. He felt a sensation in his blood. As she succeeded, Zulfast, he closed his eyes and felt his body. As expected, he felt some change in his bloodline. Wang Wei looked in the distance and noticed the members of the Li and Yin clan began to have drastic changes, while the Wang clan members had mild changes. Wang Wei and the sect had already prepared for this occasion, so no one panicked and did as they planned. Meanwhile, Wang Wei only needed to supervise things. Suddenly, he sensed a call from his bloodline, and he immediately entered his bloodline source. Ancestor, he saluted. Have the changes begun? Asked the Sword Empress directly. Yes, it's good that there is no issue. She nodded with a smile. Okay, I'm leaving. I only wanted to check if there were any problems. She looked at him kindly, kid. I don't know what you're doing to make our sect's luck so prosperous, but keep doing it. Are my actions helpful to your situation? Could it be that the ancestors can revive with the luck I bring to the sect? Analyzed Wang Wei. She glanced at him. Talking with these Dao overlords is something tiring. You're right. I have gathered enough luck to revive the first brother, and soon I can revive the second brother. If you continue to develop like this, I might revive everybody. Don't you have things up there to revive them? I do, but I don't dare return to the sect, replied the Sword Empress with a sigh. Even mobilizing the sect's luck has to be done with the utmost prudence. Every time she thinks about how she is forced to run away from these weak rats, hiding away from her own him, she almost vomits blood in anger. Unfortunately, that's how the current situation is. Wang Wei understood the ancestors' plight. Although Mithriya is on her side, the latter is still balanced out by supreme unity. In the current weakened state of the ancestor, these parasites are more than enough to do damage to her or the current Dao opening sect. I understand. Not at Wang Wei. Well, I'm leaving. Hold on, I have a few quick questions. All right, but we don't have long. Wang Wei first told her about supreme unity interfering with the lower dimension. Mithriya warned me about this, and she also said she would take a closer watch on him. That's fine. Wang Wei did not want one of these big guys coming to his realm and interfering with his plan. The second thing is about the taboo battle realm you previously mentioned. Can you tell me more? Is it one of the 13 taboos? No, the name has no relationship with the 13 taboos. It's just a name, replied the Sword Empress. In some chaos worlds, it's called the Ultimate Battle Realm, the Limit Battle Realm, and some just called it the 11-fold Battle Realm. As for more knowledge on it, it's simple. as long as you can fight Empyreans with only a cultivation of 20 Grandao source. You've reached the taboo battle realm. However, achieving such a feat is more difficult than anyone could imagine, especially since there is a bottleneck between the Great Emperor and the Empyrean realm. Bottleneck? Yes. And it's the kind that even someone like me spent years trying to reach 70 Grandao source. She explained. Back then, we did not have the foundation we have now, so we could not access the rare cultivation resources that can help with that bottleneck. I see. I don't know about the taboo battle realm, so I can't help you much. I can give you a direction, but I don't know if it will work. What do you mean? According to my research back then, I only found 2 people who succeeded, and they had one thing in common. They had a unique Tao body and awakening. What does that mean? I don't know, but that's the information I gathered, so I also tried to improve my Tao body, but I failed. I see. Thanks for the tip. Sword Empress nodded. Anything else? Yes. Do you have a pill recipe that would allow an emperor to have the battle prowess of an Empyrean temporarily? Huh. I do, but you won't find the materials for this thing in the lower dimension, so such a thing should be useless to you. It doesn't matter since I need it for something else. That's fine, I guess, she said before waving her hand, sending a message to his mind directly from their bloodline connection. Is there anything else? No. Send my regards to her for me, and don't forget what you promised me. What a cheeky kid, said Sword Empress with a smile. The more she got to know this kid, the more she liked him. Don't worry, I want, she uttered before disappearing. Wang Wei opened his eyes and took a moment to check the information in his mind. His gaze then shifted to the sect, focusing on Li Jun and Yin Liling, who were in retreat. A terrifying battle intent emanated from Li Jun's body. Meanwhile, Yin Liling exuded a power that seemed to contain everything, that seemed to be the source of all things. However, her aura soon changed to that of flame, wood, and intense spiritual power. The origin bloodline seemed more adaptable and malleable than my void bloodline, analyzed Wang Wei. He did not dwell on this for long, as his body also underwent subtle changes because of the connection between the 3 clans. His strength even increased by 1 infant fiend god force. Reaching 75 Chapter 952 Innate Environment 952 Innate Environment, the Li and Yin clan were in a state of euphoria that lasted way too long. Wang Wei understood their thinking. He promised them he would have their bloodline, but some time has passed, and nothing has happened. Although they knew the sect master would not lie about such a thing, some people could not prevent their minds from wandering. Luckily, they finally saw the fruits of their desire today. Now, they no longer have to listen to the Wang clan bragging and looming their new strength over them. Wang Wei watched all of this while shaking his head. He proceeded to place the same seal in these people's bloodline, forcing them to walk the same path as the Wang clan. As for establishing their awakening ceremony, they have to wait for Li Jun and Yin Liling to prove the Tao. Wang Wei went to bed as planned, completely relaxing for a long time. He woke up the next morning all refreshed and had dinner with his mother. Back to work, uttered Wang Wei as he took the last bite of his meal. He wiped his mouth out of habit, said goodbye to his mother, and disappeared from the sect. Wang Wei appeared above the sky in the central continent. He immediately noticed countless eyes paying attention to him, making him secretly shake his head. His every word and actions will fundamentally affect the entire world, so people pay attention to his every deed. As such, as soon as he showed up, as long as he did not purposely hide things, these lineages would know and pay attention. Wang Wei ignored these people and began his work. He activated his space Grand Tao source to create 5 small pocket dimensions, each with an anchor on the 5 continents. These pocket dimensions are closely connected to the myriad Emperor world, and Wang Wei ensured they were protected. He made it impossible for other people to enter while also reinforcing the space to the best of his ability, meaning even if countless eternal emperors attacked these spaces, they would fail miserably. The next step was to activate his spirit flower ability. Under his control, 5 lotus flowers the size of a planet appeared in each of these dimensions. The flowers proceeded to release a unique light, and the world trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, a great deal of spiritual ki appeared in these dimensions. Few top powerhouses in this world realize these flowers directly connected to source key space, drawing spiritual key for the world. Such an act seemed simple, but only these powerhouses knew how difficult it was to access energy from the source key space without causing trouble. Tao ancestor insurgents can access the source key space, let alone great emperors. However, it is dangerous to open space tear that leads to the source key space because it will create what cultivators call key catastrophe. Too much energy will be released from the source key space, causing damage to the world and the people in it. Many emperors have tried to find the perfect balance, where only a small portion of the energy is released. Some have succeeded, thus creating special secret realms for their factions full of spiritual key and even some innate key and immortal key secret realm. However, no one could succeed on such a large scale as the Heavenly Emperor. Wang Wei did not know what these people were thinking. However, it did not matter since he was too focused on his work. People thought his actions finished after accessing spiritual key from the source key space, but it was just the beginning. The five flowers' purpose is not only to take energy, but also to compress it into innate key. So, under the entire world's watch, the spiritual key between heaven and earth in all five continents drastically increased at a speed noticeable by even the lowest cultivator. After more than an hour, the world's energy reached a critical point. "Acquire key," muttered Wang Wei as he observed everything. Acquire key is still spiritual key, but it's also the pinnacle of its concentration. It is the line between spiritual key and innate key. In ancient times, the purity and concentration of energy decreased with each passing day until the first ray of acquire key appeared. That's also when humans first appeared in the world. In some ways, the first generations of humans in this world were innate creatures since they were born from heaven and earth. However, these humans were not nourished by innate ki or the laws of heaven and earth, so they were born weak according to the standard of the innate demon gods. However, Wang Wei and many modern scholars could imagine how terrifying the talents of these innate humans were. If they had the chance to practice cultivation techniques, their achievements would have been unparalleled. In this environment, mortals can live between 200 to 300 years even without practicing martial arts or becoming extraordinary citizens, thought Wang Wei. And once the environment contains innate ki, it's not impossible for them to live for thousands of years after practicing martial arts and spiritual power. As soon as he had these thoughts, he frowned. His eyes changed, and he saw something. "I see. This era is different from ancient times before the path of Emperor opened. In this era, the road of longevity is strictly controlled, so the lifespan limit of mortals is 500 years. Many truths flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he saw the essence of the world. This also means that the innate demon gods below Tier 10 cannot have unlimited lifespans even in this environment. Even humans who awaken innate laws will only have longer lifespans than expected, but they cannot be immortal unless they become primarchs. Wang Wei became jealous of these ancient creatures for a moment. They could so easily achieve immortality, albeit a conditional one. However, he soon realized it made no sense for him to be jealous since he was truly immortal. So, he focused on his work. The first ray of innate ki appeared in the world, and Wang Wei ensured it appeared in the Tao opening sect, giving such achievement to his sect and central continent. After the first ray, more and more innate ki appeared all over the world. Under Wang Wei's control, 50 of the world was full of innate ki before slowing down. Now, is it only a water-grinding process? The world will eventually be filled with innate ki, but it cannot be done overnight. The fact it reached 50 so quickly was due to his active effort. "Let's finish the last step," thought Wang Wei. He pointed his finger in the sky, and an array that resembled a magic circle covered the entire world. Wang Wei flicked his finger as he fused countless resources into the array, most of which were emperor grade. Once he finished, the world trembled slightly for a second time, and more spiritual ki entered, which then prompted the five flowers to work even harder to make innate ki. Wang Wei's plan to change the environment started when he was a mortal after visiting the Heavenly Tree Village after the Spirit Road trial. Back then, he did not have his Spirit Flower ability or know he would get it. Therefore, his original plan to change the environment was to get outside energy and convert it into spiritual ki. So, he asked his sect to create such a formation. As for the source of this outside energy, Wang Wei's choice was obvious: the void, or chaotic space, energy outside of the myriad emperor world in the endless void. Such energy is basically limitless in the endless void, and it's the reason why weak cultivators cannot travel outside their worlds or planes. Wang Wei felt it was wasteful not to use it, hence the plan. The formation had to function, convert void energy into spiritual ki, and compress spiritual ki into innate ki. However, compared to the spirit flowers, the compressing was subpar. Regardless, under Wang Wei's control, the innate ki in the environment soon reached 80. Furthermore, he knew after reaching 100, the first innate demon gods would once again walk the earth. Wang Wei's job was finished. He dispersed the 5 pocket dimensions, making them invisible and inaccessible to everyone. As the foundation of the world, he did not want any enemies to attack them and weaken the myriad emperor world. He fused the void key array into the world's core and granted heavenly Tao control over it. Swish! The sky changed as countless visions enveloped the world. Purple merit manifested above heaven before splitting into different portions. 80 of it descended on Wang Wei's hand. Of the remaining 20, 15 went to Miscellaneous One for creating the formation, and the remaining 5 went to the people who helped in the process. Wang Wei smiled in satisfaction. He knew this was not the end of the merit. As the world evolved and became more prosperous, Heavenly Tao will reward them again. Without hesitation, he cut off the majority of the merit and sent them to the Emperor Enlightening Academy and the Western Bliss sect, paying part of his debt. The environment has returned to innate. All the court's gods must ensure nothing happens to their area during the transition. Wang Wei's voice echoed throughout the world, and these gods and emperor lineages guessed what they meant. The entire world was about to experience drastic change due to the introduction of innate ki. Mountains, forests, lakes, rivers, and spiritual veins will appear out of nowhere in a matter of days. Already existing mountains will grow taller, and more earthquakes, volcano eruptions, hurricanes, and tsunamis will occur as new spiritual materials begin to grow rapidly in dangerous areas that can affect the weather. New secret dimensions will be born and appear, releasing spatial fluctuations that are extremely dangerous. Animals who are more sensitive to energy than humans will become demon beasts. If not properly controlled, they could cause chaos and mayhem. Furthermore, many animals will awaken hidden bloodlines in their bodies, which is good news for the demon race and the sea race. However, humans will also benefit. Many people will also awaken dormant bloodlines. More talented humans will be born under the nourishment of innate ki, and some people who were previously mortals without a leakless body will acquire cultivation qualifications. Lastly, as the protagonist of this world, the majority of the lucky fortunate encounters that just appeared in this world will belong to humans. After Wang Wei's orders, all the gods began to work together to ensure their mortal civilizations could survive this change without any issues. Chapter 953, Comparing the Two Systems. 953, Comparing the Two Systems. After instructing the sex people to deal with the current situation, Wang Wei returned home as he had a few things to do. Firstly, he finally took the time to check the formula the Sword Empress gave him. As expected, it was extremely complicated, and the materials were things he had never heard of. Wang Wei waved his hand. He used his power of fate to divine these materials to learn about their uses, growing environment, and even some of their history. In a few minutes, he knew these materials better than an alchemist who spent countless Yuan epochs studying them. This went better than I expected, muttered Wang Wei. The next step was to stimulate refining this pill in his mind. However, he soon discovered with his current alchemy Grand Tao source, he could not refine such a high-level Emperor tier pill. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as I successfully stimulate the refining process, my plan will work. He placed on the agenda to raise his minor grand Tao source like alchemy and weapon refining. After that, Wang Wei took out a bunch of cultivation techniques, all from the ancient era. With the new environment, it's about time for him to update the origin system. However, he decided to wait a while and observe the world's reaction. He first wanted to see if the ancient clan would be stupid enough to secretly spread the primordial god system, try to encroach on the Tao opening sect's Tao Father Luck. Although they appear to have changed, he was still skeptical. Secondly, he wanted to see how the current origin system would fare in the current environment before his intervention. The changes in the environment are a perfect time for geniuses born at the wrong time to innovate their technique, thus entering the Duyi realm. So he wanted to see what they would come up with and see if some would inspire him for the upcoming upgrade. Although Wang Wei had an outline, he was not satisfied with the final result, so he wanted some inspiration from the ancient system. The first stage of the ancient system, also called the primordial god system, was the blood key realm. This realm was the same as the current era body, refining realm, cultivating the Bodhis blood key. The blood key cultivated by the ancient system should be purer than the origin system, as they used innate key and acquire key to cultivate, analyzed Wang Wei. He waved his hand to condense a mortal clone of himself. Then the clone began to cultivate the first stage of the origin system, but using innate key. The blood key is indeed purer and more potent based on the environment, commented Wang Wei before creating a second mortal clone. But this one used the ancient system to cultivate his blood key. The purity and potency are the same, no matter the cultivation system. His clones have the same physique, soul, memories, and spirit, and absorb the same amount of innate ki. The result was their blood key was the same, meaning the starting point of these two systems was the same. After seeing this result, Wang Wei focused on the second stage iron bone copper skin realm. The ancient system did not open their Dantian or divine sea. They continued on the path of training the body, training the skin, muscles, tendons, bones, and organs. Wang Wei had his clones reach the second stage and battle out. The result was that the ancient system clone was the final winner. The latter could completely ignore the damage from the origin clone's origin key. So, it was a brutal defeat. That's concerning, muttered Wang Wei, who quickly discovered the crux of the issue. The origin key condensed by the clone was pure as it used innate ki, but did not sublimate to a higher level. Wang Wei continued his observation for the third stage, rune body realm. In this realm, the ancient clone condensed runes with his powerful blood ki and spiritual power, and these runes resonated with heaven and earth. After fusing these runes into the body, it reached another level. The heaven-opening emperor probably created this realm after seeing that female primordial gods cultivating. He saw the Tao rhymes releasing from her body, but he could not understand them. So, he copied them and created a lesser version in the form of Tao runes. By then, he should have been only in Tier 2, so his understanding must be quite high to pull off such a feat worthy of my ancestor, muttered. After praising the heaven-opening emperor, he had the two clones fight, trying to see the result between the divine altar realm and rune body realm. The final result was still a win for the ancient system. However, it was not because of strength difference, but because the ancient clone had unparalleled endurance. So he forced the origin clone to use more origin ki than it could replenish from the environment. The divine veins is a brilliant method that actually improves a cultivator's control of spiritual ki between heaven and earth. However, the Tao runes also have a similar effect. One walked the path of ki, and the other walked the path of essence body. The fourth stage was the bloodline seed realm, where ancient cultivators implemented their first bloodline. In this stage, the bodies and spirits of ancient cultivators are strong enough to survive the infusion of innate demons or primordial gods' bloodlines. Their strength will reach another level after the baptism of their chosen bloodline. They will also awaken divine abilities. However, the bloodline used can only be considered a seed of potential because cultivators cannot bear high bloodlines. So, they must continue to develop the strength of their bloodlines. Wang Wei stimulated a battle between the clones in this realm. The origin system finally showed an advantage because of the versatility of origin source, which allows them to use different spells. Meanwhile, the ancient clone can only use a few divine abilities based on their bloodline. However, based on how powerful the bloodline is, it's possible to overwhelm the supernatural cultivator. However, the origin clone can also use unique innate talents, and in a worst-case scenario, they can destroy their potential by using their good fortune flame. The fifth stage is the bloodline awakening realm. In this realm, the ancient cultivators have achieved a second awakening of their bloodline, thus tempering their bodies to a higher level and awakening more potent divine abilities. The battle simulated by Wang Wei between the two clones was barely a tie. The divine body realm clones suffered from a weaker body despite tempering it again in the human stage. The origin clone had a slight advantage after opening his orifice, sublimating his spirit and soul in the earth stage. As for the heaven stage, where he controlled the power of heaven and earth, the ancient clone did the same thing with their bloodline. The sixth stage was the true spirit realm, where the ancient cultivators fused their souls or spirits into their bodies, achieving a true spirit. In this realm, they gained incredible regeneration. As long as a part of their flesh exists, they can regenerate and revive themselves because of their soul. The battle result in this stage was relatively equal. The ancient clone was difficult to kill, while the origin clone could save his life by abandoning his body and running away with his primordial spirit. The seventh tier is the law awakening realm, where the ancient cultivators awaken the law in their bloodline. It's in this stage where they can awaken their innate law. In this stage, the origin systems, one as void-shattering cultivators, already comprehended the law, while the ancient systems were still in the process of awakening. The eighth tier is the law comprehension realm. The name revealed its purpose. The battle between these two systems became somewhat unique. The origin system's saint will dominate the ancient system with their domain, rendering it useless. However, that's only applicable to people who have not awakened innate laws. By then, the domain's power becomes useless, and the final winner will depend on the individual's comprehension. Logically speaking, saints should have a deeper understanding than law comprehension realm, but that was not completely true. The time the ancient cultivators spent awakening their law was not in vain, as it allowed them to become extremely in tune with the law, granting them higher control over it than the origin system. The ninth stage is the law body realm. The ancient cultivators would use their laws to modify their physical bodies to resemble innate demons or primordial gods. The system's version of the quasi-emperor realm was once the law body reached a certain size and its power reached beyond the normal law body or supreme realm. The clones' confrontation in these two realms was also relatively equal. Wang Wei preferred the ancient system at the supreme realm, as the body of a supreme is too weak and fragile before they fuse with their dharma body. However, the strength of each system was relatively the same. Each has their own advantage, commented Wang Wei. In the early stages, the ancient system had a clear advantage. In the middle stages, the origin system only shines because of the innate talent and suicide method of the good fortune flame. However, I'm not a big fan of the ancient system because of their over-reliance on bloodline. The origin system's law path is better, in my opinion, than the ancient system. However, it's worth learning how the ancient system became extremely in tune with the law at Tier 7. In a law path, the ancient system relies more on better control, supplemented by a powerful body. Meanwhile, the origin system focuses more on a deeper understanding of the law and sublimating it. I have many ideas on how to improve the origin system, but let's wait. Maybe I can find more inspirations from the genesis of this era and from other cultivation systems. Chapter 954, The Sovereign of Dream. 954, The Sovereign of Dream. The simulations took Wang Wei a few days, and such a time was enough to see how the world was dealing with the recent changes. He scanned the entire world with his divine sense and nodded in satisfaction. These factions knew this was an opportunity to acquire merit points, so they went all out to protect their domains and areas. In the past few days, a few new immortal lineages appeared in the world as these supreme lands used their merit point to exchange for an immortal mansion. Although they exchanged all their savings in the past few hundred years, it was worth it. I don't know whether this exchange is good or not, thought Wang Wei. After the mortal civilizations reach their peak, it won't be so easy to acquire merit points. Moreover, Wang Wei could foresee heavenly Dao increasing the price of immortal mansions and grand Dao source seed in the future. Well, it doesn't matter to me, thought Wang Wei as he focused on something else. He waved his hand and sent something to the Eternal Dream sect. Afterward, he disappeared from the world. Reaching another world community, this community was ruled by the Heaven Will world called Desolate Point World. Wang Wei looked at this Heaven Will world, thinking of the information he knew. Before the Heaven Will battle, this world suffered a terrible catastrophe in the form of an eternal Emperor Tier Void Beast, almost destroying their cultivation civilization. Wang Wei looked at it before heading somewhere else. This was not his destination. He appeared in a world on top of a mountain. The first thing he noticed was how vast this world was. According to his scan, this world was 30 the size of the Myriad Emperor world. Such a size was shocking. Most great thousand worlds were the size between 5 to 10 of their world community's Heaven Will world. The second thing Wang Wei noticed was the majestic key luck dragon of this world, traveling around the entire world, without anyone seeing it. The dragon seems to be checking up on its territory, ensuring the people are satisfied and there are no people causing problems. This key luck dragon is so spiritual. It's almost like a living creature, thought Wang Wei before sighing. Every time, I think this place originated from the small Great Xia dynasty. I can't help but think of the vicissitudes of life. Wang Wei teleported to a beautiful white and black palace at the center of this world. He did not barge in with his cultivation power, but he also no longer hid his aura, waiting for the owner to invite him in. As expected, a few minutes later, a eunuch came out of the palace, looking at him. "Is your excellency, Wang?" The eunuch did not dare finish his words, as he suddenly felt it was a great offense to utter this being's name. His intuition told him he would suffer great karmic calamity if he uttered the latter's name. "I'm sorry for the offense," said the eunuch swiftly in a shrill voice. "It's fine," replied Wang Wei. "Your Majesty is waiting for you." He did not even dare to look this person in the eyes. "Lead the way." Wang Wei calmly followed him while observing the surroundings. Meanwhile, the eunuch was trembling in the front. He suddenly felt it was a great offense to walk before the being before him. Unfortunately, this was his job. Wang Wei noticed the eunuch's behavior, but there was nothing he could do about it. His life form was entirely on a different dimension than this person. So, even if he did not release any aura or was malicious, that's how most people would behave before him. However, the main reason for the eunuch's situation is psychological problems or state of mind. If his willpower were firm enough, the situation would not have developed to such a state. "You can leave. I will go the rest of the way alone." The eunuch felt relieved before becoming entangled. "Don't worry, she won't blame you." He sighed in relief, bowed 90 degrees to Wang Wei before basically running away as fast as possible. Wang Wei did not mind and continued to his destination, the palace garden. He smiled after arriving at his destination, thinking how he would bring people to the court's garden when he wanted a more peaceful and relaxed atmosphere. It seems all great rulers think the same. He made a small joke before reaching his destination. In a small pavilion next to a flower garden was a beautiful woman dressed in a white monarch robe with 9 golden dragons and 9 red phoenixes embroidered in. She had a strange aura that seemed to mix many things together, some of which should not be fused but were perfectly done so. She was beautiful, noble, proud, and domineering, like a supreme ruler who decided the lives of trillions of lives. She also was ethereal, like a sweet dream that no one could ever forget. Underneath that etherealness was an eerie darkness akin to endless nightmares. "Ms. Dong, long time no see," said Wang Wei as he approached the pavilion. He sat down on the cushion opposite her. Yes, it's been a long time, nodded Dong Lifan as she poured tea. Her facial expression was calm, but her pale face indicated her injury had not completely healed. After serving the tea to both of them, she started the conversation. As expected, you were the final winner. She had secretly watched the Desolate Points Emperor proving the Tao. The latter was only peak first-class emperor, slightly short of becoming a pseudo-eternal. However, the aura he released was nothing compared to the person before him. Indeed, nodded Wang Wei before sighing. If you were not stubborn, you could have proven the Tao in this generation as well. Stubborn? Yes, I was a little too headstrong, she nodded, which surprised Wang Wei. He thought she would refute his words and continued her obstinate determination. Surprised? A little, replied Wang Wei, who felt his chances of accomplishing his task had drastically increased. Dong Lifan shook her head. After almost dying, I also realized the shortcoming of my path. Wang Wei sighed. Dong Lifan's cultivation journey was legendary. Her accomplishment will forever be remembered in the annals of history of the entire Eternal Ascension world. And that's because she opened a new path of immortality. After giving her control of the great Xia dynasty and the entire warring kingdom world, she began her path of a supreme sovereign. With her cultivation in the divine altar realm and control over the dynasty's key luck, her strength was unrivaled. Therefore, Dong Lifan had no problem controlling things, even suppressing the people who thought they had a chance now that the king had left. Afterward, she focused on cultivating. Wang Wei left her a technique from the Eternal Dream sect that led directly to the Quasi-Emperor world. He also previously told her to use luck to fix her foundation, making up for the fact she only reached the 9th layer in the body-tempering realm. After reaching the supernatural realm and ensuring she had battle strength above her realm, she began her plan to invade a middle thousand world. Dong Lifan sent supernatural realm cultivators to ascend. These people's task was to gather information and resources and set up a base for her invasion. She secretly ascended and cultivated. After reaching the divine body realm, she was already confident to conquer the world, and that's exactly what she did. With the great Shao dynasty's more modern way of warfare using constructs, it did not take long to conquer a world called the 6 Yuan world and fused it with the warring kingdom world. The next step after the conquest was simple: recuperate, rule the world with benevolence, and ensure the prosperity of the people. With excellent governance that focused on the livelihood of the people and strict control of cultivators, Dong Lifan was able to assimilate the people of this world into Great Xia. Then, the luck of her dynasty prospered, and her cultivation soon broke the limit of a middle thousand world and entered the void-shattering realm. So, the next step was obvious: a great thousand world. Dong Lifan only needed to repeat the same step. Even better, with her cultivation of Tier 7, she could suppress the entire world, defeat all the true monarchs, Tier 9, and even kill ordinary quasi-emperors, 9.5. With her strength, Dong Lifan was more aggressive in conquering the great thousand-world Black Ocean world. Sadly, fate was against her, or maybe her path was too smooth, so she needed to pass a calamity. The world she targeted happened to one of the rare great thousand worlds who gave birth to a Tao ancestor. So, one day, while Dong Lifan was planning the next territory to take over, a giant palm descended from the heavens. Luckily for her, she borrowed the luck of the dynasty to boost her strength to a higher level. Furthermore, the opponent did not seem to want to kill her. Therefore, Dong Lifan ran away with severe injuries after losing all her troops and foundation in that world. Of course, such a defeat was not enough to stop the Sovereign of Dream. After recuperating both from her injuries and previous loss, she targeted another great thousand world. She only needed to be cautious. The end result was a success. So, Dong Lifan's ambitions grew, targeting a heavenward world. However, she learned from her mistake, so she chose to conquer countless great thousand worlds and fuse them with the warring kingdom world. elevating them to a higher level. She also took into consideration Wang Wei and the Dao opening sect, so she moved the warring kingdom world to another world community. While conquering the Great Thousand World, Dong Lifan also began to temper herself by fighting with the Heaven Chosen of the Desolate Point world. Sadly, she found them mediocre and suppressed all of them before disappearing. Even the current Great Emperor was easily suppressed by her back then. After returning from a Desolate Point world, Dong Lifan had an interesting thought. Could Qi luck be used as a medium to control the Grand Dao Source? Great emperors use their souls while Dao ancestors use their inner world, so why couldn't she use the Qi luck of her dynasty? After years of research and cultivation, she successfully created the Fortune Dynasty Immortal Path. After that, her ambitions grew, and she wanted to know what would happen if she could swallow or conquer a Heavenswell world. Luck was on her side, as the Desolate Point had experienced a catastrophe, thus drastically weakening them. Unfortunately, Dong Lifan's strength was far from reaching the level of conquering a Heavenwell world with insurgents. Luckily for her, Wang Wei guessed her intention and sent someone from the sect to protect her. Wang Wei looked at her and could tell her strength. Her physical body was already on par with 2 root Dao ancestors. After borrowing the power of the Grand Dao Source, her strength would reach the limit of 5 root with 4.999 Grand Dao Source control. If not for the limitations of true heavenly Dao, she might have achieved an alternate 10 supremacy foundation, he analyzed before sighing. If Dong Lifan had better luck and was born into a top emperor lineage, she could have achieved an alternative 10 supremacy foundation, just like she achieved an alternate 9 supremacy foundation. Her faction only needed to help her destroy a weak Heavenwell at all costs, allowing her to swallow it. Such a price was nothing to create a potent Eternal Supreme. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for saving my life, she said. No problem. After all, we are considered old friends. Maybe, she nodded. So what brings you here? I have a feeling this was not just a normal sentimental visit. Wang Wei smiled. I guess I will be direct. I came to recruit you? Recruit? Yes, I want you to join the Dao opening sect and become our 13th emperor. Dong Lifan frowned as she felt this short sentence contained much information. So, she decided to get clarification first. Chapter 955 Recruitment, 955 Recruitment. And I would like to remind everybody that the 2 extra chapters you receive every week are the courtesy of Black Jesus, 1999. It's for the castle gift he gave a while ago. I promised extra chapters and am delivering. Don't say I did not keep my word and slander me online. Why are you recruiting me? And why am I the 13th emperor? If I remember correctly, you should be the 10th? Wang Wei raised his hand to condense a talisman with a bunch of information. Although he could directly input them into her mind, he still showed her respect, not only because of their former friendship, but because of her accomplishments. Dong Lifan took the talisman and used her divine sense to review everything. 9 Emperor Curse, Immeasurable Emperor, Heavenly Court, 12 Emperor Curse, Balance Mechanism. As she muttered these key terms, she began to look at Wang Wei with a little bit more awe. Previously, she only thought he was a powerful eternal emperor, but did not care much. With her current strength, she had absolute confidence to prove the Tao and also become an eternal. But now, she understood that her old friend's achievements were even more legendary than hers. I guess I should not be surprised since it's coming from you. She was no longer than the ignorant little girl they met. Over the years, she has traveled far and wide and knew how unique many of Wang Wei's ideas and thoughts were. So, she's not that surprised that someone like that would create miracles and wonders during his cultivation journey. Dong Lifan took a moment to think about the entire situation. I owe you and the Tao opening sect a great karma for saving my life and taking care of my master. Although she had not seen her master in nearly 1,000,000 years, she still remembered her, and Dong Lifan considered her one of the few people close to her heart. As the saying goes, a master-disciple relationship is as strong as any daughter and mother. However, it's not enough to just join you. So, what can you offer me? Wang Wei took a sip of his tea. He was not surprised by her words. With Dong Lifen's current achievements, few things could interest her. So, things that any emperor lineage could offer, like resources, unique techniques, backup protection, or secret knowledge. She can acquire all of them after proving the Tao. It depends on what you want, replied Wang Wei. What is your pursuit? Do you want to continue the Great Xia dynasty or have other goals? Dong Lifen did not answer him immediately. She looked in the distance, her eyes overseeing the entire dynasty. In an instant, she saw the lives of countless citizens. For a long time, I was obsessed with the dynasty, believing it was my duty to make sure it prospers, she uttered in a soft voice. However, what happened? I realized I had long accomplished that goal. Even worse, my ambitions and greed often led my people to danger. So, you've let go. You could say that. So what are you pursuing now? I just want to be happy, she replied calmly. Wang Wei swirled his tea before taking a sip. A simple goal, but not easily achieved. Yes, agreed Dong Lifen, looking him in the eyes. The cultivation world is cruel. Even if I step out from the world, at any moment, someone could come to ruin my happiness. So, you need strength to protect your happiness. Wang Wei resonated with that sentiment. His desire is only to be free from all constraints and fetters. However, his desire opposed the very nature of society, which is full of rules and regulations. So, even back on Earth, his goal could not be fulfilled, let alone the cultivation world that is 1,000,000 times more complex. Do you know the realms after the Great Emperor? Asked Wang Wei. I don't, admitted Dong Lifen. One of her weaknesses was her lack of background, so she did not have access to such information. However, it did not matter, since changing the situation was one of her agenda after proving the Tao. At Tier 11, there are normal Empyreans who can create world and life with a wave of their hands, followed by everlasting Empyreans who understand their true self and escape the shackles of reincarnation. Tier 12, there are Paragons and Boundless Paragons. I don't know much, but in this realm, these beings treat the river of time like their back garden, and the influence of fate on them reaches the lowest level possible. Dong Lifen took a moment to savor these words. She could fathom how powerful these realms were just by the short description. So, her eyes showed a look of desire. Do you think this is the end? Continued Wang Wei. Paragons used to be the rulers of the universe until my ancestor did some world-changing events in the upper dimension, bringing the world the realm of half-step transcendence. Transcendence, muttered Dong Lifen. As she uttered these words, she immediately felt the power contained in them. She had a feeling that all sentient beings, all cultivators, should pursue that single word. Wang Wei secretly smiled when he saw her reaction. If you want to protect your happiness, you need strength. I will admit the Tao opening sect cannot give you much help in the lower dimension. However, it's another thing after you ascend. After your experience, you should understand how much easier cultivation can be with the correct background. Dong Lifen greatly agreed with that last statement. As a self-made, successful cultivator, she knew how hard it was without the appropriate background. She was not arrogant to the point she could not admit part of her success was due to the help of her friend before her. Had he not given her control of the warring kingdom world, she did not know what path her life would have taken. But the chances of it being as glorious as now were very small. I must say, I'm tempted, said Dong Lifen, but I cannot make such a decision lightly. If you have any concerns, you can ask me. She looked at him. My intuition is telling me you're not telling me everything. What do you mean? How do I explain it? I feel like your promise is real, but at the same time, empty inside. I don't understand why I have this sensation. Wang Wei laughed after hearing this. Your intuition is correct. Oh, is there any secret? The current situation of the upper dimension is not ideal, replied Wang Wei before condensing more information for her. So, Dong Lifen knew about the blockage of the lower dimension, the confrontation between the two suns, and the involvement of the 8 parasites. How could this be? She muttered. She did not expect such a drastic thing to happen in the upper dimension. Although she knew little about the place, she also did not expect things to be so bad. How is the Tao opening sect? She asked, going directly to the crux of the problem. Already caring about your future sect? I see you're as shameless as I remember. It's called being thick-skinned, no, being strategically minded, replied Wang Wei with a smile. To answer your question, it's probably sealed, not allowing anyone entry or exit. Dong Lifen nodded, but she became quiet, thinking about what choice to make. You don't have to worry about them, added Wang Wei. Oh, why do you say that? According to my predictions, true heavenly Tao will change the time flow rate after I ascend, making the time of the upper dimension pass faster. So, by the time you ascend, I should have taken care of these parasites. Destiny? She asked. Yes. I thought you would reject such a thing. Am not pedantic, replied Wang Wei. These people will stand in my way one way or the other. If I can use heaven and earth's help to get rid of them, why not bear the burden of destiny? True, nodded Dong Lifen, analyzing the situation. Changing the time flow rate is a good move to prevent the lower dimension from being too affected by this battle. If these 7 individuals are not dealt with, more great emperors from the lower dimension will ascend and get entangled in this messy situation. So, it's best to deal with them as soon as possible and reduce their influence. So what do you think? Asked Wang Wei. I am tempted, but I also have reservations. Tell me, and we'll see if we can come up with a solution. Firstly, I do not know whether I will fit in with the other people of the Tao opening sect, said Dong Lifen. Secondly, there is the issue of trust. I did not grow up in the sect, nor show any signs of loyalty. So, will they truly trust me and treat me as their own? Dong Lifen knew there was a reason sects accepted young disciples. It's easier to cultivate loyalty and obedience at such an age. But it was different for her. These issues are not much of a problem, said Wang Wei. Your master has agreed to become the sect's protector, so you already have a foundation of loyalty. Trust can be slowly cultivated. I have a lot of plans, some of which will require a talent like yourself. So, as long as you contribute to the sect, trust will no longer be an issue. As for things like betrayal, I'm sure you won't do anything stupid like that. Dong Lifen's eyes squinted as she understood his meaning. If she betrayed the sect, there wouldn't be a place in the world for her. Her fate would be to be hunted down, and if she dared ascend, that would be her end. Of course, I also acknowledge your side of the situation, continued Wang Wei. I promise to leave you with something in case the sect is the one who betrays you. Wang Wei did not think the members of his sect were infallible. Therefore, he also took into consideration Dong Lifen's perspective. In that case, I agree, replied Dong Lifen. I admire your decisiveness. I wouldn't achieve what I have if I did not have such a trait. True, nodded Wang Wei, who felt relieved after hearing the positive answer. Before coming here, he was unsure because he knew Dong Lifen was extremely attached to the Great Xia dynasty. Luckily, fate was in his favor. Chapter 956, Heavenly King, 956, Heavenly King. So, what's next? Asked Dong Lifen. Do you want me to leave with you now? Depends. What's your plan for Great Xia? Dong Lifen pondered for a moment. According to my original idea, the next step was to fuse with the dynasty. According to the Fortune Dynasty path she created, once the ruler reached the minimum standard of borrowing the strength of the Grand Tao Source with their key luck, the next step was to permanently fuse with the dynasty, becoming something akin to a Tao ancestor's inner world. You have reservations about this path? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, it's fine if others do it, but the dynasty will become a major weakness to me, explained Dong Lifer. Her path has its advantages compared to Tao ancestors. The main one is the base strength of people in her path will be stronger than Tao ancestors because of the blessing of Key Luck Dragon. Additionally, with a vast enough dynasty and prosperous luck, it's easier for the people in her path to become insurgent. However, there's also a major downside to the dynasty. If a Tao ancestor's inner world is destroyed, their strength will be decreased drastically, but they can also rebuild it. However, it's different for a dynasty. After losing so many civilians, the dynasty's key luck will be extinguished, and it's virtually impossible to return to the peak. In other words, the people who walked her path would be severely restricted by their dynasty. If they lose it, they will also lose their strength and maybe immortality. Wang Wei understood her hesitation. Losing the dynasty would indeed be a major blow. Although the people in your path won't lose their immortality, they probably won't be able to regain their strength after a very long time. Their only choice might be to change to the Tao ancestor path. That's what I'm worried about, nodded Dong Lifen. If she loses access to Great Xia, she is still powerful because of her fleshy body and because she has been exposed to the Grand Tao source. However, the people who followed her path won't be so lucky unless they follow her example and temper their bodies to a high enough level. However, there's a reason why few people can accomplish great things in the body refining path. Additionally, she has special authority as the founder of this path. True heavenly Tao won't have a problem if she changes to the Emperor path. However, it's not the same for others. Just like immortal venerables and Tao ancestors cannot participate in the heaven will and become a great emperor. My suggestion for you is to fuse the dynasty with your soul, said Wang Wei. Oh, why? The process can turn all citizens into spiritual life forms bonded to your soul. After you prove the Tao and become eternal, your soul will also become eternal. Dong Lifen's eyes lit up as she understood the benefit of such a method. As long as she is alive, these people will also be alive, achieving another form of immortality. Even if her soul were destroyed, as long as she healed or revived herself, these dead people of the dynasty would also return. There are even more benefits to this path, continued Wang Wei. With an entire dynasty in your soul, you might achieve 7 to 8 Grand Tao boosts after proving the Tao. If you add the boost of Key Luck, that's another 2 to 3. Wang Wei knew this was not the limit, since Key Luck's boost could continue to increase. You can walk a unique path of a spiritual fortune dynasty, he continued. His eyes became excited. You can convince other immortal venerables, Tao ancestors, and other paths to fuse with your spiritual dynasty, granting them pseudo-eternal characteristics. Dong Lifen squinted her eyes as she understood the implications of these words. There is a great divide between the Emperor path and all other ways of immortality, and that disunity is the eternal characteristic. Great emperors and eternals have too many ways to escape death. Meanwhile, no matter how powerful an immortal sovereign or Tao ancestor, they will die after being killed once. However, now, they can achieve the same eternal characteristics as long as they fuse with her. Although their new immortality is based on Dong Lifen survival, many people will be tempted by the Offrey, especially if she could become a boundless paragon, which is almost impossible to kill. This idea is excellent, she uttered. The higher the cultivation, the more afraid of death most people are. If they can find a way to save their lives, many people will agree. Her eyes shone brilliantly. I can even recruit other people by making contracts. They will fuse with me, and I can use their strength, but they won't be under my control. In return, they will acquire the eternal characteristics they desire. These contracts can even be limited to a certain number of years. Wang Wei secretly praised her as he had the same thought. Of course, all of this lies in your inability to die easily. So, you must become an eternal emperor, followed by everlasting empyrean and boundless paragon. Lastly, if you have a lineage like the Tao opening sect as your backer, people will be more confident in your survival ability. Dong Lifen nodded. It's indeed a good choice to join the Tao opening sect. Although she had let go of her obsession with Great Xia, she felt a pain thinking about completely abandoning it. However, with this method, the dynasty can continue accompanying her journey of the Tao. So, the way forward for my Heavenly King way is to fuse with the soul and sea of consciousness. The citizens will become spirit life forms bound to the ruler's soul. Although heavenly kings won't have eternal characteristics, they can revive their dead citizens as long as they survive and their souls heal from any damage. Heavenly King? Is it the name you chose? Yes, is something wrong? No, I just thought all these paths with different but similar names were too confusing. Wang Wei just thought how a normal mortal would try to keep all these names and paths in their minds. There are Heavenly Primarchs, which is Tier 12. Now, there is the Heavenly King, the Tier 10 of another system. Not to mention Immortal Kings, the Tier 12 of another system. If you add the soul path he's going to create, There are too many names with synonyms of the words king, ruler, or emperor. Dong Lifen glanced at him, but did not say anything. So Wang Wei changed the subject. How much time do you need to finish everything here? Dong Lifen took a moment. I will announce the fusion and give people the choice to fuse or leave. I will leave a few void boats for the ordinary people who do not want to refuse, taking them to another world. The entire process should take a month. That's not long, nodded Wang Wei. He could wait for such a short period. I remember you once mentioned a destined woman for you, Dong Lifen suddenly said. Did you find her? I did, said Wang Wei with the most brilliant smile ever. She must be a wonderful woman. That she is. Well, I can't wait to meet her. In that case, you will be disappointed, said Wang Wei with a smile. After seeing her confused look, he explained, things are complicated, so she's not here now. I see. She nodded, dedicated not to pry further. What about you? Anyone special? Yes, my husband, replied Dong Lifen with a gentle smile. Oh. Wang Wei was slightly surprised as he only asked randomly. He did not sense anyone in the palace who had dragon destiny, so she thought she did not have a king. Who is the lucky man? A scholar with the purest heart I've ever met, replied Dong Lifen, a brilliant smile hanging on the side of her mouth. He reminded me of the young me before you arrived. She remembered when they met. One day, she went on one of her strolls to tour the dynasty and check the people's lives. Then, she met a young scholar who was famous in the town and was serving as the town chief. The people loved him because of his benevolent rule. But the merchants and aristocrats around saw him as a stupid man and took advantage of his kind nature. Dong Lifen was intrigued and wanted to meet a scholar. She wondered how a civil servant of the dynasty could be so stupid. She checked on him and realized the latter was not stupid, but too kind. He knew these people took advantage of him, but he did not care. Dong Lifen reprimanded him and told him to be tough when needed. She left after the tour, but a few months later, she could not help but want to check on the scholar. She discovered he remained the same despite her warning. So, she began to check on him regularly. Ultimately, they got to know each other and fell in love. He sounded like a great guy. I would love to meet him. Dong Lifen's eyes dimmed a little. He's dead. The hardest day in her life was the failure to conquer the Black Ocean world, and not because she almost died. One of the reasons she survived that palm was because of her husband. The man had the purest soul she had ever met. So when he sacrificed it to protect her, he managed to block the palm and buy enough time for her to mobilize the dynasty's luck. He also left great protection in her body, granting her great vitality for healing. Do you want me to revive him for you? Asked Wang Wei. He's already reincarnated. I'm just waiting, she said. Wang Wei looked at her. Feeling guilty? A little, she replied with a sigh. My ambitions got him killed, and even afterward, I did not stop. I'm a little scared to meet him again. If he is as king as you said, I'm sure he'll forgive you. I know he will, but I'm not ready to forgive myself. I cannot help you with such a thing as self-forgiveness, commented Wang Wei. My advice to you is to see him and tell him the truth. Maybe he can help you work through it. Maybe you're right. Chapter 957 Preparations 957 Preparations Dong Lifen did not waste time. She sent the news about the fusion and allowed the citizens to choose their own path. As expected, more than 96 of people chose to follow her. These people knew their majesty was the source of their prosperity. So without her, their lives might return to the terrible state before the Great Xia took over. As for the ones who chose another path, they had multiple reasons. Most of these people were not true supporters of Dong Lifen and only wanted to use the dynasty for their own ambitions. The others rejected the idea of relying on someone else for their life or immortality. Some simply wanted to live a normal or ordinary life. No matter what choice these people made, Dong Lifen did not stop them. She left a void boat to transport these individuals to another world. Afterward, she proceeded with the fusion. A terrifying swallowing power emanated from Dong Lifen's Niwen acupoint, and the entire world was rapidly shrinking as they entered her head. It was like there was an invisible black hole in the middle of her forehead that was swallowing everything in its path. A mighty aura spread out from Dong Lifen's aura. A river of chains manifested before her as she raised her to mobilize her grand Tao source, the power of dreams and nightmares condensed in her hand before disappearing. "How do you feel?" asked Wang Wei. "Complete and flawless," she replied. The dynasty was no longer her weakness. Even the key dragon in her sea of consciousness was now a fundamental part of her body. It was like she had awakened a unique physique related to dragons. With a thought, a purple gold dragon appeared around Dong Lifen. "Controlling the key luck so much easier now. It's like it was another part of my body," continued Dong Lifen. Before, she had to fuse with the dragon to bless her strength or defense. However, now, she can materialize the dragon and use it as a defensive weapon. "It seems that the dynasty has mutated because of your dream soul," commented Wang Wei. "Yes. The citizens could be considered dream or nightmare life forms instead of pure spirit life forms," nodded Dong Lifen. Such a change was beneficial to her, so she did not mind. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. "You should take some time to control your leaking soul power," he warned. After the fusion, her soul drastically increased. Therefore, she could not properly control its power. "I will." Dong Lifen could tell her soul's transformation was unfinished and required some time. So, she was not in a rush. "In that case, let's go," said Wang Wei. With a wave of his hand, they disappeared and returned to the sect. "I will take you to see the ancestors." He had already sent news. So many people were already waiting for them once they teleported to the secret realm. "This is Dong Lifen, our 13th emperor," introduced Wang Wei before also introducing everyone to Dong Lifen. These people were surprised by her achievement. Origin 1 was the only calm one since he was the one who saved her and knew about her new path. He did not say anything to everybody else because he knew she did not officially preach her new path, so he did not want to affect her or bear the karma of this new immortal path. "Thank you, Senior, for saving me," said Dong Lifen to Origin 1. "Your master is part of our sect, so you're already one of our one. There is no need for pleasantry between us." Wang Wei secretly gave a thumb up to this old fox. He could get into the role so quickly. Of course, such a method won't work on a person like Dong Lifen, who was a ruler and used to see through people's facade. However, such an act showed the sect's attitude towards her, and that's all that matters. "A new immortal path? I'm suddenly interested," said Hell One. "What would happen if we took one of our quasi-emperor and had him set up a dynasty? Then we forcefully conquer countless worlds and fuse them? Could we fast-track a new heavenly king?" "Of course not," replied Miscellaneous One. "The threshold for the key luck dragon to bear the grand Tao source should be very high. Such a dynasty would never meet the standard." A vast territory was not the only indication of a thriving or prospering dynasty. People's livelihood, happiness, the development of culture, art, and technology are all parts that make a powerful dynasty. Furthermore, a fortune dynasty also requires powerful cultivators as its backbone. Cultivators that are loyal to the dynasty. Not to mention the foundation like powerful artifacts or arrays to be used in time of need, development of professions like alchemy, and training of elite troops. All these things must reach a high enough standard to condense a key luck powerful enough to bear the power of the grand Tao source and become a heavenly king. This path should also have to experience tribulations like immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. If the key luck is weak, the process would probably fail, added the steward. Yes, any path to immortality is valuable in the lower dimension. So things would not be so simple, nodded Hell One. We have plenty of time to analyze this new path, chimed in Origin One. We need a proper plan for her Emperor path. Despite Dong Lifen's strength, Origin One wanted to be careful to ensure that no accident occurred. "Do you have any idea?" "Yes," replied Wang Wei. "We will hide her in the deception array to ensure true heavenly Tao does not know when she will participate in the heavenly battle. That way, it cannot scheme against her and create an opponent with 9 extremity foundation or of equal strength for her." Just like Battle Maniac, uttered Origin One softly. Hyun himself predicted the fate of Battle Maniac. He proved the Tao, followed by the Sword Empress. So it made sense the balance mechanism would not easily allow a sect to have three eternal states especially back-to-back. So it was not surprising that it cultivated a heaven chosen that could defeat the latter in the form of the sword-casting Villa's founder. Back then, Battle Maniac's strength had reached 2 root after re-establishing his foundation with Kiyuan's help. After all, he had no aversion to tempering his body, unlike his third sister. Furthermore, he could fight 3 root Dao ancestor for a short period with his battle skills. Regardless, he still lost to the sword-casting emperor. However, the latter also paid a price. Heavenly Dao used so much luck and destiny to cultivate the sword-casting emperor to such a state that he owed karma to Heavenly Dao. So, when he proved the Dao, he could only become a pseudo-eternal emperor. Wang Wei nodded after hearing Origin One's words. He worried this would happen, so he took precautions for Dong Lifen. His plan is that true Heavenly Dao won't know until the last second when she will fight for the Heavenly battle. The second will send Heaven Chosen to acquire the entrance token, if necessary, and give it to her. Then, she will show up and suppress everybody with overwhelming strength. Wang Wei secretly sighed. The way true Heavenly Dao operates the lower dimension is contradictory. It wants to cultivate powerful and talented great emperors, but it also does not want any factions to be too powerful and dominate the situation. With this method, the inceptive will be in our hands, not at Origin One. They could choose a generation without talented Heaven Chosen and send her. This is a good plan. We only need to watch out for any fake out from Heavenly Dao, and everything will be fine, added Miscellaneous One. One of the worst-case scenarios would be a situation where they believe there were no talented individuals in a generation and chose this time for her to prove the Dao. Then, out of nowhere, comes a monstrous-level genius. True, nodded Wang Wei before looking at Dong Lifen. What do you think? After all, this is regarding your proving Dao experience. Dong Lifen hesitated. If you have something to say, go ahead. I don't know. I feel like it might not be a bad idea to have a talented rival to push me, just like Tian did to you. Wang Wei's lips twitched. It was indeed a good idea to have a rival or opponent in the Emperor path. However, that's only if you become the final winner. If you want a powerful opponent, I have a way of tempering you, so don't worry. If you say so. Let's go. We have work to do, said Wang Wei. Dong Lifen went through the process of becoming a member of the sect, like placing her name in the registry, creating her soul lamp, and other minor things. Afterward, she went to see her master and spent a few days. How is it? Have you checked that I did not bully your master? Dong Lifen smiled, but did not say anything. She could tell her master's life was very fulfilling. Her dreams and ambitions have always been to pursue immortality, and soon, she will accomplish her goal. Afterward, she can take her time to enjoy life and pursue the Tao. All right, let's go, said Wang Wei, and the two went to the Eternal Dream Sect. Wang Wei thought he could visit one of the Forbidden Lands, but he soon lost track of time. So a few hundred years passed, and it was already time for the Third Court meeting. Chapter 9, 58 Third Court Meeting 958. Third Court Meeting Unedited Chapter. The court members came extra early today. They wanted to use the merit they gathered in the past 1,000 years to exchange things. A few people had already exchanged things beforehand, but a few lineages predicted the list would update, so they saved their merit. As expected, when they checked the list today, a few new things were added, mainly 2 unique Grand Dao Source seeds. According to the description of the list, these seeds will allow the people to cultivate insurgents up to the 2nd class. Heavenly Dao blessed the seeds with its way using a system similar to Primarch's. As such, after creating an inner world with that unique seed, a Dao ancestor will receive a blessing that makes them on par with 3rd and 2nd class great emperors. Sadly, this thing was extremely expensive, and so far, only the Dao opening sect can afford it. However, these top lineages who waited did not care. The mortal civilizations have only developed for 1,000 years and have plenty of time to continue to develop. Another unique thing on the list originated from the Heavenly Emperor. It's a cultivation-blessed land full of chaos key. After paying a certain price, these lineages can borrow them to cultivate. Energy is also important to immortal cultivators. It's easier and faster for immortal venerables to convert chaos ki into immortal ki than using innate or spiritual ki. Tao ancestors and great emperors can absorb it to speed up their comprehension of the grand Tao source. The higher the quality and intensity of the energy, the faster their cultivation is. It's one of the reasons many great emperors did not need to ascend as soon as possible during the beginning emperor era. The environment still provided them with opportunities to make progress, unlike modern times, where it is so slow that it makes people despair. After these people saw the thing on the list, they could not help but be speechless. They could detect many areas in the court full of chaos ki, yet the heavenly emperor asks them to pay for these blessed lands. His objective is obvious. Wants them to move the court. After so many years, and seeing how the world changes every day, many people are not too averse to the idea of moving to the court. Although it would symbolize a more concentrated power of the court, which means less power for their faction, they could still accept such a change because they will benefit from this system once the current emperors leave and they put their people in the court. However, staying close to the heavenly emperor is like a mortal living in close proximity to a tiger. Even if you know the tiger is not targeting you, the mortal will still be afraid because this beast is powerful and can kill him anytime. Because of this mentality, most people resist the urge or desire to stay in the court. But now, they realize they may soon not have a choice. The world is rapidly changing and opportunities are everywhere. If someone does not take it, someone else will. After I get enough luck to become the Academy's official emperor, I will move to the court, thought Su Sure. She has to spend a lot of time understanding the existence reconstruction technique, and she needs to use all the available help. Additionally, Chaos Ki is very suitable for her physique. The benefits she will acquire after absorbing it are more than even the Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, she can also condense them into primordial Ki. Using merit to buy these blessed lands is a waste of time, so she decided to move to the court and take full advantage of their service. Time passed, and it was finally the hour of the meeting. The Heavenly Emperor appeared, and everyone saluted. "At ease," said Wang Wei as he observed everybody. There were some changes, but the only noteworthy one was Han Shun, the ruler of the Great Jin dynasty, became a Tao ancestor. Wang Wei could see the light of ambitions in this man's eyes. He guessed the latter's plan was to become a first-class insurgent, maybe even eternal-class insurgent, allowing him to have more power in the court and the world in general. Worthy of the human emperor's chosen successor, thought Wang Wei. "We have a few things to do during today's meeting," he declared, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Firstly, the sea race. Why hasn't the mortal subspace not connected to your territory yet?" The Panlong and Sea Lion clan's immortal sovereign looked at each other and prepared to explain. "Your Majestia, okay? You don't need to explain. Since you think my words can be ignored, prepare to suffer the consequences. For the duration of this meeting, you can kneel." Wang Wei waved his hand. A terrifying pressure suppressed these two, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Countless immortal lights flashed in their bodies as they tried to resist, but it was futile. Afterward, they realized they could not even speak. Shame and humiliation appeared on their faces. No matter how weak they are in the lower dimension, it does not change the fact they were tier 11 and deserve respect. "My patience is limited, so this is my last warning," said Wang Wei. He did not release any killing intent, but the room felt freezing. The other sea race representatives realized the severity of the situation. If they could not integrate into the world of land, their race would suffer a terrible catastrophe. Wang Wei focused on the crowd. "I'm very happy with how the mortal civilizations turned out. Although most of you did it only out of your own interest and benefit, I'm still satisfied with the final result." These representatives were speechless. The Heavenly Emperor always reveals the ugly truth to the public. Couldn't he be more tactful with his words? They secretly shake their heads. "Our next court affairs is the establishment of ruling departments," continued Wang Wei. "There will be the Department of General Affairs, in charge of creating rules and regulations for the world, mostly to protect the mortal civilizations. We need a department of law enforcement to reinforce the rules. Heavenly Tao will supervise this department to prevent abuse of power. Lastly, we need a department of foreign affairs responsible for dealing with the myriad emperor-world interaction with the lower realm and world communities. Wang Wei paused to give these people time to process this information and analyze things. A few seconds later, he continued, "We need to develop the divine legions. I can tell all of you our next meeting will be about foreign expansion. Now, our main objective won't be about conquest, but we also must be prepared for war at any time. Many people will not accept the spread of new ideas, so force must be used." The representatives looked serious after hearing this. This sentence contains much information, but it can be summarized into one sentence: "See, prepare for eventual war." Wang Wei looked at these people's reactions. He knew none of them would truly help establish the Divine Legion. However, his main objective was to tell them to prepare to fight for their interest. That's it for now, but there should be more departments as we develop. Each department will have a department head and deputy, along with other lower positions. I will use a unique test to choose these positions. Interested personnel can participate. The representatives became excited after hearing this. These positions are very valuable, not only because of the cultivation, blessing, and merit for serving the court, but also because of the political power that comes with them. Wang Wei ignored these people and focused on Ao Shun. "I once said I owe your demon race for going back on my word and taking the racial luck condensing artifact. As repayment, I give you two choices: guarantee positions in these departments or merit points." Ao Shun swiftly analyzed the pros and cons. Although the position would increase the demon's political power and influence on the world, he could foresee many people using the fact they bypassed the test to get their positions to make trouble for them. So, it would be best to acquire them using the official method. "I choose merit points." Wang Wei nodded and transferred 3.5 million merit points to the demon race. This amount was more than enough for breaking a promise. "Oh, before I forget, don't kill Xiao Songshi," added Wang Wei. He still had his great trafficking plan. Although Xiao Songshi was not a top heaven chosen in this generation, he was still a great talent. Now that he was in such terrible shape with his bloodline destroyed, the Sea race might make the stupid decision to kill him, and Ao Shun won't have any issue once he finishes his dealing with the Baishi clan. Ao Shun nodded calmly. He never expected to hide his actions and whereabouts from the Heavenly Emperor. Since the latter never stopped him, he knew he would encounter no problem with his planet, least not from Wang Wei. "Now, let's discuss the main subject of this meeting," declared Wang Wei. Chapter 959 Dream World. 959 Dream World. For my demonstration, you only need to concentrate and use the words. "Dream incarnate," said Wang Wei. Many people were confused, but they knew this was not the time to ask questions, so they followed orders. The world changed, and the representatives found themselves in a strange world. Everything was bright, ethereal, and illusory. Additionally, the ground on their feet seemed to be clouds. "Welcome to the dream world," said Wang Wei, who stood before them. "I know you have questions. Wait a while before I explain." Everybody nodded and waited. Some people felt something momentous was about to happen. As I said, this is a world made of dreams. So, what is its purpose? Many things. This is a world of communication and unique experience, explained Wang Wei. This dream world will be accessible to everyone in the myriad emperor world using the password I told you before. In other words, from now on, this place can be used to communicate with anyone worldwide, including mortals. Wang Wei looked at some of these people's reactions and secretly shook his head. "I know most of you don't care about such a thing. However, have you thought about communicating with other world communities?" "Your Majesty, you mean?" "Yes, once we spread our wings to the lower dimension. The dream world will be accessible to other world communities. By then, a mortal in the farthest corner of our world can easily communicate with someone from the farthest world community from us." The representatives finally showed excitement as they understood the implications behind these words. Communication is key for everyone. Learning from other people's Tao and experience is a fast way to improve. Additionally, the Heavenly Emperor showed them the advantage of learning other cultivation systems as he used another Heaven Will's system to prove the Tao on his own and achieve the status of immeasurably Emperor. The myriad Emperor world has been cut off from the endless void for too long, so even the top Emperor lineages were careful in re-establishing communication. But now, with the Dream World, most of their restraint and danger have been eliminated. Your Majesty, I have a question, said Su Shi. Are you going to ask if we can use the Dream World as a platform to exchange resources with other world communities? Yes, with the revival of the environment. The myriad Emperor world will enter a prosperous age where cultivation resources are everywhere. However, it did not mean exchanging with other worlds was useless. On the contrary, they had more rare things to exchange with others, thus increasing the resources in their world. No one would think they have too many resources. Yes, it will be possible, said Wang Wei. However, this ability is temporarily not activated. You have to wait a while. Su Shi's eyes squinted lightly as she nodded her head. She tried to analyze why this ability was not available, but she had too little information. Let's continue, said Wang Wei after seeing no more questions. He waved his hand, and a small square appeared before every representative with a rune inscribed at the top. Each rune was different and unique. This is your dream imprint. If you exchange imprints with someone else, you can contact each other directly. Everyone nodded. They understood the need for this thing. If so many people will use the dream world, it's imperative to establish a way to communicate with the people you wish to. The representatives checked the dream imprint and learned they could leave recorded messages to their friends in case the latter is busy or not in the dream world. They can create chat groups, inviting multiple people to appear in a safe space and communicate with each other. Many people felt this imprint might have other ideas, but only the basics are introduced. The next function I will introduce is the home, continued Wang Wei. You could buy your own home in the dream world and customize it as you wish. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a towering mountain appeared behind him. Under his control, the lonely mountain soon turned into an immortal palace shining with Tao rhyme, exuding luxury and nobility. He turned to these people and asked, "What do you think?" People were in deep thought before someone muttered, "This doesn't seem to be useful besides being aesthetically pleasing." "Not really," countered Ao Shun. "May I ask, do we have the power of unlimited creation in our home?" "Not unlimited, but yes, you can create whatever you want." Ao Shun's eyes lit up as he figured out the use of this thing. His demon race is brutal by nature, making them very belligerent. He opened countless battle coliseums in this territory, allowing them to fight and exercise their nature. He did not want them to become aggressive towards humans and generate another calamity. Unfortunately, the Colosseum has a major flaw. Many people died in the process. Although such violent battles allowed him to cultivate elite demon races, the process also killed too many people. Their population has only recuperated in this generation, so Ao Shun felt pain after losing any of them. However, now he saw another way. He can create the Colosseum in the dream world, allowing these demons to fight and kill each other without fearing death. "It seems some of you have already figured out the use of this home setting," said Wang Wei. "Many of us have hidden desires or ambitions, some of which we cannot accomplish because of our lack of ability. The devastating effect our actions can have, the fear of failure and death, or restraint by our morality. But in your home in the dream world, you can do whatever you desire. If you want to be an emperor that rules the lives of trillions, you can." He waved his hand, and the place changed. Wang Wei sat on a throne, looking at all sentient beings. If you want to be a mighty general that slaughters all its enemies, you can be. The setting changed, and he was on a battlefield, commanding a mighty legion. If you want to be lost in carnal desires, you can. As he said these words, one of the representatives was surrounded by hundreds of beautiful women with different temperaments. Some were cold and indifferent, some were doting and loving, some were domineering, some were shy, and some were extremely open and proactive. The representative almost broke his Tao heart after seeing these beautiful women, some of whom were on par with the Time Void Empress. Luckily, he was also an immortal and had lived for some time, so his mind was not easily shaken. If you have someone in your mind you have lost, and time has diluted their presence and memory in your mind, this setting is perfect for you, continued Wang Wei. A beautiful woman appeared before him, wearing her iconic long chong sam and showing her long legs. As soon as she appeared, she immediately stole the limelight from beauties like Su Shi and Feng Wang simply by her aura and temperament. Wang Wei raised his hand to caress her face, looking at her with tender eyes. She smiled at him in response. A few seconds later, she vanished in a puff of smoke. Now, you should understand the use of this setting, continued Wang Wei, ignoring the strange eyes some people were giving him. He knew with his status and strength, everything he did was major news to be discussed or gossiped. This is why there are still rumors he had a hidden relationship with Su Shi. However, he did not care. I have a question. No, it should be a concern, said Huofeng Wang. Please, could a cultivator use their home to recreate someone they have affection for but could not get in real life, then do something disgusting to them? As soon as she said that, many of the women in the room realized the possibility of this happening and began to discuss it. Why are you guys acting like it's something only man would do? Said one of the representatives. Some female cultivators would do the same thing. That's true. No, we won't. Bullshit. Look at how handsome and suave your majesty is. I'm sure many of you would secretly recreate him and fulfill all your fantasies. Wang Wei secretly gave that guy a thumbs up, especially after seeing a few female representatives blush. In the end, when he saw an argument was about to happen, he coughed lightly, stopping everybody. This is indeed an issue, but the home setting is the private property of anyone who buys it. So, I will not interfere. After all, whatever they do in their homes will not affect the real person. However, there will be rules and regulations for people who cannot distinguish between reality and dream. So if someone begins to harass the real individual, they will be warned and punished. Huofeng Wang nodded and frowned. This was the best in the current situation. Anyway, she did not have to worry about such a thing. Tier 10 cultivators are higher dimensional life forms. So, if someone tried to recreate them and defile their image, they would immediately know. The situation is even more favorable for eternal emperors who have comprehended their existence. If someone recreated them in this dream world, they could take control of this dream avatar with a single thought. Your Majesty, this poor monk notices you use the word purchase, chimed in Feng Hong. Yes, the dream world will use a currency called dream coins, said Wang Wei. Dream coins can be condensed by using a small portion of your spiritual power, said Wang Wei as he showed them. The representatives followed his example and condensed dream coins. Many people frowned as this system indicated that they could have endless wealth and resources to use in this dream world. However, would things be so simple? Of course not, thought Wang Wei. He calculated how many dream coins every tier and class of cultivators can condense in a day. The data was based on the weakest of a tier to the most talented individuals, including the great emperor world. Afterward, he priced the things in the dream world based on that data. So, even eternal emperors like Su Shi and Feng Hong could be said to be somewhat wealthy and do not have infinite wealth. He made dream coins so easy to condense because of mortals and because he only wanted one thing from theme of circulation. This thing is the biggest fraud of the dream world and hides many secrets. Chapter 960 Dream World 2 960 Dream World 2 Wang Wei did not explain the secrets of dream coins to them. Instead, he introduced the next setting of the dream world. A beautiful, small creature with wings appeared before him, landing on his palm. Xin, say hi to everybody, said Wang Wei, and the little elf bowed to the representatives. It's a pleasure for Xin to make all your acquaintances. She's so cute, muttered someone. Isn't she? Nodded Wang Wei. Xin is the dream world's Tao heart spirit. If you have any problem with your Tao heart, any trouble that is affecting your state of mind, or any heart demon, you contact her and she will help you through it. Of course, it's not free. Your Majesty, are you serious? Asked Su Shi. There were no pills or herbs in this world that could help someone with the issue of their Tao heart. Therefore, the only way to deal with the situation is to become enlightened and deal with the issue individually. Sometimes, the advice of an elder, family, or close friend might help, but in the end, every cultivator with a problem with Tao heart has to rely on their own. But if Zin's abilities are real, the situation might change. I would not joke about something like that, explained Wang Wei. Xin, or the Tao heart spirit, is the culmination of two different civilizations. He went to the science and technology world to learn about psychology or the human mind or psyche. He visited human civilizations that are based on futuristic versions of Earth, along with civilizations that focus deeply on mental health. After acquiring their knowledge, he combined it with his understanding of the Tao heart and the state of the cultivation world to create this world's version of a therapist. From now on, when cultivators have problems with their minds, they can talk to Xin, and she will help them with their problems. Wang Wei looked at the little elf in his palm. Now, she only lacks experience dealing with cultivators. After gathering data for a few thousand years, she will be perfect. Does anyone want to give her a try? People hesitated for a moment before a few volunteered. Look at your dream imprint, continued Wang Wei, and all the representatives looked at the screen before them. The rune was still at the top, but in the middle of the screen were two smaller squares with small characters written at their bottom. Communication, home, Tao heart spirit. The volunteers knew what to do, so they used their minds to access the Tao heart spirit. Immediately afterward, they disappeared from everybody's sight. However, in less than 5 minutes, they reappeared. You, said Wang Wei, pointing at a middle-aged man who was a representative of the worshipping Tao Academy. Tell us your experience. The man was slightly startled, but soon calmed down and talked about his experience. I found myself in a white room. An Xin asked me whether I wanted to use room 1 or room 2. Room 1 contained 2 cushions that faced each other, while room 2 was this strange bed that Xin explained I could use to lie down, making communication easier. I chose room 1, and we had a conversation. I felt like I could tell her my deepest secrets, and she would understand me and not judge. She did not tell me what to do, but through conversation, guided me to figure things out on my own. In my life, I have never felt at peace and in tune with myself. Although we only conversed for 5 minutes, I can feel my spirit become more condensed and my state of mind more peaceful than ever. Everyone was surprised that such a change could happen in a mere 5 years. However, they did not doubt this person's words because they could feel the changes in his aura. Furthermore, the other volunteers had a similar experience. Let's continue, said Wang Wei. The next setting is cultivation simulation. As the name implies, you can simulate different aspects of cultivation. If someone is stuck at a bottleneck or feels their chances at breaking into the next realm are low, they can stimulate their breakthrough in the dream world before attempting it in the world. This setting is not just for cultivation. You can simulate refining a pill, weapon, talisman, array, puppets, and even certain techniques that you want to create but are not sure which direction to take. No one could remain calm after hearing this function. The emperor lineages might not completely care about the cultivation simulation since their sect cultivates heaven-chosens, but it's not the same for the supreme, holy, and law lands. The happiest of this group was the loose cultivators, who had no or flawed cultivation inheritance. Such a function is their version of God. But the function of this thing goes beyond what is stated. The emperor lineages wish to cultivate immortal sovereigns in this generation, but the breakthrough to tier 11 involved a bottleneck for all immortal paths. But now, the success rate for breakthroughs can drastically increase after simulating countless times. Our profession Tao will enter an age of prosperity, muttered the representatives from the origin Pill Tao sect. Alchemists, or any professions, have high status because of their rarity, and there are not many of them because too many resources are required to cultivate even the most talented professions. Now, the issue of resources has been dealt with. Factions can use the dream world to cultivate professions without wasting too many resources. Your Majesty, how accurate is the simulation? Can I simulate Refinin Emperor Tear Pill that requires the Grand Tao Source? The accuracy is 99.9, and yes, you can simulate Emperor Tear Pills. He spent a lot of effort in this dream world, using the help of Dong El-Ifan, the Eternal Dream Sect, and even countless profession insurgents in his factions, ensuring there was nothing wrong with the simulations. He also infused it with his Fate Dao, which can control myriad Daos, along with Heavenly Daos Heaven Dao. As such, the simulations were perfect. But he did not say that because he knew there was no absolute in this world. I'm assuming we have to pay to use this simulation. But do we also have to pay for the simulated materials for refining? Asked A.O. Shun. He was also very excited about this setting. His demon race does not have much talent for professions. However, he can now pile up a bunch of professions using simulations. No matter how untalented his clan is, after trying to refine a pill or weapon more than 10,000 times, they should succeed. If 10,000 times is not enough, then try 100,000 times. It's free to refine anything below the immortal tier. Explained Wang Wei. For immortal tier creations, you must pay a fee for every 10 materials. Everyone thought this was fair. After all, the value of mortal items paled compared to immortal tier. I'm in a good mood, so I will tell you a secret way to use this setting, said Wang Wei. You can simulate what it would be like to be a great emperor, including an eternal. I don't need to tell you the benefit of doing this. The representative's eyes lit up. After experiencing the power of a great emperor, it's easier for their Dao ancestors to create insurgent tier techniques. I have another concern, said Huafeng Wang. Does the dream world fall into the jurisdiction of the court? Wang Wei looked at her, and he knew what she wanted to ask. What will happen to the dream world after he leaves? Will the court control it or the Dao opening sect? The dream world is the property of the Dao opening sect. But the court has some power over it, explained Wang Wei. Members of the court have discounts for certain products of the dream world, and the Heavenly Emperor of each generation has the power to make certain changes to the dream world, but it's limited. Your Majesty, can you elaborate? Whoever sits on the throne cannot do as they please, like banning people from entering the dream world without any reason or making it so that the factions do not have to pay for any of the functions. However, I also understand the situation is ever-changing, and I cannot calculate everything. So, if there is a situation where it's necessary to make changes to the dream world, the Heavenly Emperor will have the power to do so. What if an emperor makes a decision and the Dao opening sect disagrees? Heavenly Dao will be the tiebreaker, replied Wang Wei, and people would accept this decision. Heavenly Dao will make decisions based purely on rationale and facts, and will prioritize the world instead of any singular factions, so it's the best tiebreaker. Wang Wei looked at these people and could see some of their worries and hesitation. The dream world is more of a neutral existence. It belongs to the Dao opening sect because I created it, and it provides the sect with luck and destiny. Under most situations, it will remain intact and unaffected by the political landscape of the endless void. I will perfect the rules and regulations before leaving, so there is no need to worry. Everyone felt relieved. So far, the Heavenly Emperor has displayed his fairness to ensure the Dao opening sect does not completely dominate the heavenly court and the world. Therefore, they felt relieved by his words. Let's talk about the final setting of the dream world. As Wang Wei said these words, a magnificent tower appeared in the distance, rising from the ground all the way to the clouds. The battle tower of 10,000 worlds, he said with a smile. As you can guess, this is a place where you can fight with anyone without fear of death. The bodies used in the dream world are composed of dream power, so it's not a problem for it to die. Mortals will experience short periods of dizziness due to their lack of spiritual power, but they can quickly recover after a short nap. The tower has many functions, including my favorite emperor imprints, continued Wang Wei. I have recreated the imprints of all the great emperors of the world, meaning you can fight a projection of them during any stages of their cultivation, including after proving the Tao. These people's eyes lit up after hearing this. Many people wanted to fight a great emperor. Some emperors were mediocre in their youth or early stages of cultivation, so it's possible to maltreat them and gain a sense of achievement. This is just the beginning, said Wang Wei. In the future, geniuses, heaven-chosens, powerhouses, and great emperors from all the world communities will appear in the tower so that you can battle them. There will be countless lists ranking the geniuses and powerhouse saying, including great emperors safe different worlds. I even plan to create a list to rank all the races in the endless void. The representatives' eyes shrunk as they realized the implications behind these words. Chapter 961 Greatest Era 961 Greatest Era Destiny Incalculable Destiny. That's what these lists represented. Anyone who could get into these lists will receive destiny from the entire lower dimension. The number one in the heaven-chosen list will have a 90 chance of being an eternal emperor with such a condensed destiny, while the top 20 will have a 60 to 80 chance. From now on, the lower dimension is guaranteed to have at least one eternal emperor in every generation. After all, the people on this list will battle not only the geniuses in their world community, but all the geniuses in all 3,800 heaven world. Anyone who can reach the top of the list will truly be an unparalleled genius. The process of reaching the top of the list will be like a simulated heaven battle that involves every heaven chosen in the lower dimension. After creating the tower, Wang Wei felt regretful he could not be born in an era where this thing already existed. In the end, he could only be satisfied to be the one who brought about this new era of prosperity. Additionally, the heaven-chosen list is not the only important one. The number one race in the list will also have a higher chance of becoming the protagonist of the lower dimension. And other worlds will also have an opportunity to take away the myriad emperor world's destiny as the prime world. Although the chances are not as high because Qiyuan gave it this destiny after winning an intense war in the First Origin War, there is still a chance. Additionally, Wang Wei will not only use the tower for physical battles. There will be other battles like for the professions. As such, there will be lists of the best alchemists, weapon refiners, array masters, and talisman makers. Some worlds have their unique professions, and he might include them in the list. In conclusion, once the dream world spreads to other world communities, the Battle of Tower of 10,000 Worlds will become a place to fight for luck and destiny. The tower is the core setting to ensure the dream world is popular, brings him countless benefits, and also ensures the longevity of his heavenly emperor era. It will be one of his greatest achievements in the lower dimension. True heavenly Tao is very strict with the rules of the lower dimension for one purpose only: to cultivate elite and talented great emperors. The tower's purpose is to help in this great cause. Wang Wei looked at the tower and thought, hopefully, this plan will work. While creating the tower, he realized its significance and had a new idea of how to help Li Jun and Yin Liling become eternal while paying a small price. The first step of that plan is for them to reach the top of the list and gather immense luck and density. He wants them to have so much that even true heavenly Tao cannot easily ignore them. Once that is completed, he will proceed to the second step. Once the plan is finished, these two will still not be able to officially become the sex emperors until much later, but they will still be eternals. According to his original idea, these two would become pseudo-eternals, but after serving their time and succeeding in their merit, they could bargain with true heavenly Tao to give them another chance to comprehend their existence. However, such a plan was risky, as Li Jun and Yin Liling would have to serve their terms without the protection of an eternal emperor's ability. This new plan is much better, thought Wang Wei, full of confidence. Previously, he would not have much hope for Li Jun to reach the top. But now, with the latter's fiend god bloodline and his teaching, there is nothing to worry about. As for Yin Liling, he had the utmost confidence in her pill refining talent. In the lower dimension, there are only people on par with her and no one better than her. Wang Wei smiled, thinking how Tao opening sect would dominate the list for a while. Firstly with Li Jun, followed by his father, Wang Tian. Of course, he knew the competition would be fierce because of the reward he set up for the top 20 ousting the washing karma pool. Wang Wei's original plan was to keep the pool a secret for the sect. However, after his deduction, he realized the best way to use this thing without allowing true heavenly Tao the opportunity to restrict its function or scheme against a sect to destroy it is to allow more people to use it. As such, he made the decision to use it as the reward for the Heaven Chosen list. By then, factions from all over the endless void will not hesitate to wake their sleeping Heaven Chosen to compete for the list, intensifying the competition which will increase the quality of people who can reach the top and cultivate more eternal emperors. With this plan, Wang Wei will receive a ton of merit, maybe enough to cultivate even beyond the Empyrean realm. More importantly, the balance mechanism will no longer be always oppressing him because the entire lower dimension will have a drastic increase in strength, not just the Tao opening sect. The only problem with this plan is that I have to delay the time for Li Jun and Yin Liling to prove the Tao. According to his original plan, these two would have proven the Tao before his mother, but that's not happening now. Wang Wei looked at the representatives and could guess what was in their mind. After this meeting, they will use every means to cultivate their people so they can enter the list. They will no longer hide many rare resources and use them. The dream world was a rare opportunity. It will take some time before other world communities become members, so they must use this time to their advantage. With such an advantage, the Myriad Emperor world must ensure they dominate a few lists, showing the endless void that they are back and better than ever. They must take luck and destiny from other worlds and make their own prosper. Aoshin's body could not hide his trembling body. He saw hope for the demon race to reach new heights to take the destiny from other world communities. If things proceed smoothly, their race might even become the new protagonist of the Myriad Emperor world. That's not realistic, he thought. All the emperor lineages have countless hidden geniuses and foundations. Meanwhile, the demon race has been ravaged so many times that most of their sleeping geniuses are dead. Regardless, this is an opportunity. The innate environment has allowed the demon race to reach new heights, with countless of their members awakened innate demon bloodlines. Previously, he had made plenty of effort to train these members as the core or foundation of a demon race. Now, he has to put even more emphasis on them. Should I reveal the news about the karma washing water? Contemplated Wang Wei. With this news, these factions won't have any restraints whatsoever to train their people. And when these lists officially open, the Myriad Emperor world will truly be ready. Forget it, said Wang Wei, deciding to place his own interest first on this occasion. He had great trust in Li Jun, but it did not change the fact he needed time to develop his bloodline. Wang Wei chose to hide the news to reduce the initial difficulty for Li Jun and buy him enough time to tap all his potential. This is for now, for the dream world, said Wang Wei. He knew there should be more settings or abilities, but it was enough for now. Do you have any questions? People had plenty of questions, and he answered the ones he could or did not say anything on the ones he felt were considered secrets and information that should not yet be released. Our next step is to use the dream world to elect the department heads and vice heads of the court, continued Wang Wei. The test is mostly based on managerial ability. I have created a dream world or scenario, and the people interested will enter and be tested. I will give you an hour to choose who you will send for the tests. The representatives did not waste time and exited the dream world. They had to send words about this momentous creation while also asking their factions to choose people to compete for the court's political positions. Soon afterward, all the testers showed up, including the Tao opening sect steward. He was competing for the position of head of the Department of Foreign Affairs. According to the sect's analysis, this position will have the most power in the court in the future and must be controlled by them. The test for these positions was divided into two, and the first one was the same for the General and Foreign Affairs Department. The chosen representatives will enter a dream scenario where they have to manage a weakened emperor lineage and make them prosper again. They have to deal with internal disputes, control resource distribution, eliminate foreign competitors, form alliances, and re-establish commerce, and other things. The second part of the test was different. The General Affairs Department had become court members in the scenario, and their task was to create rules and deal with conflicts. They will be rated based on how efficiently they deal with internal conflicts between factions. Meanwhile, the Foreign Department had a similar test, but their simulation dealt with foreign heavenly worlds and their communities. This test was more difficult because these worlds had different cultures, histories, and beliefs, so it took great ability and finesse to deal with conflicts between them. Chapter 962, the departments. While the tests were underway, the other representatives began to condense dream coins. They did not want to waste time and test some of the dream world's functions. Most people used the home function, living their wildest dreams. The second largest group tried the battle tower. Wang Wei secretly smiled as he watched this, but his eyes soon twitched. He immediately noticed a female representative trying to condense his face and body in their home. "I'm right there. Couldn't you wait?" He did not know how to evaluate this person's behavior. Sadly, the other person's smile soon turned into a frown as she realized she could not condense her image. "Hey, if I weren't married, I would have no problem allowing people to use my face and image for their wildest dreams. It would be an excellent way to gather more dream coins. Alas, I cannot risk my old lady becoming jealous or using this information against me in the future," thought Wang Wei with a deep inner sigh. He only felt it was too bad to waste such an opportunity. The woman soon turned red in embarrassment. She looked around to see if anyone was around. After realizing her home was utterly private, she sighed in relief. She tried a few times without success before condensing someone else. Li Jun Wang Wei immediately felt things got out of control too fast. This woman was an immortal venerable. She should have more shame than this. Ultimately, he could only remain speechless, but not for long. Not even a few minutes after this woman, he had another reason for his eye to twitch. Another representative chose his imprint to fight him in the tower. The representative first chose the versions of the Supreme Realm, but he was slaughtered by one attack. So he chose the Void-Shattering Realm. However, according to the setting of the imprint, at this stage, Wang Wei had already started his 9-extremity foundation and could borrow the power of his incarnation for a short duration. As such, his challenger Aho was an immortal venerable not survive long in this battle. Angered, the representative chose the supernatural realm version of Wang Wei and started to kill him repeatedly. The representative was having fun for a while. Then, Wang Wei's imprint was suddenly angered and used a desperate move. He mobilized all the power of his soul, removing the shackles in the process. Then, an unparalleled soul power crushed the representative at the cost of the imprint's life. After recondensing his dream body, the representative was scared and stopped this futile and juvenile tactic. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. Luckily, I'm not the only one suffering. He could tell many people secretly challenged the Eternals of this generation. Some wanted to know how powerful these emperors were when they were young, while others only wanted to abuse the young emperors for their sick and twisted pleasure. Let's change the rules so that there's a limit to how often someone can challenge people way weaker than you. He did not completely block these people from challenging weaker opponents or stop them from abusing these young emperors. He understood many cultivators resented the fact that only one person could prove the Tao in one generation, and thus may use this method to lash out their feelings. However, he also did not want people to abuse this system. Time passed, and the test ended. The results were both expected and unexpected. The department leader of General Affairs was a man called Taoist Evergreen, a member of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Wang Wei, along with many others, was surprised by this outcome since no one expected the Loose Cultivator Alliance to have someone as capable as Taoist Evergreen. This alliance has always been like its name, a bunch of loose sands banding together. The way the alliance treated a talent like Huang Yuan in this generation proves their lack of managerial abilities. Yet, someone like Taoist Evergreen showed up. Two explanations for this anomaly, thought Wang Wei. Evergreen belongs to the Loose Cultivator Alliance, but does not take part in its management. Second, and most likely, He's why they have not crumbled due to internal conflicts after so many years. Wang Wei looked at Evergreen and instantly read his fate line. He learned his second theory was correct. Taoist Evergreen is the single threat keeping the alliance from falling apart. He has to deal with the extremely independent nature of loose cultivators, ensuring they still have some affection and connections to the alliance. Furthermore, he also has to ensure the rulers of the alliance do not create families and clans, turning the alliance into a sect or faction controlled by a specific group. A great talent, commented Wang Wei before focusing on the deputy lord, who was someone from an emperor lineage with two great emperors. Some people were surprised that the top emperor lineages did not control the top positions. Such a weak emperor lineage has survived for so long. It must be this person's work, analyzed Wang Wei as he looked at the woman dressed in green clothes. Most weak emperor lineages will not survive long as the top lineages secretly destroy them and plunder their resources. Wang Wei looked at the other positions in this department, but did not focus too much on them. His attention was soon drawn to the other departments. The Department Lord of Law Enforcement was a member of the spirit race. His main body was a ruler that once belonged to a scholar. In his past, the ruler was a rare artifact in the mortal world, passing from the hands of one scholar after another, nurturing its intelligence. The ruler has served many people, including countless prime ministers, before acquiring his wisdom and condensing his body. It makes sense he is chosen. Such a spirit race is born for law enforcement, administration, and prosecution. If this person were born during the warring state area, he would be a legalist saint, commented Wang Wei. He was reassured by this person as the leader of the department. The deputy lord of this department was Patriarch Mo from the Mo clan. His facial expression did not look good, and Wang Wei could guess why. This old fox was probably trying to gain political power to revitalize his family and devil cultivators in the West. Unfortunately, he did not expect to fail and not become the department head. Wang Wei looked at the last department, Foreign Affairs. The final winner was, of course, the steward from the Tao opening sect. This department was the most competitive. These lineages were not stupid and could deduce the power of this department once the court began its expansion. As such, despite how talented the steward was, there were many competitors whose management talent was on par with him. Most of these people originated from ancient lineages. Any of these lineages who could survive for so long will have someone to ensure things go smoothly. In the end, the steward benefited from his background. Since everybody was relative to each other, Wang Wei made the final decision and chose him. Finally, the deputy lord was a cold and indifferent woman from the Moon Palace who was dressed entirely in blue. After everything finished, Wang Wei once again said, "Today's meeting is finished. The next meeting will not have a fixed time. I will summon you once it's time." Everyone was fine with this news. The world has experienced drastic changes in a very short time, so they needed time to process everything and settle down. Changes were good, but too many of them and too fast were not necessarily a good thing. The department heads and elected officials should stay to establish your departments and related rules and regulations. If you have to leave, don't take too long. No one wanted to leave, as they were prepared to spend more time in the court. Although most people had already created an outline for operating their departments, consulting others before determining the final drafts was necessary. Additionally, these people knew a political battle was about to take place despite the fact that these positions were already assigned. Therefore, it was not a good idea to leave at this moment. Wang Wei dismissed everyone, and most representatives left the dream world. They wanted to return to their faction and strategize for the future development of their faction. Wang Wei also exited as well, opening his eyes to his throne. Everyone should have left, but someone still remained as sure. "Do you need anything? I wanted to ask whether you would conduct another Dao discussion in the near future." "I will," nodded Wang Wei. "But wait until Huafeng Wang and Ao Shin deal with their problems." Su Shi's eyes squinted as this sentence revealed a lot of information. She was suspicious of Ao Shin's movements, but could not gather any concrete evidence or proof despite her deduction. This world is about to experience a truly prosperous era, she thought, feeling a sense of pressure. I can't no longer have any hesitation. Su Sure decided to rush home to meet with the Academy's members. Then, she will enter the dream world to have a chat with Xin regarding her husband, Lin Fan. Chapter 963 Hidden Secrets 963 Hidden Secrets Wang Wei calmly watched Su Sure's leaving back. He then focused on Dream World. It was about to be open to mortals, so he wanted to make one last check. Martial artists will enjoy the battle tower, but it may not be the same for others. So competitions like chess, calligraphy, poetry, music, and runes should appeal to them. The home setting should be the most favored by mortals. But Wang Wei still wants to lure them to spend their dream coins in other places. There is also the sermon section and Tao rhymes that haven't been opened yet. The sermon section allows people to acquire more coins. They can record themselves explaining the Tao, and others can pay to watch. This function should greatly benefit the entire world, as even mortals can hear great emperors explain the Tao. The Tao rhyme setting is connected to the battle tower. Once it's activated, people can watch recorded battles and feel the Tao rhymes or law comprehension and applications of these battles. For example, it's possible for a cultivator to learn a technique that Qiuan or Absolute Beginning Emperor used in their youth or after proving the Tao. However, this section is unfinished, unlike the sermon section that is already built but waiting for the right time to become public. Wang Wei needs to modify these past powerhouses' imprints and use his time Tao to record the Tao rhymes from the actual battles. However, this process takes some time, so he left a clone to do the tiring work. Everything is working perfectly fine, thought Wang Wei before focusing his attention on the world and uttering, I have created the dream world, allowing for the communication and idea sharing of all sentient beings. To access it, you only need to close your eyes, focus, and mutter the code word, Dream Incarnate. His voice echoed in the minds of all mortals, shocking many people. This was not the first time the mortals heard an announcement from the Heavenly Emperor, but the information relayed was odd. With an uncontrollable curiosity, many people closed their eyes and followed the instructions. In an instant, trillions of mortals entered the dream world. Wang Wei paid attention and was relieved that nothing happened. Although he knew this would be the case, a small part of him could not think back on Earth when servers clashed during the launches of popular games. After entering the world, these mortals' dream imprint appeared before them in the form of screen. Afterward, information about the dream world and its ability entered these people's minds. Following the introduction, most mortals began to condense dream coins while a few looked around first. Dream coins are condensed from spiritual power, and mortals have a limited supply of this power, so they can only condense a certain amount before they are forced to stop. Without sufficient spiritual power, their dream avatar cannot exist in the dream world. The most attractive setting for most mortals was the home setting. They reveled in the idea they could create whatever they pleased and lived all their fantasies. The price of using the dream world is different for mortals and cultivators. So, with a deposit and yearly rental, these mortals can use their home and do as they please. Of course, Wang Wei took precautions to prevent the mortals from being addicted to the dream world. Wang Wei watched everything with calm eyes. He saw the mortals playing around in their homes and the extraordinary citizens using the simulation to train their understanding and usage of runes. Meanwhile, the martial artists ran to the battle tower to challenge each other. To be precise, they challenged cultivators. The highest realm of martial arts is defeating a divine altar realm cultivator. However, many martial artists were unsatisfied with this outcome and wanted to defeat a supernatural realm cultivator. According to the information they knew, the limit of a mortal civilization is killing Tier 4 cultivators. However, such a feat requires a large army along with hundreds of war constructs that contain powerful weapons. The martial artists do not want to accept this limit and desire to go higher. Some people even want to create a martial civilization that is on par with the origin cultivation system. After seeing this, Wang Wei shook his head. One way that fate controls most of the world is by limiting the number of cultivators. The limit imposed on this world is people without a leakless body are mortals and cannot cultivate. As such, martial arts will always be a mortal art with limits and restrictions. Even in worlds where martial arts are the main power system, fate will impose restrictions by granting people with weak bodies innate deficiencies, poor understanding, and many other restrictions. Wang Wei continued his observation. Mortals and cultivators are semi-separated, with each class having its own server. They can interact and get each other's dream imprint to communicate, but after first appearing in the dream world, they will be in different sections. It was a good idea to leave the dream world independent of the myriad emperor world, analyzed Wang Wei. Technically speaking, the dream world was not a part of the myriad emperor world. In other words, it was not a secret dimension fused to the world. Wang Wei chose to leave the dream world independent of any world, fused to the entire endless void. Such a choice will make it easier for other world communities to enter the dream world. This method will make convincing foreign cultivators to enter and use it easier. Wang Wei no longer paid attention to the dream world and focused on the heavy merit falling from the sky and floating before him. 90% of the merit belonged to him, while the remaining 10% was divided between Dong Lifen and the Eternal Dream Sect. He grinned as he saw the purple merit before him. He knew this was just the beginning. As he continues to develop the dream world and expands it outwards, he will receive more merit to aid in his cultivation. Wang Wei placed the merit away before sending a projection to the core of the dream world, waiting for someone. A few seconds later, Dong Lifen appeared. How was it? Did you have fun being abused by Imprint? What do you mean by abuse? I had a haughty battle, she replied with a smile. As long as she does not choose the versions of Wang Wei and Di Tian that have achieved the 10 Supremacy Foundation, she can go all out to fight. Learn something? Many things, she replied. Dong Lifen realized many of her weaknesses. Firstly, she was used to bullying her opponent using higher cultivation. As a result, her battle experience and a Kawin compared to the top heaven chosen of Wang Wei's generation Ash was far behind. Secondly, because of her lack of battle experience, her application of her Dao was subpar compared to these geniuses, so she needed to make up for the gap. Luckily, it was not too late. She could make up for it with constant battles. Thirdly, she realized she was not ruthless enough. As a ruler, she was ruthless to her enemies and committed countless acts of slaughter. However, she realized she lacked the unique ruthlessness of these heaven chosens, who would do anything for that one opportunity at immortality. Her mind was too calculative, always weighing the pros and cons, and unwilling to take necessary risks. Lastly, Dong Lifen realized her foundation was too weak in certain aspects. She lacks knowledge about many secrets and important news. Fortunately, this major weakness is the easiest to fix as the Dao opening sect granted her full access to the secret archive. Have you thought about the 9 Extremity and 10 Supremacy Foundation? 9 Extremity is useless to my current state, said Dong Lifen, and Wang Wei agreed. Even if she could condense her incarnations, the best that could happen after the fusion is for her physical body to reach a higher level. After fusing with Great Xia, Dong Lifen has achieved a complete alternative 9 Extremity Foundation. However, I do want to achieve an alternative 10 Supremacy Foundation, even trying the path of an immeasurable emperor. Wang Wei nodded. He had high hopes for her to achieve 10 Supremacy. But immeasurable emperor? He did not have much confidence, and that's because of the willpower necessary to break the limit and access the Grand Dao Source. Dong Lifen already understands 5 of the Grand Dao Source because of her status as the founder of the Heavenly King Path. However, she only has the right to borrow the strength of the Grand Dao Source, while she needs the right to control it to become the immeasurable emperor. The sect will support you with whatever you want, but you should also understand I cannot directly help you. Dong Lifen nodded as she understood. With Wang Wei's strength, he could easily destroy a heavenward world and have her fuse it with her sea of consciousness, thus achieving the 10 Supremacy Foundation. However, if he did that, She could foresee backlash and consequences from true heavenly Tao. Therefore, she needed to use her own method while the sect could only be secondary. I understand. Well, I will give you a hint, said Wang Wei as he transferred a piece of information into her mind. Demon Supremacy World? Muttered Dong Lifen, as she understood her next step. She needed to find the right heavenly world and plan its downfall before conquering it alone. I know what to do. That's good, replied Wang Wei, thinking how good it would be if it were this easy for his father to achieve Ten Supremacy. So far, his best idea is for him to re-establish his foundation after proving the Tao, then use the destiny of the ultimate sword Tao to create such a foundation. With Mom protecting him and my backhand, there should be no problem. Wang Wei chatted with Dong Lifen for a while before heading to a formation at the core of the dream world. He looked at the pool full of light of different colors, including gold and jade, and smiled. He never does any loss-making business. At his core, Wang Wei is a treacherous capitalist, so he will never let any opportunity to get more benefit from passing by him. The final result of this personality trait is this pool, which originated from the dream coins. The people using the dream world must condense the coins using their spiritual power. But where do the coins go after being used for purchase? It's this place. In the future, I will secretly gather endless spiritual power from cultivators and mortals from the entire lower dimension. After purifying them, I can absorb them to boost my soul and understanding, accelerating my cultivation. He smiled, thinking about his future smooth cultivation. Chapter 964 Academy's Response 964 Academy's Response. Su Shi returned to the academy, where all the upper echelons waited for her arrival. They had already received the information from the court and needed to discuss how to proceed with the changes in the world. Everyone waited for Su Shi to sit on the main cushion, and they started the discussion as soon as she did. Headmaster, what do you think we should do? Tell me your thoughts first, said Su Shi. Firstly, we need to use all the settings to the fullest extent of their powers, said Song Li, the former headmaster. Our next development step should be cultivating high-level heaven chosen, no matter the cost. Because of the battle tower, they could tell the importance of geniuses to future generations. The heavenly competition won't be only about the one chance at proving the Tao. It will also be a battle to gather luck and destiny from across the entire lower dimension. We can use the home setting and XIN to establish something similar to the Tao opening sex Tao Heart Pagoda. It would be best to cultivate more young emperors. In the past, the world did not emphasize actively tempering the Tao heart, relying more on the inactive concept of Taoism, allowing cultivators to do it on their own until they reached the void-shattering realm. However, things changed in this generation after seeing how the current heavenly emperor became a young emperor after using the pagoda. This process will be easier and cheaper with the Dream World's home setting. Before 15 years old, which is the age of cultivation, they can have their disciples and heaven-chosens experience countless lives or samsaras, tempering their mind and Tao hearts. The simulation will accelerate the cultivation speed of our disciples and cultivate countless professions. It can also be used to test our and create new techniques, continued Song Li. And everyone nodded with him. In the future, the status of professions will either reach a new height or be lowered because of the number of professions. After all, once something is no longer rare or unique, it decreases in value. However, if the profession associations could take the opportunity when the court began its foreign expansion, they might escape such a fate. Finally, it's the battle tower. I do not need to say more, since we can all guess how important this will be. The teacher's Nadidia supreme battle for destiny. They will have to fight for the destiny of their faction, their world, and even the human race. We also have to consider the benefit the dream world has to our immortal powerhouses, said another teacher. As long as they are used appropriately, the Academy's overall strength will drastically increase. It's a shame that this fact is true for every faction in the world. Since we plan to cultivate more geniuses, should we unseal the sleeping ones? Asked the teacher. This question is not easy to answer. It's indeed a great opportunity to fight for the destiny on the list. However, doing so will also waste the effort of countless geniuses. The teachers began to discuss this topic. Some agreed to wake up these people, while others disagreed. Ultimately, they had to look at Su Shi to decide. They must awaken, she said. Any particular reason? Asked Song Li, who felt there were some secrets behind this. I'm minor in karma Dao. Therefore, I can condense a few drops of karma washing water. However, the Heavenly Emperor cultivated it as a primary Dao. Do you think he will use it as a reward for the Heaven Chosens in the list? It's the best way to lure foreign factions to wake up their genius and have them compete for the list. Su Shi has figured out some of the Heavenly Emperor's thinking. The latter only wants one thing: gave prosperity of his Heavenly Emperor era. As such, the supreme battle of luck most involved every faction in the lower dimension. Additionally, it's also another way to counter the balance mechanism. That's true. If he wants to leave a large quantity of karma washing water to the Dao opening sect, the best way is to ensure his sect is not the only one benefiting from it, said Song Li, as realization dawned on him. So who do we wake up? And how many of them? The answer to that question is not easy to answer, said Su Shi. We are the first to use the dream world, giving us an advantage. However, we have to compete with the losers of this generation's battle, along with a genius like Wang Tian. So, the competition will be fierce. The teachers frowned. This genius was an ultimate glorious age with one unparalleled genius after another. On top of that, most of them survived the final battle, meaning they could still participate in this feast of luck and destiny. In that case, we need to reanalyze our Heaven Chosens and decide who to awaken, said Song Li. It'll leave everything to you, nodded Su Shi before changing the topic. How are things going with our expansion in the lower realm? Finding other worlds is more difficult than they should, reported Song Li. So far, their academy has only found a few great thousand worlds and more than 10 middle thousand worlds, and that's even with Su Shi's power. How could there be so few? She asked. I suspect someone is purposely hiding them, replied Song Li, making an upward sign with his index finger. Don't make baseless accusations. Am not. We have discovered branches of the Dao opening sect in half of the world we discovered. Su Shi frowned, so he was long prepared? Yes, he probably had planned everything more than 100,000 years ago, replied Song Li with a deep sigh. Some people's lives are destined to be legendary, said Su Shi. Continue to find as many worlds as possible. Although I guess the court will assign the god positions in the lower realm, we can still increase our influence if we have branches in these worlds. I will. Su Shi nodded. How are things proceeding with gathering merit? We are still a bit short. If there were a task Song Li wanted to complete as soon as possible, it was to gather enough merit. By then, the Academy will have an official 9th Emperor. In that case, we will have to use Plan B, said Su Shi as she took out a dark purple orb. Is this really a good idea? Asked Song Li as he looked at the orb. Su Shi did not answer him. She spent a lot of effort to refine this pure, primordial chaos key, and her plan is to sacrifice it to Heavenly Dao for merit. The world once had chaos key, but never contained primordial chaos key. As such, her plan will definitely succeed. However, there will also be consequences. The changes that will happen to the world may not necessarily be good for many people or factions. The times are changing, and we need to adapt, said Su Shi. Furthermore, the Heavenly Emperor cannot be the only one fundamentally changing the myriad Emperor world. Indeed, nodded Song Li. The Academy must be one of the great powers of the new, upcoming world, and cannot allow its old competitors to dominate everything. Headmaster, do you want to proceed now? Asked the teacher. He did not want to wait any longer for the Academy to receive the luck and destiny of the 9th Emperor. Now is not the right time, said Su Shi, shaking her head. The Heavenly Emperor is now in the limelight, so it's not a good idea to suddenly take it from him. She understood Wang Wei was not the kind of person to care about such triviality. However, such simple mindfulness acts can prolong the good relationship she had established with him and the Dao opening sect. Since it was simple for her to delay a while, why not do it especially given the benefits? That's fine. They have been waiting for so long, so why not a few more years? Anyway, the moment the Heavenly Emperor gave them his blessing, it was a foregone decision that things would succeed. The next major change to the world should be the improvement of the origin system, continued Su Shi. We should prepare for this. The teachers nodded in agreement. The environment has recently changed, but many people have already felt the origin system was no longer perfectly suited for the current environment. As such, some people have begun to pursue their own cultivation system or looked at the one from ancient times. However, the top emperor lineages can deduce that the Heavenly Emperor would never allow another system to rise, as the Tao opening sect would lose the Tao Father destiny. So, they were waiting for the update. Lastly, I will soon move to the court, declared Su Shi, and everyone concentrated on her. Some people wanted to advise her otherwise, but they soon realized it was inevitable for this generation's Eternals tier powerhouses to move to the court one day. Isn't it too soon? Asked Song Li. Time waits for no one. He sighed, but did not say anything more. Meanwhile, the meeting soon ended, and Su Shi did not waste time entering the dream world. She wanted to use in service. Chapter 965 Rumors 965 Rumors Northern Continent. Ao Shun returned to the demon tribe and began to establish how they would deal with the upcoming changes in the world. Their approach was not much different from the Emperor Enlightened Academy, with a few changes. The demon race does not have many talented geniuses, so they hope to recruit from outside, specifically from otherworld communities. The need for more talent provided Ao Shun with an opportunity he's been waiting for. For a while now, he wanted to increase the status of the beast race, who were demons with weak bloodlines since they were animals who gained wisdom and began to cultivate. He recently realized these demon race members had a higher average understanding than the demon race as a whole. This was a trait they had to develop since they could not rely too much on their bloodline. As such, Ao Shun believed they were the perfect talent pool to cultivate professions. The demon race is aggressive by nature, and the situation is aggravated since they do not need to temper their state of mind or Tao heart. However, Ao Shun decided to make changes and use the home setting in the same way as the academy. Once everything finished, he focused on himself. He had almost made a deal with the Baishi race to allow him to use the star stage. Unfortunately, the asking price of the sea race was too outrageous, almost forcing Ao Shun to use force. The Heavenly Emperor is not happy with the sea race. So, right now, they should be in a semi-panic state. This is an opportunity for me in this negotiation. Many thoughts flashed in his mind. The best course of action for the sea race is to have an ally, especially one that can serve as their connection to the surface world, and the demon race is the perfect faction to do so. The two factions with a mortal sovereign can represent the entire sea race. As long as I convince them to form the alliance, it should be easier to pressure the Baishi clan than to help me. I might not even have to pay any price. Ao Shun sneered before disappearing from the demon race's territory. Heavenly Court. After checking his little scheme, he exited the dream world and headed to his cultivation room. He headed to a special room that contained a large dark gray ball that seemed to be made of strings. "It's so big now," muttered Wang Wei. "It seems the mortal civilization was more successful than I anticipated." He smiled as he looked at the large ball. In the cultivation world, something called words and action practice exists, which is a method that many people use to aid in their comprehension of the law, or Tao. A perfect example of this method was Wang Wei's destiny incarnation. He controlled the destiny of an entire world, controlling and observing the destiny of all sentient beings in that great thousand world. In the process, his destiny Tao comprehension drastically accelerated. The dark gray ball is the result of this practice. Wang Wei changed the world, thus changing the fate of trillions of people, mortal and cultivator alike. He condensed the energy or power emanating by changing people's fate into this ball. Later on, he will use his fate-dominating physique to absorb it thus giving him an even greater boost for comprehension of his fate Tao. I cannot wait to change the destiny of the entire lower dimension, thought Wang Wei, who realized he had underestimated the effects of his plans. Once everything is accomplished, he might be able to cultivate all the way to 80 Grand Tao Source. Then, after his ascension, he might use this practice to reach the Paragon realm as quickly as possible while dealing with the parasites. Although there should be some trouble in the process, the end result should be as I predicted, thought Wang Wei before leaving the room. It was not time to enter seclusion, as it was pointless for him. He could tell that reaching the taboo battle realm by increasing his cultivation was impossible. So, he will focus on accomplishing the taboo realm, thus establishing the best foundation for himself. Wang Wei returned home to see his mother. "Is it time?" asked Yu Yin. "It is," nodded Wang Wei. According to his original plan, she only needed to leave after Li Jun and Yin Liling proved the Tao. But the plan had to change. "Don't worry, I will visit you often." "You better," said Yu Yin. "How is father?" "Him? He's having the time of his life." "I guess it would be like this," responded Wang Wei as he checked on his father's situation. As expected, he was in the swordsmanship world, fighting all the swordsmen. His incarnation and the heaven chosen that Wang Wei designed for him were still young, so he targeted members of the old generation. "Ignore him," said Yu Yin. "Let's have dinner." The two chatted over dinner. Afterward, Yu Yin entered a secret dimension of the sect before leaving a few hours later and rushing straight to her family. "Aunt, what are you doing here in such a rush?" asked Yu Patian, Wang Wei's cousin and this generation's patriarch of the Yu clan. He had a feeling something bad might have happened. "I had an argument with these people, so I will stay here for a while." "Is this about my cow side, the Heavenly Emperor's lack of help to our family?" "Don't ask about this. I'm already upset." Yu Patian wanted to know more information, but he did not dare violate his aunt's majesty. "Are you sure your son is not still angry at our father?" Yu Yin looked at his sister, who had walked into the room, and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Wire is not the type of person to hold a grudge." "Then, why couldn't he do a simple Grand Tao baptism for us, or grant us a few Tao rhymes?" Yu Yin frowned. "First of all, he owes our family nothing. Secondly, it was my decision to stop him. You only need to wait for me, and I will do it for the family. Thirdly, didn't he help the family with the bloodline nourishment? Compared to the benefit of the Wang clan, we barely had any changes. The blood of the Yu clan flows in his vein as much as the Wang clan." "Mother," said Yu Patian. "Shut up," yelled Yu Daiyu. "You might be afraid of him, but I'm not." Yu Yin sighed. "Sister, do you think anyone can bear the destiny that comes with a powerful bloodline? Sometimes, a blessing for someone is a catastrophe for others." Yu Daiyu frowned as her eyes gleamed. It seemed she had thought of something. Then, she snorted coldly. "All I hear are excuses you are making for him." She walked away from the home, not hiding her dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Yu Yin was secretly smiling. "I guess my effort to secretly brew my sister's animosity was not for nothing. This little act should be more than enough for the deception art." No one could detect the strange lights that often flashed deep in her eyes. "I'm sorry," said Yu Patian, smiling wryly. "I know it's not your fault." He felt relieved after hearing this. "Make sure that the weaker members of the clan do not know about this news or hold any grudge." "Don't worry, I already took care of it," he explained. At first, there were whispers since no one received the Grand Tao baptism. However, after the mutation in the bloodline and countless talented individuals appearing in the clan, Yu Patian took this opportunity to soothe everything. "That's good," nodded Yu Yin before looking in the distance. The plan was not completed until she convinced certain ancestors of the Yu clan. As a weak emperor lineage, there are reasons the Yu clan can survive for so long, and these people are the ones Yu Yin needs to hide the truth from for a while. "Arrange a place for me. I will be here for a while." "Aunt, what about my uncle-in-law?" "He's in retreat," she replied, but soon had to reassure him after seeing his face. "We have no problems. I only had some disagreement with the ancestors." "That's good." Yu Potion's worst fear was that his aunt's marriage would have problems. As long as she is still married to his uncle-in-law, The clan will have a deep connection to his cousin. Let's go. The clan kept your cultivation pavilion intact, said Yu Patian as he led the way. Dao opening sect. Wang Wei saw everything. There seems to be no problem with the first step, he thought as he observed the secret of heaven and earth. According to his calculations, there should be no problem with his plan. I only need to wait a while and let things marinate. Then, she can gather the merit to prove the Tao. Not long after Yu Yin left, the spies of the emperor lineages received the news. Some people even knew the exact conversation she had with her sister and Yu Patian. The Tao opening sect might be impregnable, but it was not the same for the Yu clan. However, no one dared to talk about this subject publicly despite wondering what was going on. However, countless people analyzed or deduced how this change would affect the world. Now let's focus on these forbidden lands, muttered Wang Wei. Chapter 966, The Chrono-Chaos Realm's Secret. 966, The Chrono-Chaos Realm's Secret. Wang Wei disappeared before reappearing on top of a small mountain located in the southern continent. This mountain was part of undeveloped land, meaning there were no lives in 100,000 miles in diameter. Wang Wei looked at an old Manithist generation's sect master of the Watcher sect. You came, said the old man calmly, a wise aura emanating from his body. Although he was only in the quasi-emperor realm, he had an otherworldly aura about him, just like he was a supreme powerhouse on par with immortal tier cultivators. Okay, there's no need for pretense. Everything you do is meaningless, since I can see things you cannot fathom. The old man began to cough, almost choking. He had been waiting here for 1,000 years, living every day in fear and worry. He knew the heavenly emperor would come to see him one day, but he did not know when. So, he waited, wanting to pretend he had expected the latter for a long time. The old man wanted to curse his inheritance. He should never have listened to them and used this terrible idea to deal with the heavenly emperor. Did that senior really bluff a great emperor? Thought the old man. Feeling the information passed down by his predecessors was full of lies and fabrications. What's your name? Asked Wang Wei. This old man is called Gao Qianqin. Wang Wei nodded. Let me see the heaven recording book. Gao Qianqin hesitated momentarily before summoning the emperor artifact and handing it over. Wang Wei did not hesitate to look at the most recent page. As expected, it recorded every event that has happened in the past 1,000 years since the birth of the Heavenly Emperor era. He even saw records of certain battles between Eternal Tier's powerhouses. Soon, his pupil shrunk as he saw a note about his attack on the Battle Spirit World. It seems that I underestimated this thing, thought Wang Wei as he analyzed it closer. He soon realized the uniqueness of this artifactate gathered the destiny of the myriad Emperor world. Recording accurate and unbiased history is necessary for any advanced civilization, and the Watcher sect is the faction that amassed the destiny for such an achievement. Something tells me the creator of this book was not interested in luck, destiny, or merit. They created this book for an entirely different purpose. Wang Wei frowned as he tried to divine something. However, an intense amount of chaotic time energy always blocked his sight at the last minute. Now I have proof this thing is related to the Chrono-Chaos realm. Wang Wei flipped the page and swiftly read the entire world's history. From the ancient emperor era to the current time, this book was of great help to him, allowing Wang Wei to make up the gap in certain areas that the sleepers never recorded for various reasons. However, he noticed two interesting things from this book. Their record did not start before my ancestor started the ancient emperor era. The very first sentence of this book was about Qin's proving the Tao. However, the first and only emperor of the Watcher sect did not prove the Tao after more than 30 generations after Qiyuan. The second noteworthy aspect of this book was that it was missing some pages, some pieces of history. Why are there missing pages? Asked Wang Wei directly. Over the years, a few people have noticed our existence, Gao Qianqin sighed. He thought their sects were well hidden, and no Eternal ever discovered them. But he was wrong. After realizing his identity was revealed, Gao Qianqin panicked and did not know how to deal with the situation. So, he remembered the advice the book gave him after the first time he became this generation's leader. So, without hesitation, he consulted his inheritance, which contains the wisdom and experiences of all past watchers. He learned from them a few secrets he was not privy to prior. Oh, who else discovered you? The first one was someone from the Tao burial ground. Them? Yes. Someone came to our sect and erased some knowledge from our records and killed that generation's watcher. Luckily, the Heaven Record book escaped and no one came for us afterward. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He wondered what the rats in the Tao burial ground wanted to hide. However, now is not the time to get to the bottom of this mystery. The second person should be an eternal emperor. What's with the uncertainty? According to our record, this information is only a deduction or analysis, explained Gao Qianqin. So, who was the one to visit? The old man did not immediately answer, but asked, "Do you know there were 2 extra eternal emperors in our world that should have fallen?" I'm aware. After first knowing about Di Tian's life experience, Wang Wei deduced that the 2 people Di Tian lost to and did not have any recollections of should be dead eternal emperors. One of them should be responsible for our missing records, explained Gao Qianqin. And my predecessors believed that person's cause of death was our sect. After hearing this information, Wang Wei swiftly placed a few pieces of information together. Assuming he's telling the truth, could the Eternal Emperor have died because of pursuing whatever secret lies in the chrono-chaos realm? Wang Wei was suddenly interested. Let me borrow this book for a while. He disappeared from the mountain, and Gao Qianqin breathed in relief. I made the right choice by not resisting and telling the truth. Wang Wei headed directly to the chrono-chaos realm. He entered without hesitation, heading directly to the core. The process was both easy and difficult. As soon as he arrived, he discovered whoever created this place had a better or higher understanding of time Tao than him. Furthermore, there was so much time energy in this place that the entire realm acted like an immortal sovereign's energy dominance. He found it difficult to teleport in this place, so he had to fly to the core. However, the deeper he went, the scarier the power this forbidden land contained. By the time he reached the center, this place contained the power to kill great emperors with 55 grand Tao source. Wang Wei flew to a white light, and in a blink of an eye, he found himself in all white space. He saw 2 people sitting at the center with a third empty cushion. He gazed at the 2 individual Satwo men dressed in white robes, looking identical. His first thought was they were twins, but he soon removed that idea upon closer observation. These people are the same individual, each from a different period of time, he concluded. The young man on the right exuded a carefree yet desolate temperament. He was like a man who had suffered tremendously but saw through the essence of life and achieved enlightenment. The one on the left was full of anger and unwillingness. His eyes indicated an unwavering desire. I've seen these eyes before. They're the eyes of a man whose obsession has reached an unimaginable level. Di Tian had similar eyes. Fellow Taoist, said the man on the left, inviting Wang Wei to the empty seat. Wang Wei did not have any hesitations as he sat before them. He did not sense any killing intention or animosity. Furthermore, he already knew this person's power level, 43 grand Tao source. However, with the chrono-chaos zone, even someone with 55 grand Tao source and above might suffer in this person's hand. How may I address, fellow Taoist? Asked Wang Wei as he sat down. In the olden days, people called us the Time Monarch, said the man on the right. Now, you can refer to us as Ji Wu. Wang Wei nodded, deducing the identity of these 2. He guessed he should be some eternal emperor who lived during the war. However, he seemed to be in a strange state. Brother Ji, my name Isa, we know who you are. Sir Heavenly Emperor, said the man on the right. We saw all the changes that have occurred in the world since your ascension. The 2 sighed simultaneously. They have lived in what could be described as the most brilliant era of the myriad emperor world. However, in all their lives, they have never seen a genius as talented or unique as this fate-dominating emperor. Before you came, we were discussing how much easier the war would have been if you lived in our era, said the left Ji Wu. Yes, the human and acquired life would not have to pay so much to win the war, and so many lives could have been saved. Wang Wei felt there was a hidden meaning behind these words. However, he did not immediately ask, "I'm glad you two can think so highly of me. I would have also liked to live in that era, fighting side by side with my ancestor for the survival and glory of the human race and all other acquired lives." Yes, but it's a pity. Maybe not. Maybe he would not have been so excellent if born in the wrong era, countered Ji Wu on the right. Such a talent would shine wherever he was born. As the saying goes, gold will always shine even when surrounded by dirt. Wang Wei calmly smiled after hearing these compliments. He could tell the one on the right was sincere, while the one on the left had a hidden agenda. "Thank you for the high praise, but let's get back to the main topic," said Wang Wei. "I came here to get some answers about this place. If fellow Taoists could enlighten me, I would greatly appreciate it." Chapter 967, The Chrono-Chaos Realm's Secret. 2. 967, The Chrono-Chaos Realm's Secret. 2. The two Ji Wu paused momentarily before the one on the left said, "Our story is a cliché one. It began in ancient times, near the end of the war." Wang Wei calmly listened. Although he had much information, some knowledge, especially during the Null era, eluded him. These two people's stories allow him to learn many secrets of heaven and earth. Have you heard the saying that the human emperor invented the first fortune dynasty? Asked Ji Wu on the right, and Wang Wei nodded. This fact is partially true. Our human race had long discovered the power of luck and destiny. However, the history of the human race has made it increasingly difficult to unite as one dynasty. The White Room changed, and Wang Wei soon found himself sitting in the air with the others next to him. Below him was a group of humans dressed in animal hides. Everyone looked primitive, but Wang Wei did not think so. These hides mostly belonged to powerful creatures that existed in ancient times, so the fashion was different compared to the modern era. The concept of a sect was extremely weak in that era, as most people lived in tribes, continued Ji Wu on the right. Humans were scattered worldwide, and living in tribes was a way to survive. After your ancestor invented the primordial god system, he secretly spread it to different tribes. If there was someone who had a high chance of uniting the human tribes and becoming the first ruler of a fortunate dynasty, it was your ancestor. However, the human race was too weak and needed a low-key development. Wang Wei nodded. If the innate demon gods knew the human race banded together, while also having a potent cultivation system, they would have noticed them earlier and done whatever was needed to eradicate the human race. So, he agreed with his ancestors' approach. Simultaneously, he knew the downside of such a development process. After the heaven-opening emperor proved the Tao, he had the strength to gather many human tribes together. However, he was under the eye of countless six-star primarchs, so he could not gather everyone in one group. Additionally, he felt it was too dangerous for all humans to be in place in case something happened. This was a wise move, added the left side Ji Wu. The human race's ancestral hall was attacked many times, almost becoming extinct on a few occasions. If the elders did not leave outside tribes to use as backup, we would have lost the war long ago. The two sighed in tandem. It was odd how perfectly in sync they were. The tribal system was necessary for the human race's survival. However, it soon showed its downside. By the time our race could stand toe-to-toe with the innate demon gods, creating a central power system, the different tribal leaders were too powerful and could not easily give up their power. The heaven-opening emperor had the strength and prestige to become the new ruler. However, some people still opposed him. Ultimately, he decided that such contradictions could lead to civil war among the human race, so he adopted a council system with different tribal leaders. Wang Wei did not know much about the heaven-opening emperor's decision, but he was aware of the human race's council. This is where we come into the story. Continued Ji Wu on the right. Our Ji tribe was one of the most powerful in that area. After I proved the Tao using a mighty Tao like time, our power reached a new height. The two sighed. Sadly, this is where our misfortune began. The two did not say anything for a few seconds, so Wang Wei remained quiet. Time Monarch, uttered the left Ji Wu. The name implied the dominance of Time Tao, but there is a hidden meaning. Can you guess? The monarch part is an indication of your ambitions. replied Wang Wei calmly. Exactly. We wanted to unite the human race into the first unified dynastiath Great Ji dynasty. A terrifying aura emanated from left side Ji Wu's body, making the picture of ancient times tremble and crack. Luckily, the other one touched Ji Wu's shoulder, calming him down. We acted on our ambitions. We wooed countless tribes and spread our ideologies. Right, Ji Wu sighed. Honestly, our chances of succeeding were minuscule. However, we were lucky to meet a woman with unparalleled telonomy wife, Ji Suyin. As he said these words, the vision changed, and Wang Wei saw a scene of Ji Wu talking to a beautiful woman with a black dress, a white fox fur coat around her shoulder, and a red cinnamon bar on her forehead. She was advising Ji Wu on managerial affairs. She was undoubtedly the best tactical mind of that era, continued Ji Wu. Under her guidance, my empty and unrealizable dream slowly materialized. Both Ji Wu looked at her with love, doting, and regret. Everything proceeded smoothly until that day. Your Majesty, can you guess what happened? Your actions were exactly what my ancestors feared. So, the human council attacked and slaughtered you and your tribe, replied Wang Wei calmly. The two quieted down before Ji Wu on the left said, 15.3 billion tribe members, and not a single one survived, including her. Everything we dreamed and hoped for, gone in a single moment, continued the other one. So what happened next? And why do I not feel any resentments from you toward the council or the human race? Asked Wang Wei. After so many years, we've realized this was the best option. Otherwise, the human race would have destroyed itself in a civil war. Even if there were a final winner, we would not have survived the attack from the innate demon gods, explained Ji Wu on the right. Wang Wei nodded. He felt that Ji Wu was telling the truth, but the other one still had some hidden or residual bitterness resentment. I survived the war, said right side Ji Wu. With her sacrifice, I survived, but I wished I did not. Leaving without her was the greatest karmic suffering, especially since he had to live with the fact he caused her death. After I survived, I lived for only one purposito, make up for what happened that day. Wang Wei secretly sighed as he knew the impossible tasks Ji Wu faced. As an eternal emperor who controls time Tao, it should be easy to revive these dead people. But that was far from the truth. The people who attacked that day were all great emperors and eternals, meaning the existence of all the people in the Ji tribe was erased. After years of research, trials, and errors, and luck, I finally succeeded. Can you guess how? Asked right side Ji Wu. You isolated a moment in time from the river of Timea moment where all your tribe members and her were still alive, explained Wang Wei. The other version of you is the one from that moment, while you're real Ji Wu. That's correct, nodded right side Ji Wu, and Wang Wei took out the Heaven Record book. You created this book not to record historical events, but to use the concept of history to gather time energy. Yes, acknowledged both Ji Wu. How exactly did you succeed in separating that moment in time? Asked Wang Wei, not hiding his doubt. Logically speaking, these people could not be revived even through time Tao, since great emperors transcend time. So it should be impossible unless Ji Wu becomes an Empyrean or Paragon. Wang Wei had a similar experience when he tried to revive the dead people from his science and technology world after the hooded figure from the deception trial attacked him with numerous great emperors. Near the end of the war, the river of time was chaotic and more malleable. So, I took this opportunity to succeed. Wang Wei had a pondering look. Usually, every major event in the lower dimension is connected one way or the other with something happening in the upper dimension, so it should be the same for the Acquire Innate War. So, the chaos of the River of Time was probably because something was happening. Unfortunately, he did not know what it was. Your plan is crazy enough, continued Wang Wei, who figured out what Ji Wu wanted to do. Separating the moment in time was only the first step. This time Monarch wanted to change the past and save these dead people. Otherwise, they would be stuck in that moment and could not even leave the chrono-chaos realm. The gathering of chaotic time energy is probably to cause a second chaos in the river of time. thus giving them an opportunity to fundamentally alter the past and history of the myriad emperor world and save the G tribe. Your Majesty, what do you think? Can our plan succeed? You obviously already know the answer, replied Wang Wei. Great emperors, especially those who control time, Tao, should be able to alter the past, present, and future. Unfortunately, this world is high-dimensional with strict rules, regulations, and restrictions. Sadly, the rules indicate that only paragons can barely alter the past, but they must also be limited to small events. We are aware of our lack of ability, said left side Ji Wu. We were hoping your Majesty could have another way. I may have an idea, uttered Wang Wei. But why should I help? What can I get out of this situation? Chapter 968, Other Self. 968, Other Self. The two Ji Wus looked at each other. Left side Ji Wu did not hide his excitement. After so many years, so many nights spent in despair, he finally saw hope. Meanwhile, right side Ji Wu was surprised. After so many years, he had almost accepted what had happened. If not for his other self's obsession, he might have left this place long ago, leaving his own life. But since he also had an opportunity, he would not hesitate to take it. After all, he also wanted to see her again. They glanced back at Wang Wei. Your Majesty, what do you have in mind? They knew they had little to offer, but since the Heavenly Emperor asked, he must have something they wanted. At this point, they were willing to sacrifice their lives for such an opportunity. I want two things, said Wang Wei. Firstly, I want you to condense all your understanding of time, Tao, into a Tao seed to help me cultivate. Please, put your memory of the experience of watching the chaotic river of time and how you separated that moment of time. This time Monarch had a higher understanding of time Tao than him, so he wanted to get the latter's comprehension. As long as he studies it, his fate Tao will also make progress. Additionally, it's a unique experience to watch the river of time becoming chaotic, so Wang Wei wanted to learn from it. That's easy to do, said right side Ji Wu before waving his hand to condense a green crystal shining with Tao rhymes. Excellent, said Wang Wei as he held the Tao seed in his hand. He checked it with his divine sense and could feel that comprehending time Tao from this crystal is 100 times easier than directly doing so from the Grand Tao source. The second thing I want is the Heaven Recording Book, continued Wang Wei. To be precise, I want the destiny connected to being the myriad emperor world's history recorder. Qin opened the ancient emperor era, and the Tao opening sect is the first emperor lineage of the post-null era. As such, the destiny of the history keeper or watcher matches very well with the sect. Therefore, Wang Wei would not waste an opportunity to increase the sect's destiny and luck, especially since they were such a unique destiny. Wang Wei always liked to prepare for the future or for the worst-case scenario. He can predict countless future generations with his time and fate, Tao, and intelligence. As such, he knew his Heavenly Emperor era would not be eternal and would eventually be destroyed. Such a moment will be the most dangerous time for the Tao opening sect. The collapse of the era will also be the perfect time for true Heavenly Tao to use the balance mechanism to destroy the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei does not know whether he will already achieve half-step transcendence by then, so he needs to prepare for this eventuality. The best way to do so is to grant his sect unique destinies that could protect them. The destiny of the innate environment, of the heavenly court, of the dream world, of the mortal civilizations, of the new cultivation system, of the revival of the innate demon gods, and now, the destiny of being a history watcher. All of them will serve as a protective umbrella for the Tao opening sect. As long as your idea can help us change what happens. It's not a problem to hand this thing to you, said left side Ji Wu. Very well, nodded Wang Wei, who no longer hesitated. Changing the past in our timeline is impossible, so you must travel to another parallel universe and change things there. Parallel timelines, mutat right side Ji Wu. This was the first time he heard these words, but with his time Tao, he only took a moment to understand their meaning. Every fork of destiny, of every choice, leads to an entirely new universe where things are different. If we can find a timeline where we save the G tribe, it will indeed be a way to revive them. But Would these members be our people? Asked left side Ji Woo. Even though the members from the other timeline looked the same as his people, there were still slight differences. A small part of him cannot accept that. You don't have to worry about that. You only need to fuse the moment in time you've isolated with a new timeline, replacing these people with your people, added Wang Wei, who expected their reservation. Left side Ji Woo's eyes lit up after hearing this. It's a good way to deal with this issue. All right, let's not waste time, said right side Ji Woo. What's our next step? I will use the chaotic time energy in this place to open a small path through the river of time. You have to take this opportunity to leave this timeline, explained Wang Wei. You will only have a short window of opportunity, Otto, not waste it. We understand. Wang Wei nodded before immediately nodding. He activated his Emperor artifact to turn into a crystal that fused with his forehead. He followed his actions by activating all his Grand Dao boosts, ensuring his strength reached the peak of 69.9 Grand Dao source. Finally, 365 figures appeared behind Wang Wei, all pulsating with the power of time. His future Buddha selves arranged themselves in a circular array, each controlling a vast quantity of chaotic time energy. Bang! The entire myriad Emperor world trembled as a magnificent river appeared above the sky. As all sentient beings gazed at the river, they saw their birth, youth, old age, and death in a single moment. This fact pertained to everyone, including cultivators and immortal tier powerhouses. The river of time, these words appeared in the minds of every sentient being, even babies who have yet to form their cognitive abilities. Afterward, the people saw the world's history from the chaos era to the present. However, the process was so fast that even the best insurgents could not remember much. A shining light rushed from the chrono-chaos realm to enter the river of time. This river, which displayed an ancient aura unmatched by anything in the universe, this river, which should be the embodiment of remaining calm and unchanging throughout eternity, fluctuated. Such an act meant nothing to most sentient beings, but this was a shocking scene for the people who knew it. Chrono-chaos realm. After Wang Wei used the chaotic time energy to fluctuate the river of time, his job was not finished. The next step was to divine the perfect timelines for Ji Woo. Luckily, he had their cooperation, so he could use the karma attached to their bodies to do his job. Now, yelled Wang Wei as he sent a coordinate to their mind. The two Ji Woos did not hesitate as they rushed into the river of time, heading to the exact space of the fluctuation. As soon as they arrived at their destination, the two fused before disappearing. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was distracted as he watched everything. His soul seemed to have left his body and traveled through the river of time. He saw the thing was also composed of countless strings similar to the river of fate. However, these strings were not the fate lines of all sentient beings in the chaos universe. Each of them was a different timeline. The infinite trichiliocosm, muttered Wang Wei as he finally knew the official name of this world's multiverse. While in this strange state, Wang Wei suddenly felt he had a deep connection to one of the strings. He glanced at it and saw something gay, saw one of his other self. In this timeline, his cultivation was quite mediocre, at least, by his current standard. He did not awaken the memories from his past life, so he only had to rely on his sealed paragon soul and high comprehension. As such, he had to struggle against the likes of Han Li for the position of Sacred Son. Many of the unparalleled geniuses of his generation were mediocre, like Tong Ruobing and Mo Xingyun, and even Huafeng Wang was not as powerful since she did not have all 5 bloodlines. Huang Yuang died in the lower realm, and his wife was the one with the life and death book. Song Xiaoxi was mediocre and died in the hands of the Baishi clan. Ji Song was alive and was a top contender in this generation. Jian Wushuang never met Daiji and competed in the final battle. Shi Fuyu never swallowed Feng Hong, but became his mentor. Lin Fan never walked the path of the greater chaos and survived until the end. He was still with Su Shi. Su also never had any connection to him, and she also made it to the end. Sun Jiaolong used the human destiny sword to become a top contender. Feng Lijuan from the Divine Tao league never broke through the restrictions of her bloodline. So she became mediocre, but she still survived. Lu Meishio, with a myriad beast physique and her ruthlessness, became a top contender. Ao Shun still went to the martial hegemony world, but he never returned. So Wang Wei concluded he probably died. Wu Ming was an insignificant individual since he never received Wang Wei's ideas. So he never joined the Origin Rune Palace and created chaos there. Yin Jin and Yi Liangxing never appeared in this generation, and Jingwu Hua died in the civil war of the Golden Crow clan, losing the opportunity to absorb her father's emperor bone. The upper dimension spies never showed up. Wang Wei guessed the parasites did not care for the lower dimension in that timeline, so they probably only observed and did not interfere much. Wang Wei watched his life in that timeline. His rise only began after the void-shattering realm and his participation in the slaughter trial. Afterward, he awakened the memories from his past life, showing even more extraordinary abilities. It was the key that allowed him to pass the outlaw trial for his life and death Dao. Sadly, it was useless. Di Tian easily slaughtered everyone during the final battle, and he was lucky to survive and run away. The entire thing could be described as a fiasco. Chapter 969 Message 969 Message. After losing the battle, his other self took time to recuperate, preparing to seal himself in bloodstone and compete for the future heaven-will battle. However, tragedy soon came knocking on his door. Di Tian visited the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and had Old Man Chu divine the best way for him to revive his wife. Under the blessing of his power, Old Man Chu directed him to Wang Wei's memories of his past life. To be specific, Di Tian immediately visited the Dao opening sect. At first, he was cordial, asking for an exchange of profit for these memories. But Wang Wei was adamant. His memories from Earth were one of his greatest secrets, and he was not prepared to tell anyone. Additionally, his intuition warned him something terrible would happen if he gave Di Tian his memories. The Dao opening sect supported his decision. Even after Di Tian, the 9 Samsara Emperor, became hostile. A great battle transpired. Sadly, Di Tian was not a normal Eternal Emperor. Although Di Tian did not find Empyrean 9 Pillar and acquired his inheritance, he was still an Eternal who succeeded in establishing his 9 Extremity Foundation. The battle only lasted a year. To be precise, the Dao opening sect survived 1 year under Di Tian's power, rapidly consuming its foundation. The entire Myriad Emperor world watched as the most powerful sect in the world and one of the oldest died in a matter of a year. Wang Wei watched his other self experiencing this event. During the entire war, he was powerless and was protected. He often asked to be sent to the battlefield. At times, he wanted to relent and give Di Tian what he wanted. However, his father and mother would refuse. The sect's ancestors did not give up and chose to fight to their last breath. As such, he watched Origin 1, Sword 1, Desolate 1, Ancestor Wuching, Miscellaneous 1, his father, grandfather, and Motherathi all died one by one until he was the last one remaining. Wang Wei watched as his other self watched Di Tian with hatred before exploding his soul. Finally, he saw how the latter chased him into Samsara. Luckily, Old Man Nether intervened since he treated Di Tian as his pawn to control Samsara in the lower dimension. After his reincarnation, he was born in a heaven-will world called Pursuing Longevity World. Although he had the lowest grade of talent in that world, first grade spirit root, this fact could not stop him. His other self used knowledge from his previous life to make up for his talent. He also combined the 2 cultivation systems, allowing him to cultivate an even better D realm than his previous life. Finally, during the Heaven-Will battle, as the only individual in the world who wields the power of law, he slaughtered everyone and became an immortal emperor or great emperor. Wang Wei calmly watched his other self, a suave and handsome young man with flowing red hair. However, his eyes and aura displayed extreme gloominess, hatred, and a sense of self-destruction. Wang Wei continued to watch his other self's journey. However, things became a little blurry after he ascended to the upper dimension. Wang Wei could tell the Eternal Ascension world was experiencing a terrifying war. However, he could not see the exact details. However, he saw some of his other self's experiences. He saw his first meeting with Wu Hong while they were stuck in a secret realm. She was besieged by countless people and forced into this secret realm, which was prepared especially to exile her. Meanwhile, Wang Weiwo was looking for opportunities to increase his cultivation, entered that place by accident. In some ways, their meeting could be said to be fated. Wu Hong's strange eyes after they first met prove he was correct if they were fated to meet. After escaping the secret realm, Wang Wei used the chaos of the upper dimension to ruthlessly gather resources, killing and destroying numerous sects or factions in the process. His actions garnered him too many enemies, so he was constantly on the run. Luckily, Wu Hong would often come to his rescue, and in the process, she became the only person in this world who could warm up his cold heart. As for the other ancestors in the upper dimension, Wang Wei did not see any interactions between his other self and them because of how blurry many things were. However, he could feel the latter's extreme hatred of them for not preventing the sect's destruction or even avenging it. After becoming an Empyrean, his other self finally accomplished his revenge. In the process, his mind went to a dark place, and Tion suffered for it. Endless emptiness and loneliness, thought Wang Wei as his soul synchronized with his other self. These two emotions were intense, reaching the level of overwhelming the mind. Soon, the situation turned worse. His other self used his power to create all the members of his sect sane, including his family. However, such an act did not bring him any joy. On the contrary, it drove him to a deeper abyss of despair. He knew these creations were not the people he longed to see even in his deepest dreams. And such a fact tore apart his Tao heart and drove him to the edge. So, he decided to end all his suffering. He gave up all his goals and ambitions to become free and unfettered. He no longer cared about his regret of not seeing his family back on Earth one last time and chose to end everything. No, something is wrong, thought Wang Wei as he looked and felt how his other self was. With my willpower, how could I give up so easily? His goal is to achieve ultimate freedom, and once he succeeds, isn't it easy to revert what had happened to his family and sect? So, such a setback should not bring him to this level of despair. Wang Wei frowned as he continued to watch. Wu Hong showed up at his lowest point, but did not prevent him from sinking too deep. She cared for him during this time, and they truly fell in love. Is this the power of fate? I needed to reach such a low before my relationship with Wu Hong could be confirmed. Or is it something different? Of all the explanations his mind came up with, he thought this one was the best, followed by the fact that his future self-battle with Grand Tao has reached the point of affecting all timelines, and Grand Tao used extreme depression to get rid of some versions of himself. This deduction seems like vital information, thought Wang Wei as he felt he might have caught an inspiration. Sadly, it was fleeting, and he could not think what it was no matter what he tried. Without much of a choice, he focused on what happened next. After this event, his other self chose to leave the Eternal Ascension world, which seems arduous despite how blurry the entire event was. However, Wang Wei understood why he did it. He had become one of Wu Hong's weaknesses in this chaotic time, so leaving was the best way to protect her and himself. Wang Wei did not see his other self's adventures in another chaos world. The next scene he experienced was when he returned to the Eternal Ascension world. He saw the love of his life being besieged by countless individuals. So, they team up, and he uses his new fate Tao to kill many people that day. After that, this strange experience ended, and he no longer saw his other self journey. Wang Wei floated above the river of time, with many thoughts rushing through his mind. So why am I seeing this? Why this timeline of all the infinite ones? He uttered, and surprisingly, he received an answer. This timeline used to be the prime timeline used to be, meaning it's no longer? Wait, who's speaking? Wang Wei looked around until he saw something in the distance for him. He had the same handsome face, gray hair, and eyes that seemed to know all the universe's secrets. Although the man looked exactly like him, Wang Wei could still notice some difference. Firstly, that version seemed ancient, indicating how old he was. Secondly, he could feel the entire river of time trembling under this person's feet. Worthy of future me, said Wang Wei with a smile. He knew he could observe so many things about this being because he allowed it, not because of his ability. So why are you here? Once you reach the peak, go revisit the origin, said the other Wang Wei before disappearing as if he never existed in the first place. What does that mean? Uttered Wang Wei with a speechless look. Could it be that everyone who can divine the secrets of heaven and earth must act and speak in such a mysterious manner? Wang Wei shook his head. These words can be interpreted in too many ways. So, he decided to ponder them later. He would most likely know their meanings when the opportune time arrived. Before then, it would probably be useless to dwell too much on it. Well, this experience has been riveting. He disappeared from the river of time and opened his eyes in the chrono-chaos realm. Chapter 970 next. The Tao Burial Ground 970 next. The Tao Burial Ground, Primordial Chaos, Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book opened his eyes, and his book floated before him. Another time nexus? So soon? More words appeared in his book, but he was not happy. He had this foreboding feeling that time was not on his side. By the time this book is finished, only a few time nexuses might be left. This is probably not an accident. Someone is delaying the creation of the Heavenly Book to prevent me from interfering. He never expected things to go smoothly, but he did not expect his plan to be so difficult. Heavenly Book closed the book, knowing time was running out. His highest priority now is to find something that Madman Shu is interested in so he can exchange with him. Sadly, such a task is more difficult than it sounds. Although Chu Yun was crazy, he was still an unparalleled genius, meaning few things in the chaos universe interested him enough for an exchange. Currently, Heavenly Book has a few ideas and leads, but nothing concrete as of yet. Of all these things, which is the easiest to get and will interest him? Countless thoughts flashed in his mind as he soon got the answer: the origin of Buddhism. Heavenly Book waved his hand to send a few talismans before creating another clone and sending it somewhere. Eternal Ascension World, Upper Dimension, before the Dark Truth. Methria opened her eyes and gazed in the distance. She felt a slight turbulence in the river of time. She was extremely sensitive to this change because she had been trying to prevent it for years. The reason she allied with Supreme Unity in the first place was because she did not want any fluctuation from the river of time. But when cultivators first enter the Paragon realm for the first time, the river will fluctuate immensely. Her flawed method of transcendence did not allow such variations, so she accepted Supreme Unity's plan. However, now that she had stabilized her realm, her strength not only went a small step forward, but also no longer cared about any distractions or fluctuations. On the contrary, she wanted the old world to return. She wanted the golden era to once again grace the world. Only in this way can many people discuss the Tao together, finding a real method of transcendence. Sadly, Supreme Unity let power get into his head. Methria looked at him from the corner of her eyes. The latter had noticed the fluctuations, but he only briefly opened his eyes. Twin Flower has not responded after so long, so he must have taken action. Is this retribution? Methria secretly sighed before observing the world. In an instant, she saw every corner of this infinite universe. As long as these people are removed and the world returns to its prosperous time, true heavenly Tao will be strengthened and have the ability to fight against Supreme Unity. By then, his fate would be to drop down to the Paragon realm or die. However, things will not be so simple. She could tell a terrible war was about to cover this world. Time Eater will be the greatest variable in the early stages. Methria's eyes pierced through the river of time, gazing at the infinite timelines. He knew what Time Eater's plan was. As early as when she left the ultimate taboo, the latter came to ask him permission to travel to the infinite Trichiliocosm. Methria refused, and this act was the catalyst that pushed Time Eater to Supreme Unity's side. However, she could also see he was ambitious and only served whoever could benefit him. With him, things should be fine, thought Mithriya as she checked on the lower dimension. She sensed a tremendous change occurring there and secretly smiled. The lower dimension's prosperity will immensely help true heavenly Tao's battle against Supreme Unity. As such, she will protect Wang Wei and ensure no one interferes in his plan. Once Supreme Unity is remotely weakened, she will attack. Mithriya frowned as she looked at the peaceful Supreme Unity. She felt he was about to make a grand move, which would be very detrimental to her side. Eternal Ascension World, Lower Dimension, Myriad Emperor World, Chrono Chaos Realm. Wang Wei exhaled deeply, trying to calm down and analyze this experience. He learned a few things during this brief visit to the River of Time. Firstly, and most importantly, he officially confirmed his future self is involved in some shenanigans that involved messing with time. He only had speculation before today, but now had proof for his theory. It's good I have such a bright future. However, the future is ever-changing, and messing with time is a pain that could lead to catastrophic results. Wang Wei could guess the trouble his future self would bring him. Out of nowhere, some powerful enemy from the future could pop up and kill his weak self. I'm sure my future self put in place the necessary precautions, but if something goes wrong, I will be screwed. Wang Wei had a headache because things were no longer out of his control. He was involved in an intricate chess game, but the current him was not the chess player playing. In other words, his objective is to grow and become that chess player. Then, there's the issue of the changed timeline, he continued. Switching an entire timeline is not something even Mithriya and Supreme Unity can do unless they isolate the entire Eternal Ascension world and not let it affect the rest of the Chaos Universe. Wang Wei's brow furrowed deeply as he contemplated the implications behind this discovery. Who switched the timeline? Was it me or someone else? How strong is the future me half-step transcendence or a true transcendent? Wang Wei deduced the possibility that the half-step transcendence realm might be more vast than expected, with many levels or stages. If that's true, the difference between each stage might be larger than a normal ant and a peak-boundless paragon. Wang Wei finished his analysis and stored the information deep in his mind. Finally, he focused on the Chrono Chaos realm. Ji Wu left this timeline, fusing with another version of himself in another timeline, leaving this place without any owner. Although there is no longer any chaotic time energy, this place might be useful, muttered Wang Wei as he thought of something. Heskin the area with his divine sense. It has been baptized by chaotic time energy, making it the perfect base for the void battlefield. Wang Wei had already sent news to Sword One in the Commerce Hub to look out for certain treasures needed to create the unique void battlefield. But now, he had a better idea. The void battlefield must be able to withstand my fight with Old Man Nether. So the best way I can think to create it is to nourish it with the power of nothingness. If he could create a place filled with nothingness, no matter how much Empyrean power he used in the upcoming battle, the void battlefield would not crumble. Wang Wei no longer hesitated as he condensed a large quantity of nothingness, fusing it with the Chrono Chaos realm. As expected, after being nourished by so much time and energy, the power of nothingness cannot immediately destroy it. On the contrary, it makes it easier to fuse, commented Wang Wei as he stood up. He punched the air, using all his strength. However, he soon frowned as he saw the few cracks scattered on the side. It's not completed yet, he uttered. I need to continue nourishing it while also finding something to serve as the core. Only then would it be ready. His strength has not crossed that boundary, but he can still leave cracks in this place. It's not ready yet. After nourishing it for a while, I can take it for a test. Wang Wei waved his hand to create a clone, leaving it here to continue refining the Chrono Chaos realm. He exited this place and headed home. Of course, the Chrono Chaos realm disappeared from the world, making people know the Heavenly Emperor had conquered another forbidden land. Wang Wei returned home and summoned Gao Qianqin. He opened the Watcher Pavilion in the sect appointing the former leader of the Watcher sect as the Pavilion Master. From now on, the Tao Opening sect has another lineage. Each generation, the Watcher Pavilion will choose someone to inherit the position, keeping a record of the world's history. This new lineage has no power in the sect, and the chosen heirs will not participate in the Heavenward battle. However, it's still an important lineage to the sect due to the luck and destiny it provides. After settling everything, Wang Wei checked on the dream world. After realizing everything was proceeding smoothly, he went for his next target, the Tao Burial Ground. Chapter 971 Marvelous Inheritance 971 Marvelous Inheritance. Wang Wei took a step and appeared in another world community. With a single thought, he scanned the entire community before frowning. These people really know how to hide. With his current strength, he could not discover the whereabouts of the Tao Burial Ground, even though he knew they were in this position. So, he no longer hesitated and activated the mark his wife left on their hideouts, immediately discovering a special dimension. Is this a chaos treasure? Thought Wang Wei as he saw the whereabouts of the Tao Burial Ground. It seems to be a peak chaos treasure, almost reaching the level of a supreme innate treasure. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he realized another benefit of dealing with this forbidden land. He took one step and entered this place. As he looked around, the first idea that popped into his head was that this place resembled his sect's sealing area. The second thought is this place has too much resentment and grievances. How many lives have these guys killed? And for what purpose? He always wondered about this forbidden land's purpose of slaughtering countless lives. It made no sense for them to do it for cultivation. Although great emperors do not care about the karma of slaughtering mortals, the resentments and obsessions left in flesh and blood are a terrible tonic for cultivation. No matter how many lives they kill, their cultivation will slowly increase. The best option would be to kill immortal tier powerhouses instead of these weak mortals. Do they have a special source technique that uses flesh and blood or negative karma? Wang Wei shook his head. He would soon find the answer, so there was no point in pondering their motives. He looked at the countless coffins sleeping in this place. With so many immortal venerables, Tao ancestors, and great emperors, this place could have conquered the entire myriad emperor world with relative ease. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by the power of this place. According to the historical record, the Tao Burial Ground is responsible for the Red Wave, a cruel event where a few great emperors come out from their hiding places and slaughter countless living beings. The people who appeared each time hid their identity, but their strength was consistent. They do not attack any emperor lineage and would even refuse to fight any lineage that attacks them. They only kill and gather flesh, blood, soul, and negative emotions. If any factions try to stop them, they would ignore any confrontation or temporarily seal their attacker before continuing their business. Because of this cautious attitude, no one knew how powerful this place was. Wang Wei looked at these coffins and no longer wasted time. He read their fate line to know why these people behaved in such a manner. So, that's how it is, thought Wang Wei. All these people are criminals or outlaws from the upper dimension. They are people who were hunted down by certain forces in the upper dimension for a crime or because they offended someone. Then, the leader of this place, the Heretic Emperor, came to see him and offered them a place to hide beside the lawless Zoniath lower dimension. He even promised to help them gather world source occasionally to help them cultivate. These people agreed, and with some unknown means, the Heretic Emperor brought everyone to the lower dimension. Once in a while, they would release a red wave, drastically weakening the world and heavenly Tao, allowing them to siphon world source from the entire myriad emperor world. Things are getting interesting, thought Wang Wei as he looked at the other space of this place. He then focused on these people, almost drooling. Both the Tao ancestors and great emperors are materials to refine emperor soul pills and the grand Tao enlightening pill. Meanwhile, he can also refine the immortal venerables into a mortal key pill to increase cultivation or turn them into puppets for the sect. Furthermore, he saw two great emperors who had entered the infant fiend god realm. Wang Wei can refine their flesh into a great power pill to help temper his body. Lastly, he might get some interesting techniques or knowledge from these people's souls, not to mention their artifacts and other accompanying resources. What a great loot, thought Wang Wei, who waved his hand, immediately sealing these people's powers, rendering all of them helpless. Furthermore, he did not dismiss the people in the other dimension. Sometimes, it's truly boring to be too powerful, thought Wang Wei as he disappeared from this place. Who are you? Said the heretic emperor, his body unable to stop trembling. Huh, you actually found me, said Wang Wei. Your perception is truly unique. Wang Wei, said the heretic emperor, his green hair turning darker along with a twisted expression. First child, what's going on? Said an old man before seeing Wang Wei's presence. His expression turned the same as his boss, and his other brothers followed a similar script to his. How did you find this place? Asked the heretic emperor. My beautiful and lovely wife left a tracking mark on this place, so I can get rid of all you little rats, said Wang Wei as he looked around. I did not expect to have 4 of you. Well, I guess it doesn't matter how many of you are there. Wang Wei looked at them before frowning. Something is wrong with you people. The heretic emperor wanted to attack immediately. However, his sense of danger was going into overdrive. Every single atom of his body was telling him to run away. His very existence warned him of a terrifying danger. A sparkle flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. You are actually the same person. So that's how it is. The flesh, blood, and negative emotion were not to weaken the world and gather world source. No, it's a strange technique that allows you to assimilate someone else's existence. Wang Wei could not hide the shock on his face. Flesh, blood, soul, memories, and emotions are the simplest manifestation of someone's existence. So it's the perfect medium for this technique. What genius created such a technique? Is it you? He looked at the heretic emperor. No, based on your response, it's not you. The heretic emperor clutched his hand tightly, almost destroying his own hand, but Wang Wei ignored him. He looked at the other people for different eternal emperors, and each looked like you. The chances of that happening are too low, so their appearance is the result of the assimilation. Each of them looked like you at a different stage of your life. Childhood, middle age, and old age, and you represented the youthful stage. However, based on that child's unstable aura, this technique should be flawed. Even though you used eternal emperors as the medium without sufficient flesh and blood, his cultivation will actually decrease. With a simple analysis, Wang Wei felt his understanding of existence reached a different level. So, he ignored the tension in the room and continued his observation. So, what's the purpose of using this technique? Countless thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind. Is it to make your existence more potent and make it more difficult to kill you? A path to true eternity? No, those are side effects, but not your real motive. If I had to guess, you're preparing to become an everlasting Empyrean. The heretic emperor tried everything to calm down, but his pupils could not help but dilate after hearing these words. He quickly controlled himself, but Wang Wei caught that small change. So I was right. You are not confident in comprehending true self, so you use this method to deepen your understanding and prepare for the future. Moreover, if you succeed, you will not be a regular, everlasting Empyrean, but one of the very best. Furthermore, maybe you can also use it to become a boundless paragon. Ambitious, I see. He smiled brilliantly, but to the others, he looked like he was scorning them. However, I still have my doubts. Is such a technique only useful for such a simple thing? My intuition is telling me this marvelous inheritance is wasted on you. The heretic emperor exhaled deeply, calming himself down. He knew he was facing the greatest crisis of his life since then. As such, he needed to tread very cautiously to ensure he survived this ordeal. No matter what, as long as he is alive, he has the opportunity to make a comeback. Wang Wei, there is no animosity between us, so there should be no need to fight and kill each other, said the heretic emperor. True, but I can't stand everything you've done, so you're going to die today. Don't be hypocritical. How many lives have your hands been stained with? Many, but not nearly as much as you. You're a true devil, said the heretic emperor. Since when do people like you care about morality? People often think this about me, said Wang Wei, shaking his head. I have a moral bottom line, no matter how low it is. I just don't want any moral restraints on my mind and actions. Wang Wei saw the sneer on these four's faces and shrugged. I know you're secretly calling me a hypocrite, and I won't deny it. Luckily, I don't care what you think of me. Chapter 972, The Heretic Emperor's Past. 972, The Heretic Emperor's Past. Is there really no room for negotiations? Asked the heretic emperor. Unfortunately, no, replied Wang Wei, his voice terribly calm. Even if you don't take into account the issue of morality, killing you is way more beneficial to me. Not necessarily, said the heretic emperor. I'm willing to hand over my inheritance to you. After I kill you, it will belong to me. Not if I destroyed it beforehand. Try to see if you can do so in front of me, said Wang Wei calmly, and these four eternal emperors immediately felt terrified. They realize in front of this nightmare-like power, their resistance is futile. The heretic emperor quickly calmed down. He once lived in the upper dimension and experienced the strength of paragons. Although it was a great distance away, it was still an experience he will never forget. Furthermore, the battle back then was even his mind worked faster than ever in his life. How about we work for you? Oh, you want to surrender to me? Yes, and I'm even willing to let you enslave my Salah as long as you promise it's only for a certain period. He did not mind sacrificing his freedom for a few hundred yuan epochs. Anyway, he was immortal and had all the time in the world. An interesting proposition, muttered Wang Wei. One of his plans is to create the Hell Court, an organization that directly opposes the heavenly court he created. As for the reason he's doing something that seems so counterintuitive, it's to preserve the longevity of his heavenly emperor era. The universe uses the word balance to describe how it functions. Everything that rises must fall, and great luck and prosperity will eventually become misfortune and decline. Knowing this, Wang Wei decided to take things into his own hands. He will reverse the luck of the heavenly emperor era and condense the power of misfortune that will eventually lead to its destruction. This condensed power will be blessed to the Hell Court, making their mission to destroy the court and the era. However, every leader of the Hell Court will be chosen by him, and their true mission will be to delay the destruction of the court. Of course, only the leader and maybe some heavenly emperors will know the secret. The fate of the Hell Court will be its destruction after failing its mission to destroy the heavenly court in the heavenly emperor era, but it can prolong his era by countless generations. This person is a perfect match for the first generation's Hell Emperor, thought Wang Wei, pausing for a few seconds. Your offer tempts me, but I refuse. Why? Asked the heretic emperor with gritted teeth. This is a great deal with plenty of benefits. He did not understand why the latter objected. He was an eternal emperor willing to bow his head and suffer humiliation. So why not accept such a great deal? The answer to your question is very simple because I want to, said Wang Wei. The logical thing to do would be to accept your offer, but I want to kill you. I'm disgusted by your actions or the fact you have no pride as an eternal. And I want the first eternal emperor I killed to be as unique as you. So I refuse your offer. The heretic and the other three looked at him with red eyes. Sadly, Wang Wei did not care about them. If you want a better reason, I can give you one, he continued with a smile that made his face very punchable. I have a feeling that you are more trouble than you're worth it. If I don't kill you, some unknown and unexpected variables will appear in my plans. Such intuition is probably because of your inheritance. Are you satisfied with that explanation? The heretic emperor could not control his expressions. How could someone like him easily surrender? He already had a plan, and it involved his inheritance. When he was young, people often said he acted out of sorts, not in line with those around him. As such, he was often called heretic when he was a young cultivator. So, after proving the Tao, he took the name. Honoring his title, he did not act like most emperors and cultivated a higher realm. Instead, he immediately entered primordial chaos, ignoring the risk. While in another chaos world, a terrifying battle occurred over an inheritance. In that battle, thousands of great emperors died, and the heretic emperor only survived because he hid in his supreme chaos treasure. He took the inheritance and ran away before the Empyreans and Paragons arrived. He secretly returned to the eternal ascension world. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to have reached negative after acquiring that inheritance. On the way home, he encountered a fiend god that almost destroyed his artifact. Although he ran away, the treasure was reduced to a regular chaos. Luckily, he had enough resources from his treasure. Not long after returning to the eternal ascension world, he encountered a terrible event and died 3 times consecutively. Luckily, he had enough resources from his previous travels to revive himself and his status as an eternal emperor. After these deaths, he became extra cautious in everything he did. He hid himself to comprehend the inheritance before hatching a plan to hide in the lower dimension and using the help of many fugitives and outlaws to help him. According to his plan, he would find a way to release news about this inheritance. Such a thing that probably even Paragons would fight for could lure many powerhouses to visit the lower dimension. Afterward, he can find many ways to escape Wang Wei's clutches. "Before I kill you, I have a few questions," said Wang Wei calmly. "How did you sneak all these fugitives to the lower dimension?" Heretic did not answer, but Wang Wei got his answer. The power of fate flashed in his eyes, and he had his answer. The DOA burial ground used to be a supreme chaos treasure on par with a Paragon artifact. Furthermore, it was a unique one with only one Perpetuihide. Although it was heavily damaged, the Heretic Emperor could still use it to enter the lower dimension with all these people. Lastly, since the artifact was now only a chaos treasure and these people were only great emperors, true heavenly Tao did not care about them in the lower dimension. Interesting. Could old man Nether have used a similar method? Wang Wei has been interested in how the latter came to the lower dimension as an Empyrean and stayed for so long without much repercussion. Forget about it for now. The Tao burial ground used to be a supreme chaos treasure. If I can repair it, it will greatly help my fight against the parasites. Wang Wei smiled. This place was worthy as one of the most dangerous forbidden land of the myriad emperor world. After dealing with it, the benefits are simply endless. Second question. Are you from the myriad emperor world? If so, from what era? No physical answer, but Wang Wei got the information he wanted. The Heretic Emperor was born in the upper dimension. Despite the inherent danger, he chose this place as his hiding spot because it was the center of luck and destiny of the lower dimension. He believed he had a higher chance of cultivating the inheritance in such a place, and maybe even countering the curse of misfortune he suffered from after obtaining it. As such, despite his nature and the danger, he still chose to stay here instead of any other heaven or world community. Third question. Who created your inheritance? No answer, and this time, Wang Wei could not divine anything. However, he was not surprised by this fact. He had already noticed he could not divine information about Heretic, hence why he needed to ask specific questions. So, he guessed that whatever item containing the inheritance had the natural ability to protect information, including divination. Now, I'm even more interested, thought Wang Wei. Last question. Any last word? Heretic looked at that smug look with profound hatred. Let's do it, he said. Ready, said the second child. Ready to die for his main self. The room was suddenly divided into 4 colors: red, blue, yellow, and white. Tao of fire, water, earth, and wind, and calmness, but because the 4th child's power was still unstable, thus drastically commented Wang Wei calmly. No, this is not an elemental-based Tao, but the Tao of the 4 poles. His eyes lit up. I wonder if that's your original Tao, or is this another side effect of this technique? While assimilating the existence of others, yours is also being fundamentally changed. Wang Wei did not know the answer, but he was excited to find out. Meanwhile, the Heretic Emperor could not hide his worry, not only because of his opponent's strength and calmness, but because the 4th child's power was still unstable, thus drastically weakening their 4 poles array. Furthermore, he had lost contact with the other sleeping individuals, meaning he could not sacrifice any of them to help with the current situation. Chapter 973, The First Kill 973, The First Kill, 4 poles world destruction. 4 poles hold heaven and earth, each in the 4 cardinal positions of east, west, north, and south. These cardinals also symbolize the 4 seasons: winter, spring, summer, and autumn. Combining the elements of wind, earth, water, and fire, the heretic emperor could create a world and destroy it, generating unimaginable destruction. However, his facial expression soon changed because nothing happened. No matter how much he mobilized his grand Tao source, his attack never manifested. What is the probability that an eternal emperor's own power would fail? Asked Wang Wei, his voice extremely calm to the point of boredom. The answer cannot be 0, since there is no absolute in this world. So 1 out of septillion, or maybe even lower. Sadly, as someone who can control luck, I can turn that statistical anomaly into a possibility. The heretic emperor felt despair overwhelm his mind. However, he was still a man of high willpower, so he did not give up, no matter how slim the chance of victory was. Samsara of season, he mobilized the power of his other selves and attacked again, using the season's rotation to control time and the power of life and death. Sadly, his attempt was futile. Then, he watched as his body was rapidly disintegrating inch by inch, particle by particle. He mobilized the power of his soul, trying to abandon his body, and survived in the shape of his primordial spirit. Alas, he soon discovered that his soul was also dissipating. A ruthless light flashed in Heretic's eyes. He controlled the first, second, and third child, preparing to blow them up and buy himself enough time. "Don't you understand resistance is futile?" said Wang Wei with a sigh. His voice contained a sense of desolation. "Invincibility is truly lonely," he said, not minding how much of a scoundrel he sounded like. "I need a real battle soon, a battle that pushes me to my limit. Hopefully, I can meet the requirement to fight Old Man Nether soon." After seeing his plan fail, the heretic emperor still did not give up. He detected the boredom in Wang Wei's eyes, making his anger reach a new height. However, he knew this was not the time to let emotions get to him. "This is my last hope," he thought, preparing for the right opportunity that would give him a chance to escape this situation. "I would never allow you to blow up this supreme chaos treasury if that's my reward," said Wang Wei with a playful smile. The heretic emperor then remembered the latter's Dao time and fate. Finally, the heretic emperor accepted his fate. He looked directly into Wang Wei's eyes, not moving an inch. He was engraving this man's face into his very existence, vowing to kill him no matter what price he had to pay. "Huh, what a strong obsession," said Wang Wei as he looked at these 4, who only had their upper torso intact. "With such strong obsession and resentment, it's not impossible for you to create a miracle and survive my annihilation." "Well, we can't have that, can we?" Wang Wei clapped his hand together before activating the Buddha of veins he created after the exchange with Feng Hong. Holy light emanated from his body, followed by chanting of a Buddhist mantra. "You," said the heretic emperor, sensing that the holy light was rapidly reducing his obsession and resentment. A few minutes later, this eternal emperor, who had experienced the ups and downs of the world, brought terror to the myriad emperor world for numerous eras, and had been planning for countless Yuan epochs, finally died. Well, his physical aspect died. Wang Wei waved his hand to summon a river of chain-safe Grand Tao source. His eyes saw a karma thread that led him to a particular chain with an imprint on it. Does he only have 1 Tao imprint? Wang Wei thought he would have 4 after the assimilation, but he only had 4. Few explanations possible. The technique is limited. The heretic emperor did not completely cultivate it, or Tao imprints fall under Grand Tao's jurisdiction, and no one can have more than 1. Many ideas appeared in Wang Wei's mind as he followed this train of thought. One day, I should try to see if I can have more than 1 Tao imprint or create my own version. He felt he had wasted too much time already, so he mobilized his Tao will and removed the heretic emperor's Tao imprint. The thing struggled against his attempt, but it was futile. "The last steps," said Wang Wei. His eyes saw all the karmic lights connected to the heretic emperor. He swung his hand, cutting all of them. In an instant, almost everyone who knew the heretic emperor had their memories wiped out. It did not matter whether they were in the lower dimension, upper dimension, or other chaos worlds. He also discovered he had to erase the karma connected to the 3 other eternal emperors that the heretic emperor assimilated. I'm looking forward even more to that inheritance. He focused on the task at hand since it was not 100% fulfilled. Wang Wei discovered he could not eliminate all the heretic emperor's karmic threads. Many of them belonged to individuals way more powerful than him, so he needed to be careful and sneaky. Otherwise, these people might notice a missing memory. Luckily, the heretic emperor did not have an Empyrean or Paragon friend or family member, meaning the karmic connections between these people were very thin, almost non-existent. These karmic threads belonged to Empyreans and Paragons, who might have heard the other 3 and the heretic emperor's name or seen his face by chance, but had no deep connection or interaction with him. So, after Wang Wei took his time to cut off these threads, he successfully erased the heretic emperor's face and identity from the world. However, the latter is still not completely dead because of his influence. The heretic emperor's existence is connected to his history or achievements. As long as people remember the name of the Tao burial ground or the Red Wave or record what he has done in history, he will still be alive. "The final step," muttered Wang Wei as he activated his time Tao. He condensed everything the heretic emperor and the other 3 eternal emperors had ever done and accomplished in his life into a small history line before crushing it. In an instant, every book or jade slip in the myriad emperor world that recorded any knowledge or information about the Tao burial ground or the Red Wave disappeared. It was also the same for any records of the heretic emperor's accomplishments in the upper dimension or other chaos worlds. Finally dead. "Eternal emperors are truly difficult to kill," said Wang Wei as he exhaled deeply. "Well, is he really dead since I technically still remember him?" Wang Wei frowned before divining the answer, and he learned it was impossible. The heretic emperor was too far gone, so according to the rules of heaven and earth, he could not be revived. I need a technique that accomplishes all these things in one step. It was too time-consuming to kill an eternal emperor, let alone future everlasting Empyreans and boundless Paragons. He did not know what made these people harder to kill, but he knew it would not be simple. I can change his fate so that he was never born or existed, or I can use destruction Tao to achieve ultimate destruction. Some Taos are more advantageous than others when it comes to killing eternal emperors, and the Supreme Outlaw Taos are the best because of this overwhelming advantage. Wang Wei exhaled deeply after making an initial plan for the technique. He analyzed this experience to see if he learned or missed something crucial. Although it looked easy to kill the heretic emperor, the latter's influence on the world was not as deep as it sounded. The latter had few achievements or noteworthy acts that drastically influenced history and attached to his existence. Wang Wei knew if he was killing someone like the absolute beginning emperor, whose experience had affected the entire lower dimension, it would not be so easy to erase him from the annals of history. Wang Wei has long known it was in the best interest of Eternals to influence and change the world as much as possible as it guarantees their survival. This is one of the many reasons he cares so much about the Heavenly Emperor era. The more prosperous it is, the more influence he will have, and the more difficult it will be to kill him. Let's go see this inheritance. He was excited because he saw the opportunity to fuse his existence with the word Heavenly Emperor. If he can succeed, he will become even more difficult to kill since his enemy will have to eradicate the very concept of the Heavenly Emperor from the lower dimension. Chapter 974 Mad Scientist 974 Mad Scientist Eternal Ascension World Dream World. Su Shi was talking to Xian, feeling like she had a new revelation about herself with each passing moment. Then, she suddenly paused as she felt something. Without hesitation, she paused their session and returned to the real world. "What's this feeling?" she muttered, scanning the entire world without any success. She frowned before summoning her time Tao, looking through the past and present, but the result was the same. For a moment, she thought she was overthinking things, but she quickly dismissed that idea. She sensed that many people were scanning the world, indicating they also sensed something. So, she summoned the sect's ancestors to see if they knew something. Western Bliss Sect. Feng Hung opened his eyes as he sensed something. This sensation Ave felt it before. He searched for his memories and found something. An eternal has fallen? In his life, he had a similar feeling twice, and each time, his memory had problems, and his intuition warned him he was missing something. I can remember donors Su Shi and the Heavenly Emperor, so it should not be them. Could there be another Eternals in the world? Yes, the Forbidden Lands. Of the 5 of them, there should be one with an Eternal. Feng Hung analyzed the situation. The Heavenly Emperor had already dealt with the Blood Earth and Chrono Chaos realm, and the Western Pure Bliss Land is the holy place of his sect, leaving only the Swallowing Zone and the Nether Hell. Feng Hung used his divine sense to check these 2 places before frowning. He did not dare get close to the Nether Hell after the Heavenly Emperor sealed it, leaving only the Swallowing Zone. The problem must originate from one of these 2 places, and my bet is on the Swallowing Zone. Feng Hung hesitated whether to check things out, but decided otherwise. Whatever secrets lie in those places, whether good or bad, no longer had anything to do with him. The Heavenly Emperor wishes to use these forbidden lands to establish his prestige, so no matter dares intervene. Feng Hung then sent a piece of information to his sect before continuing his seclusion. Meanwhile, the world experienced a mild shock as the news of a fallen Eternal spread. Although only a few people noticed the anomaly, after figuring out what had happened, the news was not hidden. Sea Race. A.O. Shun felt the world's subtle change. He tried to calculate or divine the answer, but could not find anything. He contacted the demon race to get any information, but their inheritance was long broken, so he had nothing to go on with. Finally, he had to rely on his bloodline inherited memories to find the answer. He could not rest easily without knowing the anomaly he sensed. An Eternal is dead? His face contorted. Such an event made him think about his mortality. Such a being known for its difficulty of being killed is dead, let alone someone like him who will shed this mortal coil after losing his body and soul. I must hurry, he thought before leaving the room he was in. Ancient clan. Huafeng Wang had the same reaction as A.O. Shun. With their clan's long heritage, they have dealt with too many deaths of Eternal Emperors. As such, Huafeng Wang did not care about this aspect of this event, focusing on what it represented to her. So, the only thing on her mind was how to become an Eternal Emperor. The world was evolving faster than she could understand, and her current strength and survival abilities were not up to her standards. Dao, burial ground. Wang Wei reached the center of this artifact, observing the surroundings. His eyes saw a chain composed of very tiny runes, but the chain seemed to have many missing parts. Is this heaven law? And it should be of the highest level. Supreme innate and chaos treasures fall under the category of Primarchs and Heaven Law, and the one before him should have been on par with Heavenly Primarchs, which are on par with Paragons. Wang Wei looked at the law chain and realized this thing was what he expected to focus entirely on hiding. If a Primarch that cultivated hiding Dao got their hands on this thing, cultivating the Heavenly Primarch realm would have been the easiest thing in the world. After my ascension, I have no doubt the parasites will hunt me down. My original plan was to rely on Gu Xian's deception Dao, but this could be better. Wang Wei's first order of business after ascending will be to hide from the parasites. As for Supreme Unity, he has no choice but to rely on Methreya. If Supreme Unity was an ordinary half-step transcendence, he might be able to devise something using deception Dao to hide from him. However, the latter is fused with true heavenly Dao, so deception is useless to him. Deceiving true heavenly Dao is similar to deceiving grand Dao, relying more on the world's rules and allowing the deception to happen. Unfortunately, Supreme Unity does not need to follow the rules. There is already a vast difference between Paragons and half-step transcendence. But now, supreme unity has control over heaven Tao. So it's useless to try to deceive him unless Wang Wei's strength is relative to him. Wang Wei looked at the broken laws, planning for the future. I should be able to restore it to the level of a supreme, innate treasure after I become an Empyrean in the lower dimension. As for returning to its peak state, using merit to fix it should be no issue. The question is whether spending so much merit is worth it. He did not have an answer for now, so he left it for later. Wang Wei separated a small portion of his divine sense to refine this weapon, leaving his brand and becoming its true owner. His eyes then shifted to a jade slip protected by thousands of formations. This heretic emperor is truly cautious to the point of paranoia. He secretly shook his head before removing the formations. Holding the thing in his hand, he immediately felt it was unique, unknown and indestructible material, at least with my current strength. A natural ability to protect information and an unknown power I cannot recognize, but makes me feel palpitations, commented Wang Wei before closing his eyes and receiving this inheritance. He sat cross-legged on the ground, lost in this vast knowledge. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei opened his eyes in shock. Who is this Chu Yun? Why does he feel like a mad scientist? The slip did not contain an inheritance per se. It's more like Chu Yun's years of experiment on existence. One of the results of this experiment was the method the heretic emperor used to assimilate other people's existence to elevate his own. However, this method is only a small portion of all the experiments. I was right. This inheritance is wasted on him. If I guess correctly, Chu Yun studied existence to achieve transcendence. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. He did not know whether the latter succeeded, but his intuition told him he might have, or at the very least, come very close. So, existence sublimation is another path of transcendence. No, after achieving half-step transcendence, these people's existence should also have sublimated or changed even if their method did not directly use existence. Now, a more interesting topic would be whether there is a difference between half-step transcendence, who were once boundless paragons and regular paragons. The motif of this chaos universe is that those who comprehend and control their existence at Tier 10 are more powerful than others. So it should be the same when they reach Tier 12.5 or half-step transcendence. I have too little information to speculate on such a thing, concluded Wang Wei before looking at the jade slip with hesitation. Chu Yun did not leave his experiment for nothing. Anyone who wishes to receive the deeper knowledge contained in it must accept his karma. In return, he asked for more ideas, information, or knowledge about the path of transcendence. Wang Wei realized that even with his karma-unbound physique, he could not block the karma of this slip, so he would have to pay it later. Under his analysis, he could already tell Chu Yun was not an ordinary person. Existence can be considered a small taboo in the chaos universe, and each sentient being will have only 3 opportunities to comprehend it. But Chu Yun successfully experimented on existence, and even found ways to leave his knowledge behind without Grand Tao erasing it. This man should have a Tao overlord-level intelligence, and it's the pinnacle kind, thought Wang Wei. He did not know the latter's personality and whether there would be trouble with owing him karma. However, based on Chu Yun's experiments, Wang Wei could imagine how many people suffered to get these results. He took a moment to make a character model for Chu Yun, a ruthless man whose intelligence made him cold and indifferent, isolated from his peers because they could not keep up with him. So he focused all his effort on discovering the mysteries of the world, including pursuing transcendence. He will do everything to achieve his goal, and his proud intelligence might be his biggest weakness. If you can keep up with him and his wild ideas and thoughts, getting along with him is fine. If not, he will treat you as if you were disposable. After coming to this conclusion based on the limited data, Wang Wei decided to take the risk and accepted the karma. Anyway, he did not think he would lose to Chu Yun, and he had already had a way of transcendence from the human emperor. Maybe this idea was enough to pay his karma. He exhaled deeply before putting the slip into his sea of consciousness. He did not completely trust this thing and sealed it with his soul. In an emergency, he's prepared to unseal himself, release all his soul's hidden powers, and deal with the situation. As for the consequences of such actions, he will deal with them later. Chapter 975 Asking for Help 975 Asking for Help. It took Wang Wei a moment to finish refining the Tao burial ground, even longer than receiving the information from a slip. Once he was done, he focused on the sealed powerhouses. He took his time to search their souls and memories, trying to find some information. Alas, the final result was unsatisfactory. These people lived in the upper dimension before the era of the 8 parasites. The majority of them originated from the upper dimension, and only a few were born in the upper dimension. However, they had one thing in common. 99 of them were loose cultivators. Without a faction to back them down, they became outlaws or criminals to acquire more resources. The normal ones offended powerful factions. They could only become street rats and run away without protection. From their memories, Wang Wei learned countless different cultivation systems. Since time immemorial, the upper dimension had the myriad temple of records that recorded all cultivation systems in the eternal ascension world. With a small price, anyone can enter the temple and find a cultivation system that is best suited for them. A few of these people entered the temple and learned a few cultivation systems. These techniques did broaden Wang Wei's understanding of cultivation in general, especially the fundamental concept of essence, spirit, and qi. However, he only found 2 interesting techniques from the list. The first one is the Will Dao system, which only cultivated willpower. The system uses willpower to fight, control energy and laws, and even temper the body. Wang Wei found it very useful for his willpower manifestation. The second interesting technique was the metamorphosis art, an interesting body refining technique. The core idea of this art is that the human race's body is innately weak. So let's make up for it from other races. For example, dragons are known for the defensive capabilities of their skin. With this technique, a human would take the dragon's skin and exchange it for the human's. Giants are known for their steel-like muscles. So let's take them and exchange their muscles for the weak human muscles. Human internal organs are fragile and do not provide any divine abilities. So let's exchange them with other creatures. The final state of this technique is for humans to have dragon skin, giant muscles, phoenix heart, golden beast bones, etc. This technique reminded me of chimeras from Earth. Luckily, the Creator left the human soul intact. Otherwise, I would wonder whether anyone who cultivates this thing is still human. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. In his current state, there is no creature he would want to take any body part, unless it were a unique race with a unique organ. Otherwise, he would follow the path of fusion instead of exchanging his human parts. Wang Wei took a moment to review all the information he received. Most of it was useless since so much time had passed since these people left the upper dimension. However, he did learn some basic knowledge about that vast and ancient world. When he ascends, he won't be completely clueless. Now, I don't have any regret for what I am about to do to these people. How could they be so poor? Complained Wang Wei. After so long, they have already used all the resources they've brought from the upper dimension. So, Wang Wei did not find anything from their space ring or personal dimensional space. Luckily, he still received countless Emperor, Tao, and immortal artifacts, most of which he can use as materials to create even better weapons. Wang Wei waved his hand to gather and condense all the baleful aura from this place into a slaughter crystal for Li Jun afterward. He no longer hesitated and returned home. A little over 3 months had passed since he left, so he checked on the worldy, especially the dream world. He immediately noticed the competition in the battle tower was intense, especially for the Heaven Chosen. I need to begin my trafficking plan. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if these Heaven Chosen stayed in the lower dimension to gather luck and destiny from the battle tower. Sending these Heaven Chosen to the upper dimension is a way for Wang Wei to provide talented individuals to the revolution against the parasites. These guys will also be the vanguard before he ascends, so he cannot let them stay in the lower dimension to prove the Tao. Let's put it on the agenda, thought Wang Wei, preparing to take action immediately. However, he soon sensed something. Things are about to change? In that case, let's wait a while. Wang Wei returned to the sect, while sending a projection to see his mother. A few days later, Su Shi appeared in the sky. Her angelic voice echoed in the minds of all sentient beings saw, at least the ones not in the dream world. Heaven and earth above, the world is weak and needs nourishment. I offer this primordial chaos key to bless my home and all sentient beings. An enormous eye appeared in the sky, looking at everything with indifference. Something flew from Su Shi's hands and entered the eye. Bang! The world shook, and in an instant, all 5 continents and seas grew by more than 50 of their original size. The process of transforming innate ki instantly reached 100, but this was not the fundamental change of this event. The eye of Heavenly Daos aura suddenly released a terrifying aura that covered the entire world. The truly scary thing was that the aura was no longer on par with a second-class emperor with 14 Grandao source, but it rose to first class of 15. The process did not stop until it reached first class of 17. Many people's faces changed after noticing this animal, especially the insurgents with first class. Previously, they could walk sideways in the world, ignoring Heavenly Daos' greatest weapon, divine punishment thunder. But now, the power of that punishment is on par with the best of first class. This change did not only affect them, but also all the factions. The Heavenly Emperor era had just started, but these people had been planning for the next generations. They knew the minimum requirement for an emperor was first class, but Heavenly Dao suddenly became so powerful out of nowhere. In the future, if a Heavenly Emperor does not have the strength of 18 Grand Dao source, their power in the court will be severely limited by Grand Dao, let alone other factions. The worst part is this situation might be aggravated if the Heavenly Emperor decides to raise the requirement for the position to be at least 18. Su Shi held the purple merit in her hands while also sensing how many people were cursing her. She knew her actions offended many people and might have certain detrimental effects on the academy. However, the benefits outweigh the gains. With her actions, the academy will have another protection from Heavenly Dao besides the luck for the creation of the academy. With these 2 protections, they won't have to worry about being destroyed in future catastrophes. Su Shi looked in the direction of the Dao opening sect and sent a message. Thank you. I owe you one. At the last minute, it was Wang Wei who acted and sealed Heavenly Dao, preventing its power from being on par with eternal emperors, if not higher. Su Shi had the same idea, but she was the one who initiated this change, and it would affect her merit if she were the one to do it. Meanwhile, Feng Heng did not want Buddhism to owe such large karma, as preventing Heavenly Dao from evolving and becoming more powerful. Ao Shun felt the same way about the demon race, and Feng Huang wanted to watch things from the side and see the outcome. Su Shi did not waste any more time and continued her actions. Most of the merit in her hands disappeared, and the world once again changed. An enormous multicolored dragon appeared above the sky, swimming around the world to nourish it. Once it finished its tour, it descended on the Emperor Enlightening Academy, fusing with their faction's key luck dragon. Today I, the Time Void Empress, have officially become the 9th Emperor of the Academy. I will preach to all sentient beings. She sat on a throne, surrounded by visions of heaven and earth. Without hesitation, Su Shi preached to the world, her voice echoing throughout the world. Wang Wei forcefully disconnected everyone in the dream world after a server-wide announcement, so everyone could benefit from this major event. He looked into the sky, feeling that the balance mechanism had been affected, lowering its restrictions on the Dao opening sect after Su Shi's actions. He smiled before closing his eyes and listening. However, he had to stop for a few days during the preaching as the second event he had predicted had occurred. Tong Ruobing and Mu Lei had asked for help. It took longer than I anticipated, he thought before taking a drop of blood from his body to condense a clone. He waved his hand, descended to the B-Star world, before continuing to listen to her sermon. Chapter 9, 76 Battle of the Flesh. I, 976 Battle of the Flesh. Wang Wei arrived at his destination as Star Beast World. As soon as he arrived at his destination, numerous shockwaves attacked him. These attacks were not directed at him, but the residual force from many people battling it out. He looked around and immediately noticed something different. This place was full of destroyed planets, galaxies, stardust, scattered black holes, and torn-apart nebulas. However, this was not the most noteworthy aspect. No matter how much things were destroyed, they would slowly recover. Secondly, the terrifying power in the distance was contained in a certain limited area. Is this a void battlefield? Thought Wang Wei before using his divine sense. He was correct. They were now in a separate pocket dimension that was extremely sturdy, allowing even the best Eternal Supreme to go all out without affecting the Star Beast world. Wang Wei noticed something and looked over. Something enormous was looking at him. For a moment, he thought it was the Eye of Heavenly Tao. "You're finally here," said a grand and encompassing voice. As soon as this creature spoke, a potent sound wave echoed in the surroundings, instantly annihilating more than a dozen galaxies that still remained. "You called, so I came," said Wang Wei. "You're too small. Can you increase your size?" Wang Wei wanted to tell him to reduce his size. However, considering he was in the midst of battle, he agreed. He controlled his flesh to grow billions of light years in size, reaching the same height and size as everyone fighting. Wang Wei could not finally see the entire situation. 13 immortal sovereigns surrounded Mulei. Meanwhile, he only had 7 people on his side. With one glance, Wang Wei could tell 2 of these allies were members of the Star-Lord Mountain, and the others were probably allies. The Myriad Emperor world is truly weak compared to the rest of the world, thought Wang Wei after seeing so many immortal sovereigns. The Star Beast world had an advantage in the immortal path when compared to many other worlds. Their cultivation systems involve tempering their bodies, and it's the kind that relies on massive body size. It's a normal fact that the stronger the body, the more energy it can contain. As such, when members of this world become immortal venerables, the starting point of their immortal venerables is extremely high, needing less time to accumulate enough immortal ki for the next tier. So, it was not surprising that this world had 20 immortal sovereigns. Wang Wei believed this number would have been higher if not for the balance mechanism that secretly kills or seals these Tier 11 powerhouses. Mulei's current situation was not ideal. He was fighting more than 5 immortal sovereigns and losing. His teammates did not fare any better, as they also had to battle more than one opponent at a time. If not for the terrifying resilience of the Star Beast body, these people would have long been killed. "So, are you ready to pay the price for asking me to act?" asked Wang Wei. "Of course. Otherwise, I would not have contacted you," replied Mu Lei with a sigh. He had experienced many in such a short period and realized many things. Now, he was ready to end things. "What do you want me to do? Kill them or seal them?" continued Wang Wei. "You can kill him, but leave the others alive," replied Mu Lei, pointing to a towering figure that was red all over his body. His eyes contained 10 ancient stars rotating around each other. He did not hide his killing intent. "What did this guy do?" asked Wang Wei, wondering why the usual relaxed Mu Lei had such a terrifying killing intent. However, Mu Lei did not answer and said, "Let's talk later." "All right, do you want the final blow?" "If I could, I would have done it already," said Mu Lei with a helpless sight, so Wang Wei nodded. Everyone was confused about this strange conversation. However, no one dared to intervene and say anything. As soon as this gray-haired man appeared on the battlefield, everyone had a strange feeling. It was like a heavy weight on their chest that could not be removed no matter what. These people have lived long enough and are powerful enough to know when to trust their instincts or gut feelings. Wang Wei looked at these immortal sovereigns, and magical circles appeared above their heads. Immediately, countless immortal lights flashed from their colossal bodies, but it was useless. In an instant, 12 of these people turned into small crystals. Wang Wei handed these seals to Mu Lei before focusing on the last remaining individual. "I have wanted to test the strength of my flesh for a while, so let's use you as my punching bag. The red-skinned immortal sovereign's face became ugly. He saw how easily this new intruder dealt with his allies. Muley, what about your oath? Muley looked at him, but did not say a single word. He looked at his companions and said, "Let's go." He disappeared from the void battlefield, leaving Wang Wei alone. "Are you ready?" asked Wang Wei, who waited a few seconds before rushing toward his opponent. Boom! Their fists clashed, and the red-skinned immortal sovereign, whose name is Jiang Bi, took a dozen steps backward. However, with his size, these few steps took him millions of light years from a normal human's perception. "Hey, I have been looking forward to this battle. So, you better take it seriously, or your death will be very tragic," said Wang Wei, sending shivers down Jiang Bei's spine. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction before confronting the latter a second time. His tactic was simple and barbaric, fist to fist, flesh to flesh. Golden armor. As these two titans clashed, a golden energy armor appeared around Jiang Bei's fist, allowing him to protect his hand while also offsetting the force behind Wang Wei's attack. "Yes, this is what I want, what I've been longing for since I proved the Tao," he thought as he unleashed billions of fists in nanoseconds. He heard the sound of something cracking, and the golden light around his opponent's body disappeared. He took this opportunity to punch Jiang Bei's head. The latter reacted in time as his eyes turned into what resembled star cores, but much larger. A laser eye attack tried to stop Wang Wei's punch. Sadly, his defense was simply otherworldly. So a magical scene appeared. Jiang Bei's head exploded, but he created a big bang explosion in the process. In a matter of seconds, a new universe appeared in this void battlefield, expanding beyond the observable universe on Earth. Interesting, thought Wang Wei as he noticed a unique aspect of the Star Beast world system. Their regenerative ability did not originate from having endless vitality to regrow body parts, having absolute control over the body and being able to regrow any missing part with enough energy, or having control over concepts that prevented death. The source of their regeneration was their body size. Every time a Star Beast cultivator dies and regenerates, their body size will shrink until it returns to normal size. As such, the bigger their size is, the more difficult to kill. The world of cultivation is truly wonderful, thought Wang Wei as he continued his assault. His previous attack only took a few 100,000 light years from his opponent's body, meaning it was barely counted as a serious injury. Big Bang Fist. Wang Wei punched forward, condensing all the sheer strength his body contained from his 76 infant fiend god force into a singular point. This attack was extremely concentrated, appearing in the form of a collapsing black hole in front of his fist. Force absorption spell. Jiang Bei would not take this loss or accept his death. So, he mobilized all the immortal ki inside his body to cast the perfect spell for this occasion. Boom! His body turned into space particles before reassembling itself. He had drastically shrunk, but now was no time to worry about such a thing. Different civilizations will develop differently even with the same ideas and concepts, thought Wang Wei. The way the immortal path battle is similar to mages, using the diversity brought by immortal ki and spells. However, the main way of battle in the Star Beast world is close combat or the battle of the flesh. As such, even after becoming immortal venerables and sovereigns, they only use spells to support their flesh. Heaven Punishment. Jiang Bi went on the offensive, summoning purple-black lightning to destroy his opponent. However, Wang Wei happily fought the thunder with his flesh despite knowing his opponent's true motive. As expected, Jiang Bi took this opportunity to access foreign energy to help him heal his injury. In the end, his body regained a small portion of the size it had lost. "You know this won't change anything, don't you?" said Wang Wei. "Your arrogance will be your downfall. Don't worry, I only act arrogant in front of the right person." Chapter 977 Battle of the Flesh 2 977 Battle of the Flesh 2 Pseudo-Energy Dominance. Jiang Bi took out a small orb, releasing a terrifying amount of energy into the void battlefield. The universe he accidentally created was immediately in shambles as trillions of galaxies crumbled under the pressure of such a vast quantity of immortal ki. Even the entire void battlefield seemed under a lot of pressure, as if the boundary that separated it from the Star Beast world was on the verge of being destroyed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt he was in a quagmire. His blood energy was not operating as smoothly as it used to. His soul seemed slightly groggy, and he could tell that even controlling his Grand Tao source would be an issue. Energy dominancion of the few, saving grace of the immortal path, thought Wang Wei. People have seriously underestimated the power of ki or energy. There's a reason it's one of the modules of the world. No one and nothing can completely escape the need for energy. If someone could control the energy needed for an entire chaos world, they would ascend to the level of half-step transcendence. If they could do it on a scale on par with the entire chaos universe, such a person's lowest achievements would be on par with the 6 cardinals. It's true that Grand Tao favors the other path, but it does not mean the immortal path is useless or does not have a way forward, analyzed Wang Wei before focusing on his opponent. It's time for me to test out some of the new techniques I recently created. Let's see how much longer you can remain arrogant, sneered Jiang Bi. He remained calm despite the situation because he saw an opportunity to survive. The strange youth is only using his flesh to fight him. So, as long as he takes this opportunity, there's a chance for him to escape this place. Afterward, he only needs to ascend to the upper dimension. As for the oath he made to protect his faction for the rest of his life, he would deal with the situation after ascending. Life is the most important. There is hope for the future as long as he is alive. Wang Wei no longer talked. He controlled his acupoints and used a new technique. The phantom of the legendary creatures called Kunpeng appeared behind, showing its majestic wingspan. Swish! Before Jiang Bi could react, Wang Wei was already before him. Another phantom materialized behind him, and it was of a phoenix. Bang! The fist landed on Jiang Bei's head, sending him flying in the distance. However, the force of this attack was not the truly deadly aspect, it was the immortal phoenix flame that was rapidly burning every atom of Jiang Bei's body. His already red skin turned even brighter, but he did not care for such an insignificant change. One of the weaknesses of Star Beast bodies is attacks that cannot be removed and constantly burning away their flesh and size. Luckily, the world civilization has developed for a long time and has developed countless countermeasures for such a situation. Flame sealing spell Jiang Bi acted instantly and sealed the flame on his body. Sadly, in such a short period, he lost more than 1,000,000 light years of his body. Additionally, Wang Wei was not given any time to react. Like previously, he appeared before him like he was a ghost. Even with the severe restrictions of the surrounding, Wang Wei's speed was beyond what he could follow. The phantom of a mighty black tortoise appeared behind Wang Wei as he punched his opponent. Jiang Bi felt a terrifying force invading his inside and destroying his organs and all the energy inside his body. The power of the black tortoise? He thought. Amongst all the 5 sacred beasts, the black tortoise is the largest and the physically strongest. Today, he felt the creature's power from that punch. Sadly, this was not the end. A terrifying, rotating power emanated from the fist, rapidly grinding his body into dust. The rotation of yin-yang power? Jiang Bei's face was ugly, but he knew this was not the time for hesitation. Scattered atom, his body dispersed to its atomic components before reassembling themselves in the distance. Jiang Bi looked at his opponent with great concentration. However, Wang Wei was nodding in satisfaction. Based on the Zodiac acupoint technique, he created a new fleshly body technique using innate demon gods and other powerful creatures as a basis. For example, he replaced the rabbit Zodiac, which increased speed for the Kunpeng manifestation, allowing his speed to reach another level. With this new technique that he called Myriad Spirit Manifestation, he broke through the limit of the Zodiac technique. Of course, he did not abandon all of them. For example, the Dragon Zodiac. He did not want to lose its ability, and Wang Wei had not met a creature with the same as it. so it remained in the new update. Wang Wei looked at Jiangbi. I know you have more potential than this. Don't let me down. Behind him, a creature that looked like a scorpion with a human head appeared, followed by lightning and thunder emanating from its body. Primordial God. Thunder God Wang Wei's body turned into a lightning streak as he barato Jiang Bei's body over and over, turning him into Swiss cheese. The immortal sovereign tried his best to stop his opponent, using countless defensive spells to protect him or spells to reduce his opponent's mobility, but it was futile. In the end, he could only watch as his boat's size drastically reduced for the next minute, until Wang Wei stopped. Immediately afterward, Jiang Bei's face changed as he sensed a foreign force inside his body. Dao will. Wang Wei calmly looked at his opponent. So, that's what Dao will do to your strange body. He could feel that his opponent could no longer use energy to regrow his body until the Dao was removed. In other words, Jiang Bei's current size was his limit until he expelled the Dao from inside. Wang Wei felt this Star Beast world's cultivation system truly had its uniqueness. Although he did not like it, there was a reason their world was one of the best in the endless void. Jiang Bei's eyes were red, full of anger and madness. His aura suddenly increased, becoming more wild, violent, and uncontrollable. Rampaging mode, Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he realized what had happened. Jiang Bei exploded all the immortal ki in his mansion to boost his power and strength. His power did drastically increase. However, he lost the ability to cast spells, and his immortal mansions will definitely crack afterward and even be destroyed if this fight goes long enough. After this battle, Jiang Bei will no longer have immortal tier battle prowess and must use a lot of effort and resources to heal his immortal mansion. This technique is not replicable by other immortal venerables unless they also have a powerful body. Otherwise, the rampaging immortal ki will instantly annihilate their bodies and souls. Even worse, the immortal mansions of most immortal path cultivators are not sturdy enough to withstand such a technique. Swish! Jiang Bei appeared before Wang Wei, speed blitzing him this time around. With one punch, Wang Wei's humongous body flew away as his arms exploded into a pile of nothingness. He destroyed too many things in his way, but he did not care. On the contrary, he had a wide grin on his face. This was the first time he was injured since proving the Dao. Although it was only a blood clone and he was only fighting with his flesh, he was happy with the outcome. So, his laughter resonated through this void battlefield. Haha, let's go again. He clashed head-on with Jiang Bei, ignoring how often certain body parts exploded into oblivion. He did not care since his natural regeneration was already monstrous enough, but he also had the Phoenix manifestation, which could help him. So, he went all out without any reservation. He had an enjoyable battle that allowed him to see the limits of his current flesh cultivation and even push them beyond them. Alas, said Wang Wei, looking at the weak and pale Jiang Bei. He sighed as he wished the latter could hold on a lot longer. It doesn't matter. I will recreate him in the dream world and continue our fight, thought Wang Wei before focusing on something else. My experiment failed. Wang Wei had a second purpose for this battle. He used his arrogance, behavior, and words to force Jiang Bei to try something crazy, like using his true power as a Tier 11 powerhouse. His real objective is whether true heavenly Dao would remove the restrictions on an immortal sovereign when fighting him, allowing them to have the same strength they would have in the upper dimension. Unfortunately, nothing happened during the entire battle. There are 3 ways to explain the situation. True heavenly Dao will keep the rules no matter the circumstances. It did not allow for any changes because I fought with a blood clone, or will wait until a later date before removing the restrictions. If immortal sovereigns have access to their real strength, it will make many of Wang Wei's plans more difficult. As such, he needed to be prepared in advance. Chapter 978 First Queen 978 First Queen Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei opened his eyes again, focusing on the battle between his clone and the immortal sovereign. He looked at his smiling face and followed soon. It should be about time. Luckily, it won't bring her much trouble, thought Wang Wei, hating the fact he had to rely on others for protection. However, he did not deal with the issue for too long as he sent his divine sense to the conferred god list in the heavenly court and changed something. A new name appeared in one of the positions. This should have fundamentally changed the state of the world. But no one knew, and no visible changes could be detected. So, he closed his eyes and listened to the sermon without wasting any time. Eternal Ascension World, Origin Seal Continent. Wu Hong opened her eyes from her cultivation room, feeling her destiny had changed. Queen Mother? A destiny related to the Heavenly Emperor karmic position? She took a moment to deduce the changes that occurred to her. So, that's what he did in the lower dimension. The Sword Empress did not mention much detail, probably not knowing much herself. However, she knew his actions greatly impacted the upper dimension's Tao opening sect. Wu Hong raised her hand as merit descended from the sky into her hands. She immediately frowned as she sensed a terrifying gaze full of malice. Luckily, another power came and blocked this gaze. Otherwise, she felt she would have died. Is the difference so vast? Thought Wu Hong, sighing deeply. In times like this, she regretted not taking these lesser methods. However, she will not dwell too long on this kind of useless emotion. With this merit, I can accelerate my healing time, she thought, looking in the distance. I guess I will owe him some karma. She closed her eyes and continued her retreat. Time was not waiting for anyone, and the world was rapidly changing. Her current situation was not ideal for the upcoming catastrophe. She wanted to return to her peak as soon as possible, even if such an attempt was very risky in the current political landscape. Star Beast World, Void Battlefield. Wang Wei's clone looked at the weakened Jiang Bi and exhaled. This battle was enjoyable, but all good things must come to an end. He raised his hand and slapped down. No, you can't kill me. I am. The Dragon Zodiac attack instantly annihilated his soul and colossal body. Normally, Wang Wei would have used this man as a resource. After all, although it's arduous to remove the brand in an immortal sovereign's immortal key, it's still possible after much effort. However, considering this man has some personal connection with his business partner, Mu Lei, he decided to give him a clean death. Wang Wei raised his hand to look at this void battlefield. With a swipe of his divine sense, he reverse-engineered how it was created. As expected, this one is different from the battle spirit world, he analyzed. The one he saw in that world was empty and a dimension with extremely reinforced space walls. However, the one in the Star Beast world contained some of the ability to regenerate matter that would create a universe once it was given enough time to rest and recuperate. This change seemed to result from aesthetic choices and the difference in laws between each world. Regardless, it's worth learning from my battlefield. After analyzing this, he had a schematic of refining his void battlefield. So, he sent a message to Sword One in the commercial hub to look for certain rare materials that would aid in the process. Finally, he took a step and appeared in the Star-Lord Mountain, where Mu Lei and Tong Ruobing waited for him. The three quickly got into the atmosphere, mostly because Mu Lei was extremely open-minded and did not mind the vast difference in strength between him and Wang Wei. Well, at least he did not show it. So, are you going to tell me the story between you two? Asked Wang Wei, who was served wine instead of tea. Why do you sound like a girl who wants some juicy gossip? Said Mu Lei. Hey, it's not only girls who enjoy gossip, replied Wang Wei with a sneer. Don't change the subject. Mu Lei sighed as he gulped his wine. The story is very cliché. I met a close friend, and we became sword brothers. However, as you know, he was also my competitor in this battle. So, we made an oath to ensure we can compete fairly in the final battle. Unfortunately, this was the beginning of the recent events. Mu Lei began to drink again. A slightly desolate look appeared in his eyes. Luckily, the quiet Tong Ruobing held his hand underneath the table. So he smiled at her. In this generation, our sect was very hostile toward the Jiang clan, almost causing an all-out war. My sword brother did not want this, so he convinced our two factions to make another oath not to kill each other's family members. With this oath, I thought the Jiang clan was the perfect ally after I secretly created the court. Who knew? Their ancestor betrayed me, leading to the previous battle. As for the oath, he found a loophole since he was not the one killing me. With this short conversation, Wang Wei understood many things. Mu Lei could not be like him and immediately show the existence of the court after creating it. Instead, he probably followed Tong Rubing's advice and secretly found allies through sharing benefits and maybe intimidation. Then, once the majority of factions with immortal sovereigns become their allies, they officially establish the Heavenly Court. Sadly, the Jiang clan's betrayal alerted these factions in advance, and, out of greed, they banded together to suppress Mu Lei and the Star-Lord Mountain to take control of most of the court's power. So, what happened to your sword brother? He was ashamed after what his family did and did not dare to see him. So he sealed himself. Wang Wei looked at him, but did not say anything despite guessing this was a lie. The cultivator world can be extreme regarding certain things. People are fickle. Fathers and mothers can sell their children for the right benefit. However, some people are extremely loyal, earnestly taking their oaths and friendships. So, Mu Lei's sword brother probably took his family's betrayal as his own, and he tried to kill himself to redeem himself before his brother. Finally, Mu Lei saved him and sealed him to prevent him from doing such a thing. The latter's thinking is probably that time was the best way for his sword brother to process this event and accept the result. So, are you guys prepared to establish the court officially? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. I've already convinced Heavenly Tao to allow me to take the position, and my sect has refined the court. I only need an official ceremony. The position will be mine. Wang Wei nodded, not surprised by this outcome. Mu Lei was not himself, so he could not forcefully seal Heavenly Tao to get the position. Otherwise, there would be catastrophic results as Heavenly Tao tried everything to revolt. So, when he allowed them to use his idea, he also suggested conversing with Heavenly Tao and convinced it of the benefit. In that case, let's discuss my share of the pie, now that he appeared and helped Mu Lei reverse his situation. According to their agreement, he will have an even greater piece of the share. Additionally, they also must pay for the merit-proving method for Tong Ruobing to prove the Tao. After a few hours of discussion, everyone came up with a satisfactory remuneration. After the process, Wang Wei was smiling brilliantly while Tong Ruobing looked at him as if she wanted to stab him. Only Mu Lei had a nonchalant attitude. According to him, the future benefits will outweigh the current loss, so why make a fuss? By the way, added Wang Wei, according to my predictions, your status as Queen Mother will not be enough to prove the Tao immediately. Do you want a loan with an interest of 5 to expedite the process? No, thank you, said Tong Ruobing instantly. According to her calculations, she will be the second Queen Mother of the world, making this an achievement to be remembered, thus increasing the merit she will receive. And if her predictions are correct and Wang Wei's wife has ascended, then she will be the first queen in the lower dimension. As such, it won't take her very long to receive the merit from her position to prove the Tao. Getting a loan was not worth it when she only needed to wait such a short period. Plus, she has other ways to accelerate the process. That's a shame, said Wang Wei. He wanted to make even more profit. Tong Ruobing rolled her eyes after seeing his expression. She had never seen a man who was so focused on making a profit, not willing to make a loss in anything. All right, let's get started, said Mu Lei, showing his perfect white teeth. Chapter 979, The New Rules 979, The New Rules Heaven Above. I, the Cosmic Thunder Emperor, today create the Heavenly Court to regulate the world and bring prosperity to all sentient beings. Mu Lei's voice echoed through every planet, star field, and galaxy of this world, sounding like a whisper to everybody's ears. Then, a projection of his heavenly court manifested above the sky, and everyone could see it. Cosmic thunder? Cosmic should be from a star-related system. His name is Lei, which also means thunder. Did he also choose thunder as his Tao because of this? Analyzed Wang Wei before looking at this world's heavenly court. The aesthetic was completely different from his. having a more starry sky feeling than his court's ethereal, noble, and immortal atmosphere. The court was designed to be more suitable for this world. I could add a similar aesthetic to my court, making it more beautiful, thought Wang Wei. Feeling his court should be the most beautiful since it's the orthodox one. While he was deep in thought with his interior design project, Mu Lei summoned every major faction in the Star Beast world for the first meeting. Wang Wei did not attend, but looked at things from the shadows. Mu Lei sat on his throne with Tong Ruobing sitting by his side. Wang Wei noticed some people giving her side eyes, including members of the Star-Lord Mountain. Wang Wei did not take long to guess the reason. Some people were dissatisfied with Tong Ruobing as Mu Lei's partner. Previously, they supported this marriage because she had the potential to be an eternal emperor, but she failed in her battle. Of course, the defeat is not the main reason for this change of heart. After all, Tong Ruobing's talent still exists, and with Mu Lei's help, she has a high chance of proving the Tao to the next generation. However, the creation of the court and the position of Queen Mother involved great benefits, including an opportunity to use merit to prove the Tao. As Wang Wei prevented Tong Ruobing or Mu Lei from revealing the content of the technique, this opportunity became even more valuable. So, some people did not want to go to her, probably even asking Mu Lei to choose another Tao partner, most likely someone from their factions. The meeting continued, and the first thing Mu Lei did was to display his power to these factions. He showed them the sealed immortal sovereigns, using them as leverage to have absolute control over the court. Mu Lei was not greedy and followed Wang Wei's model to share the benefit with everybody else. He also followed the same model. The court's position was not hereditary, and someone could take the throne in each generation. He mentioned how only first-class emperors could take the position, but Mu Lei did not mention anything after leaving a test to determine whether an emperor was worthy. He did not have Wang Wei's prestige, so he could not be as arrogant as him. Otherwise, the Star-Lord Mountain would suffer from backlash after he leaves. Mu Lei did not mention much about the position of regents when there were no first-class emperors in the world. Vert smart move, thought Wang Wei as he figured out Mu Lei's tactic. The latter knew the limitations of his strength and lack of prestige, so he planned to buy himself time to increase his strength. Mu Lei was someone with great, untapped potential. So, with the help of the Heavenly Emperor's position, his strength will drastically increase in the next few thousand years. Once he is powerful enough, and with Tong Ruobing's help, he can act semi-arrogant like Wang Wei, determining the position of regent and even the test to determine the next Heavenly Emperor. And before he achieves these goals, he will use the immortal sovereigns as his hostage and blackmail material. Wang Wei watched the god conferring ceremony. The Star Beast world was different, so there were a few differences from the Myriad Emperor world, despite Mu Lei also dividing it into 10 main positions. Positions like the god of space, stars, suns, and moons were invaluable compared to their counterparts in the Myriad Emperor world. As such, he must control these positions, ensuring they go to the Star-Lord Mountain and his allies who stayed by his side during times of adversity. Wang Wei watched everything, including the process of receiving the merit. He closed his eyes, sensing something. He felt the destiny and luck associated with his Heavenly Emperor era bloomed with a new light of prosperity. As the founder, his luck and merit reached another level. Yes, the lower dimension's future is for every heaven-will world and world community to enter the Heavenly Emperor era. By then, true Heavenly Tao would not have to use much power to properly ensure the lower dimension functions. All that power can then be focused on dealing with supreme unity. Wang Wei could not fathom how much benefit he would receive in the process. However, what truly matters is he can weaken his current greatest enemy, supreme unity. In this battle of half-step transcendence, his ability can play a role no matter how small. Wang Wei suddenly felt a terrifying gaze full of killing intent. It was extremely brief before disappearing, but it made his heart literally skip a beat. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky before sneering. He did not have any personal conflict with supreme unity. Unfortunately, the latter was his enemy due to circumstance, so he would treat him like he did all his enemies, ruthlessly destroying them at all costs. Wang Wei ignored the previous sensation as he closed his eyes again, feeling the changes in heaven and earth. My prediction was correct. True heavenly Tao has established new rules for becoming a heavenly emperor. It seems to be a trial. From now on, no one can use his or Mu Lei's method to sit on that throne. Emperors must pass a test from true heavenly Tao to hold the karma position of heavenly Tao. Wang Wei secretly shook his head after dividing the test. There was no limit on strength, so technically, even a third-class emperor could become a heavenly emperor based on true heavenly Tao standard. However, such a class of emperor cannot bear the power of a heaven-will world. They would be paralyzed if they took the position as they try to share more burdens for heavenly Tao. So, if a third-class emperor wishes to hold this position, he or she must give up most of his or her powers and share a small burden with heavenly Tao. Wang Wei focused on the other rules of the test. There is a need for a certain level of Tao heart. Karma cannot be too negative, and temperament cannot be too extreme. Tao ancestors, immortal venerables, immortal sovereigns, and insurgents cannot be official heavenly emperor. Is this rule because I left the position of regent for the Tao opening sect? Thought Wang Wei. These other paths of immortality cannot sit on the throne officially, but they can serve as regent during generations when no worthy emperors appear. Wang Wei did not dwell too long on this subject, as he had three main rules remaining. The first one involved foreign emperors. People from other world communities can become the heavenly emperor in a foreign plane, but the test they take will be 10 times more challenging. Furthermore, that's only if they have not wasted their 2 attempts. So, each person has 2 attempts at the test. When was true heavenly Tao so generous? Thought Wang Wei before acquiring the answer to his question. An emperor can try again after failing the first test, but the second test will also be exponentially more difficult. Furthermore, if a person fails the 2 tests, they cannot go to another heaven will and try again. The rules are strict but also leave room for maneuvering, thought Wang Wei, thinking of his situation. A great emperor could pass heavenly Tao's trial but fail the one he left. Such an emperor cannot sit on the throne even though heaven and earth technically acknowledge them. The same can apply to other world communities if a powerful great emperor appears and leaves their mark on the court. The heavenly emperor era will be prosperous beyond anything people can imagine. If I confuse my existence with the word heavenly emperor, I can imagine how difficult it would be to kill me. Eternal emperors from the lower dimension have another advantage: it's difficult to interact with the lower dimension. As such, when killing them, there will be some restrictions or interference because of the world's rules. This advantage will be magnified on Wang Wei once he succeeds in his plan. Wang Wei smiled after thinking about this. Things have been going smoothly recently. I should be more careful in case my luck is too prosperous. His eyes squinted as he waited for the meeting to end. He still had a few finishing touches to make before returning home. Chapter 980, Another Merit Opportunity. 980, Another Merit Opportunity. The meeting soon ended, and Mu Lei and Tong Ruobing walked into the back garden where Wang Wei was fishing. Without looking at them, he asked, "How does it feel, sitting on the throne?" "Invigorating," said Mu Lei. "Also very addictive." He was confident in his Tao heart, but even he felt a sense of losing control after realizing how much power he had. Such a power should not be spread lightly, warned Mu Lei. He also realized the lower dimension was about to change, entering an era where everybody competed to become heavenly emperor. Great emperors are still human with 6 desires and 7 emotions, so they cannot escape the desire for power and glory. As such, he knew the endless void would soon be in turmoil. If you can think this, do you think true heavenly Tao won't? True. Have there already been changes? Asked Tong Ruobing. Yes. There is a new order, and people must pass true heavenly Tao's trial if they want permission to establish a court. So fast. I thought there would be a few more before the rules changed. Wang Wei stopped fishing and looked at her. Were you planning to sell my ideas to others? Of course not, replied Tong Ruobing. She was not this stupid, especially knowing what kind of person Wang Wei was. Really? Really, I just thought true heavenly Tao would be slow to react. Well, at least not until the third heavenly emperor appeared. Wang Wei moved his head while nodding. He also had similar thoughts as Tong Ruobing, thinking a few more would appear before the new rules manifested. You remind me that the news of the court won't be a secret yet because of your world's connections to the Commerce Hub and other world communities. I should take precautions to protect my idea. Wang Wei looked in the distance as he activated one of his old abilities. Emperor words are law. I cast a curse of suffering. Anyone who becomes a heavenly emperor in this generation will suffer for eternity until they pay me compensation for this idea and changing the era. Bodum, the entire lower dimension trembled slightly, almost undetectable by most sentient beings. Then, a terrifying curse enveloped the entire endless void, attaching itself to the concept of the heavenly emperor. Muley was speechless, not only because of what Wang Wei did, but because of the latter's strength. He could feel this curse enveloping the entire lower dimension in a matter of seconds. How can these people use my ideas without paying a patent fee? Said Wang Wei with a sneer. What's a patent? Asked Tong Ruobing, making Wang Wei pause as he realized another opportunity to get merit. The concept of patent and fee does not exist. I remember complaining about how each world community functioned as its own independent universe. A person can take an idea from one world community and apply it to another and still receive merits as long as they pass it as their own. My solution to this problem was to use curses to guarantee my creations. A patent system that governs all world communities is a better solution, and one with great merit. The creation of the patent system can guarantee the work or creation of all cultivators, motivating people to innovate. Previously, such a system would be difficult to enact on a scale as large as the entire lower dimension. One of the core themes of the world is the law of the jungle. So, true heavenly Tao might not care if someone lost their creation because they were too weak to protect it, although it values innovation. It wants more if people struggle in this cruel system and strive to reach the top. However, the dream world has now appeared, intensifying the competition in the lower dimension while ensuring many people's lives. As such, true heavenly Tao will also place more emphasis on innovation and encourage people to be creative. In other words, the patent system is perfect for the current development stage of the world. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Thought Wang Wei, shaking his head. He realized this situation was another form of assimilation. Although his memories from Earth dominate his personality, he will be influenced by the world the longer he lives. So, when facing certain problems, how he solved them will lean more toward this world than Earth. You don't need to know what a patent is for now, said Wang Wei, and Tong Ruobing sighed to herself. She knew it was probably another great idea that would revolutionize the world. Unfortunately, she cannot use it for herself. I'm here to ask about the dream world, continued Tong Ruobing. Giving Wang Wei a strange look, she wondered how he could come up with so many ideas. People have long speculated that the Heavenly Emperor was a reincarnated powerhouse, hence why his ideas and views of the world were so unique. However, no one could guess what kind of world was so special or what kind of powerhouse he was in his first life. However, all signs indicate that he was a scary individual in his previous life. Some people even believe his current strength is because he is slowly regaining the power from his former life. The dream world will be available to other world communities, but not now, replied Wang Wei, as his hook caught a fish, making his eyes twinkle. He caught a small black fish. However, he could tell the real size of that thing was enormous, allowing him to have a feast. Could we know? Replied Wang Wei calmly, while also trying to catch another fish. There can only be one dream world. Is there any room for negotiation? Continued Tong Ruobing. Unfortunately, no. She frowned before changing her tactic. What about choosing us as your first step of expansion? Better yet, we can negotiate a price to give us a time buffer before opening it to everyone else. Replied Wang Wei. He was unsurprised that Tong Ruobing could see the advantage of early access to the dream world. For the right price, I can agree to your request. However, I can only give you a maximum buffer of 500 years. 500 years? That's too short. At least 1,000 years. Wang Wei ignored her shoddy method of raising the price for negotiation. 500 years is a long time if you take this opportunity and use all the resources available to train Heaven Chosen. So, either take it or leave it. Is there really no room for negotiation? Asked Tong Ruobing with gritted teeth. No. Fine. But can you let him use it in the meantime? Wang Wei looked at Mulei. If he had access to the battle tower, his progress would indeed be impressive. All right. Anyway, we can be considered acquaintances, so it's not a problem to give early access, replied Wang Wei before raising his hand to condense a special talisman for Mulei. Stars flashed in his eyes, showing his excitement. He could not wait to battle the emperors of the myriad emperor world to see how he compared. Wang Wei was a freak and an anomaly, but all their eternal emperors cannot be like this, right? Wang Wei stood up and put his fishing gear away. You better train for a while if you want to challenge our Eternals. Otherwise, you'll embarrass yourself, warned Wang Wei. I know, replied Mu Lei as he smiled wryly. It's time for me to leave. You can send someone to discuss the price for the Dream World access, said Wang Wei as he directly looked into Tong Rubing's eyes. Based on your past experience, I feel I should give you this warning. Don't forget you're a member of the Myriad Emperor world. He disappeared after saying this. Are you all right? Asked Mulei. I'm fine, said Tong Ruobing, shaking her head. She knew why the latter warned her, but she had no plan to betray her homeworld or have her faction move to the Starbeast world. She knew even if she proved the Tao, they would never agree to move to another world community, especially since their faction holds the destiny of Talisman Ancestor. As such, she would never make such a bad move. Mulei looked at his wife. In his eyes, she was perfect in every way. But if he had to choose a flaw, it would be that her ambitions can blind her mind, making her have no bottom line when doing things. However, as long as he is by her side and reminds her, he can prevent her from going too far. Meanwhile, she is the driving force, forcing him to be more ambitious and less laid back. They complement each other perfectly. Wait, she will soon prove the Tao. With her talent, her strength will definitely surpass mine by leagues. Mulei was suddenly worried. Although he long accepted she was more talented and powerful than him, he did not want the difference to be too large. I will retreat immediately. In case of an emergency, you're in charge of the court's affairs. After saying those words, he kissed her on the cheek before disappearing. Chapter 981 Senior Sister 981 Senior Sister. Wang Wei listened to Su Shi's sermon, taking this opportunity to learn something new and consolidate his already existing cultivation and knowledge. The entire process lasted 3 years before ending. He opened his eyes, which were full of wisdom, exhaling deeply. It was always helpful to hear the understanding of cultivation from someone with the same cultivation as him. It won't be long before it's Tong Rubing's turn, thought Wang Wei, thinking that the Myriad Emperor world will experience the same thing a few more times. He glanced at Su Shi in the distance, and before she disappeared, he contacted her. How was the process of reviving Lin Fan? She was surprised that he asked such a question, but she decided to reply truthfully. I've almost learned the technique. You should hurry up. Why? I will give all the people in our generation a great opportunity. If you don't want to miss it, you better hurry up. Great opportunity? I cannot say much, but you should prepare. Susi Wen. If even Wang Wei said it was a great opportunity, it won't be something simple. However, she also wondered what his motives were. Unfortunately, there was too little information to speculate. I will. Another thing. Try to contact Emperor Kong and say I want to see him, added Wang Wei. Can I know what's this about? Not now, but know it's crucial that I meet him as soon as possible. I will try, but there is no guarantee he will answer. Just try. The conversation ended, and Su Shi returned to the academy. However, she was somewhat distracted by this conversation. She wanted to know what he was planning. After being unable to figure out these things, she decided to hold a meeting and see if the others could help her brainstorm. Once they finish, then she will contact the upper dimension. Meanwhile, in the Tao opening sect, Wang Wei returned to the court after the sermon. One of his projects was completed during the past 3 years, so he needed to take care of it. In his cultivation room, he held a soul in his palm. Yu Zhou's soul. Finally completed, thought Wang Wei. After receiving the soul from Tong Rubing's hands, he pondered what to do with it. He could not search the memories because their memories were protected. Wang Wei was sure this soul would self-destruct if he tried to mess with it in any shape or form. He did not dare absorb or use it as a form of resource. For a moment, he found the soul utterly useless until he had an idea. He refined the karma thread connected to the soul into a talisman that would allow him to discover the traitors in other world communities. Wang Wei held a green jade talisman before him. He would not have succeeded if he had not been super careful and ensured the process was slow. He waved his hand to open a portal before him, sending the talisman to Wang Ju. He tasked her to send the Fate Shadow Guard to find the identity of these traitors, especially the one who proved the Tao. He needed to prepare for the external expansion of the court and the dream world. Once he finished, he focused on his friends and family, checking on them. His father and grandfather were still in retreat, experiencing rigorous training. Yin Liling was creating her immortal rune system. She now had great achievement in the process after the fusion of her new bloodline. Li Jun was also training extremely hard, using the baleful aura from the Tao burial ground to the best of its use. He chose to walk an alternative path of the Nine Extremity Foundation by tempering her body to be on par with Tao Ancestor. With his current talent, walking the unorthodox way should not be a problem. However, this method is indeed the best despite the downside. Having such a strong body is not the same as having a successful Nine Extremity Foundation, and that's because Nine Extremity involves all aspects: flesh, soul, law, and Tao heart. It's fine. Once his flesh is powerful enough, he only needs to use the yang energy in his blood to temper his soul. Afterward, he can make up for the other aspect through intense battles against the Heaven Chosens from the Endless Void. Such a path was more fitting for Li Jun's personality, slaughter Tao, and battle human fiend god bloodline. Wang Wei sent him a message to use the battle tower more often before focusing on someone else. Ti Yigong. Wang Wei frowned after seeing the state he was in. The latter was in a more relaxed state since he proved the Tao. He lacks motivation and is doing things because of his promise. However, his mind is already not here, preparing for his reincarnation. Wang Wei pondered for a moment whether he should allow Tai Gang to leave and reincarnate. However, after pondering briefly, he realized the latter's innate talent might still be useful in the future. So, he also sent him a message, telling him to prepare for the major competition in the Battle Tower. If Tai Gang could make a name on any of the lists, the key luck and destiny he acquired would greatly benefit him in his reincarnation. Wang Wei saw his words seemed to have some effect and nodded. His gaze then shifted to others, Wu Ming and Miscellaneous One, to be precise. Unfortunately, their research is almost finished but still not completed. It's good they're almost done. My next retreat will focus on my profession, Tao, thought Wang Wei before his eyes shifted to Elder Dan, the other Emperor-tier professional of the sect. He handed all the bodies from the Tao burial ground to him, so he wanted to check on the progress of his pills. Sadly, too little time had passed, and the results were slow. Even with the use of time acceleration formation, he left for the other. Finally, Wang Wei checked on another individual desolate one. A slight surprise flashed in his eyes when he realized the latter succeeded. He re-established his foundation, achieving strength on par with eternal emperors. Desolate One was now cultivating the Fiend God Body 12 Revolution, trying to increase his strength to an even higher level. The sect has another eternal battle strength. He nodded in satisfaction, especially since Desolate One hid his cultivation level and did not announce it to the public, and only a few people in the sect knew. Low-key development will be our motto from now on, so I'm glad he has already got in the mood. He flickered his hand to send the latter a copy of the Metamorphosis art. Desolate seems talented in body refining, so he could learn something from this strange technique. Wang Wei no longer paid attention to the world as he accessed the dream world to continue his fight with Jiang Bi. However, He soon detected something that drew his attention. A new form of destiny is being gathered. Who is the source? He used his authority in the dream world to see through one of the settings. A young woman in blue was simulating refining a pill. She had thousands of materials before her. Senior Sister Ho Shu? Wang Wei remembered her from the Origin Pill Dao sect. The latter was a die-hard advocate for material alchemy. However, the sect is primarily based on rune alchemy, making her suffer countless bullying and derision over the years. Has she acquired the destiny to revive material alchemy in the world? Thought Wang Wei. The world is changing and resources are abundant. With the addition of the dream world, material alchemy can return to the world stage and even prosper. After a brief analysis, he understood it made sense for Heavenly Tao to revive this lost form of alchemy at this stage of the world's development. Wang Wei observed for a moment, not hiding his surprise and admiration. The limit of material alchemy has always been Earth-tier pill, because many recipes were secretly destroyed or lost to history. Adding the fact that no one wanted to support this type of alchemist, no one successfully created a heaven-tier pill. However, Wang Wei could tell that Ho Shu was attempting to refine a saint-tier pill, meaning she had already created a miracle and revived material alchemy to the level of Earth-tier. This pill will probably fail, he thought, and as expected, a few minutes later, the cauldron exploded and the pill failed. However, Ho Shu was not discouraged, but smiled instead. She condensed another cauldron and material to refine another batch without wasting time. Ho Shu repeated the process a few times before stopping and closing her eyes. A few hours later, she reopened them and continued her refining, displaying rapid progress in such a short period. Hard work, extreme focus, great destiny, and potent Tao heart is only lacking in the talent department, analyzed Wang Wei, who suddenly had the urge to accept a disciple. However, he soon removed that idea from his mind. However, he still chose to meet the girl. Chapter 982, Revival 982, Revival Your Majesty, said Ho Shu, shocked by the person suddenly appearing in her refining simulations. With her Saint Realm cultivation, she had never met someone of that level, so she did not know how to respond. Be at ease, said Wang Wei with a smile. But Ho Shu's trembling hand betrayed the calm exterior she displayed. So, Wang Wei had no choice but to use his soul to alleviate her nervousness secretly. What can I help you with? Asked Ho Shu after successfully calming down. I saw you were using material alchemy and was interested. Ho Shu paused before saying with a wry smile, I know it's a dying or lost form of art, but there is no need to explain to me. I am not prejudiced against any form of alchemy. Ho Shu breathed in relief, but showed a hesitation on her face. Do you have something in your mind? Continued Wang Wei. Your Majesty, do you think material alchemy has a place in the world? Wang Wei looked at her and saw a little girl full of hope, unwillingness, and fear toward the future. He secretly sighed. Technically speaking, Ho Shu was born earlier than him by at least a few decades. However, because of how weird the cultivation world is, his body and mind are way older than him. Additionally, seniority is determined by strength. So in this world, no one can force Wang Wei to call him senior. The moment I created the dream world, material alchemy was destined to rise, said Wang Wei. And he immediately saw Ho Shu's shoulder relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. That's good, repeated Ho Shu in a low voice for a few seconds. If you don't mind asking, why are you so insisting on material alchemy? It's because of my master, said Ho Shu with a look of reminiscent. My alchemy talent has never been the best, but he took me in and accepted me as a disciple, treating me like a daughter. My master was a true believer of material alchemy, believing it had its place in the world. So, you inherited his legacy? Yes. He did not live long enough to see such a day, but no matter what, I will show the world that material alchemy is a viable Tao. I see, nodded Wang Wei. He did not know why her master was so obsessed with this form of alchemy and even passed it on to his disciples. However, some people have different goals and interests, so he would not comment on them. How is your life in the sect? Asked Wang Wei. You can tell me the truth. Hosher was confused by such an odd question, but still answered, life is tough. My alchemy talent is not the best, and my Tao is not very popular, so I get bullied sometimes. However, the sect has rules, so the junior and senior brothers do not go too far. Any interest in changing sect? The Tao opening sect will welcome you with open arms and give you all the necessary help and resources. What? I mean every word I said. For a few seconds, Hosher did not know what to say. Then, her face turned red, and she looked at the ground. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Wang Wei secretly sighed. Can I ask why? The master always had a dream, said Hosher, who took a deep breath before looking directly into Wang Wei's eyes. He wanted our sect to have another lineage for material alchemy. Although I know the chances of succeeding are slim, I still want to try it. Ambitious, thought Wang Wei. He never thought this determined senior sister had the ambition to prove the Tao and open a new alchemy lineage in the Origin Pill Tao sect. Wang Wei looked at her as he realized the wonder of destiny. The Origin Pill Tao sect held the Pill ancestor destiny, so it made sense that a new Emperor alchemy lineage would manifest in their sect. It's the same for Wu Ming's totem warrior lineage that appeared in the Origin Room Palace. Although it took some drastic measures before succeeding, the end result was the same. It's fine if you don't want to change your sect, said Wang Wei. Although he failed to lure this new destiny to his sect, maybe it was for the best. I'm a person who likes talent, so I will give you a few gifts. He pointed at her forehead, and in an instant, Hosher felt a technique appear in her mind. Force control skill? Hosher's eyes lit up as she understood the implications of this technique. Her alchemy talent would become unparalleled. No, not just alchemy talent, but also my cultivation talent. With the dream world simulation setting and her innate talent that allowed her to know the essence of all spiritual herbs and how to combine them, she had little doubt she could revive material alchemy Tao. However, to prove the Tao, she needs strength. Sadly, she knew how terrible her cultivation talent was compared to these heaven-chosens. She was born earlier than all of them, but was still a peak saint, while the best of them had already proven the Tao. However, she saw hope in making up for the gap with this technique. I must warn you, this technique cannot be passed on to anyone else, even your closest person, said Wang Wei. I swear on my life to never reveal, said Ho Shu without hesitation. Wang Wei nodded. Although he had already placed restrictions on the technique, he still wanted her attitude regarding the matter. The second gift I have for you is destiny. He pointed at her and gathered the remaining scattered destiny of material alchemy Tao, focusing everything on her. Thank you, Your Majesty, bowed Ho Shu. As a saint from a top emperor lineage, she had knowledge of things like luck and destiny. So she guessed what the heavenly emperor did. This is my last gift for you, continued Wang Wei as a multicolored flame materialized on his palm. Chaos flame, uttered Ho Shu with wide eyes. That's correct. As an alchemist, you should understand the benefit of a powerful heavenly flame, especially for material alchemy. I don't know how to repay such kindness, said Ho Shu. She wanted to accept and reject such a heavy gift. I will help you today, so that you can help me tomorrow. Where would Your Majesty ever need my help? I will ascend and leave this world one day. But after you prove the Tao, maybe my sect will need you to take care of it. So, I'm planting a seed today that can become fruit someday. I didn't expect Your Majesty to have so much faith in me, said Ho Shu with a blush. It doesn't matter whether I have faith in you. What matters is whether you have faith in yourself, said Wang Wei. The path of Emperor is cruel, and without the mindset that I will be the final victor no matter the circumstances, you won't go far even if you have the best talent in the world. I understand, she replied with brilliant eyes. Wang Wei nodded before handing her a seed of his chaos flame. I'm looking forward to your future, said Wang Wei before disappearing from the room. Before the entrance to the tower, Wang Wei's dream avatar appeared with a smile. Her rise should shake things in the Origin Pill Tao sect. Let's see if I can use this opportunity to spy on Lu Cheng's secrets. He entered the tower to recreate his battle with Jiangbi, Emperor Enlightening Academy. Su Shi looked at the altar before her with no response and frowned. Headmaster, what should we do? Wait and see. If there is no response after a while, tell the heavenly emperor the truth. After giving the instructions, she left and returned to seclusion. She activated the array in a room to the limit, so she could have as much time as possible on the inside, while only a short period passed by on the outside. After an unknown amount of time, Sushar opened her eyes and exhaled. It was time. Sushar always felt it was not the right time to see him again. However, after listening to Zin's advice, she knew she was procrastinating and running away from her troubles. So, inspired by the Heavenly Emperor's words, she decided to stop avoiding and confront the issue head-on. Sushar meticulously reconstructed her husband Lin Fan's existence while using his world imprint as the medium. She took her time, going as slowly as needed to ensure no mistakes or errors. In the process, her understanding of existence drastically improved. After what felt like an eternity, a handsome young man appeared before her. He looked exactly as she remembered him, except for his very weak aura. However, it was understandable since she inherited everything from him, including his cultivation. "Where am I?" asked Lin Fan as he looked around. When he saw Sushar, the concussion in his eyes faded, replaced by uncontrollable elation. "Shire, I knew you would succeed." Chapter 983 Changes, Adapt, and Grow. 983 Changes, Adapt, and Grow. Lin Fan rushed in her arms, embracing her tightly. Only a moment had passed for him. 1 second, he was dead, and the other, he was revived. However, death felt like an eternity for Lin Fan. So, he wanted to find comfort in the familiarity. As he held her into his arms, that familiarity soothed his soul, at least for a moment. He soon realized something was different about her. She was now 3 inches taller than he remembered. "A lot has happened since I've been gone." "Huh?" asked Lin Fan. "You have no idea," replied Sushar with a deep sigh. "Why don't you catch me up? How was your final battle? How did you defeat Wang Wei and kill that bitch Suya?" Sushar looked at him, and Lin Fan was perplexed by her eyes. "Things are not as simple as you imagine," continued Sushar as she sat him down and served some tea while explaining everything that occurred since his death. Meanwhile, Lin Fan kept drinking without stopping. He was never a significant fan of tea, but on this occasion, he had no choice but to drink as much as possible. In the next hour, he learned too many things. He learned about the cause of his death, the supreme outlaw trial. He learned his greatest enemy Wang way past the trial. He learned about Su Ya's fate of sealing herself. He learned about who died before reaching the final battle, who became crippled, how controversial the cleanup was, the excitement of the Gu Xian trial, the final battle, and those 2 titans' achievements, the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor era and the current changes of the world. Lin Fan kept drinking his tea, feeling this was the only soothing thing for him in this world. "Maybe I shouldn't tell you everything as soon as you return," said Sushar. "No, it's fine. It's better to receive the shock now than later," he replied, exhaling deeply to calm down. "Well, you're taking the news better than I anticipated. After all, I've experienced true death. Such an experience will change anybody," replied Lin Fan calmly. "I see. So what do you think?" Lin Fan took a moment. "I am both glad and sad I could not experience such a generation. Fighting all these terrifying geniuses is anyone else's dream and nightmare." Lin Fan did not know what he would have eventually accomplished if his death had not untimely taken him. Although Sushar's accomplishments are an indication of his potential, it did not mean he could have reached the same height as her. For example, he would never have left the myriad emperor world and proved the Tao elsewhere. His pride and status as the Academy's next headmaster would never allow him to make such a decision. So, could he have broken the barrier between mortal and immortal without heading to the martial hegemony world? Lin Fan did not know the answer to this question. Lin Fan took another moment to reorganize his thoughts and plan for his future. He gazed at his wife, finding her both familiar and foreign. She must have figured out, he thought before exhaling out loud. "So what's next? I mean, for us?" Sushar did not immediately give him an answer. "I've been thinking about this for a while. The only way forward for our relationship is for there to be only the 2 of us. You want me to abandon the others? Asked Lin Fan in a frown. Our previous dynamic can no longer be the same. Lin Fan smiled wryly as he knew she was correct. His current wife was a great emperor. No, even better. She was an eternal emperora being that stood at the apex of the food chain. How could she allow her husband to have multiple partners? If the situation had been reversed and he had been the one who proved the Tao, everything would have been fine. But now, things can no longer go back to the old days. Can you give me some more time to think it over? Asked Lin Fan. That's fine. Not that Susie. She never expected him to choose so easily. If he could easily abandon the others, it meant he was no longer the man she knew. One day, he could do the same to her. But be prepared that you might not have much time, said Su Shi. What does that mean? If my guess is correct, the Heavenly Emperor will summon all the heaven chosen in this generation. According to him, he will give everybody a great opportunity. So, be prepared for the summon at any time. Lin Fan frowned after hearing this. What does the Heavenly Emperor want? I don't know exactly, but it should not be anything bad. I see, but what can I do in my current state? Don't worry about this. I have prepared a string of primordial ki to temper your body and give you a powerful physique. Along with my Grand Tao Source Baptism, your talent will be even better than before. Su Shi said with her angelic smile, making Lin Fan temporarily lose his mind. He soon woke up and calmly nodded. In that case, I can reach the Quasi-Emperor realm in a short period. Maybe I can compete for the next generation's throne. Su Shi looked at him and secretly nodded. It seems that death has sublimated his Tao heart. She was satisfied with his changes, so she decided not to tell him about Wang Tian's existence and not to have any hope for the next generation. It's good for him to be motivated, thought Su Shi. Go. Everybody is already waiting for you. Lin Fan stood up and took one last glance at her before walking out of the room. As expected, many people were already waiting. Someone directly rushed into his arms, and the force pushed Lin Fan to the ground. Oh, husband, I'm sorry. She forgot the warning that her husband had lost all his cultivation and was now immortal. Chunhua? Asked Lin Fan doubtfully. The woman he remembered was not this beautiful and otherworldly. Husband, it's me. Don't you recognize me? Said Mu Chunhua with a gentle smile. Over the years, with the help of the Academy and Sister Su, her cultivation had reached the supreme realm, making her even more beautiful. She was once the saintess of the Heaven Water sect, and her greatest goal or ambition in all her life was to reach the primordial spirit realm and become an ancestor-like character of her sect. Now, she laughed at her ignorant self when reminiscing about the past. As such, Mu Chunhuan believed her greatest decision was marrying Lin Fan even though a few elders disagreed. Lin Fan smiled wryly, but only a few people could detect this change. He patted her head and softly said, "Help me get up." "Oh, right." Mu Chunhua realized her mistake and helped him from the floor. Following this, the other wives and concubines finally had the opportunity to reunite with their husbands. As Lin Fan looked at these people, the first thought in his head was that everyone had now become more beautiful. Such a change made sense since high cultivation had such an effect. However, something else dawned on him. Shire looked the same since I last saw her. It's not because she did not change, but because she restrained her aura and spirit, returning to the time before I left to facilitate my return. Lin Fan secretly sighed. Of all his wives and concubines, she should be the one who changed the most. Yet, she was willing to restrain her aura just for his sake. No man could resist having such a caring wife. But as he looked at the others, he was still tangled. Do I have to abandon all of them? After experiencing such a death, Lin Fan was not too keen on having as many women as possible. In some ways, Suya left a psychological scar on his mind. However, he also felt it would be irresponsible to give up all these women who have followed him for so long. "Fainer, how have you been?" "Father," said Lin Fan, looking at Lin Min with a smile. "Your cultivation level?" He discovered his father seemed more unfathomable than everyone in the room, including his teacher, Qiu Jin. "It's all Shir's doing. She gave your sister and me a Grand Tao Source Seed." "I see," nodded Lin Fan. He realized the Academy did not treat his family badly despite what had happened to him. His act of passing his power and talent to Su Shi was also a self-preserving method for his family. After all, he would be gone, so the academy might not treat his clan as well as they used to, and maybe even treat them terribly. Lin Fan knew better than anyone else how powerful factions treat people they considered worthless. Well, let's not talk about such a thing. How have you been? What about you, Teacher Kyujin? You look better than ever. I came to check on you, said Kyujin. After you finish reuniting with your family, we can talk. Okay, nodded Lin Fan. Chapter 984 The Worlds Today 984 The Worlds Today Lin Fan had a happy dinner with his family. However, he felt tired during the entire ordeal instead of being happy. In the end, some of his wives noticed something was wrong after he refused to spend the night with them. Although Lin Fan used the excuse that he had just revived and his body was extremely weak, a small number of them noticed something was wrong. However, his excuse was indeed justified. With his current fleshly body, something might happen if he were to lay with so many women. Lin Min led his son to another room to rest. Son, what are you going to do? You know, I don't know the exact details, but I know the situation should change after Shire proves the Tao. Lin Fan sighed before explaining the conversation he had with her. Father, what do you think I should do? I understand the point of her view. As an eternal emperor, she cannot be humiliated, and in the worst-case scenario, she could secretly eliminate all the others. Simultaneously, I also understand why you don't want to abandon the people who have accompanied you since you were weak, said Lin Min. I think you're overestimating things. Shire would never do something like that. You are the one underestimating her. She's an eternal emperor. She does not need to take action herself to deal with them. The destiny or karmic connection of being the hated concubine of an eternal emperor is enough to ruin their luck and result in their death. Lin Fan frowned as he did not think things were so severe. Are great emperors so powerful? Lin Min sighed. The difference between the mortal and immortal stage of cultivation is more grand than you could imagine, especially for the emperor path. Every great emperor is blessed by grand Tao itself, making their existence completely different from other immortals, let alone mortals. It seems I have to make up for my lack of knowledge, muttered Lin Fan, discovering another downside to his early death. Father, you haven't told me what I should do. In this situation, the best advice I can give you is to follow your heart. Follow my heart. That's harder than it sounds. Matters of the heart are always as such, replied Lin Min. Take some time to rest and make your decision. Now that you're back, I can revive your mother. Mom? His mother died very young, so he only remembered her after his cultivation reached a certain level, and he had absolute control of his memories. From his memory, she was a kind and nourishing woman, always with a bright smile on her face that could reassure people. Yes, you should see her again. After so many years, his father should pursue his own happiness. Lin Min soon left the room, but Lin Fan did not rest as he still had to see his teacher. How are you feeling? Asked Eugene, a little bit tired and overwhelmed. That's understandable. Do you want me to come back tomorrow? No, it's fine. Lin Fan set up the table and served tea. Your situation should not be too good. I guess I should not be surprised that the Academy knows my situation, said Lin Fan with a wry smile. Basically, do they have an official stand on the issue? Yes, but don't worry about them. The final decision is ultimately yours, said Kyujin, and Lin Fan gave him a look. He was not stupid and guessed the Academy wanted him to choose Su Shi. After all, the benefits of this choice were the best for them. Teacher, I'm glad you're on my side. I have watched you grow up. Although I never said it, I always treated you as my son. So, don't worry about the Academy and focus on yourself. Choose the path you feel will leave you with the least regret. The path of least regret, muttered Lin Fan, looking at the tea set before him. A few seconds later, he sighed and said, this is indeed the best way. You still have some time before making a decision. Before that, you can focus on your strengths and future, continued Kyujin. The next generation's battle? No, the one after that. What do you mean? Most of the factions of the world have unofficially designated the next battle to the Tao opening sect. Them? Why? The Heavenly Emperor should ascend by then. Lin Fan paused as he remembered something. Wang Tian? Yes, it should belong to him. Why? From what I remember, although he was talented, it was not to the level that everyone needs to make way for him. Qiu Jin gave him an odd look. Didn't the headmaster mention the ultimate swordsmanship battle? She did, but only briefly. In that fight, Wang Tian displayed strength and potential, not weaker than the best of this generation. And that's before he had such a powerful son to help him train. Of course, this is not the real reason these factions have given up on the next generation's battle. Do they fear the Heavenly Emperor will kill the next emperor if it's not his father? Asked Lin Fan. Exactly. Even if he ascends, leaving some methods to eliminate the next emperor should be no problem. As such, most factions have given up on the next battle. Some even have given up on the one after that to consider his mother in the Yu clan. Lin Fan groaned. The world has become 100 times more complicated since I died. Yes, and it will continue to become more complex, warned Qiu Jin. So, you must change and adapt as soon as possible. Lin Fan sipped his tea before exhaling. What's the plan? The dream world is a prelude to a heaven-chosen battle with members from across the entire lower dimension. The main plan is for you to participate in this battle and get a top 10 position, even the first. With so much destiny and luck, you can seal yourself and wake up in the 4th generation. Lin Fan nodded. With his wife, he won't have to worry about karma. As for the seal, since he does not have to wash away his karma, the process was similar to taking a long nap. 1 minute, he closed his eyes, and the next, a few million years passed, and it was already time for him to compete in the Heavenly battle. Right now, you need to prepare for the meeting with the Heavenly Emperor, continued Qiu Jin. According to our analysis, there is a high probability that the chance he will grant is to give the Heaven-Chosen of our world an advantage in the upcoming Endless Void Heaven-Chosen battle. He's so generous? Yes, especially since the growth of the world benefits him. I see. Qiu Jin patted him on the shoulder. Leave matters of the heart behind for now. Focus on cultivating and regaining your strength. I will. Lin Fan felt such a decision should not be rushed. I recommend you see the world. It might help settle your state of mind, said Qiu Jin before leaving. The next day, Lin Fan reunited with the upper echelons of the academy to show his return. Afterward, he followed his teacher's advice and began a tour of the Myriad Emperor world. The academy provided Lin Fan with protection even though they knew no one could do anything to him with the headmaster present. However, the protection did not show up after the academy considered Qiu Jin's advice. As soon as he exited the academy, he took a deep breath, feeling refreshed as ever. He finally noticed the exaggerated change in the environment. Is this innate ki? Although Lin Fan lost his cultivation, his soul was still sublimated after death, allowing him to sense the energy in the environment. I cannot imagine the geniuses that will be born in such an environment. The battle for the throne will be even more intense from now on. Lin Fan began his walk in the world, viewing things from the point of view of a mortal. He had heard about the rise of mortal civilization, but it was a completely different experience after seeing it with his own eyes. Lin Fan was in awe as he visited countless domains from one continent to another using only mortal technology. He never expected mortals to have such potential. I have to admit his abilities are unlike anything the world has seen, thought Lin Fan with a sigh as she ate noodles in a restaurant on the southern continent. He looked at the view outside. The essence of this era will be innovation, analyzed Lin Fan. Every Heavenly Emperor will try to change the world and leave an impact in history. He could foresee how much the world will fluctuate or change in the future. Each generation of the Myriad Emperor world might be different than the last. Some people might go too far in their attempt to change the world. However, he should have prepared for such a future. Lin Fan finished his noodles and continued his journey. With each place he sees, his mind becomes calm as he adapts to the world. Finally, after visiting most of the world, Lin Fan's state of mind sublimated as he became in tune with nature, reaching a state of unity between man and nature. Afterward, He did not hesitate to enter the dream world. Besides the heavenly court, it's one of the few places he wanted to visit the most. He wanted to experience a few things for himself before he could truly understand and process them. Chapter 985 Plan B 985 Plan B. Lin Fan walked out of the battle tower, breathing heavily with an extremely pale complexion. He knew he had pushed himself too far, but did not care. He looked back at the tower with awe, fear, and great desire. It's one thing to hear about it, and another to experience it, he thought. He had just watched the final battle between Wang Wei and Di Tian, using the setting mode that contained their auras and Daoreim. As a mortal, he almost collapsed in the process. If not for the protective mechanism of the dream world and his willpower, he would have never watched the entire battle from beginning to end. He used a breathing method to calm down his heart and spirit. It was truly the best and worst era for all geniuses, he muttered with a deep sigh. He wished nothing to participate in the final battle. Even if he knew he would lose, such an experience is not something to be missed. Now that I know what my peers are capable of, I have something to pursue. Even if I cannot reach their level, I will never lose if I make them my target. He summoned his dream imprint. His next target was the home setting. A few hours later, he walked out a battlefield full of blood, limbs, and other bodily fluids. This place is an excellent way to temper the Tao heart. His next destination was to see Sheener. His teacher told him the latter might solve his current marital problems. So, Lin Fan spends another hour talking to this Tao heart spirit. Yes, she can definitely help us, muttered Lin Fan as he left her room. As long as Shire and I spend a few more sessions with Xian, our problems should be dealt with. Lin Fan walked away with a little bit more joy in his steps. Before returning to the academy, he first tried the other settings and went directly to see Su Shi. How was the experience? Asked Su Shi, glancing at Lin Fan before her. Overwhelming at first, but now I can say I've adapted. That's good. The world is changing every day and probably will continue to do so. People who cannot adapt to these changes will be left behind by the time. I had the same feeling, nodded Lin Fan. By the way, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Do we know why these two were so powerful? Yes, nodded Su Shi. Many people were curious about this fact, including herself. However, her main objective in searching for the truth was to increase her strength. After discovering the truth, Su Shi has been considering re-establishing her foundation. Unfortunately, it's more complicated for great emperors, let alone Eternalsto, re-establish their foundation because of the death tribulation. If she fails the tribulation, she will experience true death. So, she has been weighing the pros and cons. Su Shi told Lin Fan about the 9 Extremity and 10 Supremacy Foundation. So, that's how it is, muttered Lin Fan before his eyes sparkled. Do you think I could use any of these methods? Su Shi pondered briefly. You've had your existence erased. So after you refine the primordial key and increase your talent, there's a high probability of walking the unorthodox way. However, if you want to succeed in the final fusion of 9 its remedy, you must work on one of your major weaknesses, Tao Heart. As long as I have hope, it's worth trying no matter how difficult it will be. It's a good mindset to have, nodded Su Shi. Rest for a few days, and then we can begin. Lin Fan was excited. Although he wished to start immediately, he knew he was not in the best shape for cultivation. So, starting a few days later was the optimal choice. He then looked at her, his face a little more reserved. What about us? Have you made a decision? No, but I was thinking that Xian should be able to help our situation. Su Shi nodded. Even if you didn't bring it up, I would have. She has a special couple session to help Tao companions with issues. It would greatly help our situation. Good. His greatest worry is she would not be willing to work on their issues. Now that she agreed, he felt relieved. Lin Fan chatted with her for a few minutes before leaving. He had a long journey ahead of him and needed to prepare. Dream World. Wang Wei walked out of the battle tower, feeling refreshed for a long while. After this long battle, he finally knew the limits of his fleshly body and could use it to a 1,000. He discovered from a dream world and opened his eyes in the court. He immediately frowned as he checked things. It's been a year. and there has been no response from Emperor Kong? Did something happen, or is he just busy? Wang Wei's finger tapped on his throne as he pondered. I've given him another 4 years before I use Plan B. Plan B was risky since it was based on his deduction and analysis and had no tangible basis. Things could escalate out of control if he is not prepared. Wang Wei closed his eyes, and a mysterious aura enveloped his body. More than half an hour later, he exhaled out loud as he returned to normal. True heavenly Tao was more accommodating than I anticipated. With the latter's help, he could traffic these people to the upper dimension without worrying about supreme unities secretly influencing the lower dimension. He smiled as he looked in the distance. Profiteering during war is truly the best way to make money, he thought. However, I should be careful. Wang Wei decided to reinforce the seal in the nether hell after sending these people to the upper dimension to prevent any variable from supreme unity. Furthermore, if his fate shadow guy can identify the spies, this might be an opportunity to deal them a significant blow. Is Tong Ruobing about to make her move? Muttered Wang Wei as he saw the future of the world. It's a shame I cannot sell her. After shaking his head, he headed to a particular room in his cultivation place. After the battle with Jiang Bi, Wang Wei had an idea for a fleshly body cultivation room. In the early stages, he could use gravity to temper his body. However, at some point, no amount of gravity had any effect on him, even if they were quintillion times that of the average gravity on Earth. Only gravity that reaches a conceptual level can have an effect, and such a thing was not easy to establish with his current professional Grandau source. Luckily, the immortal sovereign showed him another Wei energy dominance. As Wang Wei walked into the room, his body felt a heavy pressure. So it did work, he thought. This room was full of energy as he had one of his clones open a large tear to the source key space. The energy intensity of the room was so high that even his current body was affected. Extreme training in such a room should increase my strength by a few infant fiend god force. And if I take Zhun Chaos Dragon Binding Grass that I raised to Emperor Tier, the effect should be better. Wang Wei did not hesitate. He first left all his power using the Golden Fur Monkey technique from his Myriad Spirit Manifestan. The Golden Fur Monkey was an innate demon with the ability to turn the furs on his body into powerful clones, just like Sun Wukong in Wang Wei's previous life. So, he created this technique based on that creature and the previous Rat Zodiac. With the new clone, Wang Wei had no problem weakening himself for training. So he ingested the poison. As he felt his body drastically weakened, the effect of the ki in the surroundings increased. Wang Wei immediately began to do basic things like push up, but he did not stop after doing more than 1 trillion of them. The process was not as easy as it sounded. His weakened body was like a malnourished individual exercising under the pressure of 10 times gravity. However, Wang Wei did not stop as he continued doing push-up without his shirt on. It had been a long time since he could increase his strength by doing simple and mundane training methods. So he enjoyed himself. This dragon binding grass is truly a marvelous spiritual herb for body refiners, thought Wang Wei. After being nourished by the Grandau source, the herb mutated and became the nemesis of the very concept of essence in the 3 flowers. In other words, anyone with sufficient body strength will be affected if they have not opened the gate of power. However, the wonder of this grass was not as simple as it seems. The Emperor Tier Dragon Binding Grass was in perfect harmony with Yin and Yang. As such, it will drastically weaken body refiners. But it's also the perfect material to help them temper their bodies as they train and build immunity. Chapter 986 New Empress 986 New Empress a month later. Wang Wei, who has not stopped doing push-ups, finally stopped as he noticed something. His eyes barado the endless distance as he gazed above the great talisman city. Visions of different kinds appeared above the sky, alerting everyone worldwide. The process only lasted half an hour before ending. Immediately afterward, the great talisman city contacted the heavenly court. They asked Wang Wei to use the dream world for a worldwide announcement or event. Interesting, thought Wang Wei as he remembered certain technology events that announced new creations, the most famous of which was the birth of the first smartphone. He did not hesitate to grant them permission. As such, the next day, every Dream World member, mortal, and cultivator had the choice to participate in this new announcement. Once the time arrived, Tong Ruobing showed up to show her latest development. Talisman Weapons. Tong Ruobing had created a new path for talisman Dao, creating weapons made entirely from talismans or runes. Under her presentation, people finally understood what talisman weapons were. There were two types of this weapon. The first one was the weapons made of paper talismans that were perfectly combined together. This weapon was interesting because it was less expensive than regular weapons. The market was more toward loose cultivators in small numbers and toward large sects for mass buying. These weapons were more powerful than regular or less powerful talismans, but less potent than normal origin weapons. According to Tong Ruobing, these weapons are best used for large-scale war to replace low-tier talismans that have devastating effects when there were many. In her announcement, Tong Ruobing showed the world a comparison. One image showed a small army detonating millions of fire talismans, while the other showed the same army doing the same thing with 1 million paper talisman weapons. The destructive nature of these weapons was exponentially higher than the talismans, while the cost was only slightly higher. Tong Ruobing also showed the crowd the destruction of using low-tier origin weapons and its costs. As expected, the destruction was only slightly higher while the price was astronomically higher. Afterward, Tong Ruobing displayed the second type of talisman, Weapon 1, made entirely of runes. This type of weapon outclassed origin weapon in all categories, from the profound tier to the quasi-emperor tier. The reason is runes are the languages of heaven and earth, and when weapons are made entirely of them, they will be boosted by the power of heaven and earth, similar to how Primarchs are. However, the talisman weapon has a significant disadvantage in balancing out its power. It cannot last. Even a quasi-emperor tier talisman weapon will disappear and return to heaven and earth after 100,000 years. Tong Ruobing did not hide such information and revealed everything. However, despite this weakness, countless people could not wait to get their hands on this new weapon. After all, cultivators naturally crave strength and power. After this event, the great talisman city's key luck and destiny rose like a comet. Countless people rushed to their territory to buy a talisman weapon. Meanwhile, Tong Ruobing directly came to see Wang Wei. "Why didn't you tell them the truth?" asked Wang Wei as he saw her in the garden. "Don't tell me you're not interested in the weapon business," she asked back with a smile, and Wang Wei rolled his eyes. "The truth of the matter is rune talisman weapons can be fused to origin weapons, increasing the overall power of both. Such a fusion can even prolong the duration of these talisman weapons by at least 10. However, Tong Ruobing kept her mouth quiet because the rise of talisman weapon would deal a significant blow to the origin weapon business and the origin weapon mountain's destiny. Then, she can take this opportunity for her factions to get more control over the weapon industry worldwide and prepare until the news is revealed. Of course, Wang Wei, who knew this truth, had the same plan, so he would not say anything. "What brings you here? You should be preparing for your coronation. I brought news to you," said Tong Ruobing with a serious look. "News about the heavenly court was leaked. It's much later than I anticipated," replied Wang Wei. He knew the Star Beast world was too connected to the commerce hub, so the information was impossible to hide for long. "Has anyone else already become Heavenly Emperor?" "As far as I know, the answer is no," replied Tong Ruobing. "Right now, the upper echelons of the Commerce Hub have kept the news secrets while trying to get more information from our side. Many people have visited or secretly infiltrated the Star Beast world in the past few years." Tong Ruobing secretly sighed. Mu Lei was in retreat, so she had to deal with everything in his absence. Unfortunately, without the realm of a great emperor, she did not have the prestige or strength to deal with everything effortlessly. "Is that why you seem to be in a hurry?" "Yes, only by proving the Tao as soon as possible can I deal with the current situation," nodded Tong Ruobing. Wang Wei was in deep thought. He did not care whether the news was revealed, but some people did not want to sit in the position without any issue. It seems I need to secretly help the people from the battle spirit world to ensure the Spirit Genesis sect does not have full control of the court, thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Then, there are also the communities with the upper dimension spies. If they have complete control of a court, dealing with them will be even more of a headache. So, I need to support insurgents in their world to reduce their power. Wang Wei suddenly felt this recent development could keep him busy for a while. The Myriad Emperor world was still in a state of semi-isolation, but the endless void was undergoing a rapid change. Many of his plans would encounter severe resistance if he were not careful. The Fate Shadow Guard needs to accelerate the development of the spy network across the lower dimension. Secondly, I also need to send an ambassador to other heaven worlds to form like-minded allies and friends. The first thought that came to Wang Wei's mind was his mother. After proving the Tao, she would be the best ambassador. However, he swiftly stopped this idea as it could have negative effects on her. After all, it's not simple to deceive true heavenly Tao. Wait, wasn't this the reason I created the Department of Foreign Affairs post? He immediately sent a message to the steward to enact his plans. He also gave the latter a list of people who could easily become their allies, including Ji Lanfeng, the Devil Wrath, and the people from the Demon Supremacy world. Is there anything else? About my ceremony, she asked. Don't worry, I won't stop you. No, I know you don't care, but I don't know if the others will feel the same way. Tong Rubing's worry is the other Eternal will intervene and prevent her from proving the Tao. After all, one more powerful Eternals means one less share of the cake. Mu Lei was in retreat and did not dare prove the Tao anywhere else other than the Myriad Emperor world. So, she could only rely on Wang Wei for her safety. Don't worry. As long as I don't move, they don't dare to. That's good, said Tong Ruobing before rushing home after chatting for a few more minutes. Now that she had enough merit, she did not want to waste any more time. She prepared everything for the ceremony, and a few days later, the sky above the Myriad Emperor world changed. The eye of heavenly Tao showed up above the sky, directly looking at Tong Ruobing. The eyes seemed to be judging her for something. Afterward, a heaven will drop to her hands. Finally, she closed her eyes after absorbing it. Visions appeared around her, and a while later, a terrifying aura emanated from her body. Today, I, the Origin Talisman Empress, have proven the Tao, achieving immortality and eternity. I will preach to all sentient beings to repay my karma. A multicolored dragon manifested before swimming everywhere between heaven and earth, nourishing the world. Its final destination was the Great Talisman City, signifying they had their first eternal emperor and their seventh great emperor. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei watched everything with a calm expression. Once Tong Ruobing finished, he observed heaven's and earth's secrets. The balance mechanism has shifted from focusing solely on the Tao opening sect to the entire Myriad Emperor world. His eyes could see the secret changes of the entire lower dimension. Countless fortunate encounters to create more immortal sovereigns appeared in countless world communities. Additionally, more resources to temper the body appeared, trying to create more body refiners in the infant fiend god realm capable of battling great emperors and eventually Eternals. Wang Wei even detected that the merit-proving method also appeared in many worlds, and some destiny people with great merit will acquire them. So, other heaven worlds will also have more than one great emperor, more than one eternal emperor. He smiled as this indicated that his influence on the world had drastically increased and his heavenly emperor era would be more prosperous than he anticipated. Chapter 987 Communication 987 Communication. Wang Wei looked at the auspicious signs around the world. He noticed that people who use alternative methods of proving the Tao do not have large visions that cover an entire world community. However, such a minor fact did not change much. On the contrary, he was glad it was as such. Otherwise, some people might have already detected all the visions originating from the Myriad Emperor world. The world was still in a state of recovery, so Wang Wei wanted it to remain anonymous for a while. Tong Rubing's sermon was about to begin, so he did the same thing he did for Su Shi. He disconnected everybody from the dream world and left a clone to listen to the sermon. He also used his power to allow people like Origin 1 and Wang Ju to listen to the sermon while they were far away. Meanwhile, his actual body continued training in the key room. The sermon lasted 3 years before Tong Ruobing stopped. Afterward, she headed to the Great Talisman City to leave a clone while she returned to the Star Beast world. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei's clone opened his eyes and exhaled. I've finally completed the new version of the Origin cultivation system. After listening to all these sermons, and along with a few other ideas from people in this generation, he finally finished updating the cultivation system. Should I reveal it now, or wait until the next court meeting? Pondered Wang Wei for a moment before shaking his head. Let's deal with the current issue at hand. He directed his gaze toward the Emperor Enlightening Academy. But as expected, there was still no response from Emperor Kong or anyone from the upper dimension. There is still 1 year left, so let's wait. Wang Wei continued his retreat, and 1 year passed. He woke up again and contained Su Shi. Sadly, the result was the same, so he could proceed with his plan B. Without wasting time, he summoned Jingwu Hua, the former Heaven Chosen of the Golden Crow clan. Wang Wei waited for the throne, feeling the result of his training. In just 5 years, his strength increased by 1 Fiend God infant force, reaching a grand total of 75. He nodded in satisfaction with such progress despite knowing it wouldn't remain as fast as he became more powerful. A few minutes later, Jingwu Hua appeared in the throne room, followed by an insurgent from the Golden Crow clan. I only need to talk to her, so you're dismissed. The insurgent bowed before disappearing. It seems she has somewhat repaired her relationship with her clan, thought Wang Wei. Before the final battle, Jingwu Hua had trouble in her clan because of her father's emperor bone. However, it makes sense since the world is about to enter an era where geniuses are even more valuable than they used to be, analyzed Wang Wei before concentrating on Jingwu Hua. If he could describe her current appearance, he would use the words distress, worry, and thinning. I have seen Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, saluted Jingwu Hua, her melodious voice slightly hoarse. Be at ease, said Wang Wei as he released his soul to soothe her mind and reduce the fatigue visible in her eyes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Have you contacted your father? She paused before shaking her head. No matter what I try, he won't respond. In that case, let me help you, continued Wang Wei. Give me a drop of your blood. She did not hesitate as a drop of blood forced out from the tip of her finger and rushed to Wang Wei. As he held the blood before his palm, a karmic thread connected to it rushed into the sky. His mind followed the thread, and he soon discovered a blockade. However, an unknown force allowed him access, so he reached his destination. An image soon appeared in the room. Wang Wei and Jingwu Hua saw a large golden crow lying on the ground while in terrible shape. Its feather had lost its gilded luster, and the left wing had turned into bones while a black substance corroded the right wind. The crow was missing 2 of his 2 legs, and he had a bright red flame fighting another black flame around his body. Father, Jingwu Hua's voice echoed through the karmic thread in that dark chamber. But the crow did not move or even react. Father, Father, can you hear me? Calm down, said Wang Wei with a frown, and Jingwu Hua finally regained her bearings. Wang Wei pointed at the karmic thread, sending his power of life and death through it. A few seconds later, the crow's body trembled before slowly opening his eyes. The creature looked around in confusion while wincing in pain. However, he seemed groggy as he could still not respond to this environment. A curse, and a terrifying one at that, thought Wang Wei before sending another string of his power through the karmic thread, this time sending a powerful seal based on his wife's technique. 9 magical circles appeared around the crow's body before surrounding the black flame and substance on his body. The curse tried to resist, but the attempt was only momentarily before they became rune tattoos on the crow. Immediately afterward, clarity appeared in the creature's eyes. Then, the Golden Crow Emperor finally saw the screen before him showing Wang Wei and his daughter. Hua, Father, can you finally hear me? How can you be here? Have you ascended? You should not be here, the crow said, still confused. However, he was still a great emperor, so it did not take him long to figure out the situation. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving me, said the Golden Crow Emperor with a hint of reservation in his tone. He knew what kind of strength was needed to save him from that curse. More importantly, he could tell this person could manage to communicate with him from the lower dimension despite the recent blockade. Such a person is scary and should not easily get involved with, analyzed the Golden Crow Emperor. How did you get in such a dire situation? Asked Wang Wei, not minding the latter's caution. The Golden Crow Emperor hesitated for a while before explaining. Internal strife amongst the demon race. Internal strife? Yes. The rise of the Blood Dragon and the 5-Feather Phoenix should have shifted the political situation of the demon race. So, it would make sense that there was internal trouble. You know, it's not hard to deduce. The Golden Crow Emperor smiled wryly. All the upper echelons of many demon races disappeared, leaving a power vacuum. After my ascension, I realized I was one of the few emperors of the Golden Crow clan, forcing me to take a leadership position. However, the subsequent fighting reduced me to this current state. Wang Wei frowned. According to his previous deductions, Jingwu Hua's father did not respond to her because he was seriously injured or isolated from somewhere else. However, his analysis was that the latter suffered because of his involvement in the revolution movement. It seems I was wrong, thought Wang Wei before looking at the excited Jingwu Hua, who seemed to have a million words to say to her father. He pondered for a moment before deciding to take a calculated risk. I won't take too much of your time. I wonder if you have any connections with the revolution? These people? Asked the Golden Crow Emperor. The revolution was considered a useless and pointless cause for many years until recently. For some reason, the 7 moons are busy and barely manage the world, allowing these people to cause chaos worldwide. The oddest thing is none of the 2 sons of real supreme leaders did anything to prevent their actions. Yes, them, nodded Wang Wei. I need to contact them, preferably someone with some power. If fellow Taoists have a way, please inform me. The Golden Crow Emperor did not immediately have an answer as he pondered. Although severely injured, he would gain consciousness occasionally, and the clan would report the latest news to him. According to their analysis, a great change was about to occur in the world, and the source might be from the revolution. Some elders even predicted the end of the current 7 moon and 2 suns era. Because of their current weakness, the Golden Crow clan did not want to get involved in the chaos, but they might not have a choice. Such a momentous change in the world cannot be easily avoided. However, the clan must also be cautious about who to get involved with, and this person might be a safe bet. The Golden Crow Emperor felt that since this person was still in the lower dimension, his involvement with the revolution would be limited, and such involvement was perfect for the clan to test the water before committing 100% to the cause. If something happens before then, they still have some level of plausible deniability that can save their races after sacrificing a few people. The sacrifice will most likely be me, but that's fine, he thought. When this person contacted him through his daughter, his fate was already intertwined with the revolution. Furthermore, he did not want to risk the possibility of the latter using his daughter as a hostage. I can find a way to contact them for you, said the Golden Crow Emperor. Excellent. Chapter 988 Leader, 988 Leader, I will give you some time to talk. Please don't take long, said Wang Wei before disappearing. The Golden Crow Emperor knew the world's current situation, so he understood the latter's caution. Father, how are you? Now I'm fine. With that fellow Taoist seal, I should be able to return to my peak, he replied with a smile. Don't worry about me. What about you? How are you doing? I'm Sully, father. I failed again, she replied, looking at her shoes. It's okay, honey. As long as you don't give up, you will eventually succeed. The Golden Crow Emperor was not worried about his daughter's ability to prove the Tao. The Emperor bone he left her is not something anyone can refine, and he only succeeded due to a fortune encounter he has. After absorbing her, her strength would definitely break the barrier between mortals and immortals. With such strength, why would she worry about proving the Tao? The fact that she lost this time proved she was unlucky and met some crazy genius. Really? You're not mad or disappointed. Why would I be? Replied the golden creature. He knew his daughter and guessed she probably did not perform at her best because of her worries about him. The girl's talent should have drastically improved, but her state of mind still has plenty of room for improvement. Analyzed the Golden Emperor. Plus, it's not necessarily good for you to ascend. What do you mean? All you need to know is the upper dimension is experiencing turbulence. And with my current strength, I don't even know whether I can protect myself, let alone you. Father, is something going to happen to you? Can you run away? They were just reunited, so Jingwu Hua did not want anything to happen to her family. Unfortunately, no one can run away from this chaos, replied the Golden Crow Emperor with a sigh. But don't worry, I still have my method. He knew the only way for him and his clan to survive the upcoming storm was for the clan's paragons to return from limbo. Otherwise, with their current strength, they will soon be turned into cannon fodder for the upcoming chaos. That's good, nodded Jingwu Hua, not doubting her father in the slightest. The two chatted for a while before Wang Wei returned, announcing it was time. Honey, don't worry about failure. Find a way to temper your Tao heart and state of mind. Seal yourself and try again, advised the Golden Crow Emperor, and his daughter nodded her head obediently. Your Excellency, how do I contact you once I find them? Give them a drop of your blood and activate the bloodline resonance with your daughter. I will then open the communication link. After hearing this, the Golden Crow Emperor frowned. He had just been cursed, so he was not pleased with letting strangers access his blood. I know what you're thinking, but this is the only way I can initiate communication, said Wang Wei, showing he had no choice. He used Jingwu Hua's bloodline because it was connected to his father and because these two had a profound and unbreakable bond. If their relationship were not so solid, his technique would not have worked so easily because of the vast difference between the upper and lower dimensions. Of course, the main reason for his success is his talk or deal with true heavenly Tao. Very well, said the Golden Crow Emperor. Now that he was already in so deep, there was no point in hesitating. After the communication ended, the Golden Crow contemplated whether to discuss this meeting and his future involvement with the revolution with the entire clan. However, he remembered his analysis that there might be traitors in the clan, spies who had become the dogs of the Blood Dragon. Let's keep things a secret for now. The Golden Crow Emperor then contacted his most trusted follower to get some information before contacting someone from the revolution. Earth Emperor's territory, Great Chu Divine Dynasty. Prime Minister, when is your Majesty returning? Asked a bunch of civil servants, forcing all eyes on the middle-aged man at the center dressed in a black and white robe and a pointy beard that was more than 10 centimeters and gave the feeling it would be enjoyable to play with. The man had a scholarly feeling, yet simultaneously, he gave the vibe that he was extremely lazy. Prime Minister Lang held a fan in his hand, slowly airing his face. After hearing the question, he took over 5 seconds to respond, and his speech pattern was slow and monotonous. The invasions from outside are still ongoing, so His Majesty will not return anytime soon. All you must do is continue working to ensure nothing goes wrong in the dynasty. But the situation has aggravated recently. Our territory has been attacked more than 5 times in the past 100 years. Yes, these rebels are becoming more and more rampant. The general sentiment was the same as all the ministers reported the recent chaos. As smart as they were, they understood the signs of chaos when a dynasty's luck had run out. The last thing these people wanted was for something to happen to the Great Chu Divine Dynasty. Although they could not reach a higher realm of cultivation, they have been enjoying wealth, resources, fame, and women for too long, so they could not allow anything to happen to their power. Prime Minister Lang did not immediately give a suggestion, but he looked at the Crown Prince. Your Majesty, what do you think? You can do whatever you think is best, Prime Minister, replied Crown Prince Shi Shunyuan, not caring in the slightest. Lang gave him a look before continuing. Deploy our best divine legions to our core territories to prevent chaos. The yellow embroidered guard should do their job and find traces of all the rebels, said the Prime Minister, looking at the commander of the Yellow Embroidered Guard. As the Earth Emperor's shadow, these guys have become useless recently. Our main objective is to calm down the situation until the Emperor can free himself from the constant invasion in primordial chaos. Once he returns, all our troubles will be dealt with. It would be best if we had an idea of how long it will take before the Emperor returns, commented a minister, making people secretly give the Prime Minister a look. If anyone knew such a thing, it would be him. Unfortunately, the only response they received was the Prime Minister breaking etiquette by shrugging his shoulders. However, who dares admonish him for his actions? As a peak Empyrean and the man the Emperor trusted the most, he had more power than even the Crown Prince. That's it for. Pei Lang paused as he looked in the distance. Then, he continued without any explanation now. Let's end today's meeting. If something new occurs, we will meet again. Everyone looked at each other before secretly shaking their heads. They waited until the Crown Prince left the courtroom before everybody exited. Pei Lang did the same, slowly walking home. His pace was slow but steady, showing no signs he was in a hurry. Close to an hour later, he finally reached home and went through the normal procedure of returning after the court. He met his wife and 2 children and ate together. After checking their cultivation progress, Pei Lang headed to his cultivation room. As soon as he sat on the cushion at the center, numerous invisible formations activated, turning this area into a place that even paragons could not spy on. Pei Lang's demeanor changed, becoming more heroic and full of energy. A screen appeared before him, showing him an elderly leader. Old Ma, did something happen recently to our movement? What do you mean? I sense a great change in our destiny. So, something must have triggered it. Leader, many things have happened recently, so you must be more specific. Pei Lang frowned as he took a moment to calculate the source of the changes he felt. The result was a little blurry, but he did find something. It should be related to the Golden Crow clan, he said. Let me check. A few minutes later, Old Ma's eyes lit up. Found it. Someone from the lower dimension wanted to get in contact with us, and they used the Golden Crow clan as a proxy. The lower dimension is closed. So how did they contact us? Asked Pei Lang. That's what got our notice, replied Old Ma. Not everyone can contact the revolution, let alone deal with core members. However, this anomaly is what made them interested in contacting the lower dimension. Let me deal with the situation. Is this a good idea? Asked Old Ma. The situation is tense, and it's not worth the risk of revealing your identity. It's just a shell. If necessary, I can abandon it, replied Pei Lang calmly, not caring in the slightest about all the power and honor that came with his current position. Even so, the world is experiencing a drastic change of era. If we don't take this opportunity to rise, we will be left behind once the new era begins. Pei Lang understood clearly what the current chaos represented: the fall of the 8 moons. However, this was just the prelude, as the real era will involve the return of these mythical characters from the Golden Age and the battle between the 2 suns. As for their evolution, they are nothing but pawns in this larger game. They can become chess players or important pieces in the next era if they play their cards correctly. If not, they will be swept by the tide of the time. Since you insist, I will send you the contact method, Old Ma said with a deep sigh. Chapter 989 Strange Deal 989 Strange Deal. Wang Wei looked at the man opposite him. He was burly, displaying his overground muscles. At first, the man's eyes indicated he was the king of people who only used his muscles but not his brain. However, upon closer observation, Wang Wei could tell the cunning. Almost devilish light flashed deep in his eyes. How may I address you? Asked Wang Wei after a few seconds of observation. Pei Lang did not immediately answer, as he also observed the person who wanted to contact them. The communication was long distance, separated by dimensions, but his senses could tell how powerful he was. Probably between 60 to 65 grand Dao source, or maybe more, he thought, slightly surprised despite not showing it. It was not easy for people to reach more than the 6-fold battle realm, let alone do it in the lower dimension. Most people who can reach more than sevenfold are great emperors who have re-established their Tao foundation to be on par with nine extremity and also have access to countless resources and source techniques. Pei Lang did not expect the person who wanted to contact was an unparalleled genius who broke all common sense of the upper dimension. How talented is this kid? He thought, trying to remain calm. You may address me as Empyrean Jimin. Jimin? The characters for this word can mean many things, like swift, nimble, and clever. Is his Tao related to speed, or maybe an assassin or spy? Analyzed Wang Wei. The name is Emperor Wang from the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei did not dare say his emperor title, since his current self cannot bear such a title. In the lower dimension, it's fine if he's arrogant and claims he has dominated fate. But he won't say such a stupid thing in the upper dimension until he's at least a paragon. Better yet, until he reaches the peak of that realm. As for his heavenly emperor title, he also did not want to reveal it to this person, lest it spread. After all, according to his calculations, the Earth Emperor should be very interested in the Heavenly Emperor's karmic position. As such, although he wanted to have a good relationship, he had to worry about the possibility that this person was not trustworthy or there might be spies from the 8 parasites amidst the revolutionary. Emperor Wang, you're from the Wang clan? It should be, replied Wang Wei, and Empyrean Jimin became slighter and more serious. The Wang clan is considered one of the most blessed families in the Eternal Ascension world because of their 2 ancestors, Qiyuan and Heaven Opening. One clan has given birth to 2 primal paragons, beings capable of killing pinnacle boundless paragons, beings who have truly reached the limit of the paragon realm without much or any room for improvement. Fortunately, the Wang clan was divided. Otherwise, the title of the most powerful clan would belong to them. With this kid's displayed talent, once he has the opportunity, he should be the 3rd, thought Pei Lang, sighing deeply internally. It's an honor to meet fellow Taoist, said Pei Lang with a smile. I cannot accept such a title, Empyrean Jimin. Moreover, my family's honor and glory have nothing to do with me currently, replied Wang Wei as he shook his head. He knew his limits and when to respect powerhouses. The feeling this person gave him was that he could easily kill him with one finger, and even if he entered the taboo realm, the result might be the same. Has his strength reached 89 Grand Tao source? Analyzed Wang Wei, thinking the latter was a peak Empyrean. No, he might be even more powerful. There should be a second bottleneck between 89 and 90 Grand Tao source, just like the one between 69 and 70 Grand Tao source. And this one should be even more difficult to overcome. However, after taking into consideration the political situation of the upper dimension, Wang Wei realized it was possible for some people's understanding to be higher than their cultivation. Empyreans do not only need to comprehend 90 of their Grand Tao source to enter the Paragon realm. No, that's only the first step. Their soul must reach that level, along with the luck level, Tao heart, immemorial tribulation, and other things. Only with these things could they experience a 3rd Grand Tao source baptism, similar to the ones when they become great emperors, to become paragons. However, without these other things, it's possible for someone to continue to comprehend the Grand Tao source to 91, 92, or even higher percentages. The process will be extremely slow compared to even if they enter the Paragon realm, and they will not be able to control their powers without a Paragon soul. But it's still possible. Many peak Empyreans cannot cast their Paragon soul or survive the tribulation because of fear of being killed. However, despite the extreme difficulty, they can still continue comprehending their Grand Tao source. Wang Wei could picture the upper dimension more clearly. Factions under the parasites do not dare to continue comprehending their Tao out of fear their cultivation level will garner the ear of their leader. Meanwhile, other people do not dare to enter higher realms but continue their comprehension so that once they have an opportunity for a breakthrough, their cultivation will be much higher. Pei Lang was not surprised by this answer. As an emperor bred in the lower dimension, such a mindset of not relying on his family's name and glory was normal. Regardless of how you feel, It is indeed an honor to meet a junior of the Wang clan who lives up to their ancestors' glory. Wang Wei smiled calmly. Emperor Jimin, let's get directly to business, since our communication cannot last long. Yes, let's get to business. You contacted us. I wonder why. I want to make a deal. Oh, I'm listening. Your cause should be in need of talented individuals, correct? Pei Lang gave him an odd look, wondering where he was going with this. That's right. In my generation, many geniuses with eternal-level talents have failed their battle. How about I send them to fight for your cause in exchange for certain rare upper-dimension resources? That's a strange request, to say the least. From my understanding, the upper dimension does not lack heaven's will. And that's exactly what these talents need, explained Wang Wei. Furthermore, many of these talents are descended from powerful factions in the upper dimension. If you use them correctly, your cause could garner the secret funding of these factions. Pei Lang, with his massive arms crossed, did not immediately answer. With a frown, he took a few seconds before asking a few questions. First, why not directly contact the faction behind them? You should understand that they have too many eyes on them. Even more than your evolution. Pei Lang had to agree with this statement. Compared to their cause, these rulers were more scared of these ancient factions, believing they were the biggest threat to their reign. As such, they forced them to seal themselves while closely watching them. If these factions suddenly received eternal emperor-level geniuses and those from the lower dimension, the moons might immediately attack them. Pei Lang gave Wang Wei a look. This person has a deeper understanding of the current situation than I anticipated. Second question, will these people be willing to fight for us? It's a trade. I will tell them the cause and effect and have them choose. That would be the best. Pei Lang knew the worst-case scenario was to force these geniuses to their cause, so it would be ideal if they chose to participate. Final question, are you sure you can send people and receive items from us? Yes, replied Wang Wei calmly, and Pei Lang frowned. Numerous thoughts flashed in his eyes. In this situation, only one of the sons and true heavenly Tao could allow for such an exchange. If it's the latter, then this kid has great connections, and it's also a sign that the divide between the two sons has reached a breaking point. If it's the former, then this kid is the one with the destiny to end this era. Pei Lang's eyes lit up as he finally understood why the destiny of their movement changed so drastically. He controlled his thoughts before continuing. Our cause indeed values those geniuses. Pei Lang knew true heavenly Tao had a special inkling for great emperors from the lower dimension, especially eternal emperors. It would bless them and ensure they can reach their peak. According to a statistic he knew of the old era, the percentage of eternal emperors who fail to become everlasting and boundless paragons is much higher from geniuses in the upper dimension than those from below. During the Golden Age, the majority of primal paragons originated from the lower dimension. So, he knew in this upcoming chaos, if true heavenly Tao continued to bless them, it would be possible for these geniuses to follow Emperor Kong's path and become Empyreans and even paragons in the shortest time possible, allowing them to rise in the upcoming era. With their destinies added to our cause, our chances of success will drastically increase. And I can take this opportunity to become a chess player in the next era. After realizing the benefits, Pei Lang immediately agreed to this deal and negotiated the price of these geniuses with Wang Wei. Then they choose a drop place to deliver these people. Chapter 990, Saged Path 990, Saged Path. Now that our business is done and still have some time, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Asked Wang Wei. You can ask, but there is no guarantee that I will answer. That's fair. My question is regarding Emperor Kong. No, he should be Emperor Kong now. What's his relationship with your movement? Emperor Kong? From my knowledge, we have tried to contact him, but he has always rejected our offer, replied Pei Lang calmly, and Wang Wei gave him a look. This guy can decide about this trade so easily, so his status and power in the rebellion should be critical. So, he should know the answer to my question. In a moment, he concluded the latter was probably lying. All right, let me ask the question in another way. Based on the little information I've gathered, I've deduced that Empyrean Kong should have a unique status in the world, to the point that none of the 7 moons wish to harm him and even treat him with some respect. Can you tell me why? Oh, that's easy. It's because he is an Empyrean with a second-level golden body of merit, replied Pei Lang. Golden body of merit? As the name implied, it's a unique blessing for people who have accomplished great things in the world and acquired a significant amount of merit, explained Pei Lang. The golden body of merit is divided into 3 levels, corresponding to the tiers of the immortal stage. A first-step body will be extremely useful for any immortal path, granting them protection and blessing. Of course, that is not its greatest use. Anyone who kills someone with a golden body of merit will be cursed by terrible bad luck. How bad? Let me give you an example. If an emperor has a 3rd-level body of merit, even a paragon will be cursed to death after killing them. So strong? Yes. So, a 2nd level could cause the death of an Empyrean? Correct. So what about Empyrean Kong? Asked Wang Wei. The merit body system is also based on a person's cultivation. For example, Kong is an Empyrean with a 2nd-level body. So even early and middle-stage paragons must be wary of the backlash for killing him. If he were only a great emperor with a 2nd-level body, he would not be a threat to them? Unless he had a 3rd-level golden merit body. Wang Wei processed the information he received, so what will happen after he becomes a paragon? By then, even late-stage paragons won't be able to bear the backlash for killing him. So, only peak paragon can kill him? Yes, and even they might suffer if not careful. What if he had a 3rd-stage golden body of merit? Do you know how difficult it is to achieve such a thing? I don't know, but my question still stands. Pei Lang looked directly at his eyes, trying to understand why he wanted to know so much. He wondered whether there was a secret behind this. With a 3rd-level golden body of merit, no one could touch such a supreme sage? Even primal paragons. Primal paragon? You don't need to know about this. Wang Wei nodded and did not ask. After hearing these terms, the book that Wu Hong left for him changed as many of the seals were lifted. The new pages contained more information about primal paragons and the golden body of merit, including the benefits like a blessing in cultivation and excellent effect against dark creatures or cultivators with negative karma. You mentioned the word sage? Continued Wang Wei. The path of sagehood is another alternative path of immortality. Individuals can dedicate their lives to improving the world and gathering merit. Once they succeed, they can summon a heaven will to prove the Tao and eventually condense a golden body of merit. This path is arduous as it involves increasing cultivation level and the golden body of merit. An interesting and potent path, commented Wang Wei. It was probably more popular in ancient times when the world was new and more easily influenceable. According to ancient records, that was the case, replied Pei Lang, elevating his evaluation of Wang Wei to a higher level. Is Empyrean Kong walking the path of ancient sage? Most likely. How did he condense a 2nd-level golden body of merit? I don't think the concept of academy is enough for that, since the upper dimension should already have it. Although Emperor Kong revived the world with the academy, he was not the only one who created it in the lower dimension. So, this thing should have long existed in the upper dimension. Empyrean Kong first became famous after convincing these people to revive the concept of the academy. Revive? Yes. They had previously destroyed it to prevent ordinary people from gaining access to cultivation. But he revived it. How did he do that? What do you think? Asked Pei Lang instead of answering. He convinced them with benefit, allowing them to use the academy for their benefit. Correct. The Earth Emperor was the first to support this decision since the academy was vital for cultivating talent for the Great Chu divine dynasty. The fact he could convince them was a testament to his ability, praised Wang Wei. Convinced by Emperor Kong's diplomatic abilities and iron will and state of mind that he was willing to be in bed with the enemy. Well, no eternal emperor is ever simple, let alone the ones from the myriad emperor world that are blessed by the world, thought Wang Wei. Was the revival of the academy enough for him to condense a 2nd-level merit body? No, but that's where his scheming mind takes place, explained Pei Lang. The revival only allowed him to condense the first grade. However, he became low-key immediately, almost disappearing from the world. When he reappeared, he was one of the youngest, everlasting Empyreans in the world, and with a second-level golden body of merit. No one actually knows what he did to achieve this, and it has been a great mystery that even these people wish to discover. A wise move coming a long way. He now had protection against these people. However, his every move was monitored. That sounds like a bad thing, but if they focus too much on him, it should give room for others to move and do things. Wang Wei gave Empyrean Jimin a look, and the little one had to make a great effort to control himself and prevent his micro-expressions from revealing any information. The latter was correct, as their movement benefited immensely from the era when Emperor Kong was in the limelight. Wang Wei saw his reactions and confirmed Emperor Kong was related to their cause. Even if it was indirectly, this kid is definitely a Tao Lord and even a Tao Overlord. Now that I think about it, he did not even reveal his proper name, which could have revealed his Tao. Is that what he was trying to hide? Is there anything else you would like to know? Pei Lang suddenly felt it was not the best idea to continue this conversation. Otherwise, he might reveal too much information. Although they were now allies, today was their first meeting, so being cautious was a good thing. Yes, I want to know whether Su Junyao is connected to your cause. Pei Lang almost thought they had traitors amidst them. If this person was not in the lower dimension and the current Tao opening sect was not in the situation to intervene in the world, he would have thought his resistance was already infiltrated. How do you even know this name? He asked instead of answering. A while ago, a few geniuses from the upper dimension came here, one of whom was her apprentice. Pei Lang frowned as he remembered this event. The Earth Emperor sent his secret daughter to the lower dimension on a mission. However, the latter never revealed the purpose of the mission. If I remember correctly, his apprentice disappeared around this time. Some events finally made sense to Pei Lang. Why are you asking about her? How did you come to this conclusion? Well, she's the most beautiful woman in the world. What man would not be tempted? Pei Lang did not believe these words. He did not see any desire in this man's eyes, only curiosity, and most of it was properly due to his wish to gather information. As for how I came to this conclusion, it was more of a guess. A guess? Yes. She was such a beautiful woman, and yet, none of the men of these 7 forcefully took possession of her. Furthermore, she could protect her apprentice to live for a long time despite his talent. She would never be simple. Many people believe Su Junyao is indeed a vase, but she was indeed not a simple woman. Pei Lang knew Su Junyao, including one of the biggest secrets she hid from the world, including these 8 people. She was an everlasting Empyrean. Sadly, she has nothing to do with our cause. We do not want to be entangled with her. She's too much trouble. Su Junyao was the embodiment that the extreme of something may not be a good thing. Her beauty was the source of too much trouble. Is that so? Muttered Wang Wei. Well, thank you for answering my questions. It's fine. This experience was a great way to strengthen our partnership. Indeed, the two briefly chatted before ending the conversation. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei no longer contained his excitement. That's it. That's how I can protect myself from him, he thought. If I can condense a 3rd-level golden body of merit, or even create the 4th level, maybe even half-step transcendence will not dare easily kill me. Plus, there's also the possibility that merit could directly lead to half-step transcendence. The idea was not as easy to accomplish as it sounded. By the time he ascends, he has an absolute belief he will condense a 3rd-level golden body of merit. The issue is to go beyond that. The issue's core is whether I can drastically change the upper dimension as I did the lower dimension. However, in such a vast and ancient world, things will not be as easy as they sound. Now that he had a direction, Wang Wei created many possible ways to achieve his goal. Chapter 991 Fight 991 Fight Eternal Ascension World Great Chu Divine Dynasty. Pei Lang was still in his cultivation room, deep in thought after the conversation. The destined one, huh? He thought. It would be a great opportunity to steal his life. Unfortunately, it's too risky. If Emperor Wang were a regular cultivator with strength on the lower end of the Great Emperor realm and had no background, he would have taken a risk. With his strength, as long as his plan was meticulous enough, he had a high chance of succeeding. Sadly, the latter's strength was too close to the Empyrean realm. He knew if he tried something, Emperor Wang's destiny would have activated, allowing him to use the strength of the Empyrean realm, which was enough even to injure him. Additionally, he knew one of the Tao opening sect's 4 primal paragons was not dead. Although she seemed severely injured, and even her strength had dropped, it was not something he could deal with. And if he took the Tao opening sect's connection, like Empress Wu, it would be a stupid decision to make this kid into his enemy when he did not need to. It's simply not worth it, concluded Pei Lang before contacting Old Ma. We need to hurry our footsteps and be more aggressive. Sir, is this wise? We have already caused too much chaos and caught the attention of too many people, warned Old Ma. Don't worry. Destiny is on our side. Old Ma seemed to have thought something. Don't say anything. All right, he said with a bright smile. Is there anything else? Yes. Tell everything to prepare. I will break through soon. Old man's eyes grew larger. Sir, it's too dangerous. Over the years, how many people have tried to break through secretly? However, they will all be discovered by the 7, and if their method is clever, the 2 sons will always find them. If Mother Mithriya had discovered them, depending on the situation, she would only prevent the breakthrough. But if it's the other, death is the only thing left for them. No, it's the right time. As soon as I ended the conversation, I felt my opportunity was coming. Old Ma was still worried. He did not dare to doubt the intuition of a powerful cultivator. But given the situation, he could not help it. Look at your response, said Pei Lang, shaking his head. These people have put fear in the hearts of all sentient beings. Someone must stand up and show the people there is still light and hope. So, even if I fail, I will win. As you wish, sir, said Old Man, bowing deeply to the leader with determined eyes. The conversation ended, and Pei Lang stood silently in his room. He was not an altruistic person or a hero. He only started this revolution with other people because he refused to bow down to these lucky people. It's also because he saw an opportunity for fame, glory, and power, even if the danger was astronomical. As such, his actions did not truly bring hope to the people. If I can succeed in becoming a paragon, true heavenly Tao would definitely reward me with plenty of merit. The world was currently in a dark age and needed someone to bring people hope and ignite their passion. I need to plan carefully in case something happens so that I can escape and survive. Now was the best time for his breakthrough. One of the 8 disappeared, most likely running away to avoid the catastrophe. The remaining people were stuck fighting countless invasions from other chaos worlds. Although I don't know why the foreign world suddenly wishes to attack us, it doesn't matter to me for now. The only problem is with these 2. According to his analysis, there is a major split between the 2 sons. Even before then, they had major contradictions, but they still worked together for a long time. But now, they seem to have turned into enemies. These 2 were the only true problem. However, my intuition told me that an opportunity for enlightening was coming. So, did something happen again with them? Pei Lang could not analyze more information, so he could only wait. So, he chose to focus on another task. He took a communication talisman and sent information to someone. She should be interested in this news, thought Pei Lang. Refusing to acknowledge, he contacted her as an excuse to talk to the most beautiful woman in the world. Huh, she actually replied? He thought with a smile, knowing his bet had worked. However, he did not talk for long as he sensed something. His gaze burrowed the walls and looked at the sky. He swiftly turned into the Prime Minister and rushed out of the room. Eternal Ascension World, Dark Truth, Supreme Unity opened his eyes, and the surroundings trembled slightly. His eyes looked at the conversation between Wang Wei and Pei Lang. 2 pests meet and rapidly turn into a bigger pest, he thought, his eyes cold and indifferent as always. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. If not for another power blocking his intent, trillions of worlds and cosmos would have perished because of his simple desire to kill. While Supreme Unity was in a bad mood, Mithria had a grin on the corner of her mouth. Two people she valued very much were meeting, plotting the destruction of this new era. She watched the entire conversation, including what Pei Lang said to old Ma afterward. I did not waste so much effort to shield you, she thought. Supreme Unity or his cronies would have long warned the Earth Emperor of Pei Lang's true identity, if not for her protection. The chessboard has been established, although I now appear to have the advantage. Supreme Unity has not revealed his true trump cards yet, she analyzed. She overviewed everything she did and calculated endless possibilities. In the current situation, what is the best move I can make? The moment she asked herself that question, she had the answer. Remove his direct access to the game. That's the best way to ensure things proceed smoothly. Mithria did not waste time and stood up from her position. Then, she released her aura. What's the meaning of this? Asked Supreme Unity indifferently. Please enlighten me, she said calmly, hands clasped and playing with a wooden prayer bead. Supreme Unity immediately knew her intentions. Remove him from the stage to give these people the breathing room to act. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to accept her ridiculous move. She did not care as much about the Eternal Ascension world as he did. If she had the choice, she would not hesitate to weaken the entire Chaos world to defeat him drastically. But he could not take such a risk. You don't care about the Dark Truth anymore? You and I know the involvement of the Dark Truth is beyond our grade, she replied calmly. Furthermore, the Dark Truth may not necessarily be bad. Fine, groaned Supreme Unity as he slowly stood up. He had long expected this possible outcome, so he was prepared. As such, it was not guaranteed he would lose this chess game. He took one last look at the world before disappearing. Mithria followed him, and the two began a legendary battle. As soon as they started battling, countless scary eyes gazed at this battlefield, the weakest of whom were on par with these two. Some of the spectators were beings that those who did not even notice were watching. Origin Seal Continent. Wuhong appeared next to the Sword Empress. She's gone. Yes, replied the Sword Empress. Worry about her? Worry won't do anything. If you say so, what are you going to do? Start reviving them. Are you sure this is a good idea? Asked Wuhong. Supreme Unity has been adamant about preventing them from returning. It could be argued it's his bottom line. Maybe you're right, but I cannot let that stop me from trying. All right, but you still need to remain low-key. It's probably best not to return to your sect. That's what I was planning, nodded the Sword Empress before looking in the distance. I'm still worried about the foreign invasions. No cultivators like foreigners to invade their world and cause chaos. So, despite the current situation, she was worried about the state of the world. If the invasion is successful, the situation will indeed become more complicated, analyzed Wuhong. Right now, news of their fight should still be a secret. But once it's revealed, they will stop their temptation and send real powerhouses. Logically speaking, Supreme Unity should not let these people mess around in his territory. But who knows what he might do if he's pushed to a corner. The bigger picture is his ambition, continued Wuhong. Once he deals with his problem, the next step in his ascension of power should be to swallow the true heavenly Tao of other source chaos worlds. So, to prepare beforehand, he might use these invaders as pawns. Is that possible? We don't know the limit of his transcendence method. But as long as there is a small possibility, we must prepare. The Sword Empress groaned. Was it all right for us to open the path of transcendence? Even if we didn't, someone else would have. Chapter 992, World-Changing Expo, 992 World-Changing Expo, Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court. Wang Wei took the merit-proving method and read for another time. He did not expect this technique to have such a grand origin. He wondered what other wanderers the Saged Path had, but the information in the book Wuhong left him was basic, more in the line to give him a certain understanding. He put the technique away before looking in the distance. It's been such a while, but no reaction. So, all evidence shows that Mithria is indeed on our side and is protecting me. He did not think he could hide his conversation with Empyrean Jimin from Supreme Unity. However, just like the revolution was not instantly annihilated, The current situation was indicative that he was also protected and did not need to worry about the wrath of a half-step transcendence. Wang Wei exhaled deeply before checking on the world. Based on his observation, he soon realized the profession of the world was undergoing a renaissance. After Tong Rubing's invention of the talisman weapon, the other professions felt the need to innovate. The array masters immediately latched into Wu Ming's totem warrior path, trying to perfect it as soon as possible. Alchemists or pill refiners tried to innovate, focusing on Wang Wei's previous flaw, innate pill. However, there was no progress despite the creation of many innate pills. Sadly, their success was due to absorbing innate qi in the environment, not because they recreated how heaven and earth refined innate pills. As a result, Hoshu's material alchemy had a new resurgence as alchemists focused more on this underdeveloped field. Weapon refiners were the weakest of the group as they had no new ideas for innovation. So, they took inspiration from Chun Chun and began focusing on creating extremely large weapon creations. For example, creating an entire city that is an origin weapon. Even minor professions like puppetry had a boost as the concept of flesh puppets suddenly became popular. Wang Wei looked at everything with a satisfied smile. It's time for Liling and the Dao opening sect to take the stage in this age of innovation. He sent an order, and soon afterward, Yin Liling left the retreat. Not long after her appearance, another worldwide announcement in the dream world similar to Tong Ruobing appeared. The alchemists all over the world were excited. In this generation, each primary profession had a prodigy that represented the peak of that field. Yin Liling was for alchemists, just like Tong Ruobing was for talisman makers. Now that Yin Liling appeared in the same fashion as Tong Ruobing, they knew something major would appear. They were right. She first introduced the automatic cauldron to the world, shocking people as to how much such an invention would revolutionize the world, not in a good way. The way these alchemists saw this invention was something that would replace them, rendering them useless. Well, even if it did not do that, it would still lower their status and value in the world. If Yin Liling was not from such a powerful faction with the Heavenly Emperor behind her, they would have killed her at all costs and destroyed that so-called heaven and earth mechanical cauldron. Yin Liling noticed how these people felt during this expo, so she reassured them this product would not replace alchemists. On the contrary, they would become more valuable. The device could not function without the recipe, so alchemists will develop more in that direction. She then announces that the cauldron will become a new setting in the dream world simply called alchemy. Anyone can pay to refine a pill. However, unlike before, where all transactions only use dream coins, this setting requires actual payment. Non-alchemists, especially loose cultivators and people from weak factions, were the most excited by this development. From now on, as long as they have the material and the fee, they won't have to worry about finding an alchemist to refine pills for them. The alchemists finally could not hide their anger and hatred. Such a new development was definitely targeting their profession. However, Yin Liling did not care about their reaction as she continued. The news she revealed next still shocked the world. The creation of immortal runes. From now on, a new class above Quasi-Emperor tier? Immortal tier alchemist. Tong Ruobing did not hide her immortal rune system, publishing its basics to the public. She also left a recording in the dream world of her refining an immortal tier pill called Qi Replenishing Pill, which helps immortal sovereigns rapidly recover their lost immortal qi. The world of alchemy was shocked. With many people believing this video was fake, it was created from a home setting of the dream world. Unfortunately, the purple merit that descended on the Dao opening sect showed them it was true. For so many years, alchemists have wanted to break this limit and refine immortal pills. According to lost records, some talented alchemists might have succeeded, and there are signs that such a thing was more common before the Null era. However, no one had actually created a replicable system until Yin Liling. Immediately after the expo, most upper-echelon alchemists forgot about the issue with the automated cauldron. They dedicated all their time and effort to refining an immortal tier pill, Although Yin Liling warned them the threshold to become an immortal tier alchemist was extremely high, those people had confidence because of one thing: the dream world, although they had to repay for immortal tier simulation. Most of these alchemists were rich or had powerful factions to back them, so they could afford the price of millions of attempts. They all had the attitude that even if their talent were not on par, they would use hard work and unlimited resources to pill themselves to become an immortal alchemist. After all, if they succeed, the reward will not be simple wealth and glory. With the right pill, they can extend their lifespan to the limit of mortals. Their strength might reach a new height, along with many other advantages. While the world of alchemy was experiencing drastic change, the Tao opening sect struck again with another exhibition. They revealed 2 unfinished projects: an automatic weapon refining cauldron and creating the ultimate array. The other professions who were reveling in the fact that the alchemist era was coming to an end received a system shock after this announcement. Luckily, the project was incomplete, leaving room for them to improve. Now, they faced a dilemma. Should they participate in the creation of this project, receive merit, and leave their name in the annals of history, or ignore it and hope it never gets finished? Ultimately, these people could not resist the temptation of wealth and fame. Many talented and accomplished array master and weapon refiners signed up for the project. After being tested, the Tao opening sect selected the best to work on the project. Heavenly Court. Is it true when they say power is charming? I haven't seen you in a while, but you look more handsome, big brother, said Yin Liling with a smile. I have been thinking about this too. Recently, I have found it difficult to stop staring at myself in the mirror, replied Wang Wei as he gave her a hug. They sat opposite each other and served tea. How did the exhibition feel? Were you nervous? Not really, at least not until these people wanted to kill me, sighed Yin Liling. Although I expected this response, I did not expect it would be to this degree. Luckily, I diverted their interest to the new immortal rune system. Otherwise, the backlash from this reveal would have been more severe. Great progress that revolutionized any field is rarely done so peacefully, said Wang Wei calmly. The automatic cauldron is the future of the world. It will impact how resources are distributed, the rising path of regular cultivators, and even how future wars are fought. Once the idea appears in the world, it's impossible for these people to stop its development. True, but if for your strength and support, they could delay it for thousands of generations, if not more. Wang Wei agreed to that statement. Despite how ancient it is, the cultivator world has not changed much since its inception. At first, this anomaly seemed odd, but it's understandable when you think about it logically. Few people can accept drastic and constant changes in their lives. So, with the cultivator world having immortal beings that have lived for far too long, it made sense these people would not easily allow the world to change. Whether out of a necessity to maintain their power and control, or because of a sense of familiarity, changes are usually not a good thing for them. As such, many of them spend too much time trying to maintain the status quo. So what's your next plan? Asked Wang Wei. I have to help the sect modify the immortal system to function for other professions, replied Yin Liling. Her immortal runes were designed specifically for pill refining, but with some fine-tuning, they could be changed to aid the other professions. Afterward, I will prepare to face the heaven chosen of the endless void. Her goal is to be number 1 on the list of young alchemists and among the top 10 alchemists of the lower dimension. With the luck and destinies of these 2 lists, she won't have much of a problem after proving the Tao. That's an excellent plan. Before I open the list of professions, I will recreate the imprint of all famous pill emperors in the lower dimension, and you can learn from them first. Yin Liling's eyes lit up after hearing this. If she could hear the sermon and watch countless pill emperors refine pills, her alchemy Tao would reach an imaginable level, and she might have a chance to dominate these 2 lists. She smiled, thinking how wonderful it was to have an overpowered big brother who controlled the power of fate. The things he can do and the advantages he can give her are simply wonderful. The 2 talked and spent a few days together before returning to their busy schedule. Chapter 993 Alliance 993 Alliance. After his talk with Yin Liling, Wang Wei returned to his cultivation as he silently watched over the world. However, it did not take him long before he received a summon from the steward and had to send a projection to another community. Immortal Ascension World, Dharma Sword Sect. The Dharma Sword Sect was once one of the best factions in this world. However, in this generation, they cultivated their first eternal emperor and a truly peerless talent. Today, all the upper echelons of the sect, including the one from the immortal realm, waited outside Swordheart Mountain. Countless eyes gazed at the metallic mountain that was composed of trillions of swords and was emanating a terrifying Tao rhyme that any swordsman would salivate over. Has it been confirmed that the sect master will exit his retreat today? Asked the Supreme Elder in the Quasi-Emperor realm. That's what the ancestors said, so it should be true, replied another Supreme Elder. All we have to do is wait. Everyone nodded and remained quiet. More than half an hour later, a supreme sword will manifest it above the sky before turning into dough rhymes that fused with Swordheart Mountain. A few seconds later, Ji Lanfang appeared in white clothes before them. His aura was peaceful and less restrained, appearing as if he had returned to his carefree nature in his youth. However, they would be mistaken if someone had this notion about him. Underneath that carefree attitude was unparalleled power and confidence. Was it with all this fanfare? Did something happen? Asked Ji Lanfang. He usually does not like these over-the-top ceremonies, and these people knew this. But for all of them to appear here showed their anxiety. Fanger, something happened that needs you to make a decision, said an elderly man with no eyebrows. For many reasons, no one would dare make fun of this man despite his odd look. Firstly, he cultivated a monster apprentice, like Ji Lanfang or the Sword Flash Emperor. Although Kong Bolin claimed he rarely taught his apprentice anything and did not like to take too much credit for the latter's success. It did not change. He was the one who discovered Ji Lanfang and introduced him to the way of the sword. Secondly, despite failing his generation's battle, Kong Bolin was also a great swordsman known as the Righteous Heart Sword God. His title was due to his accomplishments and also his personality. For example, his eyebrows are gone because he made a non-binding bet with someone once and lost. So, he kept his word despite having multiple opportunities to grow them back without the world seeing him any differently. In the end, what exactly happened? Asked Ji Lanfang, who instantly scanned the entire Immortal Ascension world and did not find any trouble, changes, or chaos. Let's go to the hall to discuss, said Kong Bolin, and the group immediately headed to the sect master hall. A delegate from the Tao opening sect arrived a while ago. He explained immediately as soon as his adopted son sat on the chair. The Tao opening sect? Muttered Ji Lanfang as he observed his left hand. Different from his right, the skin on his left hand was gray, making the entire aesthetic of his body slightly odd and appealing at the same time. After his battle with Wang Tian, he lost his arm to the power of nothingness. However, such a disability did not stop him as he suppressed his generation with one arm. After proving the Tao, he did not immediately regenerate his arm. Instead, he spent time gathering the power of nothingness to condense a new arm capable of withstanding the power of that strike, and maybe even going beyond. I'm guessing it's not a simple invite since all of you are so riled up, he stated. You're correct. They wanted an alliance between our two worlds. But that's not the key issue. Oh, so Wang Wei was indeed the final winner. Well, it would be surprising if he did not win. Focus, said Kong Bolin. Oh, right, you said this was not the crux of the issue. So what was it? The Heavenly Emperor karmic position, replied Kong Bolin before explaining everything to his adopted son. Ji Lanfang was quiet after hearing everything before saying, I have no interest in the Heavenly Emperor position. However, it is indeed a good way to accelerate my cultivation, he commented. This comment did not surprise people since they understood their sect master quite well. Why did the Tao opening sect reveal such important news so easily? Asked Ji Lanfang. The alliance was not even established, yet they granted them this information for free. According to the ambassador, news about the position was leaked to a few dozen heaven world. So, the information is not as valuable as we thought. No, knowing Wang Wei, he won't ask us for an alliance with such useless news. That's correct. The ambassador claimed their leader was the first person to open this path, and anyone who came afterward had to pay him compensation. As allies, we don't have to pay. Pay compensation? How did he ensure people would definitely pay? According to them, he cursed the entire position. So, anyone who refuses to pay will suffer a fate worse than death. Curse the entire position? Ji Lanfang frowned after hearing this. It's not impossible to do such a thing, but it would require Wang Wei to secretly travel to all 3,800 heaven world will and cast that curse. However, his intuition as a swordsman told him things were not so simple. He closed his eyes as he tried to deduce some information. However, over the years, he had studied countless sword techniques, including the Sword of Fate, which can be used for divination and affect a person's fate, or the causality sword that is guaranteed to hit his opponent no matter the circumstance. What a terrifying curse, exclaimed Ji Lanfang as he opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. Fanger, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm just surprised how powerful he was. Even you can't defeat him? If that curse is an indication of his power, I doubt anyone in the lower dimension is his opponent. So scary? Ji Lanfang did not say anything else. Words alone cannot describe the terror of that curse. His master did not continue on this topic, so he asked instead, "What do you think? It's fine to ally with them. I've always believed Wang Wei was ambitious and had grand plans. With his ruthlessness, he won't hesitate to deal with us if we get in his way. So cruel? No, he still values family and friendship. So, he would probably seal or exile me for his father's sake. However, I don't know how he would treat the sect. So, what you're saying is we should use his rise to get as many benefits as possible." "Correct. Sect Master, may I say something?" said another Supreme Elder. "Don't be so restrained. We are swordsmen, so be bold." "All right. My concern resonates with the Sect Master's words. We are swordsmen, so our mind needs to keep a certain level of purity and alienation toward the mundane world. I'm worried that our alliance with the Tao opening sect will have an adverse effect, especially if we focus too much on pursuing profit." "That's a valid concern," nodded Ji Lanfang. "The main reason I accepted the alliance so easily is because of the revival of the ultimate swordsmanship path in the next generation. That time is when our sect can truly rise and benefit the most. However, I won't be present then, so we might have to rely on the Tao opening sect to guarantee our benefit. The ultimate sword path has almost ruined their sect due to internal contradictions. Luckily, the sect master proved the Tao and ensured the transition of the sect with minimal loss. However, despite this change, the extreme sword path has not died yet, with some reckless and stubborn people remaining. No one knows what these people will do once Ji Lanfang leaves. So he must prepare for the true rise of the extreme sword path in the next generation. As long as the sect master has this in his heart," nodded the Supreme Elder. "Since it's decided, let's discuss how to establish the court," continued Kong Bolin. "According to the ambassador, other factions will intervene in the process, and Wang Wei offers his help if we need it, but at a price. From how you speak, it seems they have encountered a similar situation before." "Yes, in the Star Beast world." "Mulai?" asked Ji Lanfang, remembering the deception trial. "Yes. Him. You don't have to worry about this. With my strength, we can deal with the chaos as long as everyone does not immediately surround us. He was an eternal supreme with a fourfold battle realm, so dealing with a dozen immortal sovereigns was not a problem. In that case, let's plan things slowly and perfectly," said Kong Bolin with a wide smile, making him look even weirder without his eyebrows. Chapter 994, The Demon Suppression Emperor. 994, The Demon Suppression Emperor. Demon Supremacy World, now called Human Faith World. The steward stood in a magnificent purple gold castle that shone with immortal lights and Tao rhymes. However, Despite his surroundings, his gaze was not on this world, but on a battle outside of this plane. "This fight is about to stop," he commented. "Your Excellency, do you know who won?" asked Taoist Greenheart, who looked younger and happier than ever. "Your Demon Suppression Emperor is much weaker than the opponent. However, he is battle-tested, and his sword has a natural suppression against the enemy, so he should be able to force her back." "That's good," he sighed in relief. "Now that the situation is settled, could you tell us why Lord Lord Wang Wei sent you to contact us?" Taoist Greenheart remembered the young man who changed the destiny of this world. With his meticulous planning and brilliant mind, he destroyed an entire civilization in a matter of a few months. The man paved the way for humans to rise in this world and become the protagonist. "Once the Emperor returns, you'll know my purpose," replied the steward. He could tell Taoist Greenheart's political power in this world was because he was the master of the Demon Suppression Emperor, not because of his strength or talent. As such, he would be respectful to the latter, but would not discuss important matters with the latter. "That's fine," replied Taoist Greenheart with a wry smile. More than an hour later, the clash outside the world stopped, and the steward received news that the Emperor would see him tomorrow. He nodded and waited. Human Emperor Palace, back garden. A woman wearing black armor with two sides on her side appeared. She had short hair, a scar above her left eye, and a serious expression. As soon as she appeared, the armor on her disappeared, and she immediately began to close the bleeding wounds. "I knew you would be here," suddenly said a melodious voice. The Demon Suppression Emperor smiled wryly before turning her head. "I just don't want you to see me in this state," he said, looking at the beautiful woman dressed in a flowering blue hanfu, displaying a youthful spirit that was truly mesmerizing. The Demon Suppression Emperor's heart immediately skipped a beat as she saw those big, lively eyes looking directly at her. Although no words were said, they convey a million emotions. "All right, I apologize. I promise I won't hide anything from you anymore." She approached her other half and embraced her. In that short conversation, the Demon Suppression Emperor had healed all her injuries. She looked like she did. "You keep saying that, but never keep your words. With our new visitors, our situation should change for the better," explained the Demon Suppression Emperor. "So, probably won't have to fight with my life on the line constantly." "That's good," replied Hua Shui, and the Demon Suppression Emperor smiled. She held her in his hand before giving her a passionate kiss. "Don't. We are in the garden, and someone might see us," said Hua Shui in a meek voice. "So, what?" declared the Demon Suppression Emperor in a dominating voice. "You're my empress, so with my privacy what I do with you." "Okay, stop playing around," said Hua Shui with a red face. "We have people waiting. You should prepare." "You're right," said the Demon Suppression Emperor as she watched the angelic woman walk away, her eyes full of longing. She exhaled deeply before walking toward the throne. As the human emperor of this world, she holds the burden of protecting the human race, so she has a lot of work to do. Soon, she arrived at her throne with countless ministers waiting for her. She ignored the countless chants of praise and walked directly onto the throne. "Your Majesty, how is the situation?" "I have repelled the Blue Phoenix Empress, but that's only temporary," grunted the Demon Suppression Emperor. She thought after surviving thousands of assassinations, fighting in the final battle, and being lucky enough to become an Eternal, the human race's plight was over. But she was wrong. The cleaning up of the demon supremacy world was easy at first. Their civilization was destroyed, and despite its resurgence after recondensing their race's key luck, they were nothing compared to the past. Furthermore, she was an Eternal Emperor. Unfortunately, when she began the process of cleaning up the lower realm, a foreign Eternal Emperor from the demon race attacked her. She knew something. People contacted foreigners out of desperation. After coming into contact with the endless void, the Demon Suppression Emperor truly realized the plight of their world. Such a weak heavenward world was a feast for any heavenward world, especially during this time of the year when all great emperors were still in the lower dimension. Luckily, the foreign demon emperor desired the world for herself. Otherwise, Countless foreign planes would invade, kill the natives, and enslave them to mine resources. These people would tear apart heavenly Tao to absorb the world's source and increase their strength. As you know, our situation is dire. Once the news is leaked, our world might turn into a situation even worse than before, announced the Demon Suppression Emperor, increasing the tension in the world. All the people in the room survived from that time of turmoil and knew how terrible the status of the human race was before the rise of the human emperor. So what is our next step? The arrival of these foreigners may be our only hope, said the Demon Suppression Emperor. But how do we know they won't treat us the same way as the other planes? Asked a minister. Lord Wang Wei, was recognized by us as one of the human race's heroes and founders. There is no need to doubt his motive. That is a childish thing to say. Who knows if he has changed since then? You see, he did not even give us his real name. Are you questioning our heroes? The one who brought hope and salvation to this world? Your words are too much. I'm just saying to be cautious. Plus, you're the one who stepped out of line. He might have given us hope, but the human emperor truly brought salvation to our people. You know, I didn't mean it like that. How do I know what you mean? Enough, said the Demon Suppression Emperor before looking at his chancellor. This man was known for his wisdom, so he might be able to bring some perspective to the situation. Chancellor, what do you think? So far, it seemed promising to be associated with the foreigners, replied Chancellor Ko. Oh, why do you say that? The ambassador should understand the plight and value of our world. Even better, based on the information we know about Lord Wang Wei. He's a man of unparalleled wisdom, so he should be able to deduce the current state of our world. Yet, despite this, no one came to attack or invade us. Instead, he sent an ambassador to contact us. This peaceful approach is at least a sign of respect and no hostility. You have a point, nodded the Demon Suppression Emperor, and the room became quiet for a few minutes as she pondered. Finally, she looked at the Taoist Greenheart. Teacher, you've met with the ambassador. Did you find any information for their visit? He has hinted to me that he's here for an alliance. However, he also hinted that things were not simple, but he refused to reveal any more information. Something more? Could something have happened to Lord Wang Wei and his world, and he needs our help instead? Unlikely. Taoist Greenheart shook his head. From the way he spoke to Lord Wang Wei, I can sense great awe and reverence. With the ambassador's strength, it's easy to deduce the latter's accomplishments. That's good, replied the Demon Suppression Emperor, feeling reassured. Their world was already in trouble, so they had no way to help others. Of course, she owed Lord Wang Wei a great deal of karma, so she would help if the situation were really necessary. If we become allies with another world, what is essential to us that we must ensure no matter what? The Demon Suppression Emperor looked at the Chancellor. Our sovereignty, replied the latter without hesitation. No matter what, we cannot allow foreign worlds to have any political and militaristic power in our world. We can trade rare resources, fight together, and even sacrifice some of our interests, but we will not give up our sovereignty. Well said, praised the Demon Suppression Emperor. The human race has suffered for too long without any power or authority, so they will not give up on these things no matter what. Let's discuss how to treat our guests for tomorrow. The court meeting continued. Inside a room in the palace. Interesting, said the steward, with a screen before him showing everything that was going on in the meeting. Based on this meeting, he already knew how to properly negotiate tomorrow and get the most benefit for his plane. Chapter 995 Potential. The steward walked into the room with countless eyes on him. He bowed politely to the Demon Suppression Emperor, showing the proper respect and etiquette. His actions elicited a smile from almost everyone in the room. The steward remained calm during the entire ordeal. He understood that, because of this world's history, they value things like respect and dignity more than others. So, if his actions could facilitate a better negotiation situation, why not do it? Welcome, fellow ambassador, said the Demon Suppression Emperor. Lord Wang Wei was a benefactor, someone we admire dearly for what he has done for us. So, since you're here on his behalf, we will also treat you with the utmost honor. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kind reception, replied the steward. As long as you feel welcome, she nodded. Now let's get down to business. Can you tell me the reason for your visit? Is our benefactor in trouble of some kind and needs our help? If so, please do not hesitate to tell us. We, humans, pride ourselves in our benevolence and righteousness. So if you need anything, feel free to ask. I appreciate your kindness. But this is not the reason for my unannounced visit, replied the steward. My sect master would like to see you. Last night, the steward realized Wang Wei's fame and glory in this world, so he decided the latter showing up would be the best way to negotiate. Our benefactor is coming here? When? Right now is fine. The demon suppression emperor frowned. She secretly used her divine sense to scan the entire world and outside of this world, but she did not detect anything. Afterward, she secretly communicated with Chancellor Ku. In that case, let us prepare to receive him with the utmost honor. The demon suppression emperor waved her hand to create a second throne opposite her. A few ministers frowned at this action, but did not say anything. A few minutes later, everything was ready. We're ready. The steward nodded before uttering, Sect Master, you can show up. As soon as his words finished, someone was standing in the room. No one knew how he appeared. It was as if he was here long ago. All the ministers held their breath, as every ounce of their being warned them that this was a scary being and should display the utmost respect, even when saying his name. Wang Wei garnered everyone's attention, but his eyes did not focus on too many people in the room. He first looked at the Taoist Greenheart. It's been a long time, fellow Taoist. Your Majesty, it has indeed been a while. What about the others? I'm the only one left. That's unfortunate, uttered Wang Wei before finally focusing on the demon suppression emperor. Luckily, all my hard work was not for nothing. Benefactor, it's a pleasure to meet you, said the human emperor, who forcefully controlled the shock and fear in her heart. Likewise, nodded Wang Wei. How may I address you? My title is the Demon Suppression Emperor, but you can call me by my name, Honghua. That's a beautiful name. Thank you, replied Honghua before motioning for Wang Wei to sit down opposite her. The latter had a natural feeling as if he could blend into any environment. No, he's not blending into the environment. The environment is changing to fit him, analyzed Honghua. While she was observing and analyzing Wang Wei, the latter was doing the same. An eternal emperor, but barely one similar to Emperor Kong. She most likely receives a boost from heavenly Tao and the manifestation of human destiny and suffering. His eyes seemed to contain all the truth in the universe, and for a moment, Honghua felt naked, as if all her secrets were seen through. The cultivation world is still primarily patriarchal, so it should not be easy for her to lead the human race while being a woman. This could also explain her title along with other things. Wang Wei glanced at the two weapons next to her. Her one-fold strength is probably because of these two weapons. When fighting against a demon emperor, she might have no trouble surviving against someone with two-fold strength. Despite how weak the demon suppression emperor was, Wang Wei did not belittle her as he understood her circumstance. The former demon supremacy world did not have the ground to cultivate any powerful eternal emperor. The fact she was an eternal was a miracle in itself, most likely a last resort attempt of heavenly Tao to change the world and not allow it to return to the backward step when the demon race reigned over. Plus, she has potential, he concluded. Honghua held the karmic position of human emperor. After making the human race the protagonist of the world, it was the perfect time to acquire that position and ensure the peace and prosperity of the world. Her situation was similar to the human emperor from the myriad emperor world, except she did not have to manufacture the situation to get the position and was just born at the right time and place. Once she also acquires the position of heavenly emperor, her potential will skyrocket with these two karmic positions. Is she about to become the Qin Emperor's competitor? Wang Wei secretly smiled as he knew this was not possible. The three karmic positions of human, earth, and heaven emperor do not belong to one race, and only one person holds it. The Qin Emperor was the official owner of the human emperor position, and Hong was positioned in the lower dimension is more of a branch, not the main one. It's the same for Wang Wei's heavenly emperor position unless he can acquire it in the upper dimension and have it acknowledged by true heavenly Tao. I want to reiterate again how honored I feel to meet you, said Hong Hua after seeing her guest was well situated. I accept your praise, but there is no need to put me on a pedestal, said Wang Wei calmly. Back then, the young master of the Hell Tiger clan offended me, so I came here to eliminate him. Although my actions were also guided by the misery of the human race in this world, my primary goal was still revenge and eliminating a potential threat. Hong Hua nodded. Her teachers told her the truth, so she was not surprised. Regardless of your motive, it does not change the fact you've saved us from a terrible fate. Wang Wei calmly accepted her gratitude before getting to the topic at hand. I came here because of a recent change that is about to occur in the endless void. Before the chaos begins, I want to gather some trustworthy allies. Wang Wei explained the situation with the Heavenly Emperor, including its creation and spread, and the need for their alliance. Hong Hua was immediately excited after hearing everything. Her instinct warned her that the Heavenly Emperor position was very important to her. She almost immediately agreed to the alliance request. Luckily, Chancellor Cook coughed in time to remind her to control herself. If you have any concerns, you can address them, reassured Wang Wei. We do have some questions. How do I put this? Hong was slightly awkward. Normally, she was valiant and heroic, but the previous excitement and Wang Wei's strength messed up her mind a little. If you're worried about me influencing your court, don't be. You will decide all the positions. However, I do ask you to leave a small position for my ambassador, and I will do the same for yours. That's good, she nodded in relief. Another is regarding the situation of our world. She knew their world would become even more valuable after establishing the court. Everyone would want a bit out of a world without immortal sovereigns, a few immortals, an insurgent, and the precious position of the heavenly court. I know your situation, and I will help, replied Wang Wei. But you should understand that you need to be able to pull your weight in this alliance. I understand. Our human race has always been about self-improvement and self-reliance. We only need an opportunity, quickly replied Hong Hua. Very well, nodded Wang Wei. So, this is what I'm going to do. I will seal this world, preventing any outsiders from entering. I will also place a time acceleration formation around the entire world, giving you enough time to become stronger and develop your world. The seal won't last long, but I hope by the time it's removed, you have become a worthy partner of this alliance. Hong Hua was shocked, and all she could think about was whether he could do such a thing. Pardon me for intervening, said Chancellor Ku, who stepped up. I don't mean to be rude, but how much should we be reassured by that seal? I won't say no one can enter, but the number of people capable of breaking through it in the lower dimension can only be counted on one finger. Chancellor Kest's lips twitched, and he almost wanted to say this man was a liar. However, his intuition and the aura he felt from Wang Wei were telling him it was true. That's excellent news. Can we leave the seal before it expires? Yes, you won't be protected outside of it, replied Wang Wei, and the Chancellor was all right with this result. Although the lower realm will probably suffer in the meantime, it won't be an issue once the human emperor increases her strength along with the entire world. There won't be any problem accessing the source key space? He asked, wanting confirmation. No problem. That's all I wanted to know. He bowed politely before stepping back amongst the crowds of ministers. Tao of Wisdom. An interesting Tao, thought Wang Wei as he looked at this chancellor. He removed his gaze and looked toward Hong Hua. The world is about to enter an age of chaos and prosperity. Your world is naturally weak, which is both a downside and an opportunity, declared Wang Wei. If the world were not so weak, it would not be so easy for someone of Hong with strength to establish the heavenly court. I understand, she said, and Wang Wei chatted with her briefly before disappearing. The next step was signing the contract for the alliance and the details. Once everything is finished, Wang Wei's power that he left will be activated, placing the seal and formation. Chapter 996, What is your choice? Wang Wei opened his eyes in the heavenly court. The first step of the alliance has been established. Next, people like Shirkian and Shi Shangyan should be excellent allies. He muttered to himself before waving his hand, and a screen appeared before him. The screen was dark for a few seconds before a young man manifested above. I thought you had forgotten about our deal. I'm a man of my word. Since I said I would help, then I won't go back on my mind. Wang Wei glanced at Liang Shixian opposite him. The latter appeared not to have changed since their last encounter during Gu Xian's deception trial. However, he could see signs of tiredness and worries hidden behind the latter's body language and micro-expressions. So, have you created the new path? He asked excitedly. No, I've only set up the first stage. Oh, I thought it was finally completed. No, I just wanted to reassure you that I wouldn't break my words. It's okay. Remember to contact me when you're finished. Wang Wei nodded before closing the communication. Trouble amongst the divine race? After thinking about it for a while, he realized such a situation was inevitable. After Feng Heng removed the absolute beginning magic that targeted faith and the divine race, their next step should be to return to the world. However, they've been isolated for so long that they no longer have a homeland. Scattering themselves to multiple world communities will drastically weaken their power, and Wang Wei guessed some elders or people in power do not want this to happen. If I remember correctly, there was internal fighting amongst them between the younger and older generation. Things should have escalated by now. He shook his head as he did not care about the trouble of their race. Wang Wei waved his hand to send multiple talismans that rushed to different corners of the world. He walked out of his room, looking at the mostly empty court. He raised his eyes to glance at the universe above. After his visit to the Star Beast world, he created a starry sky universe as a decoration for the heavenly court, making it more beautiful than it used to be. As such, the stars are extremely elegant at night. He soon arrived at a pool in the court and began fishing. A few minutes later, 6 people showed up: Lin Fan, Jian Wushuang, Zhen Biu, Jingwu Hua, Yang Wei, and in general everyone looked at each other and guessed the criteria for being summoned. Wang Wei raised his head to look at these people across the pond. With a glance, he could feel the myriad of emotions they were experiencing: awe, respect, fear, regret, and shame. Wait a while, since not everyone is here yet, commanded Wang Wei before a portal appeared before him, floating above the lake. Where's Xiao Song's body? Ao Shan was shocked at first before swiftly composing himself. Without hesitation, he took out a decrepit body that was on the verge of collapsing. The Baishi clan did not want anything to do with him, so I had to keep him alive in this state. Wang Wei did not comment on Ao Shan's words. With the latter's strength, it should not be a problem to heal Xiao Songshi. However, since his command was only to keep the latter alive, he had technically fulfilled his promise. Xiao Song's body flew out of the portal before closing. Wang Wei pointed at him, and the Tao of life and death began to work its magic. In a few seconds, his body returned to its peak state, including his damaged bloodline source. Xiao Songshi was groggy and disoriented, not knowing his surroundings. However, before he could have time to acclimate, a large amount of information about the world's changes appeared in his mind. Wang Wei left everybody's side, while still in a daze, as he continued his work. He pointed forward, and a projection manifested as the 8 individuals appeared. However, he soon sensed a terrifying killing intent and looked at the source. Lin Fan, who was the weakest here with his divine altar cultivation, looked at Suya with a passion that could burn the world. "Where am I?" asked Suya, looking at her surroundings as her natural black hair floated with the wind. "You're still sealed, but I've summoned your consciousness." She looked at him, perplexed for a moment. "So, you were the final winner?" "Yes, but a lot more has happened since then," explained Wang Wei before transmitting a lot of information about recent events in her mind. "So, that's how it is," she muttered as her hair turned into a beautiful rainbow. She glanced at Lin Fan, her eyes calm and composed, almost indifferent. Finally, her gaze shifted back to Wang Wei, waiting for him to continue. "I've summoned all of you to give you an opportunity. Well, it should be described more as a choice." He paused as he felt these people's bodies tense. He knew some of them probably thought he summoned them here to eliminate future competitors for the Tao opening sect. I will give you a chance to prove the Tao in this generation. Everyone quieted down, not knowing whether this was a joke or not. Logically speaking, someone of the heavenly emperors standing should not make such a joke, but they could not feel this was true. Your Majesty, is this true? Asked Jian Wushuang, the first to respond. He remembered the words of his ancestors that he might have a chance in this generation. He finally knew what the latter meant. Yes, but you said this was a choice. What do you mean? Asked Lin Fan. There is no free launch in this world. You must pay a price if you want to use my method. Everyone's guard that was lowered immediately reached the highest point. Such a word was ominous, especially coming from him. Can you not act like these old people and tell us things directly? Said Suya, almost rolling his eyes. Wang Wei smiled in return. It was rare to see someone not care about his status and speak to him like this. She seems to have not accepted his status yet, so her mind is still young and reckless. What do you know about the upper dimension? No one said anything. Although they knew some information, it was not nearly enough to be considered knowledgeable. As you can imagine, it's a vast world where the limit of cultivation is not the Emperor realm. However, 9 people have usurped control of everything, going as far as preventing others from reaching higher realms. Some people frowned as this was bad news for them. In the stage of their cultivation journey, they also began to look at higher realms and greater accomplishments. The situation is complex, but you have to know that 7 of them are the main antagonists. They're the main ones responsible for blocking everybody's path. Excuse me, Your Majesty, said Lin Fan. Honestly, your information does not add up. Where are our ancestors who ascended? They just allowed these people to usurp the entire world? Unfortunately, a prior massive event killed all of them or forced them to stay in limbo, unable to revive themselves. Their faces changed. The upper dimension ancestors should be their backers for when they ascend. They know very well the importance of a powerful background in the cultivation world. Like I said, the situation is complicated, and I don't know much, explained Wang Wei, a mediocre attempt at reassuring them. So, do we come into this equation? Asked Jinbai. Based on my few words, you can tell the complexity of the upper dimension. So, how could the people allow themselves to be oppressed without fighting back? There's a rebellion? Asked Suya. Yes, and I have come to an agreement with them. You will ascend, and they will provide you with a heaven will. In return, you have to fight and support their cause. No one said anything, as this news required time to process and analyze. More than 5 minutes later, Zhanbiu asked the first question. Does the upper dimension have heaven will that can be exchanged like a commodity? Yes. It's much easier to prove the Tao there than here. What about our factions? What should we do about them? Asked Lin Fan. Do you mean the one here or up there? Both. These people fear the revival of our ancestors, so the situation of our factions up there is not the best. So it's best to avoid them or only contact them secretly, explained Wang Wei. As for the one in the lower dimension, I have made a deal with true heavenly Tao. You can descend briefly to preach and leave an emperor artifact and array for your respective faction. As for things like a mortal mansion and grand Tao source seed, you can send them later, but there will be a limit. Everyone had different thoughts once they understood the situation. The majority favored this outcome. Only they know how painful it is to see their peers rise to such a level of strength and status. And the worst part is they cannot show any dissatisfaction and accept their failures and weaknesses. I want to know what's on it for you. Asked Suya. These people are blocking my path to pursue the Tao. I'm sending you early to pave the way for when I ascend. With your talents, once given the opportunity to shine, it should not cause them major problems. Then, when I arrive, I can use the building blocks you've established to end their reign. Suya did not entirely believe these words. He guessed these guys must have received some benefits. Most likely, he was the one who sold them in the first place. She rolled her eyes, so, we are just the opening, and you're the main show. Hey, if you can deal with them and ensure I don't have to do anything, I would be more than happy. No one said anything. Despite their defeat and accepting they were inferior to the current Wang Wei, that was only because of the missed opportunity. If they were allowed to stand on the same level as him, none would readily admit they were inferior. After all, they had long understood that one defeat did not mean everything, and being ahead in the game did not indicate that it was over. Wang Wei secretly smiled when he saw their reactions. Geniuses were naturally prideful, so how could they readily admit defeat? With such a mindset and me not being present to breathe above their heads, they should work hard to change the situation of the upper dimension. He did not believe these people would remain loyal to the revolution. However, his goal will be achieved as long as they see the parasites as the enemy. So what's your choice? Chapter 997, Another Battle? 997, Another Battle? I accept, said Jin directly, focusing all eyes on him. Oh, I'm surprised. I thought you would be one of the people I needed to convince, said Wang Wei. I have reached the limit in the body refining path. If I want an opportunity to grow and improve, I will not hesitate to take it. Wang Wei understood. Jin was unlike him in that his body refining path still had plenty of potential to tap. In Jin's current situation, progress must be extremely difficult and slow, so he did not hesitate after receiving this opportunity. As for his obsession with creating the best body refining technique and defeating the desolate emperor, to Jin, ascending to the upper dimension and accessing their resources was the perfect step to achieve his goal. I'm glad you can make this choice. I still have some worries. Added in general, I walk the path of pure body refining. Will that be a problem? No. On the contrary, with your talent, it will make you more valuable. Can I ask why? Pure body refiners have a short lifespan, but it's in exchange for a rapid cultivation rate. If a pure body refiner is talented enough and has enough resources, they can quickly open the gate of power and reach a cultivation level compared to Empyreans. The next cultivation realm. Most people do not have the talent, so they died of old age before opening the gate. However, with your talent, as long as you can convince the revolution to sponsor the resources you need, or maybe secretly get it from your sect in the upper dimension, you can quickly become one of the most powerful people in the revolution. Is that so? Muttered Jin, feeling his decision was correct. Wang Wei saw his reactions and swiftly warned him. You should be careful. As I said, Empyreans are the core of this movement, so not everyone is willing to see foreigners become so powerful so quickly. So, you should consider the political aspect of this movement. I understand. Jin was not stupid, so he understood not to trust these people too much since they were mainly in a cooperative relationship. He also understood the concept of not putting all his eggs in one basket. I also accept, said Jian Wushuang, and Wang Wei looked at how excited he was and secretly smiled. He understood the main source of his excitement, his father's new sword path. Jian Wushuang probably thought he might have a chance to acquire the destiny for this new path and spread it in the upper dimension, taking advantage of Wang Wei and Wang Tian's absence. This guy is too naive, analyzed Wang Wei. The current situation of the upper dimension left no room for such improvement. Furthermore, spreading the ultimate sword path in the upper dimension was 1,000 times harder. Countless swordsmen have followed the extreme sword path for millions of yuan epochs, if not more. How could these people easily abandon their path, which is part of their core spiritual beliefs? Even if it were abundant to them that this new path was the trend of heaven and earth and the best of the two, these paragons, who disdained all things in the universe, would rather destroy the world than accept they were wrong. In the mindset of these people, they were correct and heaven and earth were wrong. Since that was the case, they'll change heaven and earth. Without the proper strength and terrifying background, the only fate awaiting Jian Wushuang is death. Of course, Wang Wei does not know how powerful the sword-casting villa is in the upper dimension, so he cannot comment on this aspect. However, he knew it was futile for the current Jian Wushuang to spread this new path, even if he became an eternal emperor. I also accept the offer, said Jingwu Hua. This was the perfect opportunity to see and help his father. Are you sure? Your father might prefer it if you stayed in the lower dimension? Asked Wang Wei. I'm sure. What about you? Asked Wang Wei, looking at Yang Wei. I don't know what to do. Your situation is indeed special, nodded Wang Wei. All accounts showed Yang Wei's father the 9 sons emperors had succumbed to the parasites. Maybe the latter is just pretending, but there is no proof of that yet. So, the revolution will have reservations about training him. Plus, it did not help that he did not have a high background in the upper dimension. I will give them my words to reassure them. However, you should understand your fate if you make me break my words. Yang Guowai's body trembled as he immediately knelt. I promise not to humiliate you. Wang Wei nodded. He controlled the source of karma, so Yang Guowai's words were enough for a binding contract. If the latter truly betrayed them, the revolution does not need to do something, and he will suffer. You can get up. Wang Wei needed to use Yang Guowei to find his father. His grandfather's Tao heart still needs to be completed. What about the rest of you? I agree, replied Xiao Songshi blandly. After losing his battle, the Bai Shi clan abandons him, resulting in his mother and sister almost dying. But I also have a request. Wang Wei motioned for him to continue. Please take care of my family for me. Once I return, I will repay my gratitude to His Majesty. That's fine, nodded Wang Wei, and Xiao Songshi felt relieved. Crazy light flashed in his eyes as he became more somber. Wang Wei glanced at him before focusing on the others. I accept the offer, said Jinbiyu. Her enemy was in the upper dimension, which was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Emperor Five Heart's shadow and sublimate her Tao heart to the highest level. Then, there's also the unique weapon in the latter's hands. She also wants it. That only leaves you two, said Wang Wei, and Lin Fan side-glanced at Suya. I accept the offer, but must also discuss it with my family first. That's fine, but you won't have much time, nodded Wang Wei before focusing on Suya. I'm sorry, but I have to reject. Can I ask why? I want to sit on your throne and be praised by all sentient beings as the heavenly emperor. Replied Suya trustfully. Everyone looked at her, but they understood her choice. Many of them previously hesitated for the same reason, but ultimately decided that the position of heavenly emperor was the legacy of Wang Wei, their former competitor. If they compete for it in future generations, they will forever have his success, accomplishment, and stigma lording over their heads. So, the best way to continue remaining peers and competitors is to start over somewhere else before restarting their rivalry. That's a bold, ambitious, and yet understandable choice, uttered Wang Wei. Unlike most of the others, Suya had already given up in this generation, so she was not as affected by the competition. As such, he understood her choice. Jian Wushuang was similar to her, but he woke up early and saw the final battle. Adding to his misguided ambitions, he made the same choice as the others. Are you sure about this? You are now a mortal enemy of Lin Fan. By the time you ascend, who knows how powerful he will be? Aren't you worried he will take revenge? Asked Wang Wei with a smile. I'm not. And why is that? Background, she replied. No matter how talented Emperor Kong was, I do not believe his foundation in the upper dimension is better than my Moon Palace in such a short period. So, when I ascend, I can rely on my seniors for protection. Lin Fan clenched his hands after hearing this, but Wang Wei laughed out loud. You have a point, but I think you've underestimated Emperor Kong's abilities, said Wang Wei with a weird smile. Lin Fan saw hope while Suya frowned slightly. Does this guy know something? However, Suya did not focus too much on this aspect. She abides by her choice and remains confident in her ancestors. I respect your choice, nodded Wang Wei as he waved his hand and she disappeared. As for the rest of you, be prepared for my call and always be in the best state. Wang Wei was about to end this meeting when someone else had something to say. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion, suddenly added Lin Fan. What is it? How about a battle between us before we ascend? A small-scale heaven will battle, if you will. That's not a bad idea, said Wang Wei. Competition is the best way to push yourself to the limit. This method would also activate your luck and destiny and even push it higher. We could also broadcast the battle to the world through the dream world, preparing people for the upcoming list competitions. How you guys feel about this suggestion? These people immediately agreed. Such a battle was the perfect farewell to the world and also the best way for them to stay in the best condition possible. Excellent. You can leave to prepare. Once this battle finishes, I will send you to the upper dimension." Everyone immediately left. They needed to tell their factions about this development while also preparing for this upcoming battle. And I will not write this small heaven will battle except for 1 or 2 battles. However, I might not even write one of them. The previous volume almost killed me due to the stress of writing so many consecutive battles and thinking of so many techniques. Chapter 998, Everyone's Thoughts and Reactions. Chapter 998, Everyone's Thoughts and Reactions. 998, Everyone's Thoughts and Reactions. Another ambitious one, muttered Wang Wei as he shook his head. After the final battle, all of Di Tian's sleeper general died, while the others essentially became captives, except for Di Jiaying, who ran away. However, the latter immediately entered a cultivation retreat after running away and abandoning her king. Wang Wei did not immediately summon her to disturb her retreat, so after the meeting, he summoned her consciousness without affecting her retreat. However, as he expected before asking her, Di Jiaying refused his offer. Her reason was the same as Suya, so Wang Wei did not insist. Afterward, he walked to the court's training ground. He saw the Devil's Legions, but did not care about them. He came to see the busy Wu Ming, asking him if he wanted this opportunity. "This is not for me," replied Wu Ming directly. "Something told me it would be the case, but I still want to know why. My own priority is to ensure the Wu clan can prosper for as long as possible. And you can do that by proving the Tao," countered Wang Wei. "If it were a typical emperor, that would be fine. But the clan needs to establish the foundation for future prosperity. Leaving a single emperor foundation is not enough." Wu Ming knew what the clan needed, and a single emperor would not change much, especially since he knew his talent. According to his calculations, he would be lucky to become an eternal. So, the best course of action is for him to lay down the foundation for the Wu clan and the Origin Rune Palace, so that his descendants can cultivate a true heavenly emperor. With the connection and trust he has built with Wang Wei, his clan and faction will be protected and have access to plenty of opportunities to rise and prosper. He would lose a far greater chance if he left than having one great emperor. "I don't know whether I should praise your dedication or scorn your lack of personal ambitions," sighed Wang Wei. "How many people can give up immortality, not for more power, but for the rise of their family and clan?" Wu Ming. Wang Wei truly respected Wu Ming regardless of how people, the world, or history will see him. Wu Ming only smiled after hearing this. Ever since he heard what happened to his ancestor, he felt a sense of mission to revive the Wu clan. His dream or goal has always been to ensure the clan reached the potential or power they should have achieved had their ancestor been the one who proved the Tao and became the Array ancestor. In that case, you can continue your work. Tong Ruobing has agreed to help us finish the Totem Warrior, but don't be in a hurry to ask for help. Wu Ming nodded as he understood the implications. Do whatever is needed to reduce how much benefit Tong Ruobing will receive once the project is finished. Wang Wei left the room, gazing into the distance. It's time to activate Gao Buchan's chess piece. The promise of this opportunity is the best way to motivate the latter to act as the Tao opening sex torn in the battle spirit world. After all, benefit has always been the eternal theme of the cultivation world. Once he becomes a heavenly emperor, Gao Buchan and his battle artifact Villa will be crucial to hindering their power. Wang Wei sent the message to activate Gao Buchan, asking for the sect to send a protective detail back to the battle spirit world. He sent Desolate One, who has achieved eternal strength, to return to the battle artifact Villa. With talismans containing my power for emergencies, he should be fine, thought Wang Wei before returning to his cultivation room to continue his body training. The people in his world will be the first trial for the exchange. If this one is successful and everyone is happy, he will target the losers of the other heaven worlds. Although he doubted there would be as many talents as the myriad emperor world, this generation is an ultimate glorious age, so eternal talents should appear everywhere in the lower dimension. And all these people are resources in his eyes. Emperor Enlightening Academy. So, That's the opportunity he wanted to give, sighed Su Sure. Are you sure about your choice? Yes. Not even tempted by the heavenly emperor position? It would be a lie if I said I wasn't. However, sitting in the position always felt like accepting he was better than us, becoming nothing but shadows in his brilliant light. I know that, logically speaking, the chances of reaching his heights are minuscule, bordering on almost impossible, but I don't want to give up no matter how small the probability. I understand. No one who can call themselves heaven-chosen is not arrogant, full of ambitions, and has a state of mind to be the best at whatever they do. It's in their nature to look at despair and the impossible in the eyes and still challenge it. I will help you, she continued, but you must understand that this will not change things between us. You still have to make a choice. Lin Fan smiled wryly. From their sessions with Xian, he understood their situation resulted in a power imbalance in their relationship. He believes that proving the Tao and becoming an eternal emperor will alleviate the situation. At the very least, he will have more options. I understand, nodded Lin Fan. He had already made a choice, but was still hesitant. However, after proving the Tao, he thinks he will have a better chance of convincing her. Su Sure looked at him, but did not say anything. You don't have much time, so your incarnations do not have much time to grow. At this rate, you might fail, although a failed 9 extremity is still valuable. Lin Fan frowned as he took out 8 other orbs. His wife used her time Tao to find how Wang Wei cultivated his 9 extremity and recreated it by creating special worlds for her. Is there a solution? We have to use a more extreme measure, explained Su Sure. I will accelerate time to the fastest speed possible. However, you're still immortal, so there's a limit you can bear. Even with my protection, after absorbing the heaven will, even if your body has hidden problems, they will be fixed. However, don't expect to achieve a perfect 9 extremity foundation. Is there really to achieve perfection? Not in the moral realm. But you can later reestablish your foundation. But such an act is dangerous. And, danger of death? Even for an eternal. I'm not afraid of death. Lin Fan only cared that there was a way. Su Sure looked at him with dilated pupils. Yes. Why am I afraid of death and hesitant about reestablishing my foundation? Isn't it just death? After hearing his words, she removed her last bit of reservation and began to plan for her future. With how bleak things sound in the upper dimension, it's best to be as strong as possible. Despite this realization, Su Sure was not prepared to survive the death tribulation for reforging her foundation in the lower dimension. For such an event, it's best to have a senior and more powerful individual. For example, Emperor Kong, as her guide and protector, considering the resources needed for this process. This line of thought was ideal. In that case, let's begin, announced Su Sure. Sword Casting Villa. You've made the right choice, but are you sure about your ambitions? Asked Jian Sha. I don't know much about the upper dimension, but I can guess how much more complex things are compared to here. Now that I've calmed down, I realize the severity of the situation. However, this is a great opportunity, one I'm not willing to pass on, replied Jian Wushuang. So, let's see how things are first after I ascend. Destinies can be fought for, but you must also bear certain destinies. Jian Wushuang knew he alone could not bear the weight of the ultimate sword path's destiny. However, it will be a completely different thing if he has the support of the sword casting villa in the upper dimension. As long as you understand what you're getting yourselves into, I'm satisfied, nodded Jian Sha before discussing how to proceed. Body Dao Cave. Are you sure about your decision? Yes. No one has ever successfully passed the ancestors' trial. If you fail, only death awaits you. I'm ready, replied In General. If it were up to him, he would have accessed the trial long ago. Unfortunately, he was from an old era with little to no political power in this generation. If not for the recent development and the support of one of the ancestors, these people might never agree to open the trial for him. The trial has many levels, so although no one has ever completed it, the ones who passed, even one of them benefited immensely. With his talent, many believed he might be the first to pass all the trials successfully, and some did not want to see him succeed. As you wish. Chapter 999 Everyone's Thoughts and Reactions. 2. Chapter 999 Everyone's Thoughts and Reactions. 2. 999 Everyone's Thoughts and Reactions. 2. After Yang Wei returned to his clan, he did not reveal the truth about leaving for the upper dimension. He was unsure about his future, so he did not want to give his clan any false hope. So, he only told them about the mini-heaven will battle and that he would do a secret task for the Heavenly Emperor. Afterward, he prepared for the battle. During the previous one, he did not even have an opportunity to perform and show the world what he was capable of. He also hopes to change people's opinion of him after associating with these traitors for so long. Someone had a similar reaction to Yang Wei. Jing Wuhua. After returning to her clan, she did not say much about the deal.